I am a snake demon. I don't remember when I became wise, but I remember that I was once a famous snake king in the snake village, and I had swallowed more than 20 people. The government and the Taoist priests were unable to capture me. The legend of my cannibalism has been circulating in the village, which scared the children so much that they dared not go out, and they dared not turn off the lights at night. The snake catchers had to stand guard all night. I forgot how many people I ate, but I remember the last two clearly. The first was the young Rendan, who was chased into the mountains by the old Taoist priest. Rendan must have the consciousness of Rendan. You have eaten so many of my medicinal materials, how can I let you escape? The Taoist priest chased and scolded. Rendan ran for a day and a night, exhausted and covered with wounds. He knelt in front of the Bodhisattva in the ruined temple and cried for protection. I felt sorry for him, so I swallowed him and ended his painful life. The Taoist priest chased into the ruined temple and screamed, "No! My elixir! I have been refining Rendan for 10 years, spit it out." I felt sorry for him, so I had to swallow him too, so that he could reunite with Rendan. Since then, I have gained spiritual wisdom and have learned a lot of knowledge from the human world. I know that snake catchers catch snakes, Taoists practice magic, and that human pills are human-shaped pills that prolong life and increase cultivation. There are also stories and books from the human world, and other strange and bizarre knowledge that pop up every now and then. I envy humans for being born with intelligence. I have gone through countless reincarnations to get intelligence once, so I must cherish this life and never die easily. The more I have, the more I fear losing it. I used to be fearless, but now I am afraid of death. I decided to stay away from humans and beasts. Eggs, poultry, and livestock will be my main targets. In the days that followed, I wandered around small towns and villages along the river, stealing chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and small rodents. As time went on, I stopped eating people, but livestock disappeared in large numbers, and there were fewer fish in the fish ponds. Residents no longer raised chickens and ducks. I had a big appetite, and the poultry in the village could not withstand my extravagance. A month passed, and I hadn't eaten for 7 days. At this time, I had completely digested human knowledge, my body had grown to 6 meters, and a demon core appeared in my abdomen. With the demon core, I am now a snake demon. I was overjoyed. The demon core is like the dantian of a human cultivator. It is my core. Although it is only the size of a fist, it is extremely precious. The birth of the demon core means that I am no longer an ordinary beast, but a demon beast. Excessive stealing made me lose my food source. I didn't dare to hunt large wild animals for fear of getting hurt. I would rather be a petty thief. I haven't eaten for a long time. I have to go to the town to find something to eat. I swam and crawled towards Qinjia town. Qinjia town is the largest town in this area. The Chen family is a wealthy family with abundant food. I figured out the location of the Chen family and carefully crawled into the backyard. There were many livestock raised in the backyard. I smelled the scent of pigs. Pigs are my favorite. They are fat and can resist hunger. Unfortunately, they are all kept in the pigsty. Since I became sensible, I have never eaten pork, because I dare not, afraid of being discovered by humans. After eating a pig, I will stop. I thought, climbed up the beam, and quietly crawled into the pigsty. When the pigs in the pigsty saw me, they grunted and retreated, and some even came up to me curiously. This is why I want to eat pigs, they are stupid, unlike other animals that run away when they see me. I did not hesitate, opened my mouth wide, bit a piglet and swallowed it into my stomach. I am big in size, so swallowing a living person is no problem, so swallowing this piglet is naturally easy. The pig screamed in fear and shrank back frantically. It took me a lot of effort and 2 minutes to swallow it. My body bulged high and expanded into an oval shape. Hurry up and run away. I was thinking about it when an idea came to me. I finally got in, why not eat more? With the demon core, my digestion speed is faster. I can probably digest this pig in half a day. I spit out the snake tongue to observe. It is night time now. The Chen family is quiet. There are snoring in the distance. As long as I don't make a big noise, I shouldn't be discovered. Even if someone goes to the toilet in the middle of the night, I can escape with my speed. So, I wrapped my arms around a fat pig again and swallowed it. This time it took me 5 minutes to finish swallowing it. My body was completely swollen, like a small mountain. There are a total of 5 pigs in the pig pen, and there are 3 left. I can't climb anymore, so I huddled in a corner to digest it. I guess I can digest it almost by dawn. After about an hour, bang! The pigsty door was kicked open. I was so scared that I quickly huddled up and hid behind the wall. Plop! A bloody figure was thrown in. It was a young man with a handsome face but scarred and barely breathing. Could this idiot be beaten to death? What if he died? He dared to snatch a woman from Mr. Chiu, and this is the end. The 2 men at the door clapped their hands and left. The young man closed his eyes, and the only breath that remained lingered for a moment and then disappeared. Dead. A human died under my nose. This person looked familiar. It seemed to be the young master of Chenji Azwang. I had seen him before. I quickly crawled away and jumped onto the beam. It is said that the dead are unlucky, and I don't want to be contaminated by bad luck. The 2 people outside just left, and I planned to wait until they were far away before leaving, and never set foot here again. Suddenly, the dead boy opened his eyes again. Resurrection. My pupils contracted, and when I thought of this word, my breathing stopped and I dared not move. This word came from the knowledge of Taoist priests. But the young man sat down cross-legged, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he muttered to himself, Chen Fan. Haha, it's the same name as this immortal. Broke off the engagement, you are a waste, and your dantian is destroyed. Since this immortal has inherited your body, I will naturally clear your grievances. I will not let any of those who insulted you go. Chen Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You are seriously injured. If I hadn't taken over your body, you would have died. But this can't bother me, huh? Chen Fan suddenly frowned. At this time, I huddled on the beam, holding my breath, and my heartbeat dropped to the lowest level. Although I couldn't understand the boy's mumbling, just before he frowned, I felt like I was being scanned and spied on. Obviously, he had discovered me. Oh no. He's staring at me. My pupils contracted, and I felt a strong sense of crisis in my heart. My snake scales stood up all over my body. This boy gave me a very scary feeling. 2 pigs are missing from the pigsty. He must know that I stole them. It's terrible. This man will definitely kill me. My scalp was numb, like a thief caught on the spot. In this day and age, I don't know how many people starve to death on the streets. How precious are 2 pigs. The Chen family will definitely not let me go. What's more, with so many livestock and poultry missing nearby, they will definitely think of me. It's over, I feel that my life is bleak, as if I saw myself being skinned and pulled out, lying dead on the street. At this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. The boy's near-death injuries slowly recovered, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth flowed into his broken dantian bit by bit, gradually surrounding him in the shape of a dragon. Haha, I didn't expect that the demon god Cauldron, the treasure of the demon race, was also reborn with me. Taishu Zulong, you miscalculated. The boy laughed inwardly, and from beginning to end, he didn't even look at me. But my spirit is about to collapse. He has started to cast a spell and is going to kill me. I don't know what he is thinking, but the terrifying aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger, which makes me terrified. He must be brewing a spell to kill me. My eyes are bloodshot, and my eyes gradually change from fear to madness. In the natural world, the strong prey on the weak, and it's either you die or I die. I stole his pig, and he must kill me. He is accumulating strength to give me a fatal blow. It must be like this. Since you want to kill me, I can only eat you. I can only eat you. My eyes are crazy and I can't bear it anymore. If I don't do it, when he recovers from his injuries and completes the accumulation of strength, it will be my death. This person clearly found me but pretended not to see it, just because he didn't want to alert me and secretly accumulate strength to kill me. Immortal cultivators are so insidious and vicious. This can't fool me, Xu Hei. My body was like a taut spring that had collapsed to its limit. The next moment, I suddenly shot out, as fast as lightning, rushing down like a gust of wind. Ah! You forced me to do this. I rushed forward, Opened my bloody mouth and bit Chen Fan like a madman. Chen Fan. A fishy wind blew, and in a flash, he was swallowed into my stomach. After being swallowed by the snake, Chen Fan was still confused. Logically, he deliberately released the power of the immortal, and I should have been scared away. However, he did not panic, and did not even struggle, but snorted coldly. A small psychic level 1 monster dared to attack me. It really doesn't know how to live or die. His spiritual sense had already discovered me, but he only glanced at me and didn't take me seriously at all. Although he was a teenager, the immortal temperament and murderous aura he exuded were enough to deter any low-level monster from approaching him. But I happened to be unexpected, and I seemed to be a little different. It doesn't matter. Not to mention that he has recovered to the second level of Qi refining. Just with the means of an immortal, he can kill me thousands of times with a little magical power. The sea is boundless. Chen Fan raised his hands, and a boundless wave of air burst out from his palms like a tsunami. My snake body immediately swelled up, bulged into a balloon, and it got bigger and bigger. The greedy snake swallowed the elephant. At this time, my body was bigger than the elephant. Even if the snake body was flexible, it couldn't stand the tossing. Ah! I'm going to die. I screamed in my heart. I don't want to die. I was born with spiritual wisdom and experienced reincarnation. I don't want to die like this. I just stole 2 pigs and suffered the disaster of killing. This is the cruel human world. I regretted it so much. If I had known this, I would never have greedily eaten that pig. For the first time in my life, I deeply felt the horror of human beings. Buzz. My demon core emitted a faint light, and a force supported my body, preventing it from exploding quickly. Ha! Chen Fan exhaled his true energy and hit my demon core. My hard demon core was like fragile glass, shattered into pieces. The demon core was destroyed, and the severe pain almost made me faint. My consciousness was blurred, my body was almost broken, and I was on the verge of death. A little boy could easily kill me. Humans are more terrifying than I thought. It's just right to eat some snake meat to replenish my qi and blood. Chen Fan thought to himself. Suddenly, a small black tripod emerged from his sea of consciousness, landed at the position of my demon core, and slowly rotated. Ha! Chen Fan was stunned. This thing was the demon god tripod, the treasure of the demon race. Just when he was about to take it back, he was shocked to find that the connection with the demon god tripod was broken. The next second, an endless terrifying force erupted from the tripod, swept over, protected my body, and hit Chen Fan heavily. How is it possible? Why would my demon god tripod help this beast? Chen Fan screamed miserably. In this shock, his body instantly shattered and his soul was about to disappear. The reversal came too fast. He had no way to deal with it. Facing the attack of the demon god tripod, he had no power to resist and was completely killed. No. I am not willing. How can I be like this, a great immortal? In the roar of unwillingness, he exploded his soul and swore to smash towards me, but was absorbed by the demon god tripod and completely turned into nothingness. Everything returned to calm, and my swollen and bursting body gradually recovered. I lay in the pigsty like a puddle of mud, with my scales broken and my meridians severed, barely alive. My demon core is gone, my eyes went dark and I passed out. I don't know how long it took, but when I woke up, my body was in tatters. The 2 pigs bit me a few times, and when they couldn't bite me anymore, they retreated to a corner. It hurts. It hurts so much. I twitched in pain. This was the worst injury I've ever suffered. My body almost burst, my meridians were broken, my skin was cracked, and my demon core was gone. It was a miracle that I could wake up. I twisted my body with difficulty and crawled to the other side to avoid being bitten by the pigs. My demon core is gone. When I thought of this, I wanted to cry. This was the foundation of my practice, and now it's completely ruined. However, I was suddenly startled. A small black tripod appeared at the position of the demon core, motionless. The tripod has 8 legs, round in shape, with complex patterns on the surface. A dragon is carved on it, circling the body of the tripod, connected head to tail, lifelike, like a living thing. This tripod is exactly the thing that the boy called demon god tripod. I can see things inside my body, my eyes can look inward and outward, and I can see a 10-meter radius with my eyes closed, as if there is a third eye in the void, which can ignore obstacles and see everything around. Strange. I shook my head. This is not an illusion. I can really see it. This is the same as Qin Fan spying on me. Now I can spy on others in the same way. Spiritual consciousness. This word popped up in my mind. I don't know how I gave birth to spiritual consciousness. I only heard that it is only for cultivators. At the same time, something else popped up in my mind, which was the route of the true Qi. Every step was extremely clear and familiar. This is the cultivation method of that young man. My eyes sparkled. Although I didn't know what this cultivation method was for, it could definitely heal injuries. I'm not a fussy person. After making up my mind, I immediately calmed down and began to run the route of the technique. Gradually, a wisp of spiritual energy floated over from the sky and earth, and turned into a long dragon of spiritual energy, merging into my body. This scene was exactly the same as Qin Fan's healing last night. I felt numbness in my body, and the pain eased. I took a long breath and ran the second route. The spiritual energy entered my body and circulated, and the wound slowly healed in the nourishment. After an incense stick, I opened my eyes again and looked inside my body. It really can heal. I took a breath and my heartbeat quickened. In the wild, serious injuries are basically equivalent to death. Having a healing technique is equivalent to having an extra life. How can I not be excited? Moreover, I vaguely feel that this technique is mainly used for cultivation to improve cultivation, and healing is just a byproduct. Just breathing in and out for a moment, the spiritual energy in my body is full, and my body feels light and brisk, as if I have taken spiritual herbs. Strange. My demon core is obviously broken, so it is impossible to store spiritual energy. I was full of doubts. The demon core was replaced by a tripod. Could it be that this tripod has become the demon core? I tried to wriggle my body to squeeze out the small tripod, but it didn't move at all, so I had to give up. Any teenager is so powerful. Humans are worthy of being the spirits of all things. We must never provoke humans in the future. I swore secretly and left the pigpen quickly. Before leaving, I looked at the 3 pigs and simply went all out. I swallowed the fattest one in one gulp and walked away. I fled all the way to the wilderness, found a tree hole, crawled into it and fell asleep. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these days, I have been practicing the mysterious technique. My injuries have healed, and I have expelled many impurities that have accumulated into a mountain. I have shed my skin once. This made me understand that this technique can not only heal injuries, but also improve physical fitness and cleanse the meridians and marrow. The only thing I am not satisfied with is that my body has shrunk by half, only more than 2 meters. A fat pig is 2 meters long, how can I swallow a pig again? I frowned. Although snakes can swallow prey larger than themselves, there is a limit. However, after the body is reduced in size, the speed and strength are greatly enhanced, the flexibility is also strengthened, and the skin and flesh can be stretched several times, which makes me feel a little relieved. After the last experience, I didn't dare to go to human towns anymore, and only caught small prey in the wild. Soon, a few days passed. On this day, I suddenly opened my eyes, and new knowledge came to my mind, the cultivation system. Human cultivators are divided into the Qi refining stage, the foundation building stage, and the Dan forming stage, and the corresponding monsters are the spiritual stage, the foundation building stage, and the demonic Dan stage. My current realm belongs to the peak of the first level of the spiritual stage, which is equivalent to the peak of the first level of the human Qi refining realm. I said to myself, this new knowledge seems to come from the boy named Qin Fan. Recently, I often dream about him in my sleep, and there are some unfamiliar memories. In addition, there was another thing that puzzled me. I lost my demon core, which is equivalent to a human losing his elixir field. I should have become a useless person, but my cultivation has improved instead. I subconsciously looked inward and looked at the demon god cauldron where the demon core was located. A trace of cloud-like spiritual energy gathered in the cauldron, which was exactly what I gained from my breathing practice. It really replaced the demon core. I was secretly shocked. I racked my brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. The human knowledge I had obtained had no explanation for this. But I didn't have time to think about it, because I was hungry again. The technique allows me to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it's not enough to just absorb the spiritual energy. I also need a huge amount of blood and chi to replenish it. Monsters can't practice fasting, I need a lot of food. I could only drag my body, look at the village at the foot of the mountain, shake my head, turn around and climb up the mountain. I don't want to go to the human world, it's too dangerous there, I would rather starve to death than go to the pig pen. I released my spiritual consciousness and searched for food along the way. For a whole afternoon, I ate a nest of bird eggs, a squirrel, a mountain cat, and even ran down the mountain to chase a wild rabbit. This amount of food was less than 1/3 of a fat pig. My food needs were growing, and it was not enough to fill my teeth. I needed to hunt large creatures. I looked down the mountain again and found a field of watermelons, green and all over the mountain. It was far from the village, and there was only one farmer nearby. At this time, I suddenly saw a black wild boar in the watermelon field, chewing a watermelon. The wild boar was not big, about 1.5 meters long. With my current size, it seemed just right for one bite. I was immediately tempted, and was facing the first choice in my snake life, to prey on large beasts. Will it be dangerous to attack a wild boar? I hesitated. I didn't want to face a large wild animal unless it was absolutely necessary. But I had no choice. I had a big appetite. I had to take risks to survive. According to the cultivation system, I am now at the peak of the first level of the spiritual stage. This wild boar has not yet developed its intelligence and is lower than me. Logically, I can kill it easily. I was thinking a lot. I am not an ordinary wild animal. My ability to think is my advantage. I should use it well. To be on the safe side, I'd better take my time. I finally decided to take the risk and kill the wild boar. I crawled to the edge of the watermelon field, rolled up a big stone with my tail, and approached carefully. On the way, I also put some small stones in my mouth. In fact, with my strength, it is not difficult to kill a wild boar. I used to be a snake king and swallowed many people. I also killed wild boars, but now I think that I was lucky to survive before. Since I have intelligence, I have to be cautious. I don't want to get hurt and I am afraid of pain. When a wild boar resists, it will step on it with its feet and push it with its teeth. It is very scary. Of course, no matter how scary it is not as scary as humans. When I was within 10 meters of the wild boar, I suddenly raised my neck, opened my mouth, and gathered my internal energy in my throat. Puff! The stone ejected from my mouth and hit the wild boar's head like a cannonball. Bang! The wild boar's head was directly hit and dented, blood splattered all over the ground, and it fell to the ground. I was overjoyed, and I ejected another mouthful of stone, smashing a big hole in the wild boar's head. After I got closer, I raised the stone on my tail and smashed it hard, 3 times in a row, smashing the wild boar's head into pieces, until there was no movement at all and the blood stopped flowing. Then I stopped. I spit out the remaining stone in my mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. It should be dead, but it may come back to life after death. I was still worried, so I broke off the 4 hooves and smashed all the bones in the body to prevent it from coming back to life. Only then did I start to measure it boldly, comparing it with my own body size, and swallowed it in one gulp, just right. It is said that wild boar meat is harder than domestic pork. I hope it can last a little longer. I thought to myself, opened my mouth wide, and swallowed the wild boar in one gulp. Wild boars have rough fur and tough skin, so they take longer to digest, which has the benefit of making them more resistant to hunger. Xu Hei started swallowing from the head, and soon only 2 legs were left outside. When the pork entered his body, Xu Hei could clearly feel a heat rising in his body. The wild boar meat was quickly digested and turned into pure qi and blood. He felt full. This was the benefit of food. After a while, the wild boar was completely swallowed. Xu Hei suddenly coughed violently. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a black crystal as big as an egg. It fell to the ground and turned out to be a demon core. Is this the demon core of a wild boar? Xu Haishlin stood up and widened his eyes. No. How can a beast have a demon core? Looking at the blood on the ground, Xu Hei realized something belatedly and gasped, "Is this a pig demon?" Xu Hei had just left not long ago. A half-grown child ran to the place where the pig demon died, pointed at the bloodstains on the ground, and shouted excitedly. From behind, a farmer rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. "Dad. That's great. The pig demon that killed Mom is dead. It was swallowed by the big snake." The child shouted excitedly. Unexpectedly, the farmer picked up a stick and hit the child on the buttocks, and the child burst into tears. "How dare you come out? Be careful that the old Snake King will eat you, go back quickly." The farmer shouted angrily, picked up the child's ear and left. Xu Hei, holding the demon core, quickly returned to the forest. Although the journey was smooth, he felt a chill down his spine and was still frightened. "Fortunately, I was cautious enough. If I had rushed up rashly and fought with the pig monster, it would be hard to say who would win or lose." Xu Hei was filled with fear. He actually encountered a monster just like him. As for which level of the psychic period he was at, Xu Hei was not quite sure. It was right to be cautious, as you never knew what kind of person the other person was. After swallowing the wild boar, his body expanded twice as much. Fortunately, he was fast, and Xu Hei dragged his huge body back to his tree hole. This tree hole was the temporary residence he was looking for. He had repeatedly checked the area within a 5-mile radius and found no signs of large biological activity. Xu Hei was lying in a tree hole, eating the wild boar meat he had just eaten. The meat of the monster was indeed of good quality, rich in qi and blood, and more filling than ordinary meat. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Xu Hei had only digested 1/3 of it. He felt that he was closer to the second level of the psychic stage. At this time, he took out the black demon core. The demon core, also called the inner elixir, contains the spiritual essence of the demon beast's life and is a good material for refining elixirs, refining tools, and making talismans. Swallowing the demon core raw is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your meridians will be severed, and your body will explode and die. It is usually used to make pills. This human knowledge may not be suitable for me. Why do monsters get so many requirements? Xu Hei was a little skeptical. Another day has passed. The next night, Xu Hei opened his eyes. The wild boar meat had been digested. His muscles and meridians felt a sense of satisfaction, like a bucket that was full of water. Xu Hei made a decision immediately: break through. Xu Hei held the demon core in his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and crushed it with his teeth, making a crunching sound. In an instant, a violent energy swept out from the demon core and rushed towards Xu Hei's meridians and bones, roaring continuously. He felt a tingle of pain in his body, but it was totally bearable. Sure enough, the physiques of monsters and humans cannot be generalized. Break. Xu Hei's mind moved. The violent power suddenly boiled over, the body crackled, and it was changing at an incredible speed. This was the transformation of the body. The transformation was very fast at first, but then it became slower and slower, and Xu Hei's aura always remained at the limit of the first level of the spiritual stage. Suddenly, the demon god cauldron in his body shook, and energy was sucked into it. The cloud of spiritual energy quickly expanded, enlarged a circle, and then sharply compressed to a point. Boom. Xu Hei's body shook violently, his momentum rose and climbed steadily, directly breaking through that bottleneck. The second level of the psychic period. Success. Xu Hei let out a breath, feeling extremely happy. At this time, inside the demon god cauldron, the spiritual energy cloud had shrunk to a very small point, but its concentration was more than 10 times that of before, producing a qualitative change. The fact that he succeeded in his first breakthrough showed that he was no mediocrity in cultivation. But Xu Hei did not get carried away. He is still at the initial stage of spiritual communication. Unless he reaches the 4th level of spiritual communication and enters the middle level, there will be a fundamental change. At that time, he will be able to use true qi and learn some basic spells. Xu Hei is still far from that level. Although hunting wild boars is dangerous, it can also bring opportunities. Xu Hei said to himself. Dangers and opportunities coexist. If it weren't for that pig demon, it would have been difficult to make any progress in 3 to 5 years relying solely on ordinary food. After Xu Hei felt his growing strength, he cherished his life even more. A day later, Xu Hei revisited the place and returned to the watermelon field. This is the instinct of monsters. They will move around in the territory they are familiar with and generally will not leave their activity area unless they encounter major danger. Xu Hei was hoping to encounter a second pig demon. Although the possibility was very small, he still chose to sit back and wait, which was the safest approach. Not only Xu Hei, many wild animals have their own fixed hunting grounds. The whole day passed without any trace of the wild boar, but the melon farmer reappeared in the watermelon field, carrying manure to fertilize it. At night, the half-grown child also appeared with a book in his hand, but not long after, his father twisted the book away. Xu Hei waited for a whole day, but he didn't see a wild boar, let alone a mouse. He looked at the big green watermelon in the moonlight, and suddenly his eyes flashed. Wild boars feed on watermelons, and I feed on wild boars. Can I skip this step and eat the watermelons directly? Xu Hei had a bold idea in his mind. Xu Hei is not an ordinary monster. Since he was born with intelligence, he would think about some logical problems from time to time. Just like a baby who is in contact with the world for the first time, he is full of curiosity. With the mentality of giving it a try, Xu Hei crawled to a big watermelon, opened his mouth, and swallowed the watermelon into his stomach. As his abdominal muscles rolled, the watermelon rind was squeezed and shattered, then exploded in his abdomen. Xu Hei could feel that his energy and blood were replenished a little, although it was very little. It's edible, but it's about the same as the blood and energy of a mouse. Xu Hei made an estimate. Since he can eat watermelon, it means he can also eat potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, and other plants. With his current digestive ability, he can even digest the bones of a pig demon, so these are naturally not a problem. However, although he could eat it, his body instinctively resisted and he was unwilling to eat this kind of food. I hope we can have some meat tonight, Xu Hei said in his heart. A day passed. Xu Hei waited until late at night, and finally waited for a badger. Xu Hei first scanned the area with his spiritual sense to confirm that the other party was not a monster. Then he took action immediately, attacking it like lightning, wrapping up the badger, and swallowing it in one go. Feeling his bloated belly, Xu Hei felt satisfied. It's gone. Xu Hei enjoyed his meal and turned around to leave. But at this moment, he was suddenly startled. Under the moonlight, a young man holding a fork was standing not far in front of him, holding the fork and staring at Xu Hei with a dull look, motionless, like a sculpture. Xu Hei also stopped immediately, his pupils contracted, and he stayed where he was. Oops, I was discovered by humans. Is he trying to attack me with this posture? Is he another Qin fan? In this brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Xu Hei's mind. As a notorious old snake king in the snake village, Xu Hei has eaten countless people and is wanted by the government and snake catchers. Once discovered, someone will come to capture him within half an hour. Xu Hei's attention was all on the prey just now, and he didn't notice that there was someone next to him. At this moment, the young man holding the fork was obviously frightened. It was also the first time he saw the old Snake King so close. The old Snake King was very similar to the portrait circulating in the village, with a fat body, an oval head, triangular scales, and light golden pupils, but his body was not as big as imagined. Xu Hei stared at the young man in front of him. In his eyes, the young man's face was slowly changing and becoming cold and ruthless. That face faintly transformed into Qin Fan's face. Boom. Xu Hei's scalp instantly exploded, with horror in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned around and disappeared without a trace, at the fastest speed in his life. After Xu Hei left, the teenager sat down on the ground with his pants wet. That's the old Snake King. Why doesn't he eat me? The boy was afraid, but also confused. Xu Hei ran for several kilometers before he stopped, panting with exhaustion. What happened? Why did his face turn into Qin Fan's? Xu Hei's face showed horror. Impossible, I must be hallucinating. Xu Hei shook his head. He suddenly realized that the immortal had caused a great psychological trauma on him, so much so that everyone he saw looked like Qin Fan. Before, he would even have nightmares when he went to sleep, dreaming about Qin Fan. He didn't care at first, but now, he has to be alert. According to humans, this is a mental illness called post-traumatic stress. If you are sick, you must treat it. I'm mentally ill. I need to go and pray to the Buddha for peace of mind. Xu Hei took a deep breath and made up his mind. The next day. 3 miles outside Qinjia town. Here, there is an abandoned mountain temple. No one knows what god is in the temple. Few people come to worship, and there is no one living nearby. When Xu Hei arrived at this place, he first scanned the area with his spiritual sense, and after confirming that there was no one there, he crawled in through the gate. In front of me was a huge statue. It was gray and white, with a blurry face and one of its arms broken. It was covered in dust and had spider webs everywhere, and looked dilapidated. To Xu Hei's surprise, there were offerings on the table, including a pig's head, a roast chicken, and a pile of white steamed buns. It's so luxurious. Which rich kid gave it to you? Xu Hei subconsciously wanted to rush over to eat and run away after finishing his meal, but considering that he was here to do serious business, he had to hold back. He climbed onto the mat and thought about whether he should burn some incense again. After pondering for a while, Xu Hei found 3 dry branches and inserted them into the incense burner. Then, he returned to the cushion and kowtowed 3 times, imitating the human posture. Buddha, please bless me and keep me from being trapped by the demons in my heart. Xu Hei made a sincere wish. A set of rituals is completed. Xu Hei suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, as if he had been purified and free of all distracting thoughts. It really works. Xu Hei was ecstatic. Now that the business had been done, Xu Hei no longer hesitated, and immediately climbed onto the table, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed all the tribute. Human food is different, it tastes extra delicious. Xu Hei had a hearty meal and planned to leave contentedly. He, little girl, let's see where you can run. Suddenly, there was a burst of strange laughter from outside the door, and a woman's scream. Xu Hei shuddered and quickly jumped behind the statue and hid. Under the induction of spiritual consciousness, I saw a young woman rushing in from outside the door. She was dressed luxuriously, wearing a jeweled phoenix hairpin on her head and a silk satin robe. She was obviously a lady from a wealthy family. The person chasing after him from outside the door was a young man with a knife. Xu Hei had seen this young man with a knife before. He was one of the people who threw Chen Fan into the pigsty that day. Xu Hei frowned. He just wanted to leave quickly, but behind the statue was a wall and there was no back door or anything. If you want to leave, you will be discovered whether you climb through the window or go through the front door. What a hassle. Xu Hei sighed and simply stayed where he was, waiting for them to finish and then leave. What are you going to do? I'm the 3rd daughter of the Chen family. I can give you whatever you want. Don't kill me. Haha, Miss Chen, I am just following orders. You can only blame your bad luck. But before you die, I will make you feel good. As the conversation between the two was heard, the man let out an evil laugh. Xu Hei shook his head. In his opinion, killing people not for food was completely unnecessary. At this moment, the young woman was knocked away by a punch, and the man with the knife was not in a hurry to kill her. He walked forward with an evil smile. Humans are a peculiar species, in estrus all year round, unlike Xu Hei, who only has a spring estrus. As for the woman's appearance, it might be quite good in the eyes of humans, but in Xu Hei's eyes, she was so frail that she was really unsightly. Suddenly, the woman seemed to realize something and shouted, "Senior, I beg you to help me. My Chen family will reward you handsomely." She looked behind the statue. Xu Hei was suddenly stunned. He was discovered. Who? The young man with the knife shuddered and looked around quickly. Glancing at the traces of dust on the ground, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the statue meaningfully. Haha, there isn't anyone here. Just prepare to die. He didn't know if there was someone hiding behind him, but as long as the other party was sensible, he didn't want to cause any trouble. He would just kill the person and leave. The rest had nothing to do with him. However, the young woman was very decisive. She got up and rushed towards the back of the statue in one quick step. Xu Hei was suddenly shocked. Almost in an instant, the woman crossed the short distance and rushed up. Don't come over here. Xu Hei was screaming in his heart. He only saw the woman coming to the statue with an expectant look on her face and looking in Xu Hei's direction. Senior. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a huge snake tail swung at her face. Bang. The woman's head was blown off, her head was separated, and blood spurted all over the ground. The young man was suddenly horrified and turned around and ran away without hesitation. How could Xu Hei let him have his way? He rolled up the woman's head and swung it, hitting the back of the young man's head accurately. Bang. With a dull thud, the young man fell to the ground. Xu Hei immediately rushed forward and broke the man's head. In order to prevent the two from reviving their bodies, Xu Hei smashed their bones, crushed their internal organs, and pounded them into meat paste, making them deader than dead. Xu Hei stopped where he was, looking at the blood all over the ground, his heart beating wildly. What a close call. He almost lost his life. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have died. Xu Hei dare not underestimate humans at all. The appearance of these two people is extremely unusual, and it may be premeditated. Why do I always run into this kind of thing every time I come to the temple? Last time it was Rendan and a Taoist priest, and this time it was a man and a woman. I ran into them all. Xu Hei cursed inwardly, wondering if he was under some kind of curse, as something bad happened as soon as he entered the temple. He looked deeply at the blurry huge statue and suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. Could it be that he stole the tribute and was blamed by the mountain god? Xu Hei quickly rolled up the two corpses and threw them on the tribute table, then returned to the cushion and kowtowed a few times. Master Mountain God, this is my tribute to you. I promise it tastes better than roast chicken. I'm leaving now. Xu Hei climbed out of the window and left without looking back. The speed is unbelievably fast. After this experience, Xu Hei swore that he would never come to this hellhole again and would rather stay in the mountains. Not only this temple, but also the area within a radius of 20 miles in Qinjia town was considered a forbidden area by him. Not long after Xu Hei left, the statue shook slightly and dust fell. The smell of the corpse soon attracted some wild dogs, which was no longer Xu Hei's business. After Xu Hei returned, he resumed his ordinary life. Fortunately, since he prayed to God that day, he has never had a nightmare again, let alone dreaming about Qin Fan. It seems that it was useful. This experience was gradually forgotten by him. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During this period, Xu Hei had been wandering in the mountains, hunting small prey, and occasionally eating some fruits and vegetation to replenish his energy. He passed by the farm outside Snake Village several times. In the fields, a farmer was teaching his son how to farm. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the young man could always find Xu Hei's figure, once on a tree, and once among the rocks. From a distance, they looked at each other without any words communicating. Xiao Niu, what are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Under his father's scolding, the boy withdrew his gaze. Xu Hei learned from his observation that the boy's name was Wang Xiaoniu and his father, Wang Dainiu, were farmers in the village. In addition, there was an old mother and a younger sister, Wang Ya, in the family. Wang Xiaoniu didn't want to farm for the rest of his life. He wanted to study, pass the imperial examination, and take his sister to live in the city. He often took his books and sneaked to the watermelon field in the middle of the night to study hard under the moonlight. Wang Dainiu was very helpless about this. His family had no money to support his studies, but he also didn't want to disappoint the child's ambitions. Whenever he thought of this, he sighed. Xu Hei left quietly. Read books and gain knowledge. Xu Hei was hanging on the tree branch and suddenly felt a little envious. He also wanted to study, gain knowledge, and live like a human being. Humans are born with unique conditions and do not have to worry about danger, unlike these wild beasts, which are always facing the threat of death. It's a pity that reincarnation as a human is a skill, and not every creature has such good luck. A squirrel climbed up the tree and entered the hollow that was filled with pine cones. This is the result of its hard work for a year, and it can safely spend the winter. Suddenly, a green snake jumped out from the corner, wrapped around the squirrel, and strangled it, killing it instantly without knowing how it died. And this green snake has been hungry for a long time. I wonder if they envy human life. Hey! Can you understand me? Xu Hei sent a message to the green snake using his spiritual consciousness. The green snake seemed to be frightened. It let go of its prey, turned around and ran away, disappearing without a trace. Watching the green snake disappear, Xu Hei suddenly felt lonely. He was born with intelligence, but he didn't even have someone to talk to. However, he didn't have time to think about it because he was hungry. Xu Hei swallowed the squirrel, then chased after it and swallowed the green snake in one gulp. I wish you will be reborn as a human in your next life. Xu Hei rushed into the woods and started a new round of hunting. However, such food can only barely fill one's stomach but cannot improve one's cultivation. Practicing by just breathing in and out is extremely slow. He fantasized about the time when he could eat another monster. At the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, heavy rains came. This is the heavy rain that occurs every year. The river water rises and tributaries appear. Many fish run out of the river and rush into the branches. It is a good season for catching fish. This year's rainstorms were particularly heavy, and there were many salmon. There were often farmers at the entrance of the village, carrying fishing nets, and returning with a full load an hour later. Even an old blacksmith who didn't know how to catch fish could bring back a large bucket. Wang Xiaoniu and his family also joined the fishing team. The tide is rising again. Watching the teams leaving the village, Xu Hei thought of last year. At this time last year, Xu Hei hid in the river and suddenly attacked, swallowing up people and fish in one gulp. He ate several people, which prompted the government to send out hundreds of people to encircle and suppress him, and also sent out Taoist priests to exorcise demons. It was that time that Xu Hei almost died. I'm not going this year, Xu Hei said. With his current vision, he could naturally see that the Taoist priest who subdued demons was a cultivator in the qi refining stage. He suspected that he had already been a monster last year, otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from the cultivators. Dad, we've caught enough fish. If we have too much, we won't be able to eat it all and it will just go bad. What do you know? You take these fish back and I'll go out again. Wang Daniu threw the fish at the door, took the fishing net and went out again. There were already several buckets of fish at the door. Wang Xiaoniu could only carry the heavy salmon and take it home. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoniu turned his head and saw Xu Hei on the hillside in the distance, and Xu Hei was also looking at him. These days, Xu Hei often strolls around the farm and listens to the Wang father and son talking. It has become a habit. And Wang Xiaoniu discovered Xu Hei more than once. Although this man and this snake had no communication, they were very familiar with each other. The old Snake King is here again. Could he want to eat fish too? Wang Xiaoniu thought to himself. In fact, a normal person would be terrified if he found a snake circling around his house, but Wang Xiaoniu was not afraid at all. He looked at Xu Hei, plucked up his courage, and took a step forward. Xu Hei immediately shrank back an inch. He has been hiding in the dark, observing human life, but that doesn't mean he wants to have any contact with humans. Wang Xiaoniu carried a bucket of fish and walked to the front very boldly and put it not far from the hillside. Old Snake King, everyone in the world is afraid of you, but I am not. This bucket of fish is for you. Wang Xiaoniu put down the fish, retreated to a distance, and said with a smile. Xu Hei, who had learned human knowledge, could naturally understand what he said, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Why did this stupid boy give me a fish? Is it poisonous? If someone else gave him fish, Xu Hei would definitely think that he had bad intentions, but this Wang Xiaoniu was the person he was most familiar with. He was just a silly boy with no scheming intentions. Moreover, he saw the Wang father and son catch these fish with his own eyes, so it was impossible for them to be poisoned. Xu Hei looked at the big bucket of fish, spat out his snake tongue, and his appetite immediately aroused. Never mind, let's try it first. Xu Hei climbed up, bit a fish and swallowed it. Wang Xiaoniu sat in the distance, watching quietly with a silly smile on his face. Xu Hei tasted it and it tasted pretty good. The thinking of these two-legged beasts was indeed peculiar. They actually gave food to a snake. Don't you know the story of the farmer and the snake? Although he didn't understand, his body was very honest. Xu Hei ate the whole bucket of fish one by one and soon finished it all. He filled his stomach without any effort, which made him very satisfied. He looked at Wang Xiaoniu in the distance, imitated human movements, and nodded. This nod immediately made Wang Xiaoniu's eyes light up, and he exclaimed, "The old Snake King nodded to me, he nodded to me." "Where?" The younger sister in the room immediately ran up, looked into the distance, and saw Xu Hei nodding, and she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Someone came back from outside the village, and Xu Hei flashed and disappeared into the woods. Wang Xiaoniu and his sister still haven't recovered from the shock. Don't believe all the rumors. This old Snake King is not a man-eating monster. Instead, he is very polite. I told you, this old Snake King is not a devil who harms people. He has even helped us. Wang Xiaoniu said in a tone as if he was giving orders. I know, I know. He ate the pig demon and avenged my mother. Wang Xiaoya said innocently. Just as the two men finished their conversation, a scream was suddenly heard from the entrance of the village. Help! The old Snake King is eating people again. Eating people. The voice was extremely miserable. It was the voice of Zhou the blacksmith's son next door. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoniu and his sister immediately ran out of the yard. They saw villagers outside the village fleeing frantically into the village. Everyone looked frightened, as if they had encountered a ghost. His father was among them. Something bad is happening. The old Snake King is eating people again. The old Snake King is eating people. Zhang Matzi and Zhou the blacksmith have been swallowed. It's right there in the ditch, everyone hurry up and report to the police. The villagers looked terrified and ran away, while Wang Daniu grabbed the two children, hurried into the yard and closed the door. From today on, you are not allowed to go out. Wang Daniu said seriously, with panic still lingering on his face. After more than half a year, the old Snake King appeared again, which was undoubtedly a big event. Old Snake King, eating people. Wang Xiaoniu looked confused. Just now the old Snake King ate a bucket of fish right under his nose, how come he started eating people the next moment? That's right. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that a black shadow emerged from the river and dragged Zhou the blacksmith and Zhang Matzi down. In a split second, two living people were gone. Wang Daniu said in panic. No. The old Snake King just nodded at us. How could he have the time to eat people? The younger sister Wang Ye next to her interrupted. Wang Daniu immediately glared at him, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Xiaoniu quickly pulled his sister's hand and said, Sister, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Xu Hei, who was in the forest, also heard the villagers' screams, and he looked confused. I ate people. How come I didn't know? He didn't go to the river at all, so how did he get the chance to dive into the water and eat people? He was wronged. Seeing the villagers running towards the government office, Xu Hei knew that this place was dangerous and it was not advisable to stay there for long. So, just run away. Ordinary wild beasts eating people would not attract the attention of the government, and they would not send people to encircle and hunt them. But Xu Hei was different. He was the Snake King in this area, and a Taoist priest who exorcised demons personally issued a bounty order for him, saying that whoever found him would be heavily rewarded. This is why he was taken seriously. The Taoist who subdues demons is a member of the Imperial Observatory and has great power. Local officials dare not disobey him. Snake catchers are a non-governmental organization that specializes in targeting snake demons. They have mastered many methods of catching snakes. Some of the experts among them possess magical weapons and are quite powerful. These are the two groups that pose the greatest threat to Xu Hei. One official, one private. Now that he has been exposed, Xu Hei will not stay in this area. He will hide for at least half a year until the beginning of next spring. But he was very curious about what kind of creature was eating people. It was able to drag two men underwater in an instant. Could it be a water monster? Xu Hei's eyes flickered and he had a guess in his mind. Throughout the summer, he never encountered a second monster except the pig monster at the beginning. His cultivation had not made much progress and he was still at the second level of the spiritual stage. However, the demon god cauldron in his body was emitting more and more spiritual energy and mist as time went by. Forget it, escaping is more important. Xu Hei didn't think too much about it. Even if it was a monster, he had no intention of going over to take a look. Monster meat was good, but his own life was more important. Not to mention whether he can win the fight. Even if he can, the government and the snake catcher are not just there to do nothing. There was heavy rain and strong wind. Xu Hei came to the swollen river, dived in, swam downstream with his tail swung. The fastest way was of course swimming, and the river water could also conceal his scent, so the snake catcher would not be able to track him. Of course, Xu Hei would not swim too far, at most he would only escape 50 miles, which was enough to avoid pursuit. There were many wild beasts in the mountains, and chasing too deep would be seeking death. Go out and stay out of the spotlight first, and come back next year. That's what Xu Hei did last year. Time passed and the sky gradually darkened. Xu Hei climbed out of the river and came to the shore. This place is 50 miles away from the village he left, so there is absolutely no one chasing him. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment, Xu Hei spread out his spiritual sense and became alert to his surroundings. The fact that he was the Snake King in the Snake Village did not mean that he was also the Snake King elsewhere. Every wild animal has a sense of territory. He will try to limit his activities to a minimum and avoid provoking others. Outside Snake Village, where the incident happened. This is a ditch that was formed just after the heavy rain. There are already quite a few people gathered here. A middle-aged man in Taoist robes walked to the river. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was an extraordinary temperament in his steps. The officers and soldiers immediately showed respectful expressions and made way for him. This person is the Taoist who exorcises demons from the Imperial Observatory. Master Chen, have you noticed anything? Asked the county magistrate. Chen Pingji held the whisk in his hand, his eyes flashed, staring at the water surface. There is indeed a trace of demonic energy. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers were immediately in an uproar. It's really the old Snake King. I haven't seen him for half a year, and he's out to cause trouble again. What a troublemaker. He has to eat several people every year to feel at peace. When will this end? The villagers cried bitterly and shouted in anger. Chen Pingji, however, frowned. This strange evil aura did not seem to come from the old Snake King. He counted with his fingers and his face darkened. I am now at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, and this demonic energy is almost the same as mine. I just don't know what kind of demon beast it is. If it was a rat demon, a cat demon, or a small demon beast, he would not be afraid, but if it was a snake demon or a tiger demon, he would leave without hesitation. An ordinary person can easily crush a mouse to death, but cannot defeat a tiger or a lion. The same goes for the cultivator. He can easily kill a rat demon at the 3rd level of the spiritual communication period, but when facing a large monster, his chances of winning are slim. Chen Pingji stared at the water for a long while. Suddenly, his pupils contracted and he shouted, "Everyone retreat!" Crash! The surface of the water suddenly exploded, and a black shadow shot up into the sky, causing a 10-foot-high splash of water that fell like rain. The black shadow pounced towards a soldier. Chen Pingji waved his whisk without hesitation, sending out a ray of golden light. The black shadow suddenly accelerated, grabbed a soldier, and dragged him back into the water like lightning. Evil beast! Chen Pingji was extremely shocked and furious. This beast not only ate people but also did not leave. It stayed where it was and continued to eat people. How rampant! The villagers all screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The county magistrate asked cautiously, "Master Chen, what should we do next?" Chen Pingji said, "Retreat. Block this place, wait for the tide to recede, and the monsters in the water will leave." Isn't this getting rid of the demon? The county magistrate was surprised. Chen Pingji didn't say anything but just looked at him, and the county magistrate immediately stopped talking. Chen Pingji knew in his heart that the monster in the water was not the old Snake King. With his strength, he could get rid of it, but it was too troublesome and he needed to use some trump cards. Those trump cards are prepared for the old Snake King. My brother disappeared in this area. He was probably swallowed by the old Snake King. The human pill that he had spent 10 years refining was also swallowed by him. The medicinal power should still be in the old Snake King's body. I must catch it, it is the key to my breakthrough to the middle stage of Qi refining realm. Chen Pingji's eyes flashed, but he didn't tell anyone what he was thinking. From the third level of Qi refining to the fourth level of Qi refining, it is a big leap from the early stage to the middle stage. He stayed at this step for 10 years. Soon, officers and soldiers blocked the area. Just as Chen Pingji was about to leave, he looked at a young man at the entrance of the village, who was Wang Xiaoniu from the Wang family. Chen Pingji looked at it for a while, then walked up to Wang Xiaoniu, felt his pulse, and pinched his forehead. "My God, what happened to my child?" Wang Daniu asked nervously. "Do not be nervous." Chen Pingji spoke gently, looking at the tattered book behind Wang Xiaoniu, and said, "You are born with a high spiritual perception, but unfortunately your aptitude is too poor, so you are not suitable for practicing Taoism. It would be nice to be a scholar. If you can pass the county exam, you can join the Sishianjian as a civil servant. Just tell me your name." He had noticed Wang Xiaoniu before, but hadn't had time to take a closer look. When he checked him now, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After saying that, he turned and left without stopping. As soon as Chen Ping left, the nearby villagers gathered around him, full of envy. "See Tianjian, this is the place of immortals. The Wang family is so lucky to be favored by the immortal." Amidst the compliments, Wang Daniu gritted his teeth and made up his mind to let Xiaoniu go to school, even if he had to sell everything he had. After the government left, the snake catchers came again. They went into the mountains to search, but did not find any trace of the old Snake King. Instead, they encountered a water monster by the river and fought with it, resulting in injuries to both sides. As time went by, the matter was gradually forgotten. Downstream of the river, the water was rushing and a slender black shadow was lurking in the water. Suddenly, there was a splash of water, as if a huge fish was struggling in the water, but soon it calmed down. A moment later, a snake head emerged from the water and crawled to the shore. The snake was pitch black all over, with shiny scales, a bulging belly, and a fat body, as if it had just swallowed a big fish. "He is Xu Hei." A month has passed since Xu Hei came here, and the heavy rain has gradually stopped. Living by the river, the food is much better. He can often catch some big fish that are meters long, which allows Xu Hei to satisfy his appetite. However, these ordinary foods were of little help to his cultivation. He still yearned for the monster meat and even wanted to go back to the ditch to take a look. But this dangerous thought only flashed through my mind. Xu Hei really didn't want to face the government, the snake catcher, and the unknown monster. Now that he has a method for practicing, his cultivation level can be improved slowly over time, so there is no need to take risks. Xu Hei lay on a stone, coiled in a circle, breathing in and out. Wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth transformed into long dragons, converging and drilling into the gaps between his snake scales. Gradually, his snake scales began to glow. The two scales at the tip of the tail even had a hint of light golden lines and were triangular in shape. They were new scales that had never been seen before. Xu Hei opened his eyes, his scales rubbed against the stone powder fell off, and his scales were intact. "This scale is as good as fine iron." Xu Hei was surprised. It was unknown when this phenomenon occurred. He only discovered in the last month that there were two special new scales on his tail. Moreover, the third piece was gradually being born nearby, but the speed was very slow. He searched through his memories, but could find no explanation. Xu Hei suspected that this should be related to the martial arts he practiced. That martial arts came from Qin Fan and was quite mysterious. As for the demon god cauldron in his body, he was also studying it. This cauldron has completely replaced the function of the demon core. The spiritual energy mist inside represents Xu Hei's cultivation level. After Xu Hei's breakthrough, the volume of the mist has not changed, only the concentration has increased. Xu Hei stood still and concentrated, looking at the surface of the small tripod. There was a lifelike dragon carved. The dragon's body looked smooth, but in fact it was covered with countless dense scales, which could only be seen clearly when magnified 100 times. Inside the dragon's body, there are many fine lines that look like blood vessels and meridians, so lifelike that they must be magnified at least 1,000 times. With Xu Hei's spiritual power, it can only be amplified 100 times. Xu Hei sighed and withdrew his consciousness. My spiritual awareness is not enough. When I become stronger and can see the direction of those meridians clearly, maybe I can gain something. Xu Hei thought thoughtfully. In the upper reaches of the Zhang River, there is a huge shadow in the water, quietly sneaking and rushing towards the downstream. This is a big octopus. It is huge and as black as ink, with 7 tentacles extending in the water, the longest of which can reach 3 meters. Wherever it passes, the fish in the water are caught one by one and brought back to its mouth to be devoured. This happened just when the tide was rising, and there was a monster swallowing people in the ditch. A few days ago, it fought a fierce battle with a snake catcher and was injured. As the tide receded, it left the ditch and returned to the river. If you look closely, you can find that one of its tentacles is broken, as if it was cut by a sharp sword, and there are traces of fire burns under its belly. All monsters have spirituality. Before leaving, it used a human child as bait and swallowed up a snake catcher in the chi refining stage, thus venting its anger. Now, it has reached the 3rd level of the spiritual period, close to the middle stage. It has lived for who knows how many years and can be called the overlord of the water. The giant octopus swam downstream, preying on fish along the way. All the fish fled as if they were facing a great enemy. On the river bank, Xu Hei's eyes were fixed on a willow tree, with his tail tucked behind him, like a stretched spring ready to shoot out at any time. Xu Hei's mind moved. Suddenly, the 2 scales on the tip of his tail stood up like sharp blades. The next moment, the tail swung out like a steel whip and hit the willow tree. Bang! With a crisp sound, the willow tree was cut in half, leaving a smooth cut, and fell into the river, splashing water. Looking at his masterpiece, Xu Hei thought to himself, this scale is as hard as iron, and the edges are sharp. I can use it as a weapon. Unfortunately, there are only 2 of them on my tail. When my whole body is covered with these scales, my defense should be amazing. Xu Hei also has his own fangs, but the toxicity is too weak. On the contrary, the power of these scales is more obvious. Find a fish first and test its power. Xu Hei flashed and dived into the river. Any moves he made had to be tested in actual combat. If it is difficult to even catch fish, then don't use it in the future, so as not to fail to save your life and end up being implicated by this trick. Strangely, Xu Hei didn't find any fish after searching for a while. Xu Hei was about to return when he suddenly felt a torrent coming from the side. A huge black shadow emerged from the bottom of the river and swam towards him quickly. An octopus came. Xu Hei was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a big octopus. But he didn't think much about it. He had seen bigger fish. He had even caught a 3-meter-long fish in Snake Village. The taste of that fish was still unforgettable to this day. Seeing the octopus approaching, Xu Hei swam up to it, his snake scales stood up, and his tail swung out like a long whip, as if he was treating the creature as an experimental subject. Swish! The octopus shrank back and 2 tentacles were chopped off. Xu Hei was stunned and continued to move forward, swinging out another blow, this time directly aiming at the octopus's head. The latter seemed to want to escape, but was a step too late. With a flash of cold light, its head was cut open. The huge body flapped in the water a few times and fell to the bottom of the river. After a moment, it was lifeless. Xu Hei was not very satisfied with his performance. It took him 2 hits to kill a fish. If he encountered a real monster, he would probably die before he could even use his skills. I'd better not use this trick. It's hard enough to kill an octopus, and I'd be courting death if I met a monster, not to mention a snake catcher. I'm afraid I'll be killed by the snake catcher before I even make a move. Xu secretly shook his head. He was about to go up and swallow the corpse, but he found that a wooden token floated up from the cracked place of the octopus corpse and passed in front of Xu Hei's eyes, clearly visible. The moment he saw the token, Xu Hei was struck by lightning and retreated several meters. He stared at the wooden token that was gradually floating up and was completely stunned. This token is actually the snake catcher's token. Xu Hei stared at it for a long time and observed it repeatedly before he confirmed that it was the snake catcher's token. This token bears the mark of a monk and is made of a special material, making it extremely difficult to damage. How did this appear inside the octopus? At this time, no matter how slow Xu Hei's reaction was, he noticed something was wrong. He immediately extended his spiritual sense and scanned into the octopus body, and was shocked to find that there was a fist-sized demon core in the corpse's head. It's not small in size, twice as big as the previous pig monster. Is this a demon beast? Xu Hei's pupils contracted and he stepped back subconsciously, but soon realized that the other person was dead. Xu Hei hesitated for a long time, then raised his head and swam carefully towards the octopus's corpse. After the corpse died, its muscles were still full of activity and the tentacles twitched. Xu Hei watched for a long time until the tentacles stopped moving, then he stepped forward. He swung his tail, cut off all the remaining tentacles, and then divided the body into several pieces. Only then did he feel at ease and boldly go forward to check. There were some corpse remains in the octopus stomach, including fish and 2 human skeletons. The flesh and blood had been digested, but the clothes were preserved. One of the clothes could be identified as the snake catcher's. Obviously, this monster was not weak and swallowed a snake catcher. Such a powerful water monster was accidentally killed by Xu Hei. He killed it as an ordinary wild monster. Xu Hei had a feeling of unreality. When did he become so powerful? Are the scales on his tail so fierce? Brother Yao, I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to kill a wild monster, but who knew I would kill you? If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to go up to you even if I had 100 guts. I hope Brother Yao can be reborn as a human in his next life. Xu Hei silently thought in his heart and prayed for the other party. In any case, the other party killed a snake catcher and got rid of the snake harm, and he remembered the achievement in his heart. Next, Xu Hei cut up the body and spent another half-hour transporting it from the bottom of the river and moving it back to his cave. During the process, he discovered that the monster was injured and he took advantage of it. Xu Hei's nest was located not far from the river beach. It was a hole of some unknown creature, but it was widened by Xu Hei and covered with grass and trees, so no clues could be seen from the outside. He swallowed the octopus's head in one gulp, and placed the remaining tentacles in the snake hole, covered them with sand, and planned to eat them slowly. This octopus looks soft, but its meat is actually hard and tough like rubber band, and it contains enormous energy. Just after eating the head, Xu Hei felt a vast amount of energy and blood rushing into his body and was quickly absorbed into the demon god cauldron. The spiritual mist was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, 10%, 20%, 30%. Even the third scale on his tail was rapidly transforming. The cultivation that had not been touched for a long time finally showed changes. This is much more powerful than the pig monster. Brother monster, I will remember your merits. Xu Hei held his breath and concentrated, breathing in spiritual energy with deep gulps, and practicing his skills with all his strength. It has been a long time since I had such a smooth practice. With so much monster meat, Xu Hei no longer needs to go out hunting. He can just concentrate on seclusion and maybe he can survive until winter. 1 month later. After Xu Hei ate up the octopus's corpse, his cultivation level increased again and he reached the late 2nd level of the spiritual communication period. The spiritual mist of the demon god cauldron has already covered most of it. If it was only 10% of the area before, now it is 80%. Xu Hei had a hunch that when the clouds covered 100% of the area, it would be the time to break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual period. Although there was no breakthrough, Xu Hei's strength increased greatly. His power and speed increased by about 50% compared to before, and a 3rd black gold scale appeared on his tail. This made Xu Hei quite happy, as if he saw hope, and his mood improved. Time flies, autumn goes, and winter comes. In early winter, the temperature drops sharply and the food outside becomes less. Snakes will gradually reduce their body functions, reduce consumption, and finally find a burrow and hibernate. Even a snake demon like Xu Hei cannot escape the laws of nature. Xu Hei abandoned the nest on the river bank. This place was not suitable for hibernation. He wanted to find a deeper cave, preferably one that was rarely visited by people. Wild animals can be guarded against, but they are mainly afraid of people. Winter is the peak season for catching snakes, and Xu Hei doesn't want to be dug out by someone. Xu Hei returned to the deep mountains and forests that he was familiar with. There were wolves roaming around this place, and there was bear feces on the ground, so few people came here. Xu Hei spread out his spiritual sense, and after confirming that there was no danger, he dug a hole in the ground and crawled in. The black gold scales on the tip of his tail had become 3, much harder than before, and the 4th had also transformed by half. Xu Hei used his tail to dig through the rocks and dug out a deep underground passage. Finally, he stopped 20 meters underground. At this distance, no wild animals can enter, and even humans cannot dig 20 meters. This is the maximum distance of Xu Hei's spiritual sense. He thought about it, then found some bear dung and piled it at the entrance of the cave to cover up the smell. Then he returned to the cave, coiled up into a circle, and went into hibernation. While Xu Hei was in hibernation, he was still breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As a cautious snake, he would not let himself fall into a coma completely. He still retained a trace of consciousness. Once anything abnormal occurred, he would wake up immediately. There are two very famous villages in the Qinjia town area, Snake Village and Python Village. As the name suggests, the mountains in this area are rich in snakes and most snake catchers are active here. Every winter is a good time to go up the mountain to hunt snakes. Many ferocious wild animals choose to hibernate in the winter. In addition, the grass and trees wither and there are no places to hide, so the safety factor of entering the mountains will be greatly increased. This year, the snake catcher posted a notice at the entrance of the village. Call young men to go hunting in the mountains, and reward 1 string of money per person. This announcement caused quite a stir in the village. In previous years, snake catchers would only cooperate with hunters, but this year there are no restrictions and everyone can join. They will receive 1 string of cash for each entry into the mountains. However, ordinary people going into the mountains also face greater dangers, as they may survive to gain the rewards but not to spend them. Xiaoniu, you stay at home and take good care of your sister. I'm going into the mountains for a while. Wang Daniu reminded. Dad, but you have never been to the mountains. Wang Xiaoniu worried. With your uncle's son leading us, nothing will happen. He is an old hunter in our village. He has been working with the snake catcher for more than 10 years and nothing has ever gone wrong. Wang Daniu patted Xiaoniu's head and said with a smile, when your father makes enough money, I will send you to the private school in Qinjia town. With Mr. Chu teaching you, you will definitely pass the exam. Wang Xiaoniu looked at his father, held back his tears, and nodded. Wang Daniu wrapped the money in cloth and put it under the bed. Before leaving, he glanced at the yellowed books on the bed, put on his coat, picked up his bag, and walked out of the house. Xu Hei is hibernating 20 meters underground, which is the limit of what his spiritual sense can detect. At this distance, he can just see the surface. Outside the surface, prey such as musk deer, snow hares, roe deer, etc. pass by from time to time, as well as tigers and brown bears. Sometimes some reptiles would drill into the hole, but the entrance was blocked and they couldn't get in. Apart from breathing in and out, Xu Hei did not make any other movements. Even his heart rate dropped to the lowest level. His body temperature was cold and his body was stiff. This was when he was most vulnerable. As a cold-blooded animal, he can only regain his mobility when spring comes and the temperature rises. The days go by. The temperature outside dropped to the lowest level, and Xu Hei's consciousness was in a confused state. Only when spiritual energy entered his body would he recover some functions and have a slight perception of the outside world. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surface. The 2 hounds put their noses close and sniffed at the entrance of the cave. Xu Hei's consciousness suddenly awakened. He took a breath of spiritual energy to regain some consciousness, and then he sent out his spiritual sense. Outside the ground, 2 hounds were seen sniffing ahead, and from behind, human footsteps could be heard. This is a trained hunting dog that can smell snakes. Xu Hei was secretly shocked. Xu Hei is very familiar with this kind of hunting dog. It can smell wherever a snake passes by and can easily find the hibernation place of snakes. However, he was hiding 20 meters underground and had deliberately used bear feces to cover up the smell, so the other party would definitely not be able to smell it. Sure enough, the 2 hounds only sniffed for a moment, then looked frightened, retreated and moved to the other side. The team behind also quickly moved away, changed direction and continued searching. Xu Hei breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even if they discovered him, they would not be able to do anything to him at such a long distance. However, having such a large group of people hanging around gave Xu Hei a headache. It's really troublesome. I can't even hibernate peacefully. Xu Hei complained in his heart. Soon, the call of the hunting dogs was heard, and the hunters gathered around, dug up a large rock, and found a large hibernating snake under the rock. The snake is 2 meters long and is a forest rattlesnake. Its meat is edible and its venom can be used to make medicine. Hibernating snakes are cold, stiff as iron, and unable to move. Humans cut off their heads, dig out their gallbladders, skin them, and put them into bags. Xu Hei witnessed the whole process, feeling nothing inside. He just hoped that they would leave quickly. However, the opposite happened. It's getting late. Let's make a fire and eat. Then we'll go down the mountain, shouted the leader. Okay. Such a large group of people not only did not leave, but instead gathered around and piled up firewood in the open space. Xu Hei was so angry that he almost burst into cursing. There were so many places to eat, why did he choose here? But at this time, he also noticed the 2 leaders, one a handsome young man and the other a fat middle-aged man. Both of them were wearing dark blue python robes, had a noble temperament, and had a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in their bodies. This python robe is exactly the clothes worn by snake catchers. Snake catcher. Xu Hei's eyes flashed. There was no doubt that this was a hunting team led by a snake catcher. Every winter, they would go into the mountains to catch snakes on a large scale. But this time, there were too many people, more than 30 of them. Not only hunters came, but also some young and middle-aged people and farmers who had never been to the mountains, and even Wang Daniu was among them, which was a bit strange. Everyone made a bonfire and set up an iron pot. In the iron pot, there were a lot of cut snake meat, all of which were freshly caught and had fresh texture. Mountain spring water was poured into the pot and steamed over high heat. Soon, the fragrance filled the air and everyone was having a great time drinking snake soup and eating snake meat. Humans raise so many domestic animals, but they are still not satisfied. Why do they still eat snakes? Xu Hei witnessed his fellow creatures being eaten. He felt angry but couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He suddenly felt a little hungry. Brother Wang, how do you feel? The old hunter Lisan, who was sitting next to Wang Daniu, asked with a smile. Wang Daniu drank a mouthful of snake soup and said bitterly, the mountains are still not suitable for me. After this trip, I'd better go home. It's almost the new year. Haha, it's good to go home. Your little Nyo will definitely be successful in the future. Lisan laughed heartily. Wang Daniu hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, I always feel that the immortal goes into the mountains so frequently and gathers so many people, not only to catch snakes, but also to find. Show. He was interrupted by Lisan halfway through his words. Lisan looked solemn and said in a low voice, everyone knows the truth about this matter. We can't ask too many questions and don't think too much. Just do your duty well. You will get the money anyway. Wang Daniu nodded. At this moment, 2 snake catchers were standing at the outermost edge of the crowd. They gathered together and were discussing something with serious faces. Brother, since we have found the place, it is useless to keep these people here. They might even leak the news. Why not? The handsome young man's eyes flashed and he took out a purple-green pill. The fat middle-aged man immediately stopped him and said coldly, stupid, do you think you are here to do nothing for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? How could they not see that you poisoned me? The snake catcher, who is a cultivator, attacks mortals at will, and the Sishianjian will not sit idly by. So what do you mean, senior brother? The handsome young man took back the pill and asked for advice. The fat middle-aged man snorted coldly and said arrogantly, there is a blind bear hibernating nearby. The handsome young man's eyes suddenly brightened, and he clasped his fists and said, brother, you are very smart. No wonder you chose this place. It turns out that you had planned it long ago. The fat middle-aged man assumed an unfathomable attitude, holding his head high and remaining silent. Xu Hei heard every word of the conversation between the 2 people. Xu Hei's spiritual sense had been on guard against these 2 people. At this moment, he felt his scalp tingling. If you want to kill someone, can you change the place? He doesn't care whether humans are dead or alive, the question is, can he still hibernate peacefully? If 20 or 30 people died, wouldn't the Imperial Observatory have to dig deep underground to eliminate all the evil spirits? Xu Hei also knew the root of all this, which was because there was a bear monster nearby. Before Xu Hei hibernated, he made a special check and found no traces of monsters nearby. But if they moved here after he hibernated, he would be helpless and it would be really unlucky for him. Unlike snakes, bears are warm-blooded animals. Even if they are awakened from hibernation, they will suddenly attack and kill people. What a lousy place. Why am I so unlucky? Should I go burn some incense and worship the Buddha? Xu Hei pondered inwardly. At this time, the young snake catcher took out a jar of fine wine and passed it to everyone. My fellow villagers, thank you for your hard work these days. This is our last time going into the mountains. After this meal, you can go home. I toast to you. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately cheered. They couldn't wait to take the wine jars and filled each glass. This is the wine that immortals drink. Normally they don't even have the chance to smell it. Thank you for the wine, immortal. Let's do it together. As the young man drank the wine, everyone else drank it all in one gulp. This wine is not poisonous, it is just an ordinary spiritual wine, but a little stronger. A cultivator will feel dizzy after drinking it, let alone a mortal. Good wine, good wine. I've never had anything so good in my life. Haha, everyone, drink as much as you can. I have more here, said the young snake catcher with a smile. Before long, everyone felt dizzy and many people fell to the ground drunk. Just when everyone was almost drunk. Suddenly, in the distance, there were bursts of roaring sounds, and the sand and stones on the ground shook, as if the entire mountain was shaking. I saw two drunk men running from a distance, looking frightened, and the trace of drunkenness had long since disappeared. No, a monster is coming, run away. As soon as the drunk man finished speaking, he saw a black shadow falling from behind, beating the two men to pieces, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Then, the bear demon's shocking roar resounded throughout the forest. Help! It's a bear demon. Run away. The entire hunting team was in complete chaos. Everyone woke up and ran away desperately. However, the alcohol was too strong, and everyone either hit a tree or fell to the ground, rolling and crawling. What's more, he was still talking in his sleep and couldn't even escape. The outcome can be imagined. Alas, someone is going to die again. Su Guangming sighed. Xu Hei didn't have any good feelings towards humans. He just hoped that these people would die far away and not die at the entrance of his cave, causing chaos. He moved outside so that his spiritual sense could see farther. At this time, the bear demon had already started killing people. The bear monster was extremely fast. It rushed into the crowd and killed a large number of people with just one slap. Wherever the palm wind passed, people were killed one by one, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was an extremely tragic scene. Immortal, save me, save me. Help. Don't abandon us. Screams were heard everywhere. The villagers had never seen such a monster before and were all scared out of their wits. However, the two snake catchers were well prepared and ran the fastest. Even though the handsome young man was drunk, he still ran as fast as a cheetah. Only Li San is the most sober among the hunters. My immortal, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Li San rushed forward and hugged the handsome young man's thighs, but was kicked away by the latter with a look of disgust on his face. You bunch of lowly people, you caused such a big disaster and yet you still have the nerve to ask for help. You asked for it, don't bother me. Zhao Wenjue cursed angrily with his neck red. Junior brother Zhao, hurry up. The fat middle-aged man in front urged. Zhao Wenjue made a poo sound behind him, turned around and flew 10 feet away, landing just near the entrance of Su's black cave. Li San gritted his teeth, picked up the crossbow behind him, aimed forward, and shot an arrow. Zhao Wenjue was on the side of his body, and the arrow flew past him. Although it missed him, the storage bag on his waist was hit by the arrow and broke apart. The things inside flowed out and scattered all over the ground. Pills, jade bottles, talismans, and 2 jars of spirit wine all fell to the ground. The spirit wine broke into pieces with a clang, and the wine flowed into the cave. Court death. Zhao Wenjue was furious. How dare a mortal attack an immortal? It was simply outrageous. But he didn't have time to deal with the mortal, so he could only bend down and pick up the things. He has not yet reached the middle stage of chi refining and is unable to pick up objects through a telekinesis. "Senior brother, come and help me," Zhao Wenjue shouted. The fat middle-aged man was very impatient, but he still stopped and helped him pick up things. He grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his storage bag. "It is true that you picked it up, but whether you return it afterwards is another matter." Xu Hei hid in the cave and saw wine flowing down the cave entrance. Some elixirs also rolled into the cave and dissolved when they came into contact with water. Xu Hei quickly moved out of the way, sticking close to the stone wall, letting the wine flow past him. "Who did I offend?" Xu Hei kept cursing, and for a moment, the whole cave was filled with the smell of alcohol. And just at this moment, Zhao Wenjue, who was picking up things, picked up a talisman on the ground. Suddenly, he squeezed his palm and spiritual energy poured into the talisman. "What are you doing?" The fat middle-aged man's face changed and he hurriedly reached for the storage bag at his waist, but he was still a step too late. Zhao Wenjue was seen holding the talisman, making a gesture with his palm and pointing his finger. The talisman instantly burst into a green light, and a fierce gust of wind erupted from it, blowing towards the fat middle-aged man. "Ah!" With a scream, the fat middle-aged man was blown away and flew straight towards the bear monster that was killing in the distance. This sudden change left Xu Hei dumbfounded. Zhao Wenjue sneered in his heart. He was a monk after all. How could a mortal hunter shoot his storage bag? Did he really think he was drunk? He deliberately let the bag be shot and the contents scattered all over the floor, giving him the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If he directly touched the storage bag, his senior brother would be alerted immediately. Also, there was some distance between them, so even if he attacked first, he might not hit him. By using the excuse of picking up something, he lured the opponent to get closer, and at the same time he picked up the talisman and attacked instantly, leaving the opponent with no chance of reacting. The fat middle-aged man also wanted to smuggle some of the pills, so he fell into the trap. "Zhao Wenjue, you will die a miserable death." Ding Hai also understood instantly, his eyes turned red, but soon he was forced to fight with the bear monster. However, the bear demon's strength was far beyond his imagination, it had actually reached the middle stage of the psychic period. If he got close to it, he would be dead. His fate is already determined. Xu Hei was stunned, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. "Oh my goodness, these snake catchers are fighting among themselves." Xu Hei was amazed. This scene opened his eyes. "Brother Ding, don't blame me. You and I have both been stuck in the early stages of chi refining for many years, but that spiritual object can only allow one person to break through. I'm sorry, junior brother," Zhao Wenjue said apologetically. Before leaving, he did not forget to finish off the enemy. He took out a wind blade talisman, activated it, and shot 2 wind blades at Ding Hai and 1 at Li San. At the same time, he shot at the 2 villagers nearby who had witnessed the scene, thus silencing all the witnesses. Then, he took out a strange ox-horn flute and blew it towards the sky, and suddenly the sound of a wolf howling was heard. This flute will attract wolves, which will devour all the corpses here and destroy all traces. His movements were so skillful that it was unbelievable. After doing this, Zhao Wenjue picked up the remaining pills. Finally, he looked at the broken wine jar with a slight pain, sighed, and turned away. "Brother Ding, I spent a lot of money to put on this show." He was not distressed about the wine, but about the pills, which were used for his daily practice. In order to make it more realistic, he also paid a considerable cost. 100 feet away, Ding Hai, who was covered in blood and was about to activate the talisman before his death to attack Zhao Wenjue in the distance, roared in despair and threw the talisman at the bear monster. Boom. There was a loud explosion and both figures were blown away. Ding Hai's limbs were broken and his head was blown off. He died on the spot. The bear demon was also seriously injured. Its hair was blown black and burned into a bald patch, and one of its eyes was blinded. Not long after Zhao Wenjue left, long howls of wolves were heard in the distance. The arrival of the wolves meant that no one present could survive. Xu Hei was not in the mood to pay attention to these things, he just wanted it to be over quickly so he could move to another place. He couldn't stay in this place anymore. Not only did a lot of people die here, but the place also reeked of alcohol. Xu Hei seriously suspected that he had offended the mountain god and was cursed. Had he ever offended him? It is not advisable to stay here for long. The important thing is to recover quickly. Xu Hei took a deep breath, practiced his skills, and continuously breathed in the spiritual energy in the air to regain consciousness. Gradually, a large amount of spiritual energy leaked out from the wine and pills and was absorbed into Xu Hei's body, slowly warming up his cold body. Xu Hei was stunned and looked at the drink in front of him. This is the spiritual wine that monks drink. It has been soaked with various spiritual objects such as herbs, poisonous snakes, and turtles. It already has a lot of spirituality. It has just been combined with elixirs to greatly increase its spiritual energy. Just by taking a whiff, Xu Hei felt as if spiritual energy was surging. Humans have a saying that young people shouldn't drink alcohol, but I'm an adult now, so it should be okay for me to try it, right? Xu Hei hesitated for a moment and decided to try it. He licked a drop with his tongue first, and immediately, a spicy taste passed through the tip of his tongue into his body, which not only refreshed him, but also raised his body temperature. Xu Hei waited for a moment, nothing unusual happened, and the spicy feeling gradually faded away. What a strange taste. He licked a few more drops, and the burning feeling came up again. A stream of heat rushed into his brain. His cold body was warming up quickly, and the stiffness and numbness were disappearing. He even felt a little dizzy. Xu Hei's eyes suddenly lit up. He leaned over and took a big sip. The spicy taste went down his throat and went straight to his head, making the dizzy feeling even stronger. I am so overwhelmed, I can't stand it anymore. Xu Hei no longer hesitated and breathed all the way up along the cave, absorbing all the spiritual wine he saw into his body, without leaving a drop. Xu Hei swallowed the spiritual wine that had melted into the soil, and he simply ate the soil. At this moment, waves of hot and violent energy rushed into his meridians and flesh frantically. Xu Hei felt as if his stomach was burning hot. The heat spread from his abdomen to his whole body, making it a little unbearable for a moment. But soon, he got used to this feeling. What a strong after effect. Is this what alcohol is? Ha! Xu Hei was extremely excited, and immediately seized the time to refine it with all his strength. As time went by, Xu Hei suddenly felt that his consciousness was no longer in his body. His body was floating and seemed to be flying into the sky. What's wrong? Xu Hei raised his head and looked at the hole above, only to find that the hole had become 3, 5, and 8. Why are there 8 holes? Xu Hei looked suspicious. His body was getting hotter and hotter, strength was surging out, and he seemed to have endless energy that he wanted to vent. A surge of violent emotion suddenly rushed into my brain. Who the hell made you turn into 8? You're playing tricks on me, change back. Xu Hei roared angrily, slapped the stone wall with his tail, and rushed towards the cave entrance. There was a loud boom, and the entire cave collapsed under the huge force, with rubble flying everywhere, as if a bomb exploded underground and the entire ground shook. The wolves were startled and looked in confusion, only to see a long, slender black shadow rising into the sky from a distance and falling to the ground. When the wolves discovered that it was just a snake that had been blown away, they ignored it and continued to eat their own food. The cold wind blew, the trees rustled, and snowflakes fell. It started snowing and a layer of white gauze covered the ground. Before we knew it, the world was covered in white. At this moment, wolves rushed in from all directions and pounced on the corpses. There were also a few survivors who were killed and knocked to the ground by the wolves, screaming in pain. As for the huge bear monster, one of its eyes was blind, most of its hair was burnt, and it walked with a limp. Its bones must have been broken. The wolves surrounded the bear, glaring at it with eager eyes. At first, 2 of them pounced on it, but were slapped to death by the bear. They no longer dared to move forward. Ouch! The bear demon roared, and the wolves retreated one after another, not daring to provoke him. Xu Hei looked at the white forest and felt dizzy. It seemed that the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. The snake's skin was so hot that it turned red, and the ice and snow it touched melted. In addition to the burning sensation and dizziness, the body also felt hungry, extremely hungry. I'm so hungry. Huh? Why are there so many rabbits? Xu Hei stared at the hungry wolf pouncing on humans with a suspicious look on his face. Before his eyes, countless rabbits flashed by, splitting into two into four, and becoming more and more numerous, densely packed. Out of curiosity, Xu Hei climbed up, but found that the rabbit did not run away, but instead bared its teeth and growled at him. How dare you, a rabbit, be so arrogant to me? Do you think you are a wolf? Xu Hei's temper flared up all of a sudden. Without saying a word, he rushed forward, bit the wolf that bared its fangs at him, and swallowed it in one gulp. The muscles of the body were squeezed and a crackling sound was heard inside the body. The demon god cauldron opened automatically and the evil wolf was digested at a terrifying speed. This is an unprecedented digestion speed. The huge body that had just eaten shrank rapidly. In just a few breaths, Xu Hei shrank back to its normal size and excreted a pile of black ash. Because it all happened so quickly, the wolves nearby saw clearly what happened and realized that they had lost one of their compatriots. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Xu Hei pounced on another hungry wolf again, opened his bloody mouth and bit the wolf's head. The throat contracted and the whole wolf was sucked in instantly. The wolves were in chaos and retreated. Just now, all the wolves saw clearly that it was this snake that attacked them. In just a moment, it ate two of them. At this time, Xu Hei burped and excreted a pile of black ash, completing his digestion. Not enough. Xu Hei swung his tail, and his figure floated away like a ghost in the snow, then shot towards another wolf. He bit, pounced, and swallowed it all in one go. In just 2 breaths, another wolf was swallowed. Ouch! The wolves were completely panicked and fled for their lives. Just like they did not dare to attack the bear monster, now facing Xu Hei's pursuit, they were all scared to death. They no longer cared about the food here and ran away. How could Xu Hei miss such an opportunity? He rushed forward like lightning, like a starving ghost, eating one by one after another, and it was not enough. In an instant, 4 more wolves were swallowed up. They didn't even have a chance to resist and disappeared as soon as they got close. It was as if he was swallowing a chick instead of a wolf. Little rabbits, don't run. After swallowing these wolves, Xu Hei's eyes became more and more excited. He did not feel a trace of satisfaction. His body was empty, like a beast that had been hungry for a long time, without the slightest feeling of fullness. The demon god cauldron was also frantically refining qi and blood, and waves of thirst were coming from it. Xu Hei was aroused to his most primitive instinct. The killing instinct. Xu Hei rushed forward like lightning and swallowed up the wolves one by one. All those he targeted were killed. In a blink of an eye, most of the wolves were swallowed up, leaving only a few scattered ones, which escaped without a trace. It was not until this moment that Xu Hei burped and his digestion slowed down. I ate so much but I always felt like something was missing. Xu Hei turned his eyes and looked to the side. Woo-woo. There was a roar from the front. The bear demon stared straight at Xu Hei, with a fierce light flashing in his gloomy eyes. He bared his teeth and made a humming warning sound in his throat. Xu Hei showed no fear at all. He coiled up like a snake, raised his head high, and looked at the creature in front of him. Xu Hei couldn't help but gasp and looked shocked. Oh my God! What a fat pig! Why is this pig so big? At this time, Xu Hei treated the bear monster as a fat pig. This is the fattest pig he has ever seen in his life. It is 4 meters tall. Can he swallow it in one bite? Never mind, just swallow it first. Xu Hei dodged and rushed towards the bear monster. Roar! The bear demon roared angrily. Even though he was seriously injured and one of his eyes was blind, he would never allow any monster to challenge his territory. He raised his bare paw and slapped it towards Xu Hei, creating a fierce gust of wind with the sound of thunder and lightning rushing straight towards him. But in Xu Hei's eyes, he only saw the fat pig raising its trotter and stepping towards him. The fat pig will also resist. Xu Hei was furious. Although he felt dizzy, his speed did not slow down at all. Instead, it became even more weird and unpredictable. In midair, Xu Hei bent his body and bounced out like a rubber band, avoiding the attack and hanging on the bear monster's paw. The strong wind did not blow Xu Hei down. Instead, with the help of the wind, Xu Hei swung around and flew directly onto the bear monster's face. The scales at the tip of Xu Hei's tail stood up, like a sharp sword, stabbing into his eyeball. Puff. Ouch. The bear demon suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and its bare paws slapped towards Xu Hei's face madly, knocking him down. Ouch. Xu Hei was knocked flying, but he didn't feel any pain, which only made him more angry. Fuck. You got beaten by a fat pig. I'm going to bite off your pig head. Xu Hei was furious and attacked again, biting the bear monster on the face. Ouch. The bear demon screamed and grabbed Xu Hei's body. Xu Hei turned around and slashed with his tail, cutting off the bear's paw. You pigs dare to resist, I'll let you resist. Xu Hei's eyes were vicious. He slapped the ground with his body and instantly bounced up. His huge tail was like a whip, lashing the bear monster's face fiercely. The bear monster was completely blind and couldn't see the direction at all, so he could only grab randomly. Bang. With a crisp sound, the huge bear demon's head flew out like a football, and was thrown more than 10 feet away. It hit a tree, rolled down, and lay motionless. The bear demon's body immediately froze, and after a few breaths, it slowly fell to the ground. You dare to hit me, you dare to hit me. I will kill you. Xu Hei was still not satisfied, so he rushed forward and continued to whip the corpse, beating the bear demon into a meat patty. Only at this moment did Xu Hei breathe heavily, his body steaming, and gradually cool down. A cold wind blew and heavy snow fell. Xu Hei shuddered and looked around. Oh, there are blind bears and wolves nearby. I can't delay any longer, or they will come and steal my food. I have to eat quickly. One has to admit that even in his dream, Xu Hei was thinking about acting cautiously and not being too reckless. Immediately, he took the bear monster's leg in his mouth and swallowed it from bottom to top. However, the bear monster was too big, 4 meters long, and Xu Hei was just a tiny guy of 2.5 meters. After swallowing a small half, he could not swallow any more. But when it comes to eating, Xu Hei will never allow himself to be cowardly. He can be cowardly in a fight, he can be cowardly in danger. If he is cowardly when eating, then he is still a snake demon with chicken feathers. It is better for him to die by hitting his head and quickly reincarnate into the next life. I swallow it, I swallow it, swallow it. The black snake skin stretched straight, showing amazing flexibility, and continued to swallow. After a short while, the entire bear monster was completely swallowed into its body. At this time, Xu Hei reached an astonishing 4 meters in length, and his entire body swelled into a small hill, bloated and narrow, becoming oval in shape, and his scales were stretched straight. It was like a small snake skin that was blown up into a big balloon. He perfectly illustrates what it means to be greedy and want to swallow an elephant. Xu Hei really couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't even have the strength to crawl. He couldn't even close his mouth. His eyes went dark and he passed out. After Xu Hei fell unconscious, the demon god cauldron automatically activated, sucking the bear meat into it and refining it quickly. Waves of hot energy and blood were transmitted into Xu Hei's muscles and bones, waking him up again. Xu Hei opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him became clear. His head was no longer dizzy, his body was no longer hot, and his vision was clear. Ah! Where is this? How did I get out? Xu Hei's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to get up and shrink back into the snake hole. There are many wolves outside, and there is also a bear demon in the middle stage of psychic communication. How could he afford to provoke them? But then, he was shocked to find that his body had swollen like a big ball, nearly 4 meters long, as if he had swallowed a huge monster. Xu Hei retreated several meters with difficulty, looking around in a daze. Heavy snow fell, covering the sky and the earth with white. The wolves had long disappeared, and the bear monster was nowhere to be found either. Xu Hei felt as if his head was hit by a hammer and it hurt terribly. What happened just now? Xu Hei had a splitting headache. Some scattered memories kept coming back to him, and soon he remembered everything. Just now in the snake cave, he accidentally drank a lot of wine and felt hot, so he wanted to go out to cool down. He ate a lot of rabbits and seemed to have eaten a pig, but how could there be a pig in this snowy weather? Xu Hei was shocked to find that there was not a single wolf left in the nearby wolf pack. These are not rabbits, they are clearly wolves. As for that fat pig. Xu Hei swallowed and looked towards the tree in front of him. There was a black bear's head just standing there, looking at him quietly. I really didn't mean it. Xu Hei felt bitter inside. This is a bear demon in the middle stage of spiritualism. He can kill a snake catcher with a single slap. No one would dare to provoke him even if he had 100 courage. He was also drunk and ran out to kill the bear monster. This is so dangerous. You might even lose your life. Xu Hei was frightened for a moment, but alcohol made him braver than a snake, so he decided not to drink again. If you want to blame someone, blame the humans. It's all their fault. Not only did they kill their own people, they also killed you, my demon brother. If you're angry, go find them, don't come to me. Xu Hei muttered a few words in his heart, bowed, crawled forward, and swallowed the black bear's head in one bite. It is not advisable to stay here for long. He couldn't go back to his original place, so Xu Hei could only find a new place to hibernate. Xu Hei took a deep breath and used his last bit of strength to crawl outside. At this moment, he felt waves of pain, not only from swallowing the food, but also from the slap from the bear monster. Xu Hei recalled the battle process, which was simply horrific. Faced with such a huge beast, who would rush forward? Isn't that courting death? Fortunately, he had thick skin and only broke a few bones. If it were another snake demon, he would have died several times with just one slap. Xu Hei was unable to crawl normally, and could only stretch and retract his body, arching forward like a maggot. Fortunately, the scales on his tail helped him move quite fast. As a snake demon who has lived in the mountains for many years, he has already figured out the terrain of this place. Xu Hei already has more than a dozen spare hibernation places. Not long after, Xu Hei came to a crack in the rock. Below the crack, there was a very hidden pool of water. The pool was frozen. Xu Hei crawled into the crack, broke the ice, and dived into the cold water. The entrance to this pool is very small, but the internal area is very large. It is connected to a cave and is extremely hidden. It is one of Xu Hei's pre-selected hibernation sites. He swam for a while, left the water and went into the cave. It was pitch black in the cave, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Xu Hei liked this kind of environment. He lay on the ground, breathing in and out, quietly digesting the bear monster meat in his body. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and a strong wind blew outside, covering the bodies on the ground. Everything seemed to have never happened. That night, the government immediately organized a team to go into the mountains to search. When they arrived at the scene, they only found mutilated corpses all over the ground, covered by heavy snow. When the news spread back to the villages, it was like a bolt from the blue, and every village was filled with grief. Zhao Wenjue was at the back of the crowd, his eyes were red, he knelt on the ground, and cried bitterly. Next to him stood a woman in a red Taoist robe, frowning. Junior brother Zhao, you said there is a bear demon in the middle stage of spiritualism here, the red-robed woman asked doubtfully. That's right, I didn't expect that the bear monster was so powerful. Senior brother Ding died to protect me. Zhao Wenjue said with great sorrow. Soon, they found Ding Hai's incomplete body. The storage bag was destroyed and everything was gone. Only his eyes were still open, full of resentment, as if staring at Zhao Wenjue. Zhao Wenjue pretended to be angry and said, Sister, the bear monster was hit by an intermediate fire explosion talisman, and it must be seriously injured. Why don't we go into the mountains to kill the monster and avenge our brother? Absolutely not. A mid-stage spiritual master is much more powerful than you think. Moreover, it is a bear monster with strong vitality. If it is seriously injured, it will only arouse its ferocity. We cannot afford to provoke it. The red-robed woman interrupted him and said seriously. Zhao Wenjue quickly bowed and said, Senior sister, I am right. On the surface, Zhao Wenjue was naive, but in fact, he was as clear as a mirror. How could he not know the strength of the bear monster? The bear monster had reached the 5th level of the spiritual stage, and a fire blast talisman could not seriously injure it. The woman in red robe became suspicious. Do Zhao Wenjue and Ding Hai really need to bring 30 people to the mountain to catch snakes? It was obvious that these two people went up the mountain with other purposes. It was a pity that no one survived, otherwise she could have found out some information. No matter what, you are lucky to be alive. Ding Hai's death was an accident. I will explain it to Master. The red-robed woman said calmly. Thank you, Senior Sister Song. Zhao Wenjue bowed quickly. Inside the dark cave, a huge shadow lurked in the corner of the cave, its figure rising and falling, breathing in and out rhythmically, and emitting bursts of white smoke. This huge shadow is Xu Hei, who is in hibernation. At this moment, the spiritual energy and mist within the demon god cauldron had expanded to 100% of its area, filling the entire area of the small cauldron. This was a sign of the completion of the second level of the spiritual communication stage. Suddenly, Xu Hei's body trembled violently, and the spiritual energy and mist in the demon god cauldron compressed rapidly, shrinking its area rapidly until it was compressed to a point. Although the area is smaller, the concentration of spiritual energy is more than 10 times greater, almost forming a substance. At the same time, a tremendous force gushed out and spread throughout his body. Xu Hei's bones made crackling sounds, like thunder, and his body transformed. The old snake skin fell off, and was replaced by a tougher new skin. Psychic period, 3rd level. This is a watershed. The next 4 levels are the middle stage of the spiritual period, which is completely different from the early stage. At this moment, the bear monster still had a lot of energy and blood, and Xu Hei continued to absorb and refine it at an incredible speed. Outside Qinjia town, in the dilapidated mountain temple. This place is deserted and there is no one in sight except some beggars who froze to death. According to rumors from the older generation, this place is not inhabited by a mountain god, but an evil god. Coupled with the fact that several murders have occurred here, everyone is afraid to come here. The mountain god temple outside Qinjia town was built at an unknown time, but it has a history of 100 years. The appearance of the statue has been weathered and the full picture cannot be seen clearly. It is said that strange things often happen here and no one dares to approach, causing it to gradually become desolate. This year, there was not even a beggar, only a stray dog going in and out looking for food. Sudden. The huge statue in the center shook slightly, shaking off all the dust and snow. Woof! The big black dog was so frightened that it trembled and crawled out of the mountain temple as if it had seen a ghost. A faint sigh was heard from within the statue. After 200 years, I finally woke up. It's time to find a physical body. Unfortunately, the last 2 physical bodies I had were destroyed by that little beast. That little bastard is also considered half of my disciple. When he comes next time, I will make sure he finds a perfect body. Before I knew it, 3 months had passed. As winter goes and spring comes, all things revive and the ice and snow melt. The villagers of Snake Village have started the New Year sowing season, but compared to previous years, there are far fewer farmers this year. In the deep mountains and old forests, all things are bursting with new vitality. Both plants and animals are growing wildly. Hibernating snakes are waking up, crawling out of their burrows and starting to forage for food in the new year. Inside an underground cave, the temperature gradually rose, and water droplets seeped down from the rock layers on the ceiling, falling along the stalactites to the ground, making a dripping sound and forming small puddles. Xu Hei, who had been sleeping for a long time, finally opened his eyes. After a winter of hibernation, Xu Hei's body was a little stiff. He breathed in and out, and spiritual energy flowed through his meridians throughout his body. After a long while, he slowly recovered. Xu Hei looked inward at his body. At this moment, the spiritual energy cloud within the demon god cauldron expanded again, from a small point that had just been broken through to covering 80% of the area. 80% of them are here to devour the bear monster. This surprised Xu Hei a little. The bear monster's flesh and blood not only allowed him to break through once, but also directly reached the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual period. It seemed that the 4th floor was not far away. There are 6 black and gold scales on the tip of the tail. It is true that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. It is difficult to make any progress through peaceful practice alone. The only way is to rely on devouring and plundering. Xu Hei said secretly in his heart. Xu Hei's spiritual sense spread out and covered everything. Now, his spiritual awareness can expand to a range of 30 meters, which is a significant improvement compared to the beginning. According to my memory, only humans who have reached the middle stage of chi refining can initially use their spiritual sense, but it will not exceed 10 meters. What's wrong with me? Xu Hei was a little confused. Just like Qin Fan, he was able to use his spiritual sense at the beginning. Maybe their talents are different from ordinary people. During this 3-month hibernation period, human knowledge and memory would often emerge, not only knowledge of cultivation, but also some advanced ideas. Some of them inspired Xu Hei deeply. He also often reviews what he has done, and finds many of his actions to be immature. For example, eating human food is obviously a stupid behavior. If someone wants to plot against him, they can easily do so. A few more days passed. The temperature rose again and Xu Hei started to move. He crawled around in the cave to stretch his muscles. Although it was dark, he had already used his spiritual sense to scan the area within a radius of 30 meters. The cave is very large, deep, long and narrow, and no one knows where it leads to. There was a pond nearby, where he passed by when he came in. However, there was nothing in the pool, no living creature, not even an insect. There was only a large, lonely black stone at the bottom of the pool. Xu Hei jumped into the pool and swam towards the shore. He did not dare to stay for long, and immediately swam to the other side and climbed onto the shore along the steep rocks. This pool of water was quite strange. Xu Hei had no plan to explore it and even ignored the stone. He decided to wait until his cultivation became stronger and let others try it first. The warm sun is shining, it is early spring. The ice and snow melt and flow down from the mountains, gathering into streams in the mountain streams and forming waterfalls. Xu Hei came to a pond and caught some frogs, as well as a few clams and crabs. There were many creatures here. Xu Hei found hundreds of them with a sweep of his spiritual sense. He immediately took action and swallowed them one by one. He also found some snakes that had just emerged from hibernation, which he also swallowed. Only then did Xu Hei feel a little full. We've eaten too much here, let's eat somewhere else. Xu Hei resisted the urge to continue hunting, left this pond and headed for the next one. There is plenty of food in spring. In the past, he would have eaten it all without hesitation, but now, he understood. During hibernation, he acquired a new knowledge point called ecological balance. If a certain species is lost in large numbers in a place, it will gradually become extinct until it becomes extinct. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for Xu Hei. At that time, he would be forced to go down the mountain to the human village to seek food and drink, which greatly increased the danger. In addition, he would deliberately let go some pregnant female animals or those with babies to allow them to reproduce smoothly. Even the hunters in the snake village will choose to release the young fish they catch. My appetite is huge, but it's still much smaller than that of humans who have an endless appetite. As long as we exercise some control and occupy 2 hilltops, we will be able to be self-sufficient. Xu Hei said in his heart. The days go by. Xu Hei has been wandering between the 2 mountains, eliminating similar competitors one by one. As long as no other ferocious beasts break in, he is the only king here. Through spiritual observation, he already had a rough idea of what species were in these 2 mountains. 25 roe deer, 20 wild boars, 30 musk deer, and several hundred rabbits. There are also monkeys, spotted deer, wild goats, mountain cats, and hundreds of other species. Xu Hei only counted those larger ones, as he could be full by eating one. He really couldn't count the other small rodents, amphibians, birds, and fish. As long as these species reproduce normally and he doesn't eat them indiscriminately, he can definitely be self-sufficient. As for other hills, Xu Hei did not dare to trespass because of the scent marks left by monsters. He also left his own marks on the edge. He took some time to go back to the snake village and took a look at the Wang family's youngest son. Compared with last year, Wang Xiaoniu had grown taller, was less naughty, and more mature and steady, as if he had grown up in just 1 year. But there was no sign of Wang Dainiu in the melon field, only an isolated grave. Xu Hei sighed, turned and left. Xu Hei once passed by the mountain god temple outside Qinjia town. He wanted to burn some incense and worship the gods, and he even caught a pheasant as a tribute. When he got closer, he suddenly couldn't bear to leave the chicken, so he ate the chicken and turned away. Another month passed. That day, Xu Hei left his territory and went deep into the mountains. His direction was very clear, as if he had precise navigation, pointing directly to a certain place. Before he knew it, he arrived at a valley. This is a basin-shaped terrain, surrounded by mountains. The air is damp and cold, there are many puddles on the ground, and snake holes are scattered all around. With a casual sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered no less than 10 snakes. This valley is called the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Xu Hei came here because of the scent of his own kind. He would come here every year at this time of year, and it had become a habit. It's snake season. As an adult male black snake, Xu Hei didn't know what species he was, but he left a lot of seeds here. Maybe if he swept his spiritual consciousness around, he would find his descendants among them. Of course, he had no impression of these things. This year he did not come here to breed, but he remembered something important. The Wancha Valley is covered with green plants, overgrown weeds, and puddles of various sizes. The sunken terrain leads to a humid climate and stagnant water, making it a paradise for mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth often gathers here, leading to the birth of some spiritual herbs. The most famous one is the snake fruit at the deepest part. Xu Hei dived into a puddle and swam towards the depths of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Soon, he arrived at the end of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. The soil here was soft and moist, without a single weed. There was only a tree growing on the high slope that absorbed all the nutrients. The tree is not big, about the height of a person, and there are 3 pitch-black fruits on it. Snake fruit. Xu Hei stared at the fruits on the tree with a burning gaze. Snake fruit, as the name suggests, is a fruit that is extremely attractive to snakes. Once taken, they can enhance their physical fitness and there is a certain chance of transforming into a snake demon. Xu Hei once turned into the feared old Snake King after taking a snake fruit. The red apple ripens every 3 years. Counting the time, this year is the season for maturity again. At that time, Xu Hei didn't know what the snake fruit was used for, and he swallowed it purely based on instinct. After acquiring human knowledge, he realized the true value of the snake fruit. Not only can it be swallowed directly, but it can also be used to make medicine, and it is very valuable. The reason why so many snakes gather in Wancha Valley is not only the breeding season, but also snake fruit is an important factor. 3 years ago, I only swallowed 1 snake fruit. If I swallow 3 at once this time, I wonder if I can break through to the 4th level of the spiritual stage. Xu Hei thought to himself that once he reached the middle stage of the psychic period, he would be able to cast some spells and no longer rely on pure physical combat. This is a qualitative leap. Before the snake fruit is fully ripe, it will not emit any fragrance and its energy is very mixed. Only after it is ripe will its medicinal effect be perfect and it will also emit a rich aroma to lure snakes to devour it. According to Xu Hei's estimation, it will mature in the next few days. Don't be too happy yet, check if there is any danger nearby. Xu Hei left the fruit tree, dived into the swamp, spread out his spiritual sense, and observed around. The area of Wancha Valley is not very large. Xu Hei spent an hour wandering around and found no danger, except for a few hawks occasionally circling in the sky, preying on snakes. There are snakes and insects everywhere in Wancha Valley, so it is normal that they attract some natural enemies to prey on them. This kind of eagle poses no threat to Xu Hei. As long as it is not a monster, Xu Hei doesn't bother to pay attention to it. But Xu Hei vaguely felt that the place where this kind of spiritual medicine grew must be guarded by monsters. Xu Hei was suddenly stunned. Isn't he a monster? After resting for a while, he planned to continue exploring the periphery. At this time, a female white snake crawled towards him. The white snake was about 1 meter long and looked the same as him, except for its color. It must have been attracted by Xu Hei's smell. Xu Hei has no interest in this kind of wild beast now. To practice, one must preserve his essence and vitality. The opponent must at least be a powerful snake demon that can be helpful to his cultivation. Only then will Xu Hei consider it. Xu Hei was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt that the white snake in front of him seemed somewhat familiar, both in its breath and appearance. The white snake stopped about 10 feet away from him, lying on the ground, looking at him quietly, without moving. Her eyes were calm and she made no noise, indicating that she had no hostility. I remember now. This is an old friend. She would come to see me every time I came back in previous years. Xu Hei thought in a dark way that the white snake had memorized his scent, and as long as Xu Hei came back, it would be able to find him. Normally males follow females, but this white snake is the opposite. Xu Hei thought of a saying in the human world and couldn't help but sigh, "You and I are separated by the immortal world, so let's say goodbye now." He made a rustling sound and turned away. It was a pity that he didn't have the Wangchen pill, otherwise he could have given her one. Of course, it is more likely that Xu Hei is just being sentimental. How can snakes have emotions? Even if the monsters are spiritual, instincts dominate the majority. Not everyone is Xu Hei. After Xu Hei left, the white snake followed him and swam for a while. Xu Hei suddenly accelerated, left the latter far behind, and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, several days passed and the day when the snake fruit was ripe arrived. Outside the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, two figures, one in front and one behind, arrived at the same time. The two men stood on a tree, emitting a strong scent of realgar. When the nearby snakes smelled it, they all moved away, disliking the smell. These two people, one man and one woman, were wearing dark blue python robes and red Taoist robes respectively. If Xu Hei were here, he would definitely recognize that the handsome young man was Zhao. The woman in red Taoist robe beside him was his senior sister, Song Shiyu. Senior sister Song, this is the 10,000 Snake Valley that senior brother Ding and I discovered. The spirit snake fruit is inside. Zhao pointed to the valley, bowed his head, and looked flattering. Yeah. You did a good job. Song Shiyu nodded with satisfaction. She had already found that what happened that day was a bit strange. Ding Hai gathered so many villagers together, obviously looking for something, so she secretly investigated. As soon as he found out some clues, Zhao couldn't wait to confess everything. He also confessed all the details about how Ding Hai alarmed the bear demon and killed the villagers. As for the rest, she didn't ask. Senior sister, I won't take advantage of you. Let's split the spirit snake fruit in half each, okay? Song Shiyu said calmly. Zhao was immediately excited and bowed with his fists clasped, "Thank you, senior sister. But sister, any elixir must be guarded by a monster, so you need to be careful." Zhao added solemnly. Song Shiyu nodded slightly and sneered, "Don't worry, senior sister has made preparations. The only snake demon in this area is the old Snake King. If it dares to come out, its snake gallbladder can be used as medicine." Zhao burst into laughter. "Haha, what a coincidence, junior brother has also made sufficient preparations to deal with that old Snake King." After Zhao finished speaking, he took out a snake-shaped flute and showed it off. Song Shiyu smiled knowingly and said no more. She took out a handful of waxy yellow soil and smeared it on her body. This is realgar powder refined by snake catchers. It can repel snakes and insects. As long as you smell this scent from a distance, snakes will automatically avoid it. It also has a certain effect on snake demons. Zhao did the same. After doing all this, the two of them entered the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, one in front and one behind. That day, Xu Hei was lying on a big rock, breathing in and out. The white snake was lying not far away, just looking at him. Except for the period of hunting, when the white snake would leave for a short while, it followed Xu Hei most of the time. Xu Hei did not stop him. After all, they were half acquaintances and would leave after eating the snake fruit. At this moment, the white snake, which had been motionless, seemed to smell something, flicked its tail, and quickly ran away. Xu Hei was stunned. At the same time, rustling sounds were heard in the grass in the distance, and all the snakes were retreating in the same direction. What's going on? Xu Hei was puzzled. The next second, he smelled a disgusting and unpleasant odor coming towards him, almost making him vomit. My, what is this smell? Xu Hei couldn't describe the smell. In human terms, it's like a mixture of rotten eggs, feces, urine and fart, and it stinks. Smell it once and you will feel nauseous, smell it twice and you will vomit, smell it 3 times and you will faint. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Xu Hei could hardly control his body and wanted to crawl away. Who could stand this? However, his reason prevailed over his instinctive reaction. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Xu Hei endured the stench, held his breath, raised his neck and looked forward. I saw a man and a woman, stepping on the wetland and walking towards the depths. As the two walked forward, they sprinkled yellow powder, causing snakes and insects to retreat one after another. It was the realgar powder that snakes were extremely afraid of. Some of the little snakes that didn't have time to run were even fainted by the smoke, and some were even poisoned to death. It's the damn snake catcher again. Xu Hei recognized it at a glance. The female cultivator didn't know that the man was none other than Zhao Wenjue. He had seen Zhao Wenjue scheming, and he would attack his own people at the slightest disagreement. However, judging from the attitudes of the two of them, it seemed that Zhao Wenjue was very fond of the female cultivator. These two are here for the snake fruit too, right? Xu Hei looked at the direction the two men were heading, which was exactly where the snake fruit was. In addition to swallowing, snake fruit can also be used to make elixirs, which is also beneficial to human cultivation. It is a rare and precious medicinal material. If it were before, Xu Hei would have been afraid of the snake catcher and might have run away. But now, he has some confidence. Now, he has reached the peak of the third level of the spiritual communication stage and is at the critical point of the middle stage. In terms of cultivation, he is not inferior to the other party. The snake catcher is not invincible. Both the octopus and the bear monster easily killed him. Xu Hei is much stronger than these two. Xu Hei pondered for a while, hid in the water, and followed quietly. He is very small. After a year, he is still only 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall. This is very different from ordinary snake monsters and is suitable for hiding, which is his advantage. Xu Hei didn't take any action for the time being, he just wanted to follow and see. What if these two suddenly start a quarrel? This is a fine tradition of mankind. Senior Sister Song, what if the old Snake King doesn't show up? Zhao Wenjue asked with a smile. Song Shiyu glanced at him and said with a smile, the old Snake King has lived for more than 10 years and his lifespan is coming to an end. The spirit snake fruit this time is very important to him. If he doesn't eat it, he will die of old age. There is no way he won't show up. Xu Hei was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two people. He has lived for more than 10 years. How come he doesn't know? Xu Hei had forgotten how long he had lived, but he had eaten this snake fruit 3 years ago. He had a deep impression that the snake fruit matured every 3 years, so he would not have made a mistake. It was during these 3 years that he ate people so many times that people called him the old Snake King. But from what this woman said, he has lived for more than 10 years. Looking at Zhao Wenjue's expression, he didn't find it strange, and nodded as if he suddenly understood. This made Xu Hei even more confused. Am I that old? The lifespan of snakes is generally 10 years. Even for snake demons in the psychic stage, the lifespan is only 20 years at most. It has been more than 10 years, and Xu Hei is almost dying of old age. There is no way he couldn't feel it. His physical functions are obviously improving day by day, with no signs of aging at all. What nonsense is this woman talking about? You are old. Xu Hei cursed in his heart. But soon, Xu Hei was suddenly stunned. Old Snake King, this nickname itself contains the word old, which is clearly a symbol of having lived for a long time. Xu Hei was used to being called Old Snake King and never analyzed why he was called Old Snake King. Am I old? Why do you call me that? Xu Hei frowned and suddenly felt that things were not simple. Xu Hei swept his spiritual sense and saw that there were tens of thousands of snakes in the 10,000 Snake Valley, many of which were similar to him or even exactly the same as him. For example, the white snake was of the same species as him, but its color had changed. Although Xu Hei, a snake demon, has limited knowledge, he is not stupid at all. After careful analysis, Xu Hei suddenly thought of a possibility. His pupils dilated and his breathing became a little rapid. No way. Xu Hei's eyes widened, he dived into the water, and followed quietly behind. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the snake fruit tree. Their timing was perfect, the snake fruit trees will be ripe today. And just at this moment, the earth suddenly began to shake, and the water in the puddles created ripples as if a major earthquake had occurred. Xu Hei stopped immediately and observed secretly. The two people who were moving forward also stopped. Zhao Wenjue looked nervous and pinched the storage bag, while Song Shiyu had a look of disdain on his face. Sure enough, it's here. Song Shiyu smiled coldly and retreated quickly. The next moment she stepped back, the soil below her suddenly exploded, stirring up a large amount of mud and sand, and a huge dark figure emerged from the soil. After this figure appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Song Shiyu. The pair of fangs flashed with a cold light. The old Snake King has appeared. Zhao Wenjue was shocked and exclaimed. Song Shiyu was well prepared. With a wave of her jade hand, a golden talisman was thrown out, forming a soft shield. The black fangs hit the golden shield and sank deeply into it, like being stuck in a quagmire. This is. Xu Hei immediately focused and looked carefully. I saw that the black figure was a big snake. The snake was huge, with an oval head, light golden pupils, and triangular scales. In appearance, it is exactly the same as Xu Hei, obviously the same species. However, it was much larger in size, 8 meters long, as thick as a bucket, with a ferocious face, and huge fangs. From a distance, it looked like a bigger version of Xu Hei. Seeing this snake and looking at the expressions of the two men, Xu Hei was shocked. This is the real old Snake King, I'm a fake. Xu Hei finally understood the truth. In his mind, he immediately analyzed the cause and effect of the matter. Over the past decade, this old Snake King has been stirring up trouble, acting tyrannically, and eating countless people, earning him a notorious reputation. It's just that as he got older, he went out to eat less frequently, and 3 years ago, he almost never did. And it just so happened that 3 years ago, Xu Hei suddenly appeared and started eating people one after another. So, he was mistaken for the old Snake King. If you ignore their size, these two snakes are almost exactly the same in appearance and it is difficult to tell the difference. Except for the black and gold scales at the tip of the tail, it is unique to Xu Hei. Xu Hei wondered if this was one of his relatives. However, snakes had no concept of relatives. They were all cold-blooded animals. At most, members of the same species would be attracted to each other only during the breeding season. During the non-breeding season, they will kill each other when they meet, competing for territory and food, no matter who your relatives are. Even in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, many male snakes fought each other for mates. No wonder I always attract snake catchers every time I show up. It turns out you're the one who took the blame. After finding out the truth, Xu Hei felt complicated. This was the first time he saw a snake demon other than himself. At this moment, the old Snake King also displayed his extremely ferocious strength. Although he was old, his fighting power was not weak at all. He had great strength and sharp fangs. He shattered Song Shiyu's golden shield talisman with just one encounter. Song Shiyu took out a bronze bell, quickly enlarged it in her palm, and placed it horizontally in front of her. When the old Snake King rushed forward, the bronze bell hummed, and visible sound waves swept out, making the old Snake King dizzy and entering a brief blackout. Song Shiyu took out a dart and threw it out. It hit the scales, but made a crisp ding sound and only penetrated a little. Such tough scales. If these snake scales are peeled off, they can be made into a set of precious armor. Song Shiyu's eyes were burning, and she quickly retreated backwards, shooting darts as she retreated, all of which hit the target. Although the sword did not penetrate deeply, it completely enraged the old Snake King, and he pounced forward angrily. Retreat! Song Shiyu shouted. Zhao Wenjue quickly stepped back. The old Snake King was bloodthirsty and chased after the two of them. Song Shiyu kept throwing darts and Zhao Wenjue also took out talismans and shot out wind blades that scraped towards the old Snake King, leaving shallow scars on his scales. The two men fought and retreated, using all kinds of talismans, darts, and hidden weapons, completely spending money. Every time the old Snake King rushed forward, he would be blocked by the bronze bell. He would feel dizzy after being hit by the bell and would fall into a brief stagnation, feeling extremely annoyed. Is this the magic weapon of mankind? Xu Hei followed behind with a fiery look in his eyes. It was the first time he saw a battle between humans and monsters of equal strength. The fighting styles of both sides are also very different. One side used magic weapons and talismans to consume the enemy from a distance, fighting and retreating at the same time to prevent the enemy from getting close. The other side kept approaching, mainly engaging in close combat. The monster beasts have strong bodies, and human cultivators who get close to them will die, just like Xu Hei, who was seriously injured by a slap from the bear monster. So far, Xu Hei has only fought against monsters and has never fought against human cultivators. Xu Hei simulated in his mind, if he encountered such a situation, fighting and retreating at the same time, and unable to catch up, what should he do? There was a wind talisman attached to the feet of these two people, which made them incredibly fast and they could even stay in the air for a short time. Xu Hei silently estimated that they were half of his full speed. However, from beginning to end, it was Song Shiyu who used the magic weapon, while Zhao Wenjue was still hiding his abilities. The two looked very confident and at ease, and they definitely had some hidden cards up their sleeves. What should I do? Go up and help? Or eat the snake fruit and run away? Xu Hei was hesitant. The snake fruit was not yet ripe and its energy was mixed. It might not be useful if eaten. But if he was really pushed to the point, he would rather destroy it than give it to humans. At this time, the two men and one snake had already chased to the outside of the 10,000 Snakes Valley and were still fighting. The sound of vibration could be heard from afar. Forget it. After all, we are both snake monsters, so I will help it secretly. Xu Hei followed quietly. After Xu Hei swam out for a distance. At this moment, a strange noise came from behind the snake fruit tree. Who? Xu Hei glared, then immediately turned back and slipped away. I saw a young man in gray clothes, carrying a bamboo basket and a hoe, coming to the snake fruit tree. The young man's bamboo basket was filled with medicinal herbs. He was dressed like a herbalist in the mountains, and his body was covered with realgar to repel insects and snakes. He came to the snake fruit tree, raised his hoe, and dug out the snake fruit tree with one hoe. His movements were swift and decisive, as if he had been prepared and did not give anyone any chance to react. Xu Hei was too far away, and it was too late to stop him. The snake fruit tree is not big, only about as tall as a person, and it is carried heavy on the shoulders of the herbalists. He took a breath, turned around and ran towards the other side of the hill, intending to climb back over the other side. Mission completed, it should be able to sell for quite a bit of money. The herbalist had a simple and honest look on his face, as if he had just picked an ordinary elixir. Asshole! Xu Hei's eyes were grim, he suddenly accelerated, rushed forward and swallowed the man in one gulp. After Xu Hei's spiritual awareness range expanded, he was able to determine the other party's cultivation level from a distance with just one sweep of his spiritual awareness. There was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation in this person's body, and he was just an ordinary mortal. So, Xu Hei rushed forward and killed him without any hesitation. The herbalist didn't even have time to scream before he entered the snake's belly and died on the spot. Xu Hei looked at the snake fruit tree that had been dug out, and felt extremely angry. It only bore fruit once every 3 years, and yet it was dug up just like that. It is obviously impossible to plant it back, and those two people will definitely be able to see the clues. Moreover, Xu Hei's knowledge was limited to snake apples, and he didn't know much about the snake apple tree. He didn't know whether it could survive after planting it. Even I know to leave a way out before hunting. You, a human, actually dug up the tree and destroyed its roots. Damn it. Xu Hei was very annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the noise in the distance gradually subsided, and the hissing of a big snake was heard, which should mean the battle is over. Thoughts flashed through Xu Hei's mind and he made a quick decision. He opened his mouth wide, took one end of the snake fruit tree in his mouth, and swallowed it whole. The snake fruit tree is not big, about 10 feet tall, with a slender trunk. It is more like a shrub than a tree. After the snake fruit tree entered his body, it stretched Xu Hei straight, like a bamboo pole. He thought it would be digested quickly, but it didn't move at all, which surprised Xu Hei. It's not like he hasn't eaten plants before. He has tried watermelons, wild fruits, grass, and even stones. No matter what enters his body, it will immediately show signs of corrosion and digestion. After the herbalist entered his body, he digested most of it in just a few breaths. The tree was intact. It's just the edge leaves that are shrinking at a very slow pace. Never mind, let's slip away first. Xu Hei immediately dodged away. The tree was unable to digest him and held him upright, making it extremely inconvenient for him to move. Fortunately, after he entered the pool, he was able to move forward quickly by stretching and retracting like a leech. The black and gold scales at the tip of his tail swung rapidly, and his propulsion speed increased again. This herbalist must have been instigated by someone, probably one of the two of them, who wants to take the snake tree for himself. Xu Hei was not stupid. After a little analysis, he figured out the cause and effect. Xu Hei was too lazy to pay attention to it. Anyway, he had swallowed all the snake fruit trees. He decided to leave this place first and find a place to digest it to avoid being discovered. Suddenly, Xu Hei was stunned. A huge amount of energy suddenly emerged in his body, and an indescribable force rushed into his meridians like a wild bull charging, causing all of his meridians to swell and causing unbearable pain. What's going on? Xu Hei was shocked. In desperation, Xu Hei found a snake hole and crawled into it. This snake hole is not big. After Xu Hei entered, he continued to drill down, digging a hole with his tail, and kept digging down. It was deeper than the one he dug during his last hibernation. No, this hurts too much. Xu Hei quickly looked inside his body and saw that the snake fruit tree had digested all of its leaves and part of its bark without him noticing. The barks turned into endless violent force, rushing through the body and breaking the bones. Xu Hei couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It's not that the snake fruit tree is poisonous, but its energy is too huge, so huge that he cannot bear it. In fact, the snake fruit tree is a top-grade spiritual object and can only be eaten in the late stage of qi refining. Even if it is taken, it needs to be refined into pills and impurities removed. However, if it is eaten raw, the violent force in it will immediately sever the meridians of the person, or even cause the body to explode and die. Xu Hei acted decisively and spit out the snake fruit tree. After vomiting it out, Xu Hei was still in unbearable pain. Several violent energies were running wild in his body, impacting his meridians. At this moment, the demon god cauldron sucked suddenly, and all the violent power seemed to be pulled in, and Xu Hei gradually calmed down. How terrible! This snake fruit tree is poisonous. Xu Hei was gasping for breath, still feeling frightened. No wonder this snake fruit tree has existed for so many years without any monsters gnawing at its bark or branches. It turns out that it is quite dangerous. In fact, he also felt it vaguely, but in a hurry, he had no choice but to try. It was obvious that the person behind the scenes came for the fruit tree, and the snake fruit was just a byproduct. At this time, Xu Hei was shocked to find out. Inside the demon god cauldron, the spiritual energy mist that originally accounted for 80% had expanded to 90% without anyone noticing. The seventh snake scale on his tail also completed its transformation. Xu Hei was immediately surprised. When did this happen? Was it just now? At this moment, above the surface, two long rainbows came rushing over and stood at the original location of the snake fruit tree. These two people were Zhao Wenjue and Song Shiyu, who had just dealt with the old Snake King. To deal with the old and frail Snake King, the two men did not use their full strength. They just relied on long-range consumption, fighting and retreating at the same time, and successfully killed the Snake King. However, before they had the chance to check the body, they discovered that the snake fruit tree was gone. At this moment, the two men stood on the slope, looking at the big pit in front of them and the shovel marks on the ground, their faces changing from gloomy to bright. Obviously, someone took advantage of the battle between them and the old Snake King to dig up the snake fruit tree. Song Shiyu's mouth twitched, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, who did this?" Zhao Wenjue glanced at her and said calmly, "Sister, if you need this snake tree, just tell me directly. Why do you have to do this behind my back?" As soon as these words came out, Song Shiyu was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and stared at Zhao Wenjue, glaring and saying, "What do you mean? Suspect me? That's ridiculous. I don't even doubt you. Junior brother Zhao, are you guilty of something and are trying to turn the tables?" Xu Hei, who was deep underground, could hear everything the two people were talking about. He didn't know who did it, and he didn't know that female cultivator, but he had witnessed Zhao Wenjue scheming with his own eyes. Xu Hei was more inclined to the latter. Zhao stared at the ground for a long time and found a few footprints. He said solemnly, "Sister, this is not the place to talk. Just ask your friend to come out. I will give you the snake tree. I only want one spirit snake fruit. We can talk about it when we get back." Song Shiyu said angrily, "How ridiculous. I don't have any friends. If it wasn't you, then it must be that the old Snake King made too much noise and attracted other masters." "Other masters?" Zhao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Sister, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Are you trying to fool me with this kind of rhetoric?" Song Shiyu stared at him straight, and Zhao also looked at her straight. "Why aren't you fighting yet? Fight now." Xu Hei was a little anxious. He was too lazy to listen to the two people's verbal attacks. Couldn't they just fast forward to the point where both sides suffered losses? At this moment, both of their hands reached for the storage bag at the same time, but stopped at the same time. They looked at each other, and no one said a word. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Xu shouted and cheered in the darkness, extremely excited. He loves watching this kind of thing the most, dogs biting each other and getting a mouthful of fur. At this time, Zhao suddenly sighed, loosened his hand, and said, "Let the master decide." He took out a communication jade talisman and threw it into the air. The talisman flew into the sky and headed for the horizon. During this process, Song Shiyu kept staring at the other party with a gaze as sharp as lightning, and the bronze bell was ready to be activated at any time, but in the end, she did not make a move. Bang! The communication jade talisman had just flown out not far. A big hand grabbed the jade talisman. A figure appeared in the distance, holding a jade talisman, stepping on the water, rushing over, and coming close in a few breaths. This man looked middle-aged, wearing a green dragon robe, with a stern face and a mustache, looking like a middle-aged scholar. "Big brother." "Hello, senior brother." When the two men saw this, they were startled at first, then they hurriedly saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. They were not allowed to be disrespectful, because this person was none other than their eldest brother Mu Yun, who had the strongest cultivation among their peers. As early as 8 years ago, Mu Yun had broken through to the middle stage of Qi refining stage. It was said that he had reached the 6th level of Qi refining stage, which was 3 full levels higher than them. The two were secretly shocked. Why did Mu Yun come? Mu Yun landed in front of the two people, and seemed to have guessed their doubts. He said calmly, "Master knows your movements and specially sent me to protect you secretly. I already know what happened just now." Upon hearing this, the two of them bowed and thanked him. The appearance of this person actually scared Xu Hei. Thinking about what had just happened, Xu Hei felt his scalp tingling. How insidious. Someone is actually protecting me in secret. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly, or I would be dead. Xu Hei said he was lucky. Being an enemy of humans is completely different from being an enemy of monsters. You have no idea what tricks humans have hidden. Zhao hesitated for a moment, then said unwillingly, "Big brother, that snake tree. It wasn't me who dug it, it was someone else." Mu Yun said calmly. "What?" Zhao widened his eyes. "That person was very cunning and sent a mortal to dig up the tree. Otherwise, I could still use the fluctuations of spiritual energy to track his whereabouts. But if it was a mortal, I would not be able to track him. I can only follow his footprints." Mu Yun shook his head and said slowly, "But unfortunately, the footprints are gone too." Everyone clearly saw that the footprint disappeared out of thin air 5 feet outside the snake tree. Mu Yun stared at the ground, was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and dispersed his spiritual awareness. Xu Hei quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and stopped deep underground, motionless. He knew that the other party's spiritual sense could not reach him, and as long as his spiritual sense did not dissipate, the other party would not be able to find his trace. And just at this moment, the 3 snake fruits on the snake fruit tree next to Xu Hei suddenly turned into a deep black color, and bursts of rich fragrance emanated from the soil. Snake apple is ripe. The aroma of ripe snake fruit is extremely strong and cannot be concealed. It can slowly penetrate even through the soil. Xu Hei almost burst into curse. What you fear will come true. Xu Hei was just worried about when the snake apple would be ripe, but as soon as he thought of this, it became ripe immediately. The moment the snake apples ripened, the fragrance floated out through the cracks in the soil. Xu Hei didn't care about anything and immediately stepped forward and swallowed all 3 ripe fruits into his stomach. On the ground, Mu Yun's eyes widened and his gaze was fixed on the ground. Just now, he sensed a trace of spiritual fluctuations caused by the ripening of the snake fruit. Although he didn't know the exact location, it was deep underground. Underground. Without hesitation, he sank his feet and burrowed into the soil. It is a common technique among cultivators, the art of earth escape. When you reach the middle stage of Qi refining, you can learn the 5 elements magic and possess the skills of immortals in the eyes of mortals. This is the essential difference between the middle stage and the early stage. If it is just the initial stage, one can only rely on talismans and magic weapons to exert one's strength. Underground. Zhao Wenju's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed. Senior Sister Song, I wrongly blamed you just now. It's all my fault. I apologize to you. I don't know what kind of expert is hiding underground. We should leave quickly to avoid causing trouble. Zhao Wenju clasped his hands and bowed with a hint of apology. Song Shiyu said nothing, looked indifferent, and turned away. There was a flash of coldness in Zhao Wenju's eyes, and he followed the latter. Right now. Although Xu Hei did not release his spiritual sense, he could clearly feel the vibration underground, and he had an unspeakable sense of crisis in his heart. He's coming down. This is the 5 elements technique, earth escape technique. The human knowledge in Xu Hei's mind includes an introduction to this technique. The other party was coming for the snake tree. Xu Hei no longer hesitated. He bit the snake tree and drilled deep into the underground. The other party obviously didn't know the exact location and lost the direction, so he didn't find Xu Hei. After Xu Hei drilled for a distance, he spit out the snake tree and practiced his skills with all his strength to digest the energy of the snake fruit in his body. Refine it for me quickly. Refine it for me quickly. Xu Hei was roaring in his heart. At this moment, being chased by a human cultivator in the middle stage of Qi refining, Xu Hei felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This was not brought by monsters, but by humans. Compared to the clumsy bodies and minds of monsters, the danger posed by humans is more than 10 times greater. This is because you don't know what cards the other party has, whether he has any hidden abilities, or whether there is secret protection behind him. Everything is unknown. Xu Hei was not willing to take risks by nature. He would not make a move unless he was more than 90% sure. Not to mention that at this moment, the opponent's cultivation was higher than his magic weapon was higher than his, and his magic was even more overwhelming. Xu Hei could not find any chance of winning. I can only hide. I can only escape. Xu Hei bit the snake tree and kept shuttling underground. After escaping for a distance, he stopped and tried his best to refine the snake fruit. The opponent also used earth escape techniques and continued to chase. However, the movement speed of the earth escape technique is far slower than that of land, and it consumes a large amount of qi. He needs to adjust his breathing from time to time, which slows down his pursuit. Mu Yun has discovered that the other party is hiding underground. Although his spiritual sense has not been able to lock onto the other party, he has found the escape route. He's quite good at escaping. His earth escape technique is not inferior to mine, but I don't know how deep his skill is. I don't care what your cultivation level is. As long as you have the magic weapon left by our master, I will kill you as long as you are not a foundation-building cultivator. Mu Yun guessed that the other party should be a rookie who had just entered the middle stage of qi refining. He didn't even dare to show his head and was only concerned with running away. It was obvious that he had no confidence in defeating him. This further strengthened his determination to give chase. You dare to steal my snake catcher's things, you will die today. Mu Yun took a Huiyuan pill and his speed increased sharply, moving quickly through the mud. Xu Hei also risked his life and tried his best to clear a path in the mud. Refine it for me. Xu Hei shouted in his heart. Suddenly, it seemed as if I was being called by him. A strong attraction suddenly erupted from the demon god cauldron, sucking the snake fruit in. The snake fruit melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, transmitting pure energy and feeding back to the whole body. Xu Hei was overjoyed. It had finally started. As long as the demon god cauldron starts working, he can escape and refine at the same time. The spiritual energy and mist in the demon god cauldron soon reached 100%. The black and gold scales on Xu Hei's tail were transforming rapidly, and the 8th scale was also in the process of transformation, at an extremely fast speed, reaching an unprecedented level. The 8th piece, the 9th piece. It is almost visible to the naked eye and is completed in an instant. The scales stopped at 9 and then stopped moving, as if it had reached its limit, and the spiritual energy cloud was also fully filled and no longer increased. Xu Hei immediately realized that he had reached the bottleneck of his cultivation, the 3rd level of the spiritual communication period. If it were a human being, it would be the great perfection of the 3rd level of Qi refining stage. The next step is the midterm. At this moment, the remaining snake fruits in the demon god cauldron were being rapidly digested, but the spiritual energy seemed to be increasing and decreasing, sometimes overflowing and sometimes shrinking, and it was never able to cross that layer of obstacle. Xu Hei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He tore off a branch of the snake tree, along with half of the bark, and swallowed it into his stomach. As soon as the snake tree entered the body, drastic changes occurred immediately. Just like a calm water surface, when red-hot iron is thrown into it, the water surface immediately boils, and the spiritual mist in the demon god cauldron expands rapidly, becoming more and more violent. When it expanded to its limit, it began to compress inward, and a trace of spiritual liquid appeared in the clouds. It is no longer mist, but liquid droplets, dotted inside the demon god cauldron. Xu Hei's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. His muscles were bulging, his bones were trembling, his fangs were growing, and even his body, which had not moved for a long time, was getting longer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xu Hei screamed, unable to move even a step, and stopped where he was. The spiritual energy is compressed and the body is transformed. An old snake skin slowly fell off his body, and a brand new body emerged from the old snake skin. Shedding skin represents rebirth. Every time Xu Hei makes a breakthrough, he will shed his skin. 15 meters away, Mu Yun, who had been following, finally stopped. At this moment, his eyes were full of disbelief and his mind was fixed on the front, as if he had seen a ghost. This is... He thought he had seen it wrong, and after checking it again and again, he gasped. His mind froze, he couldn't believe it. After chasing for such a long time, from morning till night, he was not chasing a cunning monk, but a snake. He knew that monsters were psychic, so it was called the psychic period. But how could a monster be like this? No one had seen it, but it was running in the dirt, holding a tree in its mouth. How could this be called spiritualism? This was simply a spirit. What made him even more confused was that the tree seemed to have been dug up by someone, right? How did it end up in the hands of a snake? Mu Yun's mind raced, and he hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should step forward. He had imagined a possibility, that is, a powerful being took over another body and rebuilt himself with the body of a monster, but this was too outrageous and he really couldn't believe it. This monster cannot be killed. It must be captured alive. Maybe it will attract the attention of the headquarters. Mu Yun made up his mind, his eyes burning with anger. At this moment, Xu Hei's body transformed and gradually grew taller, finally increasing from 2.5 meters in length to 3 meters. His bones kept shaking and making crackling sounds. An old snake skin fell off the body and mixed into the soil, while the black and gold scales on Xu Hei's tail finally changed again. It exceeded the maximum number of 9 and reached 10 pieces. 10 and 9 is not as simple as adding 1, but the entire system has undergone a qualitative change. They can be connected together, can be controlled more easily, and the power is increased. Inside Xu Hei's body and in the demon god cauldron, the spiritual mist disappeared and was replaced by droplets of spiritual energy. Each drop was equivalent to the entire mist before. And at this moment, there are 3 drops. Xu Hei's current body and inner spiritual energy have all undergone a transformation, becoming several times stronger than before. The 4th level of the spiritual period, from then on, he officially entered the middle stage. Not bad, a breakthrough, now it's more like a breakthrough. Mu Yun sneered, he touched his storage bag and took out something. This object is a golden ring, called the beast-driven ring, and is a top-grade spiritual treasure. Once the beast-chasing circle comes out, not to mention the middle-stage psychic beasts, even the late-stage monster beasts will have no choice but to surrender when facing this treasure. He originally thought that the other party was in the middle stage of chi refining, but it turned out that he had just broken through and was weaker than he expected. Go. After Mu Yun approached the 10-meter range, he raised his hand, waved it, cast a spell, and the beast-driving circle flew out. The golden ring gradually enlarged and was put around Xu Hei's neck, emitting waves of irresistible pressure. Xu Hei suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he only felt that his spiritual consciousness was growing like ocean waves, extending infinitely, as if it could cover an area of 100 meters in radius. This kind of spiritual awareness has far exceeded the scope of the middle stage. He locked onto the flying animal-repelling circle at a glance. Human, I didn't want to fight you, but you pushed me into a desperate situation. A hint of madness emerged in Xu Hei's eyes. He did not get complacent about his breakthrough. He wanted to kill the person in front of him to eliminate the trouble once and for all. So, I can only kill you, you must die. There was a madness in Xu Hei's eyes. He swung his tail suddenly and hit the animal-driving circle. The animal-driving circle trembled slightly, paused for a moment, and then went towards Xu Hei again. Humph! You can't hide. Mu Yun sneered in his heart. There has never been an example of a monster locked in the beast-driving circle being able to escape. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that a huge and boundless spiritual consciousness penetrated into the beast-driving circle, as if it wanted to wipe out his spiritual consciousness in the beast-driving circle. What's going on? Mu Yun's face was full of disbelief. This was a top-grade spiritual treasure that had been refined by him. His spiritual sense was unbreakable and could only be forcibly erased by the intervention of a foundation-building cultivator. Of course Xu Hei couldn't do that, he just stopped the beast-driving circle for a while. But, that's enough. Xu Hei opened his mouth wide and swallowed the animal-driving ring in one gulp. Since the spiritual consciousness cannot be erased, he will use the physical body to imprison it. He still doesn't believe that he can get out of this beast-driving circle. After swallowing the animal-repelling ring, Xu Hei turned around and ran, burrowing deep into the soil. Asshole! Stop right there. Mu Yun was startled for a moment, then became angry and embarrassed, and activated the earth escape technique, following closely behind. He tried to activate the animal-driving circle, but found that it was stuck and he could not get out unless he opened a hole for Xu Hei. What a cunning beast! Mu Yun's eyes gradually turned colder and his speed kept increasing. Xu Hei knew that the best way for monsters to deal with human monks was to fight them in close combat. The human body was fragile, and if they were hit by a monster, they would be crippled if not killed. But the opponent is good at earth escape techniques. Even if he leaves the soil, he can use the wind talisman to move at an extremely fast speed. The opponent also knows this and it is impossible for him to get close to him easily. Therefore, Xu Hei has to wait for an opportunity. He knew that Mu Yun's true energy was not infinite. Every time he used the earth escape technique for a period of time, he had to stop and regulate his breathing to restore his true energy. This is the best time for him to fight back. Xu Hei did not run for his life at full speed, but maintained a speed slightly slower than the opponent, allowing the distance between them to gradually narrow. Give the other person a glimmer of hope of being caught. It's a pity that I just broke through and haven't learned the 5 elements escape technique yet. Otherwise, with my speed and the escape technique, I wouldn't need any strategy and could easily get close to the enemy head-on. Xu Hei sighed in his heart. Mu Yun continued to chase, and the distance between the two sides gradually narrowed. When the distance reached 5 meters, Mu Yun took out a talisman and threw it into the air. Wind. Mu Yun made a gesture of magic. Swish, swish, swish. The talisman immediately dispersed and turned into 3 wind blades, breaking through the soil and cutting towards Xu Hei. A mid-grade wind blade talisman can easily cut through the flesh of any demon beast in the middle stage of the spiritual communication period and cut it off with one blow. He also saw that the animal-driving ring was swallowed by Xu Hei, so he wanted to cut open Xu Hei's skin and take out the animal-driving ring. Otherwise, it would be difficult to capture Xu Hei alive. With his strength, he could kill Xu Hei easily, but it would be difficult to capture him alive, and he had to rely on the power of the beast-driving circle. Good opportunity. Xu Hei's eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The opponent had been chasing him for so long that most of his true energy had been consumed long ago. At this moment, he had also activated the Wind Blade Talisman, which had reached an extreme value. Although the other party had reserved some to save his life, Xu Hei was not afraid at all. Facing the Wind Blade Talisman, Xu Hei swung out his tail, and the 10 black gold scales on it instantly stretched out, expanded in area, and smashed onto the wind blade. Choke. 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 There were only 3 crisp sounds, and the Wind Blade Talisman that could kill any mid-stage monster did not even scratch Xu Hei's fur, and he was completely intact. What? Mu Yun was stunned. It all happened so fast. The next second after the 3 wind blades were bounced away, Xu Hei rushed forward and rushed towards Mu Yun's face. Escape. Mu Yun reacted extremely quickly and rushed straight up towards the surface of the soil. His remaining true energy was not enough to support the earth escape technique for too long, so he had to leave the underground and return to the surface. Xu Hei had already judged his thoughts and rushed towards him in advance. It could be said to be a predictive interception, which was much faster than tracking. What kind of scales are those? Why can't the Wind Blade Talisman hurt anything? Not good. As Mu Yun's thoughts raced, he discovered with his spiritual sense that Xu Hei was already on his way to intercept him. Unless he turned around immediately and sunk down, he would definitely run into him. You cunning beast, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mu Yun did not retreat, but instead accelerated his ascent. But there was a snake-shaped sword in his hand. Snake-slaying sword. This sword had been with him for 20 years. During his career as a snake catcher, he had killed no less than 1,000 snakes, including nearly 100 snake demons. Later, after he had refined the sword, it had the potential to become a flying sword, so he sealed it up and rarely unsheathed it. Even the snake demon could not see the sword. And now, this snake demon has successfully aroused his interest. You should be proud of dying by this sword. Mu Yun accelerated his ascent, and seeing Xu Hei approaching, he shook the snake-slaying sword in his hand and slashed in the direction where Xu Hei was rushing. Even though the enemy was so close, Xu Hei did not retreat. For the first time, he chose to fight head-on. Your sword is not worthy of cutting off my scales. Xu Hei roared angrily, and the scales on his tail turned into steel knives, slashing down towards the snake-slaying sword. Choke. The scales and the sword collided, making a crisp sound that could be heard clearly through the soil and spread throughout the fields. The snake-slaying sword in Mu Yun's hand broke with a sound and was chopped into countless pieces by the scales. Mu Yun was struck by lightning. But he had no time to be shocked. After Xu Hei cut off his sword, the remaining force was not reduced and he cut his arm again, and even half of his leg was hit. Puff. Ah. Screams rang out. The next second, the soil exploded, and a figure covered in blood rushed out and flew into the air outside. There were 2 wind talismans stuck on this man's legs, his right arm was empty, and a part of his right leg was missing. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood, like a madman. Zhao Wenjue and Song Shiyu were keeping an eye on what was going on here. When they saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. This embarrassed man was none other than the eldest senior brother Mu Yun. Run away. There's a young dragon down there. After Mu Yun appeared, he only had time to shout once, then turned around and ran away. He pushed the 2 wind talismans to their maximum strength, and a strong wind blew up in the sky, sweeping him away from the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Young dragon. The 2 were suddenly shocked. The Jiaolong is a legendary creature. According to rumors, whenever it appears, it is a terrifying existence at least in the demon infant stage. How could there be a baby dragon under the Valley of 10,000 Snakes? If it really was a dragon, even if it was just a young dragon, how could they survive? Although they had doubts in their hearts, seeing how miserable the eldest brother was, they knew that the creature below must be terrifying, so the 2 of them did not hesitate, took out the wind talisman, and fled immediately. Boom. Xu Hei broke out of the ground and chased after Mu Yun without saying a word. This person is the only one who has seen his true face and must not let him leave. If Mu Yun brought his news back, the snake catcher would definitely send out stronger masters to search for him all over the mountains. This is a consequence that Xu Hei cannot bear. This person must not be let off. Mu Yun flew to the entrance of Wancha Valley, where lay the corpse of a huge black snake. The body of the old Snake King. This thing is too huge to be put into the storage bag at once, so it can only be divided into several parts. The part below the head is basically divided, with only a head left lying there. Mu Yun didn't even bother to look at him and passed by a few feet above. Suddenly, the old Snake King's head moved. It opened its mouth wide and a mouthful of venom spurted out from its poison sac. In just a blink of an eye, it shot onto Mu Yun's face. The distance was too close, and when Mu Yun noticed it, it was too late and he was sprayed directly in the face. Ah! Mu Yun touched his face and let out a shrill scream, and his face immediately swelled up. Damn it, how could I make such a low-level mistake? Mu Yun's face was gloomy. It was common sense that after a venomous snake's head was cut off, it was still poisonous and its head could even jump up and hurt people. He was also in a critical moment and was at a loss of composure. In addition, the old Snake King's head was blocking the entrance of the valley, and he had no time to dodge. Fortunately, he was also an expert in catching snakes and had an antidote pill with him. He took one and the symptoms were relieved quickly. But during this delay, Xu Hei had already closed the distance and was within 10 feet. Mu Yun's face turned pale with horror. He bit his tongue and his speed increased suddenly. Fortunately, he had a top-grade wind talisman, so as long as the enemy was not too close to him, he could slowly pull away. Just wait. When we get back, I'll ask our master to come out of seclusion. This monster is really weird. It's worth the whole sect's efforts to capture it. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. At this moment, Xu Hei seemed to hear a voice in his heart. My child, live well, live well. That was the voice of the old Snake King, on his deathbed. Xu Hei didn't know why such a voice appeared in his heart and why he was concerned about the dead snake head. But the murderous intent in his eyes had already exceeded the limit. Today, you will definitely die. Infinite ferocity burst out from Xu Hei's eyes, and a look of determination flashed across them. He raised his tail, and the black and gold scales on it bulged out one by one, flashing a cold light. Mu Yun had been paying attention to the situation behind him. When he saw the other party raise its tail, for some reason, the hairs on his body stood up. The next moment, Xu Hei's 10 scales broke one by one, separated from his flesh and blood, and penetrated deep into his bone marrow with piercing pain. But there was no change on Xu Hei's face, only madness. Die. Xu Hei swung out, and 10 scales, like a storm, shot towards Mu Yun's back. No. Mu Yun screamed sharply. He sacrificed a jade pendant, which was the life-saving trump card left to him by his master. It could unleash a great perfection attack in the chi refining stage. No one below the foundation establishment stage could withstand it. But it's too slow. In such a short time, he had no time to make any move. From the time Xu Hei swung his tail to the time the scales flew over, it only took a breath. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The scales hit the jade pendant, and the jade pendant, which contained infinite power, exploded instantly and turned into fragments. The scales were still powerful and hit him on his body, legs, face, and head. Puff, puff, puff. In just a moment, Mu Yun was shot into a sieve by the scales, blood gushed out, and his face was unrecognizable. His eyes lost their color and he fell from a height of 1 meter. The wind talisman on his leg was still exerting its power, creating gusts of wind, but he was unable to take off. There was a heavy sound of landing, and Mu Yun fell to the ground and died. It hurts. It hurts. Xu Hei felt severe pain all over his body, and the pain of scales falling off was beyond his imagination, but he endured the pain and went up to beat Mu Yun's body into pieces, killing him completely. Afterwards, Xu Hei picked up the 10 scales one by one. It is not realistic to sew the scales back once they have fallen off, so it is best to let them grow again. Xu Hei thought about it and simply swallowed the scales, hoping that they would grow back as he wished. Xu Hei crawled to Mu Yun's body, swallowed him whole, took out the storage bag separately and put it in his mouth. With a wave of his spiritual sense, Xu Hei erased the spiritual mark on the bag and at the same time imprinted his own mark on it. Xu Hei took out the 2 wind talismans that were about to be scrapped and put them into the storage bag. He also spit out the beast-chasing circle and put it into the storage bag. The spoils will be sorted out slowly later. At this moment, Xu Hei looked at the dead snake head. The old Snake King's eyes were still open, all the venom in his venom sac had disappeared, and he just looked at Xu Hei quietly. Looking at the snake head in front of him, Xu Hei suddenly trembled all over as if he was struck by lightning. In an instant, a scene from 3 years ago flashed through his mind. At that time, the snake apple was ripe and produced 2 large fruits, exuding fragrance. Xu Hei had not yet developed any intelligence, so he instinctively went up and swallowed it. However, there were so many snakes swarming in that the fragrance of the snake fruit attracted more than half of the snakes in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, and in the end only 2 were lucky ones. It is conceivable that this is destined to be a brutal fight. But at this moment, a deafening roar was heard. The old Snake King appeared. His aura overwhelmed everything present. All the snakes stopped fighting and crawled on the ground. Xu Hei was also trembling with fear and didn't dare to move forward. At this moment, the old Snake King looked at Xu Hei, a black snake that looked exactly like him. After looking at him for a long time, the coldness in his eyes dissipated. The pressure on Xu Hei suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xu Hei hurried over and swallowed a snake fruit. Under the protection of the old Snake King, no snake dared to fight for it. Even after swallowing the snake fruit, during the transformation process, the old Snake King stayed by his side until Xu Hei completely transformed into a snake demon, and then the old Snake King left safely. The memories from 3 years ago were very vague. Xu Hei couldn't remember them at all, but at this moment, they emerged one by one. Just like humans recalling their memories as infants, they are vague and brief, and only at a certain time will they awaken them like a bolt of lightning. Old Snake King, why do you treat me like this? Xu Hei couldn't understand. In his impression, snakes are cold and ruthless. Even if they are of the same species, they will kill each other and only the fittest will survive. However, the old Snake King's actions overturned this. Xu Hei stopped where he was and fell into a long silence, unable to let go. A trace of sadness gradually emerged in his heart. This unspeakable emotion gradually accumulated and eventually turned into overwhelming hatred. Humans, snake catchers, Xu Hei, will never reconcile with you. Outside the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, Xu Hei dug a big pit, buried the old Snake King's body in it, and erected a large stone as a monument. He was imitating the human practice of being buried in the ground in the hope that he would be reborn as a good person in the next life and would no longer have to suffer. A snake's life is only a little over 10 years. Even if the old Snake King does not die in battle, his lifespan will soon be over. Any spiritual being will care about its descendants. I guess this is why you gave me the snake fruit. Xu Hei thought to himself. He kowtowed 3 times to the big rock. He didn't know whether the old Snake King was his parent, grandfather, or great-grandfather, but he was certain that he was his ancestor. Without the old Snake King, there would be no Xu Hei. Xu Hei returned underground, put the snake fruit tree into his storage bag, then left the 10,000 Snakes Valley, returned along the same route, and headed towards his own territory. Now that the Valley of 10,000 Snakes has been discovered by snake catchers, we can no longer stay here. As for what kind of end the Valley of 10,000 Snakes will face, Xu Hei doesn't know. Snake catchers catch countless snakes every year, and the Valley of 10,000 Snakes is rich in snakes, so he is afraid that it will face a bloody disaster. Not long after Xu Hei left the 10,000 Snake Valley. Suddenly, he looked carefully. I saw a figure lying by the stream in front of me. The person was covered in black and had multiple snake bites on his body. He was in critical condition. It turned out to be one of the 2 snake catchers who escaped, Song Shiyu. Song Shiyu was lying on the ground, motionless, her breath barely audible. It's her. A fierce light flashed in Xu Hei's eyes, and he subconsciously rushed forward to swallow the woman. But then, he was stunned. Why is this person lying here with snake venom? There is something strange. Xu Hei has always been cautious and did not step forward rashly. His spiritual sense stretched out, covering in a net-like manner, looking everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Now, the range of his spiritual awareness has reached an astonishing 90 meters, which is equivalent to the late stage of Qi refining stage, but Xu Hei did not find any clues. There was no one else, no trap, and Song Shiyu was indeed dying. Could it be Zhao Wenjue who did it? Xu Hei couldn't help but be surprised. He suddenly thought of a detail. Why is the old Snake King's head blocking the entrance to the 10,000 Snake Valley and being blocked by a tree in such a tricky position? After the snake's head is cut off, it will remain active for a long time. It is impossible for a snake catcher to make such a low-level mistake. The body was taken away, leaving only the head there, and it was full of venom. Isn't it obvious that this was intentional? The more Xu Hei thought about it, the more his scalp began to tingle. What on earth does Zhao Wenjue want to do? Why did he kill his senior brother and his senior sister? The previous killing of Ding Hai could be considered a conflict of interest, but how do you explain it now? Xu Hei even suspected that the snake catcher in the octopus's belly was also caused by Zhao Wenjue. What does he mean by this? Why is he doing this? The more Xu Hei thought about it, the more shocked he became. At this moment, a big snake crawled over, bit Song Shiyu's legs, and began to swallow her from bottom to top. Xu Hei observed for a moment and confirmed that this was not a trap. Song Shiyu was indeed dying, but she seemed to have used a tortoise breathing technique to block her heart meridians and acupoints throughout her body to prevent the venom from spreading. As a result, he became unable to move and entered a state of suspended animation. Xu Hei thought about it, did not go forward, did not take the storage bag, and just turned around and left. The reason is simple, he doesn't know what the other party is doing. Since the woman was not dead and was still alive, it meant that Zhao Wenjue did not dare to kill her. If that was the case, why did Xu Hei take the risk to go up? What if she has some kind of magical forbidden weapon on her that will be activated as soon as she dies? Wouldn't I be doomed if I don't have scales to protect myself? Shortly after Xu Hei left, suddenly there was a loud bang in the distance, as if something had exploded, sparking 100-foot-high flame. Xu Hei sighed and quickly left the place. Outside the snake village, on a hill somewhere, there is a grave here with 2 tombstones in front of it and weeds growing around it. Zhao Wenjue knelt in front of the tombstone and kowtowed 3 times. Dad, Mom, little sister, I will avenge you. Lu Tong, Chen Shui, Ding Hai, Song Shiyu, and Mu Yun have already gone down to accompany you. There are only 3 left. Zhao Wenjue's eyes were red, and he clenched his teeth and said word by word, Chen Daoling, and all his disciples, I will not let any of them go. Zhao Wenjue stood up and returned to the outside of Wancha Valley, his body covered with scars. He released the poisonous snake, which bit himself, and soon he fell to the ground and fell into a coma. About half an hour passed. 2 figures landed outside the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, one old and one young. The old man stared at the giant python with its swollen body and swung out a sword. Puff! The giant python was cut in half by a sword, revealing a human figure inside its belly, who was none other than Zhao Wenjue. The other person rushed over to check, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, It's a close call, he's still alive. If we were a step later, he would have been dead. The men took out the pill and injected it into Zhao Wenjue's body, while performing some exercises for him. Chen Daoling's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, I want to see what kind of demon caused me to lose 2 disciples. His spiritual consciousness spread out, and with a sharp sword on his body, he stepped into the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Xu Hei, the instigator of the crime, returned to his own mountain after a long journey. This place is located outside the Snake Village, in the 10 Miles Mountain. It is very far away from the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Even with Xu Hei's speed, it took him 2 full days to climb. After returning to the familiar territory, Xu Hei used his spiritual sense to scan and found that all the prey he had raised were there, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, there was some wolf feces on the ground, which made him frown slightly, but as long as they were not human footprints, he didn't take it to heart. Xu Hei didn't have time to pay attention to it and immediately returned to the cave where he hibernated last time. Back to the familiar dark environment, Xu Hei completely relaxed. He then spit out the storage bag and probed into it with his spiritual sense. On the way, he had already checked in advance. He took out a handful of jade slips from his bag, more than a dozen of them, and probed his spiritual sense into them one by one. Suddenly, pieces of information came into Xu Hei's mind. Xu Hei's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 elements magic, fireball magic, water bullet magic. 5 elements escape techniques, earth escape technique, water escape technique, and fire escape technique. Basic spell, gravity spell. The information described in the jade slips are all the spells of immortal cultivators. There are many detailed explanations of these spells in the human knowledge that Xu Hei acquired, but there are no specific steps for practicing them. Now, all these steps are presented in the jade slip and can be learned one by one. Xu Hei's body was strong and his speed was extremely fast, and with the help of magic, he didn't believe that the snake catcher could do anything to him. The difference between me and the monsters is that I have intelligence that is no less than that of humans. I can learn even complex spells. Once I have learned these spells, snake catcher, I want to see how you can catch me. Xu Hei's eyes were determined. He would inherit the old Snake King's last wish. He must live. In addition to the magic jade slips, there are also a small number of talismans, elixirs, a magic weapon, and a snake fruit tree in the storage bag. And a booklet called Record of 10,000 Snakes, which records tens of thousands of snakes and hundreds of snake monsters, all of which the snake catchers have encountered. There is a detailed introduction to the characteristics of each type of snake. Xu Hei took a quick look and found his species. Black-een snake, slightly poisonous, likes shade, 2 meters long when fully grown, and can reach 5 meters when transformed into a snake demon. The strongest black snake the snake catcher has ever encountered is a snake demon at the foundation building stage, 18 meters long, with demonic fire growing in its body, which can spit out fire poison. Ordinary people will die if they come into contact with it. In the end, the snake was beheaded by the 13th generation ancestor and refined into a pill. Xu Hei looked at this record and was secretly shocked. So I am a black-een snake, but I can't find any record of the scales on my tail, not even in the 10,000 snakes record. Xu Hei was confused. He also discovered that when the black-een snake reaches adulthood, it will swallow fire-related medicinal herbs to help give birth to the demonic fire. If there is an owner who raises it, he can feed it as appropriate. The jade slip also specifically noted which fire-type medicinal herbs were included. Fire-type medicinal herbs. When I came back, I seemed to see a ground flame vine. Xu Hei recalled that he saw a red vine on a rocky mountain, but the demonic aura there was strong and his scales had not yet grown, so it was not advisable to take any risks. All precious medicinal materials are guarded by monsters. To be on the safe side, Xu Hei planned to wait until all his scales grew fully before going again. Until then, don't go out. In the human storage bag, there are rations and pills for him to take, which can sustain him for a long time. Although the snake fruit tree had a broken branch and no leaves, it did not seem to be dead yet. Xu Hei found a place with soil and planted it. Xu Hei had already wiped out the spiritual consciousness of the beast-driving circle and engraved his own mark on it. He studied it for a long time and found that as long as this thing was put around his neck, he could control any living creature and make it act according to his will. Even humans are treated equally. Of course, one can only control the body, the mind cannot be changed. Finally, Xu Hei took out a golden jade slip. This jade slip is the only thing that he cannot comprehend. Even if he uses his spiritual sense to the fullest, he cannot penetrate it, as if there is a seal inside. Although Xu Hei was very curious, in order to prevent it from being tracked and positioned, Xu Hei directly smashed it with the scales on his tail. Crack! The jade slip shattered, a golden light scattered out, and turned into nothingness. Xu Hei ground the jade slip into powder and threw it into the pool beside him. First, I need to practice the method of escaping. Earth escape technique and water escape technique are the top priority. Secondly, we need to use fireball to destroy the corpse. This is the second priority. Third, gravity magic. This is used to pick up objects from a distance. I don't need to use my tail or mouth to pick things up anymore. Xu Hei made a detailed training plan in his mind. As for the wind blade technique, lightning strike technique, and turtle breath technique, they are advanced techniques. The jade slip says that one must reach the late stage of the chi refining stage to practice them, so we will not consider them for now. Xu Hei lay on the ground, chanting a spell in his heart. The spiritual energy in his body flowed out along his meridians, and out of his body surface, forming a magic seal. Earth escape technique. As his mind moved, his lower abdomen immediately sank an inch into the ground, but could not sink any further. The first experiment was successful and Xu Hei was delighted. He did have some talent. 100 miles away, the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Chen Dowling appeared in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes again. Only this time, he had a compass in his hand. This compass has the function of divination. He spent a huge amount of money to borrow it from a friend in the Imperial Observatory. Chen Dowling pointed at the compass, and suddenly, the shadow of a black snake appeared inside the compass. This black snake phantom was depicted through Zhao Wenju's spiritual consciousness and has 80% of Xu Hei's charm. Soon, the compass began to rotate, round and round. Finally, the compass needle kept swinging left and right in one direction, with the amplitude of the swing getting smaller and smaller, but it could never stop. If you have a piece of skin or blood from that creature, the accuracy rate will be higher. If it's just a projection, this destiny compass won't be able to accurately measure it. These are the friend's exact words. Chen Dowling's face immediately turned gloomy. Then, he tested the jade slip of the snake catcher's martial arts technique and found that it could not be located at all, which meant that the jade slip had been destroyed. What a cunning monster. I still don't believe I can't find you. Chen Dowling began to search the Valley of 10,000 Snakes to see if he could find the bloodstains left behind. Before I knew it, a month had passed. During this period, Xu Hei had been practicing magic in seclusion. His earth escape technique has reached some level of perfection. He no longer relies on his physical body, but simply uses his spiritual power to escape underground. His speed is much faster than Mu Yun's in the past. This shows that he is talented in magic and is no worse than humans. But Xu Hei also has a disadvantage, which is the amount of true energy. After all, he was only at the 4th level of the spiritual communication stage, just in the middle stage, barely qualified to practice, and his earth escape technique could only last for the duration of an incense stick. It's okay as a trump card for escape. In terms of fireball technique, Xu Hei made no progress and could only produce a small flame. It's time to find that fire-type herb. Xu Hei thought of the earth flame vine. Now a month had passed, his scales had all grown back, and he had practiced magic, so it would not hurt to go and take a look. Immediately, Xu Hei left the cave and came to the outside world. It is already June and the weather is getting hotter. After Xu Hei's half-year of free-range breeding, the species on his 2 hills gradually became richer. Xu Hei casually glanced and found a group of mountain goats climbing on a cliff. Xu Hei randomly grabbed a sheep, refined it with the demon god cauldron, ate and drank his fill, and headed straight for his destination. The place was not far away, and Xu Hei only took an hour to get there. This is an exposed rocky terrain with no trees nearby, resulting in a relatively high temperature. The red vine grows among the rocks, absorbing the high temperature of the sun within a radius of 100 meters. It is exactly the earth flame vine recorded in the jade slip. Xu Hei originally wanted to use the earth escape technique to get closer, but he found that the rock was solid and it was difficult to get into the ground. Charge! Xu Hei took a deep breath, spread out his spiritual awareness, and rushed out with all his strength, turning into a black line and pounced towards the earth flame vine. Ouch! Suddenly, a loud roar of a beast was heard in the distance, and a strong wind blew. A silver figure came running towards them. Precious elixirs must be guarded by magical beasts. Xu Hei soon discovered the monster, which was a demon wolf, 3 meters long and as big as a cow, with cultivation at the 3rd level of the spiritual period. In addition to this demon wolf, there was also a group of ordinary wild beast wolves following behind. At the early stage of spiritual communication, he was naturally far inferior to Xu Hei, but with a cautious attitude, Xu Hei still stopped, coiled up high in a snake formation, and took a defensive posture. This wolf has eyes as sharp as lightning, its hair is half black and half white, and there is a crescent mark between its eyebrows. This is a moon wolf, a mutation that occurred during the wolf's transformation into a demon. Roar, the demon wolf growled. The wolves behind him suddenly scattered and camped far away, perhaps to prevent Xu Hei from escaping, or perhaps to serve as a guard to prevent a third party from interfering. We can also work as a team. Xu Hei was quite surprised to see this. The Wolf King no longer hesitated, pounced forward and bit Xu Hei. Xu Hei dodged to the side, and saw the crescent moon between the Wolf King's eyebrows flashing. He raised his wolf claws and grabbed Xu Hei fiercely with a sharp edge. In the virtual space ahead, a pair of illusory wolf fangs appeared, biting towards him from top to bottom, attacking him from the front and back. Can you cast magic? Xu Hei was slightly stunned. Most of the monsters that could use magic were extremely intelligent, which was rare. However, Xu Hei's cultivation level was higher after all, and he dodged at an extremely fast speed. The Wolf King spit out another breath of fire, which covered the area and burned over. Fire. Xu Hei's eyes lit up. He was even more certain that the Earth Flame Vine was helpful for fire spells. Xu Hei no longer entangled with it. Carrying the flames, he flashed to the belly of the Wolf King and pushed his head up. Puff. Xu Hei's head hit his stomach hard. The Wolf King was hit hard and spurted out blood. He was knocked away, flying several meters into the sky, screaming, and fell to the ground. At this moment, the Wolf King's eyes showed fear, and he turned around and was about to run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. This wolf was quite intelligent. It realized that Xu Hei was not someone to be trifled with, so it was very decisive and ran away. The wolves that were watching the fight on the side, seeing that their leader had escaped, also howled and fled in all directions like dogs that had lost their homes. Want to escape? Xu Hei spit out something. It was a golden ring, which was the beast-driving ring. The animal-driving circle flew out like lightning, turned into a stream of light, hung above the Wolf King's head, and quickly doubled in size. Give me a set. Xu Hei activated his spiritual sense, and the beast-driving circle fell down in an instant and was wrapped around the Wolf King's neck. It then shrank and locked its neck tightly. Ouch! The Wolf King immediately rolled on the ground, rolling all over the place and howling continuously. Xu Hei suddenly had a strange feeling. His spiritual consciousness spread throughout the Wolf King's body through the animal-driving circle, as if he could control every inch of the Wolf King's body with a single thought. Come over. Xu Hei had an idea and conducted an experiment. The Wolf King immediately struggled to get up, but no matter how much he resisted, he could not control his body. He stood up and walked to Xu Hei. Lower your head and lie down. Xu Hei gave the order again. The Wolf King immediately lowered his head and lay on the ground, with humiliation in his eyes and more of a deep fear. Xu Hei's spiritual consciousness moved and he issued another order. Immediately afterwards, the Wolf King performed all kinds of incredible actions. Either stand up and walk like humans, or lie on the ground and wriggle like a snake, or bark like a dog. As long as he is under the control of his spiritual consciousness, the Wolf King can perform any action. There was anger and shame in the Wolf King's eyes at first, but gradually, he fell into deep fear and even showed a pleading look, whimpering, as if begging for mercy. This beast-driving circle is quite interesting. Xu Hei's heart was surging. The monsters he encountered before were either killed by him accidentally or by humans. The Wolf King in front of him was captured alive by him. If it posed a threat to Xu Hei would kill it without hesitation, but the wolf in front of him was not a threat at all and could still be used. Call back all your men. Xu Hei gave the order. The Wolf King obviously understood what he meant and immediately raised his head and roared. Soon, the wolves that had escaped earlier turned back and appeared everywhere. Just because Xu Hei was there, they didn't dare to move forward. With fear in their eyes, they hid behind the Wolf King. Stay nearby, within a 5-mile radius, and prohibit any living creature from entering. Xu Hei gave the order, and the Wolf King immediately followed it, arranging the wolves to guard various locations. Then, Xu Hei crawled to the side of the earth flame vine, sniffed its scent, and a stream of hot air rushed into his body and entered his meridians, causing his body temperature to rise. This is pure fire aura. Xu Hei's eyes showed excitement. Apart from the snake fruit branch, he had never eaten any other magical medicine. Human pills are too mild and easy to absorb, but they lack this overbearing medicinal property. Xu Hei immediately tore off a small piece and swallowed it. The Wolf King was stunned. He only dared to hide beside this kind of fiery elixir, slowly inhaling it, and at most eating a little bit of the skin. This snake actually swallowed so much in one gulp, wasn't it afraid of being burned to death? Boom. The blazing hot energy was running rampant in Xu Hei's body, causing his meridians to feel like they were burning. He was sure that if a human took even a tiny bit of it, they would be burned to death immediately. Even the demon wolf would not dare to take too much. Demon God Cauldron, refine it for me. Xu Hei activated the Demon God Cauldron, sucked the small piece of vine into it, and slowly refined it. During this process, Xu Hei's body was rapidly heating up and becoming boiling hot, like a big furnace, and his cultivation was also improving. The Wolf King had been watching from the side without blinking. He had a faint expectation in his heart that Xu Hei would be burned to death. But as time went by, Xu Hei not only did not die, but his aura became stronger and stronger, which made his jaw drop. After half a day, Xu Hei finished digesting the piece of vine. Xu Hei exhaled a breath of hot air, looked at the rock beside him, and with a thought, he opened his mouth wide and cast the fireball spell. Boom! A huge flame burst out from his mouth and burned the rocks in front of him. This piece of rock melted and turned into lava immediately. The Wolf King's eyes almost popped out. Is this a snake? It's a monster. He tried to spit out a little flame and burn it on the ground, but it only produced a layer of black ash. The temperature was not at the same level at all. It really helps with the fireball technique, and my cultivation has also improved. This vine is quite long, so I'll eat another piece. Xu Hei tore off another piece and swallowed it. Watching Xu Hei swallowing the vine again, the Wolf King completely gave up the idea of resistance. The strength of this snake was far stronger than he had imagined. Xu Hei stayed here for the following days. Swallowing too much earth flame vine at one time will cause some side effects, which will make his whole body hot and smoky, and the burning pain in his meridians will be present at all times. Xu Hei is not afraid of pain, but he also hates this kind of constant torture. He planned to take the vine slowly. Xu Hei also discovered that in addition to the rapid progress in fireball techniques, even the earth escape technique had become more proficient, which should be the effect of the improvement of his true energy. His 11th scale also grew out. During this period, the Wolf King was always by his side. In the beginning, a beast-driving circle was needed to control it, but later, Xu Hei's control was no longer needed. With just one command, the Wolf King would do his job obediently. Occasionally, they would take the initiative to help hunt and catch some food. I heard that dogs are domesticated from wolves. Can I domesticate one, too? Xu Hei thought of the snake catcher's hound, which was extremely loyal and would protect its master even if it died. But soon, Xu Hei gave up the idea. He didn't have that much time to tame a demon wolf. He would rather believe in the beast-driving circle than loyalty. Half a month later, Xu Hei completely refined the entire earth flame vine, and his cultivation reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual stage, and he was not far from the 5th level. The number of scales on the tail has also grown to 13. There are still quite a few earth flame vines underground with deep roots, but they do not absorb sunlight on the surface and cannot generate fire-type true qi. Xu Hei did not do anything to destroy the roots. Perhaps decades later, the earth flame vine would grow again, and that would be none of his business. Fireball. Xu Hei opened his mouth wide and condensed a ball of pitch-black flame in his mouth. This was the change that occurred after he swallowed the vine. According to the record of 10,000 snakes, the blacking snake's demonic fire is black, and it only appears after the foundation is established. So Xu Hei was born early. He opened his mouth and sprayed black flames, burning a 5-meter-wide pit in the rock wall in front of him, and magma flowed down. Looking at his masterpiece, Xu Hei was quite satisfied. It was so powerful that the trip was worth it. After taking a look at the Wolf King beside him, Xu Hei had an idea and took back the animal-driving circle. You are free. The Wolf King protected him day and night, kept watch everywhere, and helped him hunt. Although it was of little use, it was still hard work. Xu Hei finally let him go, turned around and left, planning to return to his own territory. To his surprise, the Wolf King did not dare to run away and still followed behind him, including his wolf pack. Xu Hei ignored it and went back to his own hilltop. The Wolf King followed him. He looked back at the Wolf King and said, "You are truly free. I won't make things difficult for you." Xu Hei thought for a moment and added, "Of course, you can also continue to be alert. If you find any trace of humans, tell me immediately and I will reward you." After saying that, Xu Hei went straight into the mountain and returned to his cave. The Wolf King waited for a long time until Xu Hei completely disappeared. Then he let out a low growl, with joy and a complicated expression in his eyes, and ran away quickly. Wherever there is a magical medicine, there must be a monster guarding it. On his way back, Xu Hei was thinking about this question. He hadn't been back for half a month. Would the snake tree he planted be guarded by monsters? Xu Hei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even if there were monsters, he had nothing to be afraid of. After a long time, the spiritual medicine will certainly attract some monsters and beasts to come, and they will squat around and absorb and exhale spiritual energy. This is their instinct. Xu Hei came to the vicinity of the cave, and before he got close, he actually smelled a hint of evil spirit. Ha! Xu Hei let out a light exclamation, quickly approached, and released his spiritual sense. He sensed a hint of fighting. Xu Hei concealed his breath, quietly crawled into the cave, and hid in a shadow. Next to the snake fruit tree, I saw a big lizard fighting with a white snake. Both were monsters and were in the early stage of spiritual communication. What surprised Xu Hei was that he actually knew the white snake. It was the one in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes that he was very familiar with. She is actually a monster. Xu Hei was surprised. The white snake is still the same, slightly smaller, only 1 meter long, and compared to the monitor lizard, it is just a tiny thing. Xu Hei originally thought that the white snake would be swallowed. But then he found that the monitor lizard had fallen to the ground, twitching and dying of poisoning. Xu Hei was speechless. He had never used poison when hunting, but the poison of this white snake was so strong. He suddenly thought of the old Snake King's poison. Could it be that this white snake is the descendant of the old Snake King? Did she swallow the second snake fruit? These were all guesses, and Xu Hei soon found the answers. The white snake was seen lying under the snake fruit tree and began to breathe, which was exactly the same breathing method Xu Hei had used in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes before. Xu Hei was dumbfounded. This white snake followed him and even learned how to breathe. What kind of talent was this? Suddenly, the white snake seemed to sense something. It turned its head and saw Xu Hei's eyes in the shadows at a glance. The white snake turned around and ran without hesitation, escaping from the cave. Very intelligent, vigilant, talented, and has learned how to breathe. Xu Hei's mind moved, and the animal-driving collar flew out, put it around her neck, and brought her back. It was not until this moment that Xu Hei crawled out from the darkness and revealed his appearance. The white snake was stunned, obviously recognizing Xu Hei. "Who are you to the old Snake King?" Xu Hei asked. The other party must understand what he said. The white snake spit out its tongue, expressing the meaning of the younger generation. Xu Hei's heart trembled. Sure enough, he is the descendant of the old Snake King. I am also the descendant of the old Snake King. What is our relationship? Xu Hei fell silent. In the past, he would have killed any outsider without mercy, but he thought of the old Snake King. For the sake of the old Snake King, I will let you go. You can stay here and practice. It was because of the old Snake King's gift of fruit that Xu Hei is where he is today. This is a word that snakes have never had before: inheritance. The word inheritance is extremely popular in the human world. Family inheritance, sect inheritance, and national inheritance are the reasons why human beings continue to prosper. The white snake nodded, pondered for a moment, and gestured on the ground again. She drew a human figure. Human. Xu Hei's body shook and he stared at the white snake. The white snake drew another arrow, pointing at Xu Hei. Looking at this symbol, Xu Hei's eyes turned cold, and he asked tentatively, "Humans are looking for me?" The white snake nodded. Xu Hei took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Xu Hei moved the lizard's corpse over and cut it into several pieces for the white snake to eat. Then, he said, "I'm going to go out for a while. You should practice well and don't go out." The white snake nodded obediently. Xu Hei retracted the animal-repelling circle and left the cave. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Humans are not as easy to deal with as monsters, so he must have a careful plan. With his current strength, Xu Hei cannot win every battle. He also needs to rely on favorable terrain and environment. If you really can't beat them, you can only run away. 30 miles away, on a rocky mountain. This place is exactly where Xu Hei had swallowed the earth flame vine before. An old man in Taoist robes and a young snake catcher arrived here one after another. Chen Dowling held the compass in his hand, staring at the location of the earth flame vine, and whispered, "It's almost there, I can feel it, he's nearby." 3 days later, Xu Hei walked around the area and found some dangerous places where he could set traps. At the same time, some monster territories were also found. The original plan was to lead humans to the place where the monsters were if we met them, but those monsters were too weak to be of much use, so we could only rely on ourselves. If it doesn't work, I'll just hide in the river and swim as far as I can. Xu Hei has a sense of belonging to this land. Unless he has to, he really doesn't want to move to a strange place. During this period, Xu Hei's magic skills were not neglected and he also learned the magic of gravity. He can pick up objects from the air and bring them to his eyes from a distance of 2 meters. There's a demon. That day, Xu Hei suddenly smelled a strong evil aura. His eyes flashed and he quickly crawled over. This was the strongest demonic energy he had ever encountered, which showed that the opponent was very powerful. What surprised Xu Hei was that the direction from which the evil spirit came was actually near the snake village. This is where humans live. Soon, Xu Hei arrived in front of a grave. He looked carefully and saw that a big hole had been dug out on the grave. A huge black dog jumped out of the pit, holding a human skull in its mouth, and kept gnawing on it, making crunching sounds. The dog was completely black, shiny black, but its tail was bald, and there was a fierce and evil light in its eyes. Just by looking at the appearance, Xu Hei felt a palpitation in his heart. They actually dug up people's ancestral graves and stole the corpses. My God. They're even more ferocious than me. Xu Hei was secretly shocked. The old dog couldn't remember when he got wise. He only remembered that he was a notorious vicious dog in the snake village. He was notorious for stealing food from beggars. He had bitten many people and even eaten the corpses of the dead. He was a bully among wild dogs. The old dog had forgotten how many dead people he had eaten, but he remembered 2 people. It was a man and a woman, sitting on a table offering sacrifices in a dilapidated temple. From then on, he became enlightened and often gave birth to some human knowledge. Haha, so humans hide their dead in graves. This can't be wasted. The old dog was very excited, and from then on he started digging graves and stealing corpses, and he always got something every time. Especially last winter, more than 30 people died in the village at one time, and he couldn't dig all the graves. However, after a long time, he was discovered and was wanted by the government, which indirectly led to the slaughter of all the wild dogs in the nearby villages. Although the old dog escaped the disaster, he never dared to enter the village again and could only dig some wild graves to survive. I heard that a cemetery was built outside Qinjia town. I'll go there and take a look someday. The old dog said to himself. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to a patch of grass and sniffed it with his nose. Snake. Faintly, he smelled the scent of a snake. He had eaten snakes before these days, but the old dog had a very keen sense of danger. His scalp instantly went numb and he got goosebumps all over his body. Danger, run away. Lao Go trusts his intuition very much, which is why he can escape the government's pursuit time and time again. He ran away without hesitation, not even eating human bones. Why did you run away? Xu Hei was hiding in the dark, watching in amazement. Xu Hei was sure that he was 100 meters away from the big black dog and had not shown his face at all, so the other party could not have discovered him. Dogs have such a keen nose. Follow them and see. Xu Hei immediately used the earth escape technique and chased after him. Xu Hei has lived in the snake village for many years and still has some good eyesight. It is obvious that this black dog does not live in the wild, but is a stray dog in a human city, specializing in picking up human leftovers to survive. Xu Hei was surprised that such a wild dog could evolve into a dog demon and have such sharp perception. What surprised Xu Hei even more was what happened next. The big black dog seemed to realize that Xu Hei was tracking him, so it sped up and kept changing positions left and right, as if trying to get away. You know, Xu Hei is underground, how could he smell it? The old dog rushed to a steep slope, jumped up, and rolled directly down the slope like a ball, increasing in speed. Xu Hei also increased his speed and caught up quickly. The old dog felt Xu Hei getting closer and closer, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. After he landed, he opened his big mouth and roared. Murder, murder. Help! A snake demon is killing people. The old dog opened its mouth and actually uttered human language, howling continuously. The sound was extremely sharp, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, and immediately attracted the attention of villagers in the distance. Xu Hei almost burst into curse. He had only heard of crows mimicking human speech, but had never seen a dog mimicking human speech and even asking humans for help. What was this? Seeing that the black dog escaped from the villager's sight, Xu Hei immediately stopped and stopped chasing it. With his speed, he could have caught up with the big black dog and caught it, but there was really no need to take the risk. He was chasing the dog just out of curiosity. Look, it's the black dog. A black dog digging up the ancestors' graves. Stop right there. Seeing this, the two villagers immediately rushed over with hose. The big black dog saw that the situation was not good and had no intention of fighting back. He turned around and ran away. In fact, with the old dog's strength, it would be very easy for him to bite a few people to death, but he has only eaten dead people so far and has never killed a living person. The old dog is very smart. If he really committed a murder, it would not just be a few soldiers who would arrest him, but even the Imperial Observatory would have to take action. Xu Hei was on a distant hilltop, watching the big black dog being chased and escaping into the alleys of Snake Village. Xu Hei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This old black dog seems to be very famous. How come I have never heard of it before? Did it appear this year? Xu Hei was confused. It was obvious that this old dog had also become enlightened like him, and had a very high intelligence. It was the first time that Xu Hei had seen an enlightened demon other than him. Why did this happen? What did he have in common with this old dog? Could it be that this old dog also ate some human pill? Xu Hei immediately thought of something and shook his head. No. It shouldn't be the problem with the human pill. The human pill is just a breakthrough pill for Taoist priests. It's not a rare thing. There must be another reason. Xu Hei seriously suspected that the reason why he became enlightened was due to other reasons. It was for this reason that the black dog also became enlightened. Xu Hei thought hard but couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he could only catch the big black dog and ask it. But the big black dog hid in the snake village and had been silent for a while. No one knew which direction it would come out from. Xu Hei suddenly had a headache. He also chased into the snake village and caught the dog in the street. Given the dog spirit's personality, he would definitely shout in the street, attracting a crowd of onlookers, and maybe even attracting the attention of the Imperial Observatory. This is an organization of the Imperial Court, more powerful than the snake catcher. Even if Xu Hei had 100 guts, he would not want to mess with the Imperial Observatory. Humph, don't you like digging graves? I'll find a grave and wait for you to take the bait. Xu Hei said in his heart. In the mountains and forests, outside Xu Hei's territory. Two figures, one in front and one behind, arrived at the border between the two hills. These two people were Chen Dowling and Mu Lei. Chen Dowling held the compass in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "There is indeed the breath of a snake demon here." As a veteran among snake catchers, he has been dealing with snake demons all his life. Sometimes, he can distinguish the scent of a snake demon from countless monsters just by looking at it or smelling it. At this moment, he turned his gaze and looked to the side, only to see a large group of wolves rushing out of the woods and quickly surrounding the two of them. Behind the wolf pack stood a tall moon wolf, with black and white hair and a crescent moon between its eyebrows, staring at the two of them. "Woo!" the wolf king roared. The wolves immediately swarmed over and attacked the two men. Chen Dowling stood with his hands behind his back, motionless. Mu Lei took out a palm-sized thunder seal, raised his hand and pointed it, and saw a bolt of lightning shot out from the thunder seal, hitting the center of the wolf pack. Boom! The thunder exploded, blowing the 5 wolves away on the spot, their bodies turning into charred black. The two in the middle were reduced to ashes on the spot, leaving no trace. When the Wolf King saw this scene, he was horrified and turned around and ran away without hesitation. Die! Mu Lei shouted coldly, and pointed the thunder seal in his hand again. Another thunder struck out and chased after the Wolf King. The Wolf King rushed to the edge of the cliff, leaped off the cliff, and thunder exploded 3 inches behind him, blowing his tail to pieces. A howl was heard in the distance as he fell down. Muley walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The Wolf King was lying at the foot of the cliff, either dead or disabled. He hesitated for a moment and had no intention of chasing after him. "Let's go. I can sense that the dragon's lair is nearby." Chen Dowling looked at the compass in his hand and spoke slowly. "Yes." Muley clasped his fists excitedly. At the foot of the cliff, the Wolf King, whose tail was burned off, endured the severe pain, climbed up, his eyes full of grief and anger. The wolf pack died and its own tail was broken, all because of those damn humans. He wanted revenge, but he was powerless. Humans were too strong, so strong that he despaired. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the order Xu Hei had given him. "If you see any trace of humans, tell me immediately." The Wolf King didn't take this order seriously at all, but now, he only had this strong thought in his mind. "Snake, I'm going to find a snake." The Wolf King stood up, quickly gathered the wolves, and gave the order to find Xu Hei. The wolves scattered and searched the mountains and fields. These days, Xu Hei has been restless and unable to sit still. Even when practicing magic, he finds it difficult to calm down. It was as if something big was about to happen in the dark, making it difficult for him to calm down. After Xu Hei wandered around the mountains twice and caught 2 wild animals, this feeling became stronger. The birds in the sky and the animals on the ground all showed signs of panic, as if they had been strongly frightened. This kind of fright only occurs when there is a downpour of rain and lightning and thunder. Wild beasts are most afraid of the power of thunder. Something's wrong. Xu Hei had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, a gray wolf in the distance discovered him and immediately turned and left. Not long after the gray wolf left, Xu Hei heard a loud wolf howl coming from afar. "I saw a wounded moon wolf running towards me, panting." It was the Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King's body was charred black, and his tail was bald. After seeing Xu Hei, he ran up to him as if he had seen a relative, and made a sharp cry with panic in his eyes, as if he was expressing something. "Is someone coming?" Xu Hei asked. "Oh." The Wolf King nodded quickly. Xu Hei hesitated for a moment and did not choose to escape. Instead, he rushed towards his territory. Sure enough, the snake catchers came to the door. They had their own ways of finding snakes and even knew snakes better than the snakes themselves. There was no way Xu Hei could escape. There is no permanent solution. If you don't want to abandon your territory, there is only one way: kill all invaders. Of course, Xu Hei is not a blind and reckless snake. If he is really defeated, he will escape immediately and have thought of an escape route. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, Xu Hei returned to the scene of the incident. There were traces of burning on the ground, and there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. The opponent is quite powerful. The power of this attack should be half of my fireball. Xu Hei secretly estimated in his heart. This person's strength should be similar to that of Mu Yun. But since Xu Hei was able to kill Mu Yun, the other party would definitely not just send someone similar to Mu Yun. There must be someone stronger. Xu Hei immediately spread out his spiritual awareness and rushed towards the direction of the cave. He just hoped that the snake fruit tree and the little white snake in the cave would be safe. For the first time, Xu Hei actually cared about the safety of others. And just as Xu Hei approached, his spiritual consciousness suddenly touched another spiritual consciousness. The owner of the spiritual consciousness was shocked and quickly approached this place. After a few flashes, he arrived in the distance. This man was young, wearing a black python robe and holding a thunder seal in his hand. It was Muley. The moment he saw Xu Hei, Muley took out the thunder seal without saying a word and fired it. "Call out." A bolt of lightning shot out, and Xu Hei quickly dived into the ground. The lightning hit the ground, creating a large pit about 10 feet wide. Such a scene surprised Xu Hei. This person's cultivation was comparable to Mu Yun's, but the power of this magic weapon was far beyond Mu Yun's reach. "It was you, little loach, who killed my elder brother." Muley felt contempt in his heart. A dragon. It doesn't look like one at all. Could it be a mistake? It's clearly a black snake. He had been following the master's orders, staying where he was and waiting for the prey to come, while the master used a compass to search outside. Finally, he got what he was waiting for. For his safety, Chen Dowling gave him many magical weapons for self-defense. With the multiple protections added up, it was impossible for him to end up like Mu Yun, who suffered a setback. But to be on the safe side, he still took out the jade communication talisman and planned to throw it into the sky. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Xu Hei turned around and ran away, rushing straight down the mountain without any delay. Escaped. Mu Lei was stunned. This snake actually escaped. Master told me not to act impulsively after seeing you. I should just delay for an incense stick of time, and he will arrive on his own. Mu Lei's eyes flickered, and it was said that it was for his safety, so that he would not be killed by the snake demon. But at this moment, this snake was clearly only at the 4th level of the spiritual stage, 2 levels lower than him, and it ran away when it saw him. How could he kill him? As a snake catcher, killing snake demons of the same level is a basic quality of a snake catcher. If you can't even do this, then you shouldn't be called a snake catcher. Not to mention, he was 2 stories taller. Could it be true, as junior brother Zhao said, that this snake demon is extremely cunning, possessed by a powerful being, capable of fighting above its level, and deliberately showing weakness to lure the other party to chase it, so that it can take the opportunity to counterattack? Instead of feeling contempt, Mu Lei felt a little wary. He took a few steps back and hid behind a tree. He activated the communication jade talisman, placed it on the ground silently, and threw it away. Afterwards, he returned to his original position, pretending to be proud, and shouted, "A mere 4th-level spiritual beast, do you need master to take action? I can kill you by myself." He chased after Xu Hei in the direction he fled. Mu Lei was certain that the other party had not escaped and must be waiting for him somewhere. How could his elder brother, who was at the peak of the 6th level of qi refining, be killed by a 4th-level monster? The other party must have used despicable means. Today, these despicable means are useless to him. He will use all his trump cards. At the same time, he also sent a message to Chen Dowling. With the master to deal with it, the snake demon could not escape even if it had wings. "Come out, I found you." His spiritual sense quickly locked onto Xu Hei's figure, who was rapidly shuttling underground. Mu Lei's eyes flashed. He took out 2 talismans and stuck them on his legs, then he performed the earth escape technique, drilled into the ground, and rushed straight towards Xu Hei. He seemed to be chasing at full speed, but in fact, he only used 5% of his speed, leaving 5% for response. Similarly, Xu Hei did not run away at full speed. He only used 2% of his speed, leaving 80%. He even did not use the earth escape technique, and was deliberately keeping the opponent hanging. This person's speed is so slow, not even half of Mu Yun's. It's obvious that he is deliberately showing weakness. Xu Hei said in his heart. This boy looks young, but he is very scheming and is not as easy to fool as Mu Yun. As for his pretense just now, saying that he didn't need his master and could handle it by himself, it was obvious that he was trying to cover up his true intentions. It is very likely that the man's master will arrive soon. Since there were other powerful people in the dark and no one knew when they would arrive, Xu Hei made a decision immediately to ignore this person and just run away. Xu Hei increased his speed to 50%, and the distance between the 2 sides quickly widened. Without using the earth escape technique, this is already moving at full speed. Mu Lei, who was chasing behind, suddenly changed his expression. He's really going to run away. Mu Lei was extremely anxious. What he hoped most was that the other party would stay and trick him. In this way, he would have plenty of ways to hold the other party back. But Xu Hei didn't even make a tentative move and ran away at full speed. This was completely beyond his expectations, and his prepared backup plan was useless. Stop it. Mu Lei made a lightning seal and struck out a bolt of lightning, which blew a big hole in the earth in front of him, but Xu Hei had already disappeared. Chase. Mu Lei gritted his teeth, used all his strength to perform the earth escape technique, and chased forward. With Mu Lei's full-speed pursuit, the distance between the 2 sides was finally shortened again, but it consumed a lot of his energy. You little bastard, do you really think you can escape? Stay and fight me if you dare. I can kill you without any magic weapon. Mu Lei cursed from a distance, transmitting his voice without caring whether Xu Hei could understand him or not. Xu Hei sneered in his heart. If the opponent kept 50% of his speed, he would never fight back but would just escape immediately. But chasing at full speed is different, as it means leaving no way to retreat. You are really looking for death. Xu Hei's figure suddenly stopped, and he performed the earth escape technique to immediately eliminate the inertia. Then, he turned around and rushed straight towards Mu Lei. The speed was incredibly fast, almost twice that of Mu Lei. What? Mu Lei was horrified, but fortunately he reacted quickly. He immediately pressed the thunder seal and a bolt of lightning shot out, creating a big hole in front of him. Mud splashed and hit a hollow area. Boom. Because the lightning was too close, not only Xu Hei was struck by lightning, but also Mu Lei himself was affected. He vomited blood, flew backwards, and fell into the charred mud. A deep pit 10 meters wide has appeared here. Mu Lei immediately raised his head and looked forward. In the hollow area ahead, Xu Hei was standing there quietly, his whole body was charred black, and there was a layer of broken golden light shield around him, which was the golden shield talisman. However, this golden shield talisman obviously cannot block all the lightning. Mu Lei's face darkened and he was about to activate the thunder seal again. Suddenly, Xu Hei opened his mouth wide and an extremely dense black flame spurted out towards his face. Fireball. This simple basic spell exerted incredible power on Xu Hei. When the black fire appeared, the air twisted and the soil melted into magma, like the devil flames of hell, sweeping towards Mu Lei. What kind of magic is this? Mu Lei was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. He instantly took out a jade pendant and blocked the way ahead. Gravity magic. Xu Hei's eyes turned red and he shouted in his heart. Gravity magic descended and acted on the jade pendant in Mu Lei's hand. Mu Lei suddenly felt a force of 1,000 pounds pressing down on him, and the jade pendant in his hand actually deviated from its position and slipped out of his hand. It all happened so fast that Mu Lei had no time to think or grab the jade pendant before the fireball had already arrived. Boom. The flames rolled in, stirring up a huge black fire, completely melting the soil behind Mu Lei, and magma flowed out, and Mu Lei also let out a shrill scream. Hearing the scream, Xu Hei not only did not feel a trace of joy, but his face darkened. If he can scream, it means he is not dead. Sure enough, Xu Hei looked carefully and saw that the jade pendant shattered, forming a soft white light curtain that protected Mu Lei's body. However, the position of the jade pendant was slightly off, and this layer of light curtain did not completely protect Mu Lei's body. His left arm, left shoulder, and part of his body were outside the range of the light curtain and completely melted in the flames, burning into nothingness. All this was caused by the jade pendant deviating slightly. Xu Hei's gravity technique played a key role, otherwise, Mu Lei might have been unharmed. Damn it, it was almost there. Xu Haiwen sighed that it was a pity. He had only practiced gravity magic for 3 days. If he was given another week to practice, he would definitely be able to move the jade pendant away completely. The attack failed to kill him instantly, so Xu Hei did not hesitate and immediately took away Mu Lei's storage bag, drilled into the mud, turned around and fled. Only 3 breaths passed after Xu Hei left. An old man with blood burning all over his body descended into the deep pit. He glanced at the seriously injured Mu Lei, his face as gloomy as water, and without saying a word, he helped him up. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. Chen Dowling had a blank expression on his face. He gave Mu Lei a pill and carried him on his back. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Chen Dowling dodged, dived into the mud, and chased forward. His spiritual sense spread out, and in an instant, it exceeded 100 meters and quickly locked onto the black snake that was fleeing rapidly in front of him. At this moment, Xu Hei encountered for the first time a situation where the other party could discover him but he could not discover the other party. He only felt a spiritual consciousness colliding with him, which contained a fierce murderous intent. Xu Hei's spiritual sense can reach a range of 90 meters, which means that the opponent's spiritual sense exceeds 100 meters. With a spiritual sense exceeding 100 meters, what is this person's cultivation level? Xu Hei's mind was spinning rapidly. This kind of spiritual awareness has surpassed that of an ordinary person in the late Qi refining stage. It should be an old monster who has been stagnant in his cultivation for countless years and has reached the great perfection of the chi refining stage. As for foundation building, Xu Hei thought that he was not yet able to provoke beings of that level. Young man, I underestimated you. I left so many life-saving magic weapons to my disciples and repeatedly warned them not to underestimate you, but in the end, I almost got killed. If you surrender, you can save your life. From afar, Chen Dowling's telepathic voice could be heard. Su Hechuan ignored these words and had no intention of mocking them. With the dual effects of earth escape technique and physical strength, he ran forward at an unprecedented speed. Ah! You actually mastered the earth escape technique, how strange. Chen Dowling was surprised. His speed also increased suddenly. Chen Dowling had practiced for many years and had mastered the earth escape technique, which was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. As he chased at full speed, even Xu Hei could clearly feel that the distance was getting closer. Not only the speed, but also the consumption of true energy is a big problem. Xu Hei cast spells one after another, but with his current true energy, he could only last half an incense stick at most. Soon, Xu Hei's spiritual sense was able to capture the other party. It was an old man in Taoist robes, carrying the injured Muley on his back. Xu Hei's eyes flashed, and he changed direction and ran towards a big mountain. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Soon, the distance between the two sides was only 50 meters. At this time, a rock layer appeared in front of us, all of which were hard granite. Under this kind of terrain, the earth escape technique was difficult to advance. Xu Hei immediately crawled out of the soil, flashed, and flew towards the cliff above. The next second, Chen Dowling also crawled out of the soil with his eyes slightly narrowed. At this time, he was in a canyon with towering cliffs on both sides. Boom. Suddenly, there seemed to be a gunpowder explosion above our heads. Thick smoke filled the air, and the canyon shook. Immediately afterwards, countless rocks fell from the cliffs on both sides and hit Chen Dowling in the face. Not good. Chen Dowling's face changed and he dodged hurriedly, but more and more rocks kept rolling down from great heights, filling the front and back, completely blocking his retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling stone fell and hit his head, arms, and back, but only a golden halo rose from Chen Dowling's body surface, which was very elastic. After the rolling stone hit him, it was automatically bounced away. A magic weapon for self-defense, huh? I'll bury you 100 stories deep and see how you can protect yourself. Xu Hei continued to detonate talismans and throw down stones, covering Chen Dowling's rock with another layer of rock. Layer after layer, hundreds of large stones fell down in unison, which was extremely spectacular. All I could hear was a rumbling sound that never stopped. Soon, Chen Dowling was pressed down by countless stones and completely buried. This canyon terrain is a dangerous place that Xu Hei has been looking for a long time. As early as a month ago, he had anticipated how to escape if he encountered a strong enemy and was slower than the opponent. He looted a lot of talismans from Mu Yun, most of which were intermediate-level talismans, but they could only deal with cultivators in the middle stage of chi refining, and were a little reluctant to deal with cultivators in the late stage. Talismans of this power were useless against Xu Hei, so he used them all to attack the rocks. As long as there are enough stones, even if you have reached the great perfection of the chi refining stage, what can it do? A mortal body cannot crush you to death. After Xu Hei detonated all the talismans, countless rocks fell and rumbled down, as if a major earthquake had erupted. Smoke and dust rose up, the mountains shook, and the ground shook, as if a huge mountain had collapsed. After doing all this, Xu Hei didn't care about what the other party did. He immediately rushed down the mountain and fled at full speed into the distance. Xu Hei estimated that with such power, even a person who had reached the great perfection of chi refining stage would most likely die on the spot, but he did not dare to take the risk and decided to escape first. After Xu Hei escaped, the place gradually became quiet and the canyon was completely blocked by rocks. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, the rubble of rock began to shake and crack piece by piece, like an eggshell, shattering layer by layer and turning into powder. I saw a figure with blood burning all over his body slowly walking out from the pile of rocks. This person was none other than Chen Dowling. The blood-red flames on his body burned even more vigorously. His white hair moved without wind and his eyes were scarlet. Chen Daoling's aura at this time had surpassed the great perfection of the Qi refining stage and reached the initial stage of the foundation establishment stage. Behind him, Muley had a bleeding head and was barely breathing. His injuries, which had almost stabilized, were hit by rocks and he was afraid that he would not live long. Chen Daoling's hatred for Xu Hei was beyond words. A small snake at the 4th level of spiritual communication was so scheming that it set up a stone formation, which not only killed his disciple but also almost killed him on the spot. If he did not have the violent god pill left by his master, which could increase his cultivation to the foundation establishment level in a short period of time at the cost of 20 years of his life, he would not have been able to escape. Even if he wasn't killed by the stones, he could suffocate or starve to death. He still underestimated the snake. I don't care who you are, today, I, Chen Daoling, will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, extract your marrow and refine your bones. Chen Daoling was furious. He stopped talking nonsense, leaped up, and rushed towards a certain direction. The powerful vortex of spiritual energy made him fly into the air and ride the wind. His speed was 5 times faster than before. At this moment, he was deeply afraid of Xu Hei. If this snake was not eliminated, it would become a big trouble for snake catchers in the future. In almost an instant, Chen Daoling crossed 100 feet, his eyes like an eagle, scanning the area below. After searching for several times, I still couldn't find Xu Hei's location. I have collected your demonic energy, you can't escape. Chen Daoling remained calm. He took out a compass and injected a stream of evil spirit into it. The compass immediately turned and pointed to a location. Chen Daoling changed direction and chased in that direction. Soon, he locked onto the figure on the ground that was fleeing towards the river. You can't escape. Chen Daoling swooped down at Xu Hei with a grim look, while Xu Hei ran towards the river with all his might and had already reached the riverside. When the distance between the two sides reached within 100 meters, Chen Daoling shook hands in the air. In an instant, Xu Hei felt as if his body was being pressed down by a huge rock. His bones were crackling and he was unable to move. This is gravity magic. Xu Hei was shocked that this small gravitational technique could have such power on a cultivator who was in the foundation building stage. This is not the real foundation building, but it is improved by the secret elixir, and it has such power. If it is the real foundation building, Xu Hei has no doubt that his body will shatter and die. Seeing that Xu Hei was unable to move, Chen Daoling sneered and stepped forward. Suddenly, something seemed to touch a thin thread under his feet. Call out. A sapling nearby suddenly shot up, shooting out a dart that flew straight towards Chen Daoling's face. Chen Daoling showed disdain in his eyes. He raised his hand and used gravity to stop the dart. However, the dart did not react and instantly shot in front of him at an incredible speed. Chen Daoling was shocked and dodged to the side, but was still scratched on the neck. Even the protective true Qi of the foundation building period was scratched with a big gap, ignoring all defenses. The dart flew out and fell to the ground. Xu Hei swallowed it in one gulp, rushed into the river and disappeared. Chen Daoling touched the streak of blood on his neck, his expression uncertain. Just now, what was that hidden weapon? What happened just now happened too fast, he only vaguely remembered that it seemed to be a black gold scale. Chen Daoling's chest heaved and his face was distorted, as if he had suffered unprecedented humiliation. He was in the great perfection of Qi refining stage, and was ambushed badly, but he was also ambushed when he was in the foundation establishment stage. If he had not been careless and dodged in time, he might even have lost his life. This made the murderous intent in his heart even stronger. If such a monster, with its extraordinary intelligence and cunningness like a fox, were allowed to grow, he had no doubt that the snake catchers would be completely extinct. We must not leave any future troubles. Even if it costs a price, we must kill this snake. I told you, it's no use hiding anywhere. Chen Daoling took out the compass again and injected Xu Hei's breath into it. The compass immediately turned and the needle pointed to a direction. At this moment, Xu Hei was under the river, swimming frantically downstream. It was such a pity what happened just now. If he had known earlier, he would have set up 10-scale hidden weapons and shot them out at once. He believed that he would not survive. However, Xu Hei still couldn't give up everything. After all, he was not 100% sure that the other party would fall into the trap. This river was also the escape direction he had planned. There were turbulent undercurrents and countless whirlpools here, making it difficult for humans to set foot there. If one was not careful, one would be swept away by the river. However, for powerful monks, the impact is minimal. Xu Hei had tried his best to overestimate the opponent, but the worst situation still happened. As a foundation-building cultivator, he really didn't want to provoke such an existence unless he had no other choice. However, snake catchers and snakes are mortal enemies, and this day will come sooner or later. This is fate. No matter how careful Xu Hei is, he can't escape it. The only luck now is that the other party has only built the foundation through cultivation, not the foundation through spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of the foundation building can spread over 1,000 meters, and nothing can escape detection. The other party has practiced for more than 100 years, he must be able to use water escape technique. I can't hide in the water forever, I need to get ashore. Xu Hei knew very well that it was only a matter of time before the other party discovered his location, so where should he escape to? Being chased by a foundation-building cultivator, where is my way out? Xu Hei's mind was full of thoughts, and before he knew it, he had advanced 1,000 meters. At this time, his spiritual consciousness saw the Dragon King temple by the river, and the villagers of Qinjia town were burning incense and offering sacrifices. A light bulb suddenly lit up Xu Hei's mind, and a place involuntarily came to his mind. Mountain Temple. Xu Hei finally became enlightened in the Mountain God Temple, and the Mountain God Temple also helped him solve Qin Fan's inner demons. Xu Hei practiced for a year and figured out many problems. That Mountain Temple is definitely not a simple place. Perhaps, the Big Black Dog's awakening was also related to the Mountain Temple. At the beginning, Xu Hei left 2 corpses there. The Mountain God Temple is 2 miles outside of Qinjia town, and Qinjia town is nearby. Xu Hei's heart beat faster. This was fate. Xu Hei did not act immediately. He calmed down in the water, took a pill from the storage bag, and then leaned against the river bank. Rush. Xu Hei used the earth escape technique and rushed towards his destination. At this moment, he burst out with unprecedented speed, and his blood began to burn like an earth dragon underground, which would only erupt at the moment of life and death. And at the moment Xu Hei rushed out, Chen Daoling seemed to notice something. He stared at the compass and looked suddenly in the direction where Xu Hei escaped. Little beast, no matter how much I have to pay, I will tear you into pieces today. Chen Daoling shouted from afar and chased after him. One was in the sky, the other underground. The 2 were fleeing at high speed and passed by Qinjia town. Except for a few monks who sensed something and looked suspicious, no mortals noticed anything at all. Xu Hei's spiritual sense soon discovered the dilapidated mountain temple. He gritted his teeth, suddenly drilled out of the mud, and rushed into the gate of the mountain temple. Soon, Chen Daoling followed the guidance of the compass and chased after them. He stared at the ruined temple and was about to chase in, but he stopped. Chen Daoling narrowed his eyes and stood in front of the gate of the mountain temple, staring at the temple with a thoughtful look on his face. This snake is full of tricks and cunning like a fox. Why would it choose to hide here? Is there a trick? Chen Daoling couldn't figure out the reason. If he were the snake, he would never leave the river. He would float downstream along the river. While in the water, he would be more likely to perform some tricks with the help of the changes in the water flow. But right now, what's the point of hiding in this dilapidated temple? Chen Daoling's spiritual sense was as fast as lightning. He scanned the room inside and out but found nothing unusual. However, when his spiritual consciousness swept across the statue of the mountain god, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. The palpitations disappeared in just a moment. Chen Daoling's gaze was absorbed in it, as if he wanted to see through the statue, but the feeling just now could no longer appear, as if it was just an illusion. There must be something fishy going on here. Chen Daoling said coldly. At this time, 2 figures in white flashed in the distance, with faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in their bodies. Both of them were cultivators from Qinjia town, but they were only in the early stage of qi refining stage. They also sensed Chen Daoling's aura, so they came up to investigate. When they got closer, their expressions changed and they hurriedly bowed to him. Greetings, senior. The 2 of them bowed deeply, with expressions of respect. Chen Daoling glanced at them and said, "You 2, come here." The 2 were startled, looked at each other, and then walked up and asked in confusion, "I wonder what instructions do you have, Senior?" Chen Dowling pointed at the mountain temple and said, "Destroy the statues inside." The two of them couldn't help but wonder, this mountain temple has stood here for many years, it has existed since they were born, and it has long been deserted, so why would the statues inside be destroyed? They suddenly thought of some rumors that this mountain temple was once haunted and many strange things had happened there. Looking at Chen Dowling's solemn expression, the two of them felt that something was wrong. But the two did not dare to resist. They could only take a deep breath, take out a fireball talisman and a wind blade talisman respectively, and walk towards the gate. At this moment, a black flame spurted out, giving the two no chance to react. Ah! Screams were heard, and the two men instantly turned into charcoal, fell to the ground, and died. Asshole! Chen Dowling was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. In that case, I will raise the entire temple to the ground for you. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. Chen Dowling took out a light red talisman, which had an extremely violent aura, and threw it into the mountain temple. When the talisman landed in the temple, Chen Dowling retreated 30 feet, made hand gestures, and shouted, "Explode." Boom. The talisman exploded, flames shot up into the sky, shaking the clouds, and the entire mountain temple collapsed in an instant, turning into nothingness, and everything within a radius of 50 feet was reduced to ashes. During this period, Chen Dowling's spiritual consciousness was fixed on the temple, not missing any movement. Wherever the flames passed, the walls collapsed and the structure of the entire building no longer existed. A huge deep pit was blown out and even the statues were blown to pieces. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. After the statue exploded, a ray of black light seemed to rush out and rush towards him at an incredible speed. Even with all his skills, it was difficult for him to react. Not good. Although Chen Dowling didn't know what this was, he felt a slight fluctuation of soul power. It was very likely the soul of the old monster recorded in ancient books. He immediately threw Muley behind him out to block the front, and at the same time he retreated violently and fled far away. Call out. That ray of black light rushed into Muley's brow, and Chen Dowling did not dare to stop for a moment. He ran away, using his life-saving talisman, and his speed instantly increased by more than 5 times. From a distance, he heard a voice that entered his mind. "If you dare to appear before me again, I will shatter your soul and make you never enter reincarnation again." This sound was like a loud thunderclap. A trace of blood flowed out of Chen Dowling's 7 orifices, which made him pale with horror. His previous anger had long since disappeared in the face of the life and death crisis, and only fear remained. "Senior, please calm down. I promise I will never set foot here again." Chen Dowling left a few words and fled away, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Xu Hei was hiding deep underground. Although he avoided the core area of the explosion, he was still affected by the shock wave and tried hard not to bleed. "That was a close call, I made the right bet." Xu Hei's heart was pounding. He had never gambled in his life, and this was the most thrilling one. However, he also had enough backup plans. If he was really forced into a corner, he would swallow the pill in his mouth and then shoot out all the scales. If the old man didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But if that happens, both sides will suffer. With Xu Hei's personality, he could not accept this result. At this moment, a figure in the sky fell down. It was Muley who had already died. Muley was lying on the ground, breathless, but his eyes were slowly opening. Pretending to be dead? Xu Hei's mind buzzed, and he immediately thought of Qin Fan who had come back from the dead, which made the fear in his heart explode all of a sudden. "Ah! Don't pretend to be dead." Xu Hei roared and rushed forward madly, swinging his tail wildly and hitting Muley in the face. Muley's face was smashed by the tail, and all the bones in his body were shattered, with blood gushing out. Afterwards, Xu Hei gathered up enough fire and sprayed it on Muley, burning his body to charcoal. He sprayed another mouthful of fire, turning it to slag. The third mouthful of fire burned him to ashes. Xu Hei was still worried, so he swung his tail again, raising the dust as well. Phew! Luckily I trained in the fireball technique, otherwise I would have died. Xu Hei let out a long sigh of relief, he was almost scared to death. After a long time, there was no movement from Muley, and Xu Hei finally felt relieved. Then, he turned his head, looked at the fragments of the statue, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you, Master Mountain God, for your help." He knew in his heart that it was this mountain god who had scared Chen Dowling away. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to take the risk and risk his life. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. The mountain god had done him a favor, and Xu Hei always knew how to handle the current situation and knew what he should do. Xu Hei thought about it, took out 3 incense sticks from his storage bag, stuck them into the ground, lit them with fireball magic, and also caught a mouse as a tribute, placed it on the ground in front of him, and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. "Thank you for your blessing, mountain god. I will come to worship you every year from now on." Xu Hei smiled, then turned and left. "Stop right there, you bastard." Suddenly, an angry shout came from his mind, like thunder, which made Xu Hei stunned. He looked around to make sure he had heard it correctly and that there was indeed a voice in his head. "Master Mountain God, are you speaking?" Xu Hei asked in panic and excitement, looking at the broken statue. The voice seemed to be very angry. It panted for a long time before continuing, "You have half an hour to find me a body. Otherwise, I curse you to never be reincarnated." Hearing this, Xu Hei's face turned dark. He will never be reincarnated, and there will be no follow-up after his death. This is more terrifying than killing him. He didn't know why the other party asked him to find a body, but he dared not disobey the mountain god's order. Xu Hei hurriedly said in fear and trepidation, "I will find a body right away." Xu Hei turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. "Wait," the voice shouted again, "don't just find a body to fool me. I want someone strong and young. Preferably one with some cultivation experience. As for spiritual roots, physical fitness and so on, he didn't dare to make any requests, fearing that Xu Hei wouldn't understand. He couldn't have any hope for the intelligence of this beast. Yes. Xu Hei did not dare to delay and quickly ran away, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, his heart was already filled with shock and fear. This mountain god was actually alive, a living mountain god. No wonder he was able to become enlightened, he must have been enlightened by the mountain god, right? Xu Hei has little knowledge, but he has heard of some classics. In ancient times, there were gods who could enlighten stubborn stones and make them become spirits. But what was the point of enlightening a monster? There are indeed gods in this world. The mountain god asked me to find a body for him. It must be young and strong, and have some cultivation. I have to choose carefully. Only if he is satisfied will he bless me to have a smooth cultivation. Xu Hei said to himself that he planned to complete this task seriously. But catching a living body might get into trouble, so Xu Hei decided to follow the example of the black dog and catch a dead one. Just now when he passed by, he saw a cemetery and went there to try his luck. At this moment, the so-called mountain god was hiding in the dead rat tribute, and his spirit was rapidly dissipating. Damn beast, how did I encounter such a thing in the first place? He is not a mountain god, but a demon who fled here 200 years ago, Tianma Sanren. His spirit has been sealed in the statue of the mountain god, enjoying the worship of the villagers and surviving to this day by relying on that trace of faith. However, because his power is too evil, ghost phenomena have frequently appeared here. Over time, the mountain god temple has been abandoned. However, after 200 years of recuperation, his spirit had recovered a little, and he had the ability to take over another person's body. Last year, he saw a man named Dan and a Taoist priest fleeing to a mountain temple. He was about to use the art of possessing another's body, but unexpectedly, he was suddenly swallowed by Xu Hei. Along with a trace of his spiritual power, it was also swallowed into Xu Hei's stomach. He was a demon, how powerful was his soul? Just swallowing a little bit would help the monster to open its mind successfully. Xu Hei, that's why he suddenly got the idea. The second time later, Miss Chen and the killer fled into the mountain temple, and he also used the method of possession. This time, he was beaten to death by Xu Hei. Although it was not swallowed, the corpse was eaten by a wild dog that came later, and the wild dog also became wise. Both attempts to take over someone else's body ended in failure, and he also lost a trace of his spiritual power. This was the third time he did not act rashly. It was not until the statue where he was hiding was exploded that he was forced to fly out and use his power to possess Mulei. As a result, Xu Hei burned it into slag and all the ashes flew away. Tianma Sanren was almost going crazy. He had never suffered such a big loss before, and his hatred towards Xu Hei could not be described in words. But Xu Hei was completely unaware of this and was still complacent, thinking that he was showing great respect to the mountain god. Just wait. When I acquire a physical body, I will make you suffer. Tianma Sanren was extremely angry. Outside Qinjia town, in the cemetery. Xu Hei came to the cemetery, spread out his spiritual sense, and scanned the tombs one by one, looking for corpses. To his regret, all the corpses had turned into skulls. Such bodies were obviously not up to standard and must have been recently buried. There were also some graves that showed signs of being dug up, with the bodies inside gone. It was obvious that they had been stolen by some creature. Xu Hei thought of the big black dog. The mountain god only gave me half an hour, I have to hurry. Xu Hei was a little impatient, he just wanted to complete the task. But where can I find someone who is young and strong, preferably with a well-trained body? Suddenly, Xu Hei seemed to sense something, and he quickly used the earth escape technique to drill into the ground, even withdrew his spiritual consciousness and gaze. Xu Hei remained motionless, not daring to show any murderous intent, relying only on his hearing. There was a slight tapping sound coming from the distance. Judging from the subtle sound, the other party was not a human but a four-limbed creature, obviously a dog. The dog came to a grave and began to dig and make noises. As soon as Xu Hei heard it, he knew that the black dog had started digging the grave again. Haha, this time, I didn't release my spiritual sense, and I didn't even look at you. I don't believe you can still escape. Xu Hei knew that the other party had a keen sense of perception, so he was well prepared. This time, he finally caught him. Get started. Xu Hei did not hesitate and rushed towards the target quickly, using his earth escape technique at full power. After Xu Hei took action, the big black dog that was digging the hole finally realized it and smelled the danger. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Ouch! A dog's cry was heard, and Xu Hei crawled out from the mud, rushed out 100 feet away, and caught the dog on the spot outside the tomb. As expected, this dog was the big black dog that had become enlightened. At this moment, the black dog's eyes turned scarlet, looking extremely evil, with dark aura coming out of its head. It was obvious that it had eaten a lot of corpses and was already filled with resentment. Ouch! The black dog still tried to bite Xu Hei, but Xu Hei's cultivation was obviously several levels higher than his. Xu Hei exerted force suddenly, and there was a continuous cracking sound, and the black dog screamed in pain. Mercy, mercy, the black dog made a human-like cry. Xu Hei ignored him, released the animal-chasing collar and put it around his neck. The black dog immediately became still and quiet. Xu Hei stopped and looked at the black dog in front of him. He looked at it carefully and suddenly his eyes lit up. He wants me to find a body, someone who is strong, young, handsome, and has accomplishments. Xu Hei looked at the black dog in front of him, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this dog met the other party's requirements. This temperament and this body are simply perfect. In Xu Hei's mind, it is almost the most perfect body, second only to his own. Xu Hei immediately grabbed the black dog and took action, galloping towards the mountain temple. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? The black dog howled, as if it had a bad premonition, and kept struggling, but everything was in vain in front of the top-grade magic weapon. After a while, Xu Hei returned to the ruins of the mountain temple. He came to the pit of ruins, put the black dog down, and said excitedly, Master Mountain God, the body you wanted is here. Look, it definitely meets your requirements. As the deadline approached, Xu Hei successfully completed the task and felt very happy. But at this moment, Tianma Sanren's heart was almost about to collapse. Is this the body you found? A dog? Are you kidding me? You let him take over a dog? He had tried his best to underestimate Xu Hei's intelligence and to minimize it, but he still overestimated it. He forgot to add the qualifier, human. You bastard, why don't you just die? Just die. Tianma Sanren roared angrily. Xu Hei was bewildered. What had he done wrong? He had completed the task as required. Tian Ma Sanren was speechless. This Xu Hei seems to be cautious and smart, so why does his brain stop working in a situation like this? Right now, his soul showed signs of disintegration after leaving the statue. If he didn't take over another body, he would probably sleep for hundreds of years. At this time, Tian Ma Sanren was suddenly startled and looked at the big black dog with some surprise. The body of a demon. It's the same as my body back then. Is this a coincidence? Tian Ma Sanren looked at the big black dog carefully, and the more he looked, the more surprised he was. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sighed. It's just a dog. At least it's the same physique as it was back then. It's better than being torn to pieces. At worst, when my cultivation level recovers, I can find another human to possess. Immediately, his soul flew out of the mouse's body, flashed, and drilled into the center of the big black dog's eyebrows. The big black dog immediately stiffened and stopped moving. His bloodshot eyes gradually dimmed. The soul gradually merged with the body. This time no one interfered and the process went surprisingly smoothly and they quickly became one. Even Tian Ma Sanren himself was surprised by the speed of fusion. As the powerful soul struggled to break free, the beast-chasing collar around his neck also flew away. Xu Hei rushed forward, took the animal-repelling collar, and turned to look at the dog. Master Mountain God, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Xu Hei felt something was wrong and planned to leave as soon as possible. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Xu Hei turned around and saw the big black dog staring at him with its eyes. These eyes were no longer eerie and sinister as before, but were filled with human anger. The voice was no longer that of the black dog, but had become that of a mountain god. Xu Hei felt his mind go blank. At this moment, his thoughts were racing, and he asked in panic, Mountain God, how did you turn into a dog? I have already taken over your body. Is there no such word in your inherited memory? The big black dog stared at him, and no emotion could be heard in its voice. Tian Ma Sanren was extremely angry with Xu Hei and wanted to kill him immediately. If Xu Hei had not inherited his memory and was considered half his disciple, he would have taken action long ago. Possession. Xu Hei was startled at first, but then he reacted immediately. He was not stupid, but just short-sighted and lacked knowledge. He had never heard of the term possession. At this moment, he quickly understood the meaning of this term. Xu Hei retreated several feet, with shock and anger in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, Are you not the mountain god? When did I ever say that I am a mountain god? I just found a mountain god statue to parasitize. It's your wishful thinking, and it has nothing to do with me. The big black dog sneered. At this moment, Xu Hei felt a surge of anger exploding in his chest, and his chest heaved. He was fooled. Back then, he had offered sacrifices and kowtowed to the statue, hoping it would bless him to practice successfully. But it turned out that there was no mountain god at all, but a monk who appeared out of nowhere. Hateful. It's really hateful. Xu Hei felt like he had been cheated. You pretend to be a god, aren't you afraid of retribution and going to hell after you die? Xu Hei said angrily. Ha, retribution. Ha ha. The big black dog seemed to have heard a very funny joke and actually let out a dog-like laugh. In the memories I passed on to you, there is no mention of retribution. Going to hell is just nonsense that ants use to comfort themselves. How could such an idea come to your mind? Look at that black dog, digging graves and stealing corpses, not believing in gods or evil. This is more like the inheritor of my memory. Having said this, he was stunned and stared at Xu Hei for a long time, feeling something was wrong. Xu Hei also stared at him without avoiding. After watching for a long time, the big black dog asked tentatively, Have you heard of the demonic wanderer? What do you mean by scattered people? People who are in disarray. I swallow them whole. Xu Hei said. The big black dog was shocked. Although his memory inheritance contains little information and does not involve any secrets, it definitely contains his own name. However, Xu Hei didn't know Tian Ma Sanren at all, and there was no such person in his memory. It didn't seem like he was pretending. This snake didn't get his memory. How is this possible? How did he get it? The big black dog's heart was in turmoil. He stared at Xu Hei, and the more he looked, the more incredible it seemed to him. The look in his eyes made Xu Hei a little scared. Xu Hei didn't want to pay attention to him. He didn't know how powerful the monk who possessed another's body was, but he definitely couldn't do it in this way. He should be stronger than him. Xu Hei didn't want to provoke this unknown existence, so he turned around and crawled away without saying a word. Seeing Xu Hei walking away, the big black dog thought for a moment, sneered, and followed him. Xu Hei's speed increased, and the big black dog also increased. Xu Hei used the earth escape technique, and the big black dog used it more skillfully than him. The two are one in front and one behind, inseparable, and can't be shaken off. One day later, Xu Hei returned to the vicinity of his territory. He turned around, looked at the black dog, and said, "This is my territory." The big black dog sneered, "Why, I can't come to your territory." Xu Hei was both angry and helpless. He tried to use his speed for a whole day and found that he could not get rid of the dog at all. It was obvious that its strength was unfathomable. All he could think of was to give the dog some benefits and let it leave, so that it would not cause trouble in his territory. At this time, the Wolf King ran over from afar, holding a mountain goat in his mouth. He ran to Xu Hei excitedly, threw the ibex down, squatted on the ground, and looked ingratiating. Maybe in his opinion, Xu Hei had already killed that evil and damnable human being, and he developed a fanatical admiration for Xu Hei in his heart. "I'm just hungry." Xu Hei nodded in satisfaction. This Wolf King was very intelligent and knew how to offer food without being taught. Xu Hei swallowed the ibex in one gulp and digested it quickly, feeling a sense of comfort all over. The big black dog just looked at him quietly without saying a word. After Xu Hei had digested it, he said coldly, "I am half your master, but you don't even show me some respect." Roar. When the Wolf King heard this, he immediately glared and growled. The big black dog narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The Wolf King immediately retreated in fear, his legs trembling, and hid behind Xu Hei. Xu Hei hesitated for a moment and said, "Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit, Wolf King, give him some shit to eat." When the Wolf King heard this, he immediately ran over happily, stuck his butt out, and was about to defecate towards the big black dog. The big black dog was stunned, and soon his face was distorted to the extreme. He felt a surge of anger rushing to the top of his head, and his head was smoking with anger. He didn't know whether Xu Hei was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, but this time, it was obvious that he was deliberately trying to disgust him. "Go to hell." He pounced on the Wolf King and bit his thigh. Ah! The Wolf King let out a shrill scream, his thigh was torn apart by bites, and he ran away, hiding behind Xu Hei, glaring at the black dog viciously. It is obvious that he is taking advantage of the power of others. The black dog was already very angry. It has been a long, long time since anyone had humiliated him like this, but this snake didn't seem to feel it was a humiliation. If it were in the past, he would have killed them without hesitation, but now, he had been asleep for 200 years and his cultivation had been greatly damaged, so there was no need for him to bother with two beasts. Tianma Sanren is a paranoid person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. Xu Hei allows him to find some long-lost fun. "Disciple, do you know what the consequences of being disrespectful to the master are?" The big black dog sneered. Xu Hei also realized that this black dog was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. If he wanted to teach him a lesson, he would have done it long ago. Why bother pretending here? Therefore, Xu Hei had nothing to be afraid of. "I'm not disrespecting you. Dogs eat shit," Xu Hei said calmly. "Oh. So you admit that you are my disciple?" Black Dog sneered. Xu Hei's face changed, and he quickly explained, "I didn't. Humph, I have been kind to you, and you even kowtowed to me as if you were my disciple. It's no use if you don't acknowledge me. I am your master." The big black dog laughed. Xu Hei suddenly became anxious. He really didn't want to admit it, but after going around in circles, what the other party said seemed to make some sense. "I won't be fooled." Xu Hei let out a sharp scream, turned around and ran away. The big black dog laughed even more proudly and followed. The Snake Catchers are a folk organization that catches snakes in the southern part of the Chu state. This is a saying circulated among the mortal community. But in fact, in the eyes of cultivators, this is a sect of immortal cultivation. This sect has been passed down for thousands of years. In ancient times, it was once prosperous and had an extremely domineering name, the dragon-subduing sect. In the long course of history, the dragon-subduing sect gradually declined and its disciples died out. Ever since the death of the 18th generation leader, no one has been able to practice the dragon-subduing technique to the highest level. Therefore, they had to downgrade themselves by 2 levels and change the name to the snake-catching sect, and the disciples called themselves snake-catchers. If they did not change the name, they were worried that the name of the Jianglong sect would attract some terrifying existences and bring disaster to the sect. In recent days, a shocking news has been circulating among the monks in the Qinjia town area. Have you heard? A 1,000-year-old demon snake appeared in this mountain and almost killed all the snake catchers in this area. It is said that 6 of Qin Daoling's 8 disciples died. He went to seek revenge himself but was severely injured and nearly died. He aged 20 years overnight. Oh my God! Qin Daoling is a cultivator who has reached the half-step foundation building stage. You don't know that Qin Daoling took a violent god pill that day and had the true foundation building ability, but he still lost. It's too scary, let's not go into this mountain. In the restaurant where the monks gathered, almost everyone was talking about this matter. They were chatting enthusiastically and were all shocked. Not only were the monks talking about it, but there were also rumors among the mortal community that an old snake demon had appeared in the mountains. Word of the story spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Over time, even a picture of the old snake demon appeared, and it was said to be miraculous. The old snake demon in the portrait was pitch black with scales as black as ink, a row of strange black and gold scales on its tail, light golden pupils, and a round head, no different from the old snake king before. Regardless of whether it is true or not, everyone has decided to take a detour when seeing such snakes. Some people also think that this old snake demon has committed such a heinous crime that it will surely alert the snake catcher headquarters, and they will send out great monks to capture him, so he won't be able to escape for long. Wang Xiaoniu and his sister, who were attending a private school in Qinjia town, couldn't help but cover their mouths when they looked at the portrait of the old snake demon. It turns out that the old snake king is so powerful. Wang Xiaoniu was secretly shocked. As for the rumors that Xu Hei had killed countless people and ate countless bodies, he didn't believe it at all, because he had seen with his own eyes that Xu Hei did not eat humans at all. After Xu Hei returned, he immediately started to recuperate in seclusion. It took him 3 full days to fully recover. After that, he took out Mulei's storage bag and put it on the ground. Xu Hei glanced at the big black dog in the distance and said, "Can you step aside for a moment?" "Hey. It's just a piece of trash, but you treat it as a treasure. I don't even want it even if you give it to me," the big black dog said sarcastically. Xu Hei looked at him deeply, and without any hesitation, he took out the things in the storage bag. Mulei's treasures were much more than Mu Yun's. They filled up the entire floor. 8 bottles of elixirs, a thunder seal, several talismans, a large amount of medicinal materials, a small alchemy furnace, and many spell jade slips. In addition, there is a palm-sized stone that emits a faint milky white luster and seems to have a faint spiritual fluctuation. Spirit stone. The big black dog's eyes lit up and he was about to go forward and grab it with his paws. Xu Hei reacted extremely quickly. He gathered his spiritual sense and instantly collected everything back, swallowing the storage bag into his stomach. He stepped back a little and stared at him vigilantly. The big black dog was startled, and shrank back in embarrassment, snorting coldly, "Humph, I'm just curious, just taking a look, I don't care." Xu Hei looked at him quietly without saying a word. The big black dog scratched his forehead, feeling extremely embarrassed, and turned away. The days go by. Xu Hei's life remained dull. Apart from practicing magic, he would catch some prey to satisfy his hunger. His comprehension was extremely high, and he could use any spell he could practice within 3 days. Gravitation is his major subject. After repeated practice, he has mastered it to a certain extent. Now, he can use it at a distance of 5 meters. The only injury he sustained that day was from being pinched by the opponent's gravity technique. That old man's gravity magic can attack me from a distance of hundreds of feet. I must also reach that level. Xu Hei became ruthless. During this time, a big black dog was near him, sometimes sitting cross-legged, with black gas coming out of its head and faint light emitting from its body, as if it was practicing some kind of martial arts. Xu Hei completely ignored it and pretended that the dog didn't exist. Disciple, if you keep eating this kind of food every day, when will you be able to break through? On this day, Xu Hei was swallowing a wild boar when a big black dog suddenly appeared beside him and made a sarcastic remark. Xu Hei glanced at him, ignored him, and continued to eat the pig. The big black dog then taunted, "This kind of junk food, even dogs would shake their heads when they see it." "Then what do you want to eat?" Xu Hei asked angrily. "Nonsense. Of course it's the top-grade monsters and top-grade elixirs." The big black dog sneered. "There are only a few monsters around here. Eating them won't improve your health much. We also need them to keep an eye on humans," Xu Hei said. He was already in the middle stage of spiritual communication, and eating low-level monsters had no effect. The big black dog looked at him for a long time and then gave a meaningful smile. Then, without saying anything, he disappeared in a flash. Xu Hei was slightly stunned, and his spiritual awareness immediately dissipated. Within a radius of 100 meters, there was no trace of the black dog, and even its breath had completely disappeared. Gone. Xu Hei looked confused. Xu Hei looked around and circled the mountain, but he could not see any trace of the black dog and there was no trace of it at all. He still felt a little worried. After waiting for a whole day, the big black dog still didn't show up. Xu Hei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried about having such a mysterious existence hanging around. Now, it has finally left. Xu Hei returned to his cave, took out Mulei's storage bag, took out all the things, and sorted them out one by one. He spent an hour erasing the mark of divine consciousness on the thunder seal, leaving only his own mark. Pills, talismans, and sundries were laid out in a row. He now has 2 storage bags. Storage bag number 1 is used to store precious things, such as top-grade elixirs, top-grade talismans, and magic weapons. Storage bag number 2 is used to store medium and low-quality items, and is of little use to him. There were also many materials that he didn't recognize, including metal substances, herbs, and scraps, which were piled up by Xu Hei in the corner. Xu Hei paid special attention to that spiritual stone and put it into storage bag number 1. Finally, he placed Mulei's jade slip on the ground, probed it with his spiritual sense, and checked it one by one. At first, they were just some basic spells that Xu Hei had already learned and were of little value. But the few jade slips at the back made Xu Hei's eyes light up. Miscellaneous talks on spiritual medicines, 45 essays on spiritual medicines, notes on alchemy. After Xu Hei took a quick look, his heartbeat quickened and his breathing became slightly rapid. Knowledge about elixirs and spiritual herbs. These are exactly what Xu Hei desires. Although he had a lot of information about magical medicines and herbs in his memory, it was only a rough description. However, what is recorded in this jade slip is extremely detailed. For example, as for the snake fruit tree, Xu Hei only knew its name but not its true value. This jade slip has a detailed record of it. Snake spirit fruit, a low-grade spiritual medicine, can make snakes have an 80% chance of transforming into monsters. If 3 of them are taken together, there is a 20% chance of breaking through to the middle stage. It can be used as the main ingredient for Huiyuan pills and Huichuan pills. The snake spirit fruit tree is a top-grade spiritual medicine. Its branches, bark, and trunk all have strong medicinal properties. It is forbidden to consume it raw, or you will explode and die. It needs to be refined into a small Peiyuan pill. Earth Flame Vine, a mid-grade spiritual medicine, absorbs the essence of sunlight and has violent fire spiritual energy. Xu Hei was so eager to read it that it took him 2 full hours to finish it. This knowledge came at the right time and greatly enriched Xu Hei's knowledge and vision. Mulei is good at alchemy. In his storage bag, there is a small alchemy furnace and many dried spiritual herbs for use. Xu Hei has no plans to learn alchemy for the time being. He still has a lot of pills on him. He will study them slowly and it will not be too late to learn after he has used them up. At this moment, Xu Hei was suddenly startled and quickly collected all the treasures. I saw a black shadow flash in front of me, and then the big black dog came back. At this time, he was holding two birds with colorful feathers in his mouth and placed them on the ground. These two birds are fat and big, with colorful feathers and a faint spiritual power in their bodies. They are obviously monsters and their levels are not low. A demon beast in the late stage of spiritual communication. Xu Hei was shocked. He had searched for a radius of 20 miles but hadn't found a monster of this level. Even if there was one, he wouldn't dare to provoke it. At this time, the old black dog was sweating and panting, obviously exhausted from caring for the two chickens. I saw him sitting on the ground, chuckling. Hee hee. This thing is called Lingwei chicken. It's a spiritual bird raised by a nearby sect, specially for food. It's much more delicious than wild beasts. I happened to pass by and just took two of them. The old dog smiled slyly. When Xu Hei heard this, he hurriedly used the earth escape technique to drill into the ground. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and carefully observed whether there was any human following him. Don't worry, I did it very cleanly. No one in this world can track me, Tianma. Anyway, no one is following me, so you can rest assured. The old dog was quite proud. As he spoke, he used his claws instead of his hands to start plucking the feathers of the spirit-tail chicken star. Seeing that his expression was calm and didn't seem to be fake, Xu Hei crawled out from underground. The old dog plucked the chicken feathers very quickly, and the feathers fell one by one. In a moment, only a bald chicken was left. The old dog touched with his paw and a pile of charcoal fire appeared on the ground. In front of Xu Hei, he set up the barbecue grill and started roasting chicken. As the charcoal fire heats up, the Lingwei chicken begins to sizzle and emit oil, exuding a fragrant aroma. Halfway through, the old dog took out a handful of salt, cumin and magical grass from somewhere and sprinkled them on it, which made the fragrance even stronger. Xu Hei tried hard not to look, but the fragrance was so strong, and it even exuded a hint of spiritual charm, which was also helpful for his cultivation, making Xu Hei swallow his saliva. The smell drifted away, not only attracting the little white snake, but also attracting the Wolf King outside into the cave. The Wolf King stood behind Xu Hei, staring at him eagerly, drooling from his mouth. Not long after, the Lingwei chicken was roasted. The big black dog tore off a chicken leg and began to chew it happily. Throwing the chicken bone aside, the Wolf King first glanced at Xu Hei, and seeing that the latter did not react, he rushed forward, grabbed the bone, chewed it up and swallowed it. Xu Hei didn't care if it wasn't seen or felt annoyed, so he just turned around and left. Seeing this, the big black dog followed Xu Hei, eating as he walked, and deliberately making crunching noises, which made Xu Hei upset. Roll. Xu Hei was so angry that he turned around and cast a fireball. The big black dog quickly dodged and said with a chuckle, "Don't be angry, I'm your master, giving you a chicken is actually nothing. As long as you give me the spirit stone." Xu Hei was just wondering, but the next sentence from the big black dog choked him. "After all this trouble, I came here just for his spirit stone. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you sell the spirit tail chicken, you can get at least 3 spirit stones. You're getting a great bargain," the big black dog said with a smile. Xu Hei ignored him, but the old dog kept chattering behind him, saying a lot of things. After a long time, Xu Hei couldn't stand it anymore and had to agree. "Give me the chicken first," Xu Hei said. Without saying a word, the black dog threw the complete spirit tail chicken over. Xu Hei took a closer look, took out the spirit stone and threw it to the big black dog. "That's right." The big black dog nodded with satisfaction. After getting the spirit stone, the big black dog threw the chicken bones to the Wolf King and the little white snake, then he held the spirit stone and began to meditate and absorb it. Xu Hei looked at the spirit tail chicken in front of him, sniffed it hard, and swallowed it in one gulp. The spirit tail chicken was not very big, so it was more than enough for the beast to swallow, but its digestion speed was much slower than those of the wild beasts. Xu Hei used all his strength to activate the demon god cauldron. He saw a thin line of blood and energy being absorbed from the body of the spirit tail chicken and pouring into the cauldron. The spiritual energy droplets in the cauldron were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the demon god cauldron was filled. Xu Hei was already at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual communication stage, and now, he had naturally reached a bottleneck. Breakthrough. Xu Hei concentrated his attention, and all the spiritual energy droplets were suddenly compressed and gathered at the center. At this moment, Xu Hei only felt a brand new power being released and spreading throughout his body. The black and gold scales on the tail were born one after another and continued to increase. An old snake skin fell off its body. Xu Hei broke through to the 5th level of the psychic period. The spirit tail chicken has not been completely digested and is still in the process of digestion. New droplets of spiritual energy are born in the demon god cauldron and gradually spread throughout the demon god cauldron. Seeing this, Xu Hei took out a bottle of chi condensation pills and swallowed the whole bottle. This elixir is used to assist cultivation and cannot be used for breakthroughs, but it can speed up the accumulation of daily cultivation. As the elixir entered the body, the accumulation rate of the spiritual energy droplets suddenly increased, and they dotted the demon god cauldron drop by drop. 1%, 2%, 3%, and finally stopped at 9%. Xu Hei's cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual period. Until this moment, the spirit tail chicken was completely digested. A spirit tail chicken had been digested to this extent, which shocked Xu Hei. This spiritual stone is totally worth it. What Lao Go said is right, this chicken can be sold for at least 3 spirit stones. At this time, 3 days had passed since Xu Hei's breakthrough. The little white snake and the wolf king were both in a state of cultivation, and it seemed they had gained something. The big black dog was the first to open his eyes. The spirit stone in his paw had turned into waste. He glanced at Xu Hei and was slightly surprised. It only took 3 days to refine a spirit tail chicken, plus a whole bottle of chi condensation pills, and break through to the peak of the 5th level. With such a fast cultivation speed, it seems that this snake must have cultivated an extremely powerful technique, which is not weaker than my heavenly demon technique. These days, the big black dog has been secretly observing Xu Hei. Seeing that Xu Hei digested the beast in just a few breaths, he had a vague guess in his mind. He was originally considering whether to teach Xu Hei a cultivation method, but it seems that there is no need for that. "Disciple, how does this Lingwei chicken taste?" asked the big black dog with a smile. "It's okay." Xu Hei nodded honestly. "Then go catch a few more and bring them back. We'll work together as master and disciple and split the profits 50 to 50. I guarantee that you'll break through to the late stage of psychic communication within a month, and to the great perfection of psychic communication within a year," said the big black dog with a smile. When Xu Hei heard this, his eyes widened and he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, this is a late-stage spiritual monster. It's too dangerous. If you want to go, go by yourself." 1 month into the late stage, 1 year into perfection, such a speed of cultivation would tempt anyone and any monster. But Xu Hei would never be fooled. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Humph. Can this spirit-tailed chicken be called a demon beast? It has long lost its combat effectiveness after being raised by humans. It is not even as good as a demon beast in the middle stage. I can catch 2 of them with 1 hand. The big black dog snorted, quite disdainful. Xu Hei remained silent. The last time he stole pigs from humans, he almost died. He really didn't want to do this again. Seeing Xu Hei still hesitating, the big black dog sneered and said, "If you don't want to go, then I will go alone. If I am chased by humans, I will run to you." Xu Hei's face suddenly turned dark, and he was so angry that his veins bulged. He cursed, "I have never seen you so shameless." The big black dog was immediately elated and laughed loudly, "Ha ha. Don't worry, follow me, I will make sure you have everything you want. I can detect any danger immediately, would I lie to you?" Xu Hei was completely speechless. He knew that this old dog was paranoid. If he didn't agree, he would pester him and try all kinds of ways to make him very annoyed, but Xu Hei couldn't do anything about him. Xu Hei said, "Okay, but you are not allowed to call me your disciple. I have my own name, and my name is Xu Hei." Xu Hei. The old dog's eyes lit up and he praised, "Not bad, apprentice, you can even give yourself a name, even though this name is terrible." Xu Hei ignored him and crawled out of the cave and came to the outside world. After 2 months, it's time to go out and fight again. Xu Hei just wants it to be over quickly. He doesn't like traveling far, he just likes to stay at home. "Come with me." The old dog appeared in front and galloped away. Xu Hei followed closely behind. Although he was following, he still kept a certain distance from the old dog, so that even if there was danger ahead, he would be the first to rush towards the old dog. Along the way, the old dog also began to explain some common sense and experiences to Xu Hei. Xu Hei, do you know what this country is called? I know, Chu. Then do you know how many immortal cultivation sects there are in the territory of Chu? Xu Hei looked suspicious and said, I only know of one snake-catching sect. The old dog laughed and said, there are 5 major sects in Chu state, the east, south, west, north and center. The north is Bingxue, the west is Kunlun, the east is Penglai, the south is snake-catching, and the center is the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. All sects in the country, big or small, are under the jurisdiction of these 5 major sections. Hearing this, Xu Hei asked curiously, is the snake-catching sect very strong? It's just barely a 2-star at the moment, but the snake-catching sect in ancient times was one of the strongest sects in the entire continent. At that time, this place was called Xia country until 200 years ago. When the old dog reached this point, he suddenly stopped talking. Xu Hei did not continue to ask. Anyway, he would just not provoke him before he became stronger. A snake and a dog took a whole day to reach their destination. This place is a small and insignificant sect called Xiaoyao sect, which is under the jurisdiction of the snake-catching sect. There are 5 elders in the foundation establishment stage in the sect, and the sect leader is also in the foundation establishment stage. In front of us, there were 5 huge peaks surrounding a plain. This was the mountain gate of Xiaoyao sect. Soon, the old dog arrived at the foot of a huge peak. Xu Hei hid in the grass and slowly approached. Hey, look at that mountain, aren't there a lot of blackbirds? The old dog pointed to the slope of the giant peak. Xu Hei looked carefully and saw that there were indeed many colorfully feathered chickens foraging on the slope. These chickens are quite big, comparable to big goats, walking with their heads held high, looking very majestic. On this giant peak, there is an old man who is in the early stage of foundation building. These chickens are raised by him. There are hundreds of them, said the old dog with a smile. Xu Hei used his spiritual sense to sense and found that there was a faint light shield on the edge of the giant peak, blocking his spiritual sense from entering. When he got closer, he tried it with his body, but it was still the same, as if there was an invisible wall blocking him from entering. This is a formation shield to prevent outsiders from entering, but it can't stop me. The old dog chuckled, took out some unknown black powder and sprinkled it on the light mask. In an instant, the light shield dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a large gap 10 feet wide appeared with the black powder as the center. Then, the old dog took out a handful of spirit insects and placed them at the gap. This spiritual insect has a fatal attraction to the spiritual tail chicken. Listen to my command later and work together. Catch as many as you can and run away after catching them. The old dog said with a smile. Xu Hei breathed rapidly. Time passes by every second. Xu Hei and Lao Go both used the earth escape technique to hide underground, waiting for the spirit tail chicken to take the bait. Soon, a chicken discovered the spirit insect and immediately ran over. The rest of the chickens also followed closely and swarmed over, more than a dozen in total. These chickens have extremely low IQs, have never encountered danger, and have no defensive mentality at all. Here it comes, get ready, the old dog shouted. Xu Hei held his breath, but his spiritual awareness spread to both sides, guarding against any sneak attacks from humans. Get started, the old dog shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the old dog instantly crawled out of the mud, opened its mouth wide, bit a chicken, and grabbed 2 chickens with its paws on the left and right. The Lingwei chicken still wanted to resist, but a black gas came out of the old dog's nostrils, and the 3 chickens immediately became motionless and their bodies stiff. Xu Hei also took action at the same time. With a thought, the beast-driving circle broke out of the ground and flew towards the spirit tail chicken, quickly enlarging halfway. At the same time, the gravity magic was activated. He was 10 meters underground and forcibly controlled the 3 spirit tail chickens and pulled them together. Set. Xu Hei gave a low shout, and the beast-driving circle shrank rapidly, simultaneously trapping the necks of 3 chickens, 2 of which were in the late stage of psychic communication, and 1 in the middle stage. I have to admit that this spirit-tail chicken has decent cultivation, but it has almost no combat power. We are born to be eaten by humans. This is just like tigers raised in captivity by humans. They have lived in zoos since they were young and have never experienced fighting or combat. They don't know what danger is. Once they are released into the wilderness and encounter real enemies, they will be dead. Even a slightly ferocious hunting dog can bully it. Even so, the spirit-tail chicken is very strong, and only Xu Hei and Lao Go can control it. If it were anyone else, it would definitely not be possible to do it so easily. Done, let's retreat. The old dog grabbed 3 chickens and was about to use the earth escape technique to retreat. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky, like thunder, exploding in their ears. Okay, it turns out you were the one stealing the chickens. No wonder 2 of my chickens are missing. The moment Xu Hei succeeded, he controlled the animal driving circle and pulled it down, dragging the 3 chickens into the mud. At this moment, after the sound rang out, Xu Hei didn't care about anything else and swallowed 3 chickens in one gulp. Then he swung his tail and ran away, using his earth escape technique to its full potential. The old dog was not so lucky. He had just performed half of the earth escape technique and drilled 1/3 of the way down when he found that the soil had hardened and turned into stone slabs. Hardening. An old man with white beard came into the air on a flying sword, with his hands clasped together. In an instant, the soil within a radius of 100 meters hardened and turned into stone slabs as hard as iron. With such hardness, the earth escape technique could not penetrate at all. The old dog also reacted very quickly. He held one in his mouth and held one under his armpits with each paw. I saw him stand up, stand on his legs, and run away, running like a human being. What's even more outrageous is that his speed is not slow, almost the same as Xu Hei, who was running for his life at full speed underground. Not only Xu Hei on the ground was stunned, but the white-bearded old Taoist in the sky was also stunned. Is this a dog or a human? Is the dog a spirit? Don't run away, you evil creature. The old Taoist priest with white beard stepped on the flying sword and flew over. He was truly at the foundation building stage, far beyond what Chen Daoling could compare to. You're the only one who can fly. I can fly, too. The old dog's mind moved, and 2 emerald green talismans flew out and stuck to his legs. In an instant, the frequency of his running legs suddenly increased, and it was almost impossible to see the movements clearly. Only phantoms could be seen, bringing with them gusts of fierce wind blowing towards the back. Call out. Amid the howling wind, the old dog ran up into the sky and flew towards the horizon at an incredible speed. The face of the white-bearded Taoist turned pale and blue. He gritted his teeth, took a pill, and then his speed suddenly increased. He turned into a long rainbow and chased after the old dog. Xu Hei changed direction and fled, easily shaking off the pursuit. The old Taoist with white beard didn't notice him at all. May the best of luck to you, old dog. I will first find a place to refine it. Xu Hei didn't care whether the old dog was dead or alive. After killing the 3 spirit-tailed chickens, he put them into a storage bag, wandered around for most of the day, found an uninhabited forest, and hid in a natural cave. Xu Hei had a hunch that after refining these chickens and combining them with the elixirs he had seized previously, he could easily reach the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual stage and step onto the threshold of the later stage. It is true that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Xu Hei still admits this. In a blink of an eye, another hour passed. Just as it was getting dark, suddenly, there was a noise at the entrance of the cave, and a disheveled black shadow ran in, panting and sweating profusely. He lay on the ground, breathing out air with his tongue. It's that old dog. You're not dead? Xu Hei asked in surprise. Who said I was dead? The old black dog cursed, holding nothing in his hands, and said, in order to lure that old man away, I was forced to give up 3 spirit-tailed chickens. It was all in vain. I am so angry. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his face turned green. As usual, Xu Hei went out to check if anyone was following him. After Lao Go's repeated assurances, he returned. Xu Hei took out 3 spirit-tailed chickens, hesitated for a moment, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, then he took out one of them and handed it over. Huh. Now, it was Old Black Dog's turn to be surprised. He looked at Xu Hei with a look of surprise. We agreed before that we would split the profits 50 to 50. I got 3, and I'll give you 1.5. Xu Hei said helplessly. If the old dog had not led the enemy away, he would not have been able to obtain 3 chickens so easily. According to the previous agreement, all the spoils were divided equally. Xu Hei was not an unreasonable snake, and he still had the spirit of contract. This action really surprised the old black dog for a long time. I suddenly feel that you don't seem like my disciple, said the old black dog. I have never admitted that I am your disciple. Xu Hei retorted. The old black dog smiled nonchalantly, picked up the spirit-tailed chicken, and said, I only want 1, and the other half is for you. Xu Hei didn't bother to be polite anymore. After swallowing the 2 chickens, he started to refine it on the spot. The old black dog looked at the chicken in his hand, took out the charcoal, wooden rack and iron pot, and planned to stew a pot of soup. At the same time, he also took out many precious medicinal materials, which were shining brightly and full of spiritual energy. He licked the corner of his mouth and laughed inwardly. This silly apprentice, I had already eaten those 3 chickens, and he was so foolish as to give me 1. How naive. After Xu Hei swallowed the 2 chickens, the spiritual energy droplets in the demon god cauldron quickly reached a fully perfect state and rushed towards a higher level. But this time, as the spirit-tail chicken digested its food, Xu Hei was unable to cross that layer of obstacle. Xu Hei gathered all his strength and growled in his heart. Break! The demon god cauldron shook slightly, and the spiritual energy droplets inside the cauldron trembled violently and compressed inward, but there was always a lack of strength. Xu Hei tried repeatedly several times, but always failed to compress it. Xu Hei was a little anxious. This situation was not the first time it happened. He had encountered a similar situation when he broke through to the middle stage of spiritual communication before. This just shows that 2 chickens don't seem to be enough. At this moment, Lao Go's pot of chicken soup was almost done. He put in many magical herbs, making the whole soup full of fragrance. He also saw Xu Hei's condition and couldn't help but hesitate. Break it for me. Xu Hei's eyes were bloodshot. This was the trophy he had obtained at the risk of his life, and he would not allow himself to fail. This time he was caught stealing the chicken, the next time the danger will be even greater. Perhaps, this is his only chance. The spirit-tail chicken in the stomach was digested quickly, becoming less and less, but there was always 1 step left. The old dog looked at it for a long time and then sighed. Forget it, I'll give you a hand. The old dog couldn't bear it anymore, so he slapped the bottom of the pot. The herbs thrown into the pot immediately flew up, ignited in midair, turned into liquid medicine, and gradually merged together. After a long time, a round pill was completed under the control of Lao Go. He flicked his finger, and the pill flew out, scattered in the air, and sank into Xu Hei's body. Xu Hei recognized this pill. It was the relatively rare Chongqiao pill, which could increase the probability of breaking through the realm in the qi refining stage. As the Chongqiao pill entered the body, the demon god cauldron seemed to be catalyzed by a strong external force. The spiritual energy droplets inside instantly boiled and were involuntarily compressed inwards. The southern border of Chu State, Xiaoyao sect. After 2 days of fruitless searching, Elder Zhou returned to the sect and issued a sect mission. All disciples, listen up. Track down this dog. The reward for killing it is 10 spirit stones. The reward for capturing it alive is 20 spirit stones. The reward for reporting it is 10 spirit stones. Beside this dog, there is a suspected black snake accomplice. The reward for finding it is the same as above. Elder Zhou posted the portrait of the black dog in the most conspicuous place at the mountain gate. At the same time, he also arranged to issue this wanted order to nearby counties and towns. However, he didn't see the black snake clearly, and there was no portrait of it. He only knew that it was black and very insidious, and it actually stole 3 spirit-tail chickens. After the news spread, everyone who heard it was shocked. They even dared to steal the chickens of a foundation-building cultivator. These monsters must have become spirits. A few days later, with the help of Old Black Dog, Xu Hei finally broke through to the 6th level of the psychic period without any danger. Afterwards, he took 2 bottles of qi condensation pills and spent a week to improve his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual communication stage. The next step is the late stage of psychic period. These 2 breakthroughs took less than half a month in total, which was much faster than Xu Hei's previous time. Haha, I told you, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will reach the later stage in a month. I didn't lie to you, said the old black dog with a smile. Xu Hei nodded. If you think about it carefully, this old dog didn't do anything bad except disguising himself as a mountain god and deceiving him a lot at the beginning. Instead, he helped him a lot. Once that place is discovered, I will never go there to steal chickens again, even if you kill me. Xu Hei said. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I can't just keep robbing the same place. I'll try another one next time. The old black dog said slyly. Xu Hei hesitated for a moment and said, actually, there is no need to rush for a month. I want to consolidate my realm a little bit before trying to break through to the late stage. A year or 2 won't matter. This breakthrough almost failed, which made Xu Hei feel a little alert. Although his cultivation level progressed rapidly, the improvement in his physical strength was very limited. Unlike before, when he would accumulate for half a year and then break through once, and his physical body would also transform. From the number of scales on the tail, it can be seen that this breakthrough only resulted in 1 more black gold scale, which is extremely abnormal. Humans focus on cultivating true qi, while monsters focus on cultivating their physical bodies. Xu Hei doesn't want to put the cart before the horse and imitate humans in pursuing true energy. He wants to bring his physical strength to perfection. The big black dog stroked his chin, nodded thoughtfully, and said, what you said makes sense. I'll go back and recuperate for a while, and I'll teach you something. Yeah. Xu Hei nodded. In fact, there is another reason. There has been too much commotion recently and he wants to stay out of the spotlight. In the days that followed, Xu Hei spent every day strengthening his body. The method is also simple, which is to use the earth escape technique, drill deep into the ground, and rely on the powerful pressure of the earth to let the body bear the weight. This was what the old dog taught him, but he had to control the speed so as not to become exhausted after going down and be unable to come up. Xiaoyao sect also dispatched many monks to search the mountains and forests, but the old dog's nose was extremely useful. He could always detect things in advance, as if he had predicted them and allowed them to avoid them early. Halfway through, Xu Hei asked the old dog's name. The old dog was inspired when he heard this. He raised his head and put his hands on his hips, and said proudly, my name is so great. In the past, everyone in Shenzhou Star knew me. I could make the powerful change color and stop children from crying. I was invincible in the world. That was exactly me. He was about to say the name of Tianma Sanren, but then he felt that with Xu Hei's way of thinking, he might not be able to understand the domineering nature of this name, and he might even spread it around. So he changed his words and said, since I am black, I will be called Black Emperor. Black brother. Emperor's emperor. No, if you call me the Emperor, wouldn't that make me inferior? I see that you are big, so I'll just call you Dahei. How come this is the same as the dog's name? Aren't you a dog? After some argument, the old black dog decided to take a step back and change his name to Hei Huang, but Xu Hei still strongly objected. The old dog had no choice but to change Huang to Huang, the yellow Huang. Xu Hei then gave up. Before, you asked me if I knew Tianma Sanren. I thought this name was good. It sounded like he was evil and very suitable for taking the blame. In the future, if we do something bad, we will say it was done by Tianma Sanren. If we do something good, we will say it was done by Xu Hei and Hei Huang. Xu Hei said with a smile. Hei Huang was dumbfounded. That day, Xu Hei returned to his territory. As he was about to reach home, Xu Hei looked into the distance and saw thick smoke rising into the sky behind the mountain, dyeing the sky black. What is that? Xu Hei raised his head with a look of surprise on his face. Hei Huang climbed up the branch, jumped into the air, and looked into the distance. After he landed, he spread his hands and said, what else could it be? It's on fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Hei's muscles bulged, and in an instant, he rushed forward at an unprecedented speed. Hei Huang was stunned for a while, then muttered, it's just a forest fire, what's the big deal? But after saying this, he also felt something was wrong, so he quickly accelerated and followed behind. The wildfire raged, thick smoke billowed, and the fire covered the entire forest, spreading towards the depths of the forest at an incredible speed. Before he got close, Xu Hei saw countless birds flying away and beasts screaming. Wildfires are undoubtedly a catastrophe for animals living in the mountains. Wherever the flames pass, only a scorched earth is left behind, and any living creature, any animal or plant will die. Xu Hei felt heavier than ever before. This is his home, his home. No. Xu Hei roared and rushed towards the territory. It was also the first time that He Huang saw Xu Hei's expression like this. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything and just followed behind. Xu Hei rushed to his own territory. There were two huge mountains in front of him, burning with raging fire. Most of the plants had been burned. It was a hellish scene everywhere, with raging flames and heat waves rising to the sky. The wildfire is still expanding, and countless lives have died tragically in the flames. He saw a group of wild boars. The sow was running away in the flames with her piglets, screaming miserably. Suddenly, a burnt piece of wood fell and knocked the sow to the ground. The little piglets nearby gathered around and refused to leave. Soon, they were also swallowed by the flames. Xu Hei watched these piglets grow up, and they were originally going to be used as food for next year. But right before his eyes, they were gone. Not a single one was left. There was also a nest of mountain doves that were still learning to fly when they were engulfed by flames, and the entire forest was reduced to ashes. Countless creatures died one after another at the sweep of Xu Hei's eyes. The wildfire covers too large an area to be extinguished by human power. I am afraid that it will continue to burn deep into the forest and may not stop until heavy rain falls. There is a saying among humans that goes, if you set fire to a mountain, you will spend the rest of your life in jail. This shows how serious the harm caused by forest fires is. Xu Hei gritted his teeth and rushed into the flames, his spiritual awareness spreading wildly. The flames burned on his body, but he felt no pain at all. Xu Hei quickened his pace, came to the familiar pool of water, jumped in, and entered the cave. Thick smoke billowed from the cave. Huddled in the corner were a group of wolf cubs, the Wolf King, and the little white snake. The little white snake is now quite big, not much different in size from Xu Hei, and has surprisingly broken through to the third level of the psychic period. Fortunately, there is such a cave, otherwise, these creatures would not be able to escape the wildfire. However, as time goes on, the smoke will become thicker and thicker, and they would probably suffocate to death. The snake tree planted in the corner is still there and has produced a young fruit. In 3 years, new snake fruits will appear. Seeing Xu Hei coming in, the Wolf King immediately stepped forward, lowered his head and whimpered. There was a big fire burning outside, and a lot of thick smoke was floating in from the cave entrance. Staying here was not a long-term solution. Xu Hei said nothing. He rolled up the snake tree and put it into his storage bag. He said to the white snake and the wolf pack, "Let's go. I'll lead you out." 30 miles away, at the entrance of Snake Village, an old man in Taoist robes stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the dark and gray forest ahead, and sneered. This person was none other than Chen Daoling, who looked 20 years older. Chen Daoling's lifespan is almost over, and he only has 3 years left to live. He has no wishes in this life, and only wants to catch the old snake demon before he dies, remove its tendons and skin, and refine snake pills. He no longer expected to extend his own life, but instead left his hope to his 2 remaining disciples, Vincent Zhao and Chen Duodua. At this time, the 2 men stood on both sides behind him, one on the left and one on the right, with a respectful attitude. After several months of seclusion, Zhao Wenju's cultivation reached the middle stage of qi refining. For a young man who has just joined the snake catcher for a year, this is considered a genius. Chen Duodua is the genius of the Chen family and is about to break through to the late stage of qi refining. This wildfire has been burning for 3 whole days. It should have burned to the snake demon's lair. Chen Daoling sneered. Zhao Wenjua was silent for a moment, then said, "Master, this fire must have angered a lot of monsters. I'm afraid that the snake monster will come down the mountain to take revenge." "Haha, so what? Chen Dowling sneered, looking confident. To be honest, the matter of the old snake demon and the 10,000 Snake Valley has aroused the interest of an elder at the headquarters. The snake-catching sect will soon establish a branch here. By then, both of you can enter the branch to practice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenjue and Chen Duodua were both shocked. The snake-catching sect was one of the 5 major sects in the Chu state and the overlord of the south. Any of its branches was a powerful force with Jindan cultivators in charge. The establishment of a branch hall means that the level of immortal cultivation here will rise sharply, and Snake Village, Python Village, and Qinjia Town will all gain infinite benefits. There will even be a large number of people moving here to build new cities, and the population economy will flourish. I wonder where the branch will be built. Zhao Wenjue said with a flash in his eyes. This involves sect secrets, and I have no right to know. However, the elder has already sent a clone to investigate, and I estimate there will be results soon. Chen Dowling said slowly. The emergence of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes was bound to attract the attention of the top leaders of the snake-catching sect. It was a natural snake farm with inexhaustible snake resources. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the appearance of the old snake demon added fuel to the fire, raising the value of the 10,000 Snake Valley once again. To this end, the snake-catching sect plans to build a branch and firmly occupy the 10,000 Snake Valley. Deep in the mountains and old forests, fires were raging, thick smoke filled the sky, the air was filled with dust, and there was a pungent smell everywhere, making it impossible to breathe and open one's eyes. Water bullet technique. Xu Hei spit out water balls from his mouth, extinguishing the flames and creating a wide road. The Wolf King at the back rushed out with his cub and the little white snake on his back, running towards the depths of the forest. Hei Huang appeared next to him and said, "Xu Hei, wildfires happen every once in a while. There's nothing to be surprised about. It's normal in this hot weather." Xu Hei crawled silently without saying a word. Hei Huang stood on the top of the mountain, looked around, and said with a wry smile, "But this kind of large scale is indeed rare." As they walked along the way, all they saw was pitch-black scorched earth. Conservative estimates showed that the area was at least 20 miles long and wide, and possibly even more. Without strong winds and heavy rain, it will just keep burning. Hei Huang sighed and wanted to say something to comfort them, but he didn't know what to say. As a human being, he really couldn't understand the thoughts of snakes. But put yourself in his shoes. If his home was burned down by a sudden fire, and it could not be stopped, and it kept burning deeper and deeper, burning up the entire city, how would he feel? I don't think this is an accident. Suddenly, Xu Hei, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Huh. Hei Huang was stunned, waiting for Xu Hei's next words. Xu Hei said seriously, "Before, I heard you talk about the snake-catching sect. They have many branches, most of which are located in places with abundant spiritual energy and rich snake resources, right?" "That's right." Hei Huang nodded. Xu Hei took a deep breath, his voice was icy cold. "I know who did it." Xu Hei's eyes were grim and bloodshot, bursting with unprecedented murderous intent. Even Hei Huang was stunned by such horrific murderous intent. It was hard to imagine that this was emitted by a demon beast in the middle stage of psychic communication. The old black dog was also a smart man. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You mean, deep in this mountain, there is a place with abundant snake resources and abundant spiritual energy, which is suitable for establishing a sect." Xu Hei did not hide it and nodded. "That place is called the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. I go there every spring. There are no less than hundreds of thousands of snakes." Having said that, he glanced at the little white snake, which was the one that ran out from the 10,000 Snake Valley. Hei Huang sighed helplessly, "Then there is nothing we can do. The snake-catching sect is a 2-star sect. If they establish a branch, there must be a Jindan stage master in charge. If we can't defeat them, we can only run away. This burning of the mountain is also for the purpose of clearing the land. All human cities are built in this way. It is inevitable." Hei Huang tried to comfort him, but he didn't feel anything. However, Xu Hei's reaction was very strong, as if he was avenged for his father's murder. His light golden eyes turned scarlet. Hei Huang was shocked and subconsciously reminded him, "Xu Hei, don't be impulsive, you always play it safe." Xu Hei took a deep breath and nodded heavily, I know, I'm not stupid. A group of monsters broke out of the encirclement of flames and came to the depths of the mountains. The flames behind them were chasing them. Xu Hei did not dare to stop and ran forward. Now is the time when summer vegetation is lush and dense, the flames will only grow stronger, and any firefighting measures will be just a drop in the bucket. Along the way, many animals joined the escape. Most of those who could break out of the flames were monsters. The monsters were psychic and they all formed their own teams and fled towards the depths. There is no longer any jealousy or fighting between them as in the past. At this moment, all the monsters were quiet, with fear and trepidation on their faces. They were afraid of fire, but also angry. In Xu Hei's team, there was a group of pangolins, 2 porcupines, a giant centipede, and a huge frog. In order to survive, these monsters, which are usually natural enemies of each other, no longer have the will to fight. The fire raged, turning the mountains and forests into scorched earth, stretching for dozens of miles. The sky became gray and covered with thick smoke. In the sky, a middle-aged scholar in white clothes walked in the air, his eyes as fast as lightning, sweeping across the scorched earth below. The middle-aged scholar took out a jade slip and recorded all the terrain he saw into it. This place is flat and suitable for building a mortal town. I give it 8 points. This place has many mountain springs, which is suitable for breeding spiritual birds. I give it 5 points. This place is near the river and suitable for developing a medicinal garden. I give it 7 points. This place is suitable for growing spiritual fields, but the mountain is a bit ugly. I can only give it 3 points. Wherever he went, he would note the terrain and make an assessment in his mind. This person is none other than Xian Yangzi, the core elder of the snake-catching sect who has a keen interest in this place. He also advocated the plan to establish a branch church. The terrain was still under survey, his real body did not come in person, only a clone came. Xian Yangzi was moving extremely fast. Soon, he crossed the forest fire zone and came to a place deeper in the mountains that had not yet been affected by the flames. I heard that the 10,000 Snake Valley is just ahead and is rich in snakes. I'd like to go and take a look and see if I can give it a score. Xian Yangzi was looking forward to it. 30 miles ahead. He Huang was walking forward when he suddenly sniffed something with his nose. His expression froze and he said, "A human monk is coming." If it were in the past, Xu Hei would have hidden himself without hesitation after hearing this. But now, his heart was filled with murderous intent, his eyes flashed, and he asked solemnly, "What kind of cultivation?" Jiangdan stage. He Huang touched his nose and answered without thinking. Whoosh. Xu Hei turned around and ran without saying a word. He disappeared in a flash, running faster than a dog. "Hey, I haven't finished yet. He is just a clone, not the real person." He Huang added loudly. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xu Hei's body paused, and he turned back cursing. Xu Hei asked, "What is the strength of this clone?" "I don't know. The clones are divided into several levels. The strongest external incarnation is at least at the false elixir level, while the weakest paperman clone is barely at the chi refining stage." He Huang said casually. Xu Hei narrowed his eyes and said, "I don't know, then what the hell are you talking about?" As they were saying this, the monks behind them approached at a very fast speed, so fast that both He and Huang were surprised. He immediately took out a jade talisman, activated the magic formula, and ripples flashed. Xu Hei and He Huang's figures immediately became transparent and merged with the natural environment. Call out. In the sky, the figure of a middle-aged scholar flashed by. But just as he passed over the heads of Xu Hei and Yao, he suddenly stopped, as if he sensed something, sniffed, and landed on the ground. Is this guy also born in the year of the dog? Xu Hei was secretly shocked. Don't panic. Even a golden immortal can't detect my invisibility talisman. Keep it safe. He Huang pulled Xu Hei and told him not to act rashly. At this moment, Xu Hei's heart was in his throat and he dared not move. It was the first time for him to observe a Jiangdan stage cultivator at such a close distance. Although it was just a clone, the invisible pressure made Xu Hei feel scared. Why did he turn back? He could just run away. At this time, Xian Yangzi frowned slightly, and after observing for a moment, he suddenly stood with his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and said loudly, "I can only give you 2 points for your concealment skills. Don't hide, come out." After saying that, he raised his hand and chopped it down, landing on a huge rock in front of him. The huge rock was immediately split into 2, collapsed and turned into dust. "There's nothing behind it." Xian Yangzi frowned and chopped with his hand again, splitting another piece of stone, but still nothing was found. Xu Hei was totally confused. What was the other party doing? "I just sensed a presence from this person, but I don't know where it is. I can only trick him." "Don't panic," Hei Huang said with a smile. "Didn't you just say that even the golden immortal couldn't sense it?" Xu Hei stared at him. "Daluo Jinxian is the name of my pet," Hei Huang explained. At this time, Xian Yangzi was also stroking his chin, falling into self-doubt, and muttered to himself, "Is this an illusion?" After observing again and still finding nothing, Xian Yangzi couldn't help but shake his head. "TSK, the quality of this clone is too poor, I'll tear it down and redo it when I get back." As he spoke, Xian Yangzi flew up and headed towards the 10,000 Snakes Valley ahead. Hei Huang did not act rashly, and Xu Hei did not move either. Hei Huang thought about it, and suddenly whispered, "Xu Hei, how about we do something big? What do you want to say?" When Xu Hei heard this, he had a bad feeling. Hei Huang licked his lips, greed flashed in his eyes. "Did you see the storage bag on the waist of the clone? That is." "Stop." Before he finished speaking, Xu Hei's face darkened and he interrupted him, "Go ahead if you want to, I don't want to die. This old dog is so bold. He can't even deal with the foundation establishment stage, yet he still wants to deal with the core formation stage. Who gives him the courage? Hey, listen to me. That clone is just a paper tiger. Its strength is only at the foundation building stage, and its resistance is even worse. It will be broken with one poke. Believe me, I am absolutely not bragging. I am more than 50% sure that I can kill him. We'll split the harvest 50 to 50. That's the storage bag of a Jindan stage cultivator's clone. I wonder how many spirit stones it has. I wonder how many spirit tail chickens it can buy." Hei Huang kept trying to persuade Xu Hei, but he remained unmoved and just kept shaking his head like a rattle. "I killed the clone and the real body. I don't want to be held hostage by a Jindan stage cultivator. You go if you want." Xu Hei shook his head. Hei Huang groaned for a while, and suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, stared at Xu Hei with his dog eyes, and said coldly, "Xu Hei, don't you want revenge? Your house was burned down." Upon hearing this, Xu Hei immediately stopped shaking his head. After a moment, his eyes gradually became bloodshot. Seeing that it was working, Hei Huang continued to fan the flames, saying, Xu Hei, others are burning your wild boars, your sheep, your mountains, your chickens, ducks, and birds. Don't you hate them? Don't you want revenge? Do you want to be a homeless dog for the rest of your life?" Hei Huang kept on tempting people, and became more and more excited as he spoke. Xu Hei turned to look at him and said coldly, "You are the dog." "That's what I mean. I just want to ask you whether you want revenge or not." Hei Huang instigated. Xu Hei hesitated for a moment and said, 50% confidence is too low." Hei Huang smiled and said, "I'm talking about a 50% chance if I do it alone. If you're included, the chance will be even higher." Xu Hei seemed to be thinking about something. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a black gold scale from his storage bag, placed it on the ground, and said, "With this added in, how likely are we to succeed?" This is the black gold scale that Xu Heping usually pulls off from his tail and puts into his storage bag. He discovered that once the scales were pulled off, they would gradually lose their spirituality over time, becoming mediocre and no longer sharp. It is most powerful only when it just falls off. But despite this, it is still quite sharp and is a rare weapon. The one in front of me was pulled out yesterday and it only has half of its power left. Hei Huang took the scale and scraped it on the palm of his hand. Blood appeared on the dog's paw, which made his eyes light up. 70%. No, 80%. Hei Huang said excitedly. Okay, I'll add fuel to the fire depending on the situation. Xu Hei said. That's more than 90%. Hei Huang said with a smile. Valley of 10,000 Snakes. After Xian Yangzi arrived, he swept his spiritual sense and quickly observed the entire 10,000 Snake Valley. There was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. 10 points. No, more than 10 points. This is simply a perfect snake farm. Every spring, it attracts all the snakes within a radius of 200 miles. Is there anything more exciting than this? Xian Yangzi was very excited. He observed it over and over again, confirmed it repeatedly, recorded this place in the jade slip, and gave it a full score in his heart. It's time to send the jade slip back. I will definitely be satisfied. Xian Yangzi said with a smile. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and shot backwards like lightning. Humph, I thought it was an illusion, but it turns out someone is really following me. Xian Yangzi disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared on the top of a mountain. This place was unremarkable, but he could see that there was a formation carved on the ground. Although it was only half drawn, he discovered it. He's hiding his head but showing his tail. Xian Yangzi snorted coldly and stomped his foot. A scream of ouch came from the mountain. The ground exploded, and a black dog flew out and lay on the ground. Oh! It's actually a mangy dog. Where is your owner? Xian Yangzi raised his hand and activated the gravity spell, lifting the black dog up in the air. The black dog just grinned at him. Bang! Suddenly, the black dog's body exploded and turned into minced meat. Illusion array. Xian Yangzi's face changed, and he immediately realized that he had stepped into an illusion array and would experience all kinds of hallucinations. I'm afraid that the formation was only half completed just now and it is also part of the illusion. His spiritual sense was blocked and he could not sense any fluctuations in breath, which further confirmed his point that it must be an illusion. However, he reacted extremely decisively and threw the jade slip towards the horizon. The jade slip flew into the air at an incredible speed towards the distant horizon. The mission of his clone was to survey the terrain and collect information, so it didn't matter if he died. The opponent's illusion array was so convincing that even he couldn't tell the difference. It was obvious that his cultivation was not weak, and he had found a strong enemy. Do you really think that was an illusion? Suddenly, a cold voice came to his ears. Xian Yangzi's eyes focused, and he saw that the black dog that exploded into pieces of meat suddenly condensed and reassembled into a complete black dog. But there was an extra black and gold scale in his hand. Puff! With a flash of cold light, Xian Yangzi's head flew out, with shock still in his eyes. The black dog exploded, it was real. It wasn't an illusion. A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Hei Huang's mouth. However, the next second, Xian Yangzi's headless body suddenly moved. He raised his arms, grabbed Hei Huang's neck fiercely, lifted him up, and held him tightly. Hei Huang's face changed drastically. He looked at the head on the ground, only to see that the head was staring at him with a weird smile. I'm just a wooden clone. It doesn't matter if my head is missing. I'm not dead. I can only give you 6 points for this trick. It's barely passing. On Xian Yangzi's head, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. There was no trace of blood at the broken part, only the carving marks of the wood. This is a woodenman clone, it won't matter even if the head falls off. Puff! Puff! But at this moment, Xian Yangzi's smile came to an abrupt end. Several black gold scales flew out from somewhere, splitting his head into 2, his 2 arms into 4, his 2 legs into 3, and his body into countless pieces, turning into broken wood and falling to the ground. Fireball. After Xu Hei appeared, he spewed out a mouthful of fire. The pieces of wood on the ground immediately let out shrill screams, and there were faint traces of their consciousness being burned. After a long time, the spiritual consciousness completely dissipated and was burned into nothingness. Hei Huang fell to the ground, panting heavily, his face pale, and he cursed, I miscalculated, it turned out to be a wooden clone, this thing is very valuable, but I actually used it to explore the way, what a waste of resources. Xu Hei had no time to pay attention to him. He fired another fireball, which sprayed on the charred wood and burned it into black ash. Fireball. Xu Hei blew out another breath of fire, which was sprayed on the ground. The ground was burned and magma appeared, leaving no ash at all. Stop, 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 he's already dead. Hei Huang cursed. Only then did Xu Hei stop. He swallowed the scales that had been shot out one by one, looked at Hei Huang, and said, "Is this what you said about an 80% chance of success? Why is it so vulnerable?" Hei Huang snorted, "In order to weaken his strength, I spent a lot of money to use a magic array to block his spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, how could you attack him by surprise? I also left the jade slip behind. Besides, even if you don't make a move, I can easily deal with him." Hei Huang was stubborn and refused to admit defeat, and said a lot of things. Xu Hei did not argue and looked towards the horizon. The flying jade slip seemed to hit a wall and could not fly out no matter what. The black and yellow hand waved and took the jade slip. It records what happened along the way, including the encounter with them. If this were to be passed back, it would probably cause a disaster. Xu Hei probed his spiritual sense into the jade slip, and after reading it, he destroyed it directly and burned it to ashes. "Is it safe now?" Xu Hei asked worriedly. "Not yet. Although the news hasn't been passed back, this person is in the Jindan stage after all. Knowing that his clone died here, he will definitely come here to investigate in person," Hei Huang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Hei disappeared. Valley of 10,000 Snakes, in the underground snake cave. Xu Hei looked at the storage bag in front of him and found that there was a very strong imprint of spiritual consciousness on it, which could not be erased no matter what. After repeated attempts, Xu Hei had two choices. Either use the black gold scales to break it open forcibly, but this would likely damage the things inside, or swallow it into the demon god cauldron and use the cauldron to refine it. Either way, it is possible to damage the contents. Hei Huang appeared beside, took the storage bag and took a look. "Humph, it's just spiritual consciousness. I can handle it easily." He weighed the storage bag. Xu Hei asked worriedly, "Are you sure? Leave it to me. It will be done in 3 days at most." Hei Huang patted his chest. Xu Hei nodded. In this regard, he still trusted the old dog. Afterwards, Xu Hei came to the outside of the 10,000 Snake Valley and hurriedly said goodbye to the little white snake and the Wolf King. Before leaving, Hei Huang raised his hand and sent out 2 rays of spiritual consciousness into their sea of consciousness. "What is this?" Xu Hei was puzzled. "Some memory inheritance can help them open their minds. This is my unique secret technique, and there is no other one like me in the world," Hei Huang said proudly. At this moment, the eyes of the little white snake and the Wolf King flashed, and a human color emerged. Then, Hei Huang cast 2 golden light spells, which stayed on the little white snake and the Wolf King, saving their lives at the critical moment of life and death. "Let's go. The memory inheritance cannot be digested in a short time. It will take at least 10 days or half a month. How far they can go depends on their luck," Hei Huang said. Xu Hei sighed, turned around and left. It was just a chance encounter between him and the 2 monsters, and he didn't know when he would see them again. Hei Huang took a look at the terrain of the 10,000 Snake Valley and sighed, "What a blessed place. It's a pity that it can only be used by others." He could naturally see that the unique structure of the 10,000 Snake Valley could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the valley. It was a natural spirit-gathering array, and over time, spiritual medicines would be born. This kind of terrain is relatively rare in this blessed land. After Xu Hei left, he was silent along the way. Hei Huang could also see his mood and did not try to persuade him much. This is the inevitable path for every powerful cultivator. When facing the strong, the weak can only bow their heads and run away, otherwise they will die. Hei Huang was very relieved that Xu Hei could understand this and did not rush forward to die out of passion. Xu Hei had the same idea. Thousands of miles away, in the southern county of the Chu state, inside a sex cave, a middle-aged scholar who was meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. The wooden man's clone is actually dead. Even the recording jade slips were left behind, and the spiritual consciousness in the storage bag was also erased. Who could have done this? Xian Yangzi knew that his clone's strength was average, but the aura fluctuations and spiritual awareness it emitted were extremely powerful, and he was truly at the Jindan stage. The person who can see the clues of the clone and dares to attack him is either a brainless idiot or has extremely strong cultivation and is not at all inferior to him. Humph, I didn't expect that this 10,000 Snake Valley would attract competitors. I'm becoming more and more interested. Xian Yangzi closed his eyes again, tapped the ground with his fingertips, and began to calculate. In the southern part of Chu State, no one dared to go against the snake-catching sect, so it could only be a foreign opponent, or it could be that a great demon had been angered. Su Bei, Xian Yangzi said in a low voice. A moment later, a young man in a yellow robe appeared and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Take 5 inner disciples with you and go to the 10,000 Snakes Valley to search for the people who attacked my clone. Xian Yangzi said. Yes. The young man in yellow robe flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the days that followed, the snake and the dog headed south, trekking through mountains and rivers. In addition to avoiding forest fires, they also had to avoid the strong men of the snake-catching sect. As we go deeper into the mountains and forests, we will occasionally encounter some powerful monsters, and even a big foundation-building monster will appear. But with Dog Nose, we can avoid them in advance along the way. During this period, Xu Hei was not idle either. He tempered his body and honed his foundation every day. Earth Escape Technique. Xu Hei's body sank and he went underground. He wanted to use the pressure of the earth to toughen his body. This was the simplest and most effective method. Before, he could only dive up to 100 meters. This time, Xu Hei sank 200 meters and was still sinking 300 meters. Take it easy. If you can't get up, I won't save you. The old dog's voice came from afar. At this time, Xu Hei had already landed from the soil layer to the sand layer. The soil here was no longer soft, but mixed with a lot of sand and gravel, and the gravity increased sharply. Even the earth escape technique doesn't work here. Although Xu Hei is afraid of death, he is not a coward. He is a poisonous snake. He will hide in the dark, practice hard, and wait for the opponent to relax before delivering a fatal blow. If humans lose their true energy, they will be vulnerable. I am a demon beast, I can't be as fragile as humans, I have to become stronger. Xu Hei was determined. Under the tremendous pressure, his muscles and bones creaked. The heavy force squeezed his flesh and blood, making it impossible for him to breathe or move. But Xu Hei's eyes were very bright, and his willpower was stronger than ever before, as if he had found his own path of cultivation. The demon god cauldron trembled violently, emitting waves of vast and heavy vibrations that merged with the body and resisted the oppression of the earth. Suddenly, the black and gold scales that had fallen off his tail began to grow back. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Soon, the scales were all over, but the number continued to increase, exceeding the previous limit. Before he knew it, the number of scales on Xu Hei's tail exceeded 20. Sure enough, the number of these scales is related to the strength of my body. The stronger the body, the more scales I have. Xu Hei said to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of spiritualism, but his physical body had not, so there was a lot of room for improvement. When Xu Hei reached his limit, he returned to the surface and fainted from exhaustion. A week passed in such days. Xu Hei traveled a long way and didn't know how far he had run. According to He Huang, this place is no longer the territory of Chu State. If we continue forward and cross a big river, we will arrive at another country, Qin State. It was not until today that the old dog erased the spiritual consciousness on the storage bag. I can finally open it. This divine consciousness is really hard to crack. He Huang was so tired that he lay on the ground, with his tongue sticking out and breathing heavily. It took him a whole week to wipe out the consciousness of the Jindan cultivator. Open it and take a look. Xu Hei quickly crawled over. They took such a big risk, it would be unacceptable if they didn't get a huge gain. You open it. I don't have the strength anymore. He Huang was panting and didn't even have the strength to get up, so he threw the storage bag over. Xu Hei took it suspiciously, glanced into the storage bag with his consciousness, and his expression suddenly became strange. There were quite a few treasures in this storage bag, but they were far less rich than he imagined. Most of them were ordinary things he had seen. There are no elixirs, talismans, medicinal materials, low-level magic weapons, magic slips, or spiritual stones. This was far from the storage bag he imagined a monk in the alchemy stage would have. Could it be that this old dog stole it for himself? Xu Hei thought of a possibility. It took 7 days to open a storage bag, which was very suspicious, but looking at the tired and panting look of the old dog, it didn't look like he was just faking it. What are you looking at me doing? Hei Huang saw Xu Hei staring at him and immediately sat up. He grabbed the storage bag, glanced at the contents, and exclaimed, "Damn! This is such bad luck. I don't have a single spirit stone. I worked in vain. These treasures are useless to me, so I'll give them to you." Hei Huang threw the storage bag to Xu Hei. Xu Hei didn't take it either, just stared at him. "We agreed to split the profits 50-50. You should get half of these things," Xu Hei said coldly. Hei Huang was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. "Haha, these things are totally unnecessary. I don't need them." He felt a little frightened by Xu Hei's gaze and turned around to leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xu Hei opened his mouth wide and pounced towards him. "Ah! Stop it, let's talk it over." Hei Huang screamed repeatedly, and he used his hands and feet to support Xu Hei's upper and lower jaws. "Old dog, hand over the spirit stone." Stop. Hand it over." After a fierce fight, Hei Huang still spat out 10 spirit stones and gave half of them to Xu Hei. Xu Hei saw through this old dog. It's too dark. They even cheat their own people. He didn't even know if these 10 spirit stones were all there were. "Xu Hei, I'm doing this for your own good. You're still young, why do you need so many spirit stones? I'm saving them for you so you can use them in the critical moments in the future." Hei Huang spoke earnestly. Xu Hei was too lazy to argue with him. He took out a handful of jade slips and probed into them one by one with his spiritual sense. This human knowledge was what he desired most. After a while, Xu Hei briefly scanned it, took out one of the jade slips and placed it in front of him. Woodenman clone. This jade slip records the method of refining the Woodenman clone. Lao Go said before that clones are also divided into different levels. The weakest paperman clone has only the strength of the Qi refining stage and will be destroyed if burned. The wooden clone is also very weak, only slightly stronger than the paper clone, but its advantage is that it can be indistinguishable from the real thing. Whether it is the aura or the spiritual consciousness, it almost perfectly simulates the original. If you don't have amazing eyesight, it is usually difficult to see any clues. Going further up, there are stone clones, flesh and blood clones, and the strongest external incarnation. Hei Huang glanced at the jade slip and said sarcastically, "This wooden clone is useless and only serves to scare people. Don't practice this. I recommend you a clone. If you practice it well, it will be more powerful than the original one." "What?" Xu Hei asked quickly. "Puppet." Hei Huang's eyes sparkled as he said, "This puppetry is one of the 6 arts of cultivating immortals. The #1 sect in Qin, the Tiangui sect, is an expert in puppetry. It is said that the puppets inside are more powerful than their masters, have no sense of pain, and have bodies comparable to those of monsters. There are also many of them. If we release 100 or 80 of them at a time, who can compete with them at the same level?" Hearing Hei Huang's bragging, a picture suddenly appeared in Xu Hei's mind. When fighting with someone, don't worry about anything and just release 100 or 80 puppets to beat them up. Wouldn't that be great? Xu Hei swallowed his saliva and said to himself, "Then I'd better avoid people from the Tiangui sect when I see them from now on. Black and yellow. The normal way of thinking is, if you can't beat them, then join them." Xu Hei, this coward, his first thought was to run away. He was also convinced. "Xu Hei, there is a small border town ahead of us on the Qin border. Let's go there and buy you some medicinal herbs for strengthening your body and some nourishing monster meat," Hei Huang said. Xu Hei nodded without thinking much. The consumption of body tempering is quite high, and a large amount of meat must be eaten every day. Hunting alone is no longer enough. The 2 monsters traveled through mountains and rivers and continued walking forward for 50 miles. Gradually, clouds rose in front of us, and a large river spanning north and south appeared before our eyes. The geese fell into the river, and the river was turbulent, so the geese could not cross. Even low-level cultivators could not fly with the wind and could only rely on ferries. On the other side of the Yanluo River is the state of Qin. He Huang took out a black robe and hat, covered himself tightly, walked upright, and came to the dock. The boatman at the dock looked at He Huang and felt puzzled, but said nothing. However, there was a harsh sound coming from the boat. Oh my, where did this little dwarf come from? This head must be only 1 meter tall, right? Ha ha ha. Maybe it will be blown away by the strong wind on the river. There was a burst of laughter from the people on the boat. This group of people were shirtless, with various ferocious beast tattoos on their bodies, swords on their waists, and flesh on their faces. They should be a gang nearby, or bandits. The other passers-by were also looking at He Huang, wondering what kind of body was under the black robe. Was he probably a dwarf? He Huang just snorted coldly and waved his hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the bandits who had just insulted He Huang were immediately swept away by the wind, blown off the big boat, and tossed on the river. The others were all horrified. Oh my god, it's an immortal. This dwarf is actually an immortal. The crowd on the boat all changed color. This ugly dwarf turned out to be a monk. This was incredible and no one dared to provoke him. The boatman also became polite and quickly invited He Huang onto the boat. He Huang stood proudly and stepped on. Xu Hei also hid under the black robe and looked around the environment on the ship. The ship is neither big nor small, it is a medium-sized ferry with 2 floors, which can accommodate more than 100 people. The first floor was filled with mortals, looking at He Huang with awe on their faces. There were only 2 people on the second floor, a man and a woman, both of whom had good temperaments. From beginning to end, they never once glanced down. The woman frowned slightly, glanced at He Huang, and then looked away. However, Xu Hei always felt that the woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. The woman was dressed in purple, about 16 years old, with an extraordinary temperament and a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in her body. She was obviously a cultivator. He Huang sat at the stern on the first floor, motionless, waiting for the boat to set sail. Afterwards, mortals began to board the ship one after another. Finally, an old Taoist with a white beard and a whisk in his hand walked onto the ferry. A man and a woman on the second floor immediately came forward to greet him. Junior Qin Yi, greetings to Elder Zhou. Junior Qiu Ling, greetings to Elder Zhou. The 2 men bowed, and the white-bearded Taoist priest quickly returned the gift, and the 3 of them went up to the second floor together. At this moment, He Huang and Xu Hei on the first floor were stunned and dumbfounded. That old man is. Xu Hei's pupils contracted. Shoo. You're not mistaken, it's the old man who raises chickens. He Huang said, gritting his teeth. Xu Hei's heart was in turmoil. How did Elder Zhou from Xiaoyao sect, who raises spirit-tailed chickens, come to Qin? And they boarded the same ship. Is this a mistake? Xu Hei almost subconsciously wanted to leave, but was held down by He Huang. Don't be impulsive. If you leave at this time, won't you be discovered? He Huang said. Xu Hei cursed, you have a very good nose, don't you? How come you didn't even have a clue when someone got close to your face? Damn. Who remembers the sour smell of that old man all day long? I forgot it long ago. He Huang cursed back. At this moment, Elder Zhou on the second floor did not notice anything unusual. He sat with the 2 young men and closed his eyes to rest. He Huang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did this elder of the Xiaoyao sect from the Chu state come to the Qin state and sit with the young man who was suspected to be from the royal family? He didn't want to care, just not notice him. If he really discovered him, he would have to kill him without mercy. A fierce light flashed in his black and yellow eyes. At this time, the bandits who had been blown off the boat climbed back from the shore. They knelt on the shore and kowtowed to the cruise ship, saying, "Forgive me, immortal. I didn't mean to do that. I deserve to die." As he spoke, he slapped himself. "Get out!" He Huang shouted, and those people immediately fled in panic. The white-bearded old man upstairs opened his eyes and frowned slightly. "Elder Zhou, what's wrong?" Qin Yi asked beside him. "Nothing." Zhou Su shook his head. He felt that the short monk looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. It seemed that there was no one so short among the people he knew. He came here for important business and didn't want to cause any trouble, so he didn't think too much about it. Soon, the ferry started. The boatman raised the sail and headed towards the center of Yanluo River. The boatman is also a cultivator, only at the first level of Qi refining stage, but he has been sailing for many years and is very experienced. He has a fixed sailing route that can ensure that the boat arrives safely on the other side. The people on the boat, even if they were mortals, were all strong and healthy, and most of them had practiced martial arts. Otherwise, if they were a little weak, they would be blown away. The closer we get to the center, the faster the river becomes, the stronger the wind and waves become, and the boat begins to rock. Xu Hei felt the rushing river water and suddenly an idea came to him. Could he find a place in the water with the strongest current to temper his body? He has tried tempering his body in soil, and tempering it in water seems to be feasible as well. After he eats the monster meat, he can try going into the water. And just at this moment, he suddenly saw the black and yellow dog's paws rubbing on the ground, carving something, and lines of spiritual energy spread out, faintly outlining a miniature magic circle. This. Xu Heiduan felt something was wrong. What tricks was this old dog playing? Xu Hei, how about we do something big and split the profits 50-50? The familiar words made Xu Hei's eyes widen. It's fine if others didn't notice you, but you still want to cause trouble. Can't you just be quiet? How sure are you? 30%. Then I'll swallow you first. Hey, just a joke, don't take it seriously. Hei Huang smiled and wiped off the mark of the magic circle under his feet. Xu Hei breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, everyone arrived at the other side safely. Xu Hei seriously suspected that the reason why this old dog boarded the boat was because he had the intention of killing people and stealing treasures. Fortunately, a foundation-building cultivator came aboard halfway and made him hesitate, otherwise, he would definitely have taken action. This old dog's idea is too dangerous. I have to be careful, so as not to be cheated by him. Xu Hei was alert. Afterwards, everyone got off the boat one after another and left, and nothing unexpected happened. After the old Taoist with white beard came ashore, he hesitated for a while and said to Hei Huang, "My fellow Taoist, have we met before somewhere?" Hei Huang smiled and said, "I did see you at that auction, but I didn't expect you still remember me." Zhou Su was stunned. Auction? What the hell? Thinking about it carefully, he did attend an auction 6 years ago, but there were too many people there and it took too long, so he couldn't remember it at all. I see. I have something important to do. Bye. Zhou Su bowed, turned and left. The young man surnamed Qin looked at Hei Huang deeply, said nothing, and followed Zhou Su away. The group of people gradually walked away and disappeared completely. Xu Hei was surprised. Is it all right now? What else? You want to fight with him? Just tell me earlier, I'll do it right away. Hei Huang rolled up his sleeves and was about to chase after him. Stop. Pretend I didn't say anything. Xu Hei quickly pulled him back. In the afternoon, everyone followed the road and arrived at the city on the river, Linjiang City. Linjiang City is located on the border of Qin State. The emperor is far away, the order is chaotic, and there are all kinds of people. Many desperate criminals and wanted criminals roamed around here, all of them hiding their heads and showing their tails, so the black and yellow outfit did not attract any attention. On the streets of Linjiang City, pedestrians hurried by with alert expressions, keeping a long distance from each other. Even beggars had sharp eyes, not good people. Hei Huang found a restaurant and walked in. I want a good private room and the most expensive food and wine, especially the monster meat, more of it. Hei Huang shouted. The shopkeeper had a pointed chin and a pale face, as if he had practiced some evil skills. It was obvious at first glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. He looked at Hei Huang, nodded slightly, and immediately ordered someone to make arrangements. Soon, Hei Huang was led into a private room, where plates of delicious food were served. Xu Hei couldn't wait to crawl out and swallow the food. Hei Huang picked up the jar of wine, took a deep sip, then spat it out, cursing, "What a rubbish wine. Even dogs won't drink it." He also started eating the vegetables. Xu Hei could tell at a glance that the wine was mixed with drugs, probably some kind of sleeping pills. The two monsters had big appetites. After eating one meal after another, they had already had several rounds of sex. However, Hei Huang was still not satisfied and shouted, "Not enough, not enough, do what you just did again." Outside the private room, the waiter's face twitched, and he whispered to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, this man has already spent nearly 1,000 taels of silver, and has already eaten 2 monsters. Do you want to continue?" The shopkeeper sat on the chair and said coldly, "Keep going, eat him until he is satisfied, and by the way, double the amount of the soft fragrance powder." 2 hours later. Xu Hei was so full that he looked like a ball, and couldn't even eat a peanut. Not only was Hei Huang full, he also secretly went to the kitchen and packed up a portion of monster meat. Withdraw. He took out the talisman and activated it. The 2 figures immediately became transparent and blended into the environment. Just leaving like this? Xu Hei was a little unbelievable. Nonsense. This shop is obviously a shady shop. It's good enough that they didn't feed you dead flesh. Are you still planning to pay? Hei Huang cursed. What I mean is, if you don't kill people and rob them, how about splitting the money 50-50? Xu Hei asked in surprise. Hei Huang was speechless. Bang. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open, and the shopkeeper said with a gloomy face, "Even the kitchen is emptied. You have a really big appetite, aren't you afraid of eating too much?" He walked into the private room and looked around, but couldn't see a single person. He became completely furious and slapped the table to pieces. "Search for me. You dare to eat my blood wolf's meal. Even if you are a cultivator, I will kill you with my own hands," the shopkeeper said angrily. "Yes." The waiter at the back rushed out of the restaurant with a group of people. Afterwards, Hei Huang and Xu Hei quietly left, moved to another place, and found an inn to stay in. The inn was relatively normal. When they saw that Hei Huang was a monk, they gave up their evil thoughts and arranged for him to stay in a better room. Xu Hei climbed onto the bed and seized the opportunity to refine the monster meat he had just eaten. This time, his physical strength should be able to increase a lot. Xu Hei has become accustomed to causing trouble and making enemies everywhere. He thinks it's all Lao Go's fault anyway and has nothing to do with him. Take your time to refine it. I'm going to go out and do something. I'll be back soon. Hei Huang put on a straw raincoat and jumped out of the window. Xu Hei opened his eyes and looked out the window. He left me here and went out by himself. Xu Hei frowned, feeling something was wrong. No, I have to go out and take a look. What if this old dog is doing something bad again and cheating me without me knowing it? Immediately, Xu Hei took out a talisman and activated the magic formula. The talisman turned into a ray of light and hit Xu Hei. Xu Hei's body quickly turned into a transparent state, and even his breath disappeared. Ever since he saw the black and yellow invisibility talisman that day, he asked for 2 of them as backup. This thing is extremely effective whether it is for saving lives or tracking, and even the golden immortal cannot detect it. Xu Hei flashed and went out of the window, quietly following Hei Huang, wanting to see what he was going to do. Hei Huang ran through the alleys, and Xu Hei followed closely behind. After a while, Hei Huang arrived at a large market in the center of the city. There were few mortals here, but many monks. There were all kinds of monks' shops, buying and selling treasures. Hei Huang came to a weapon refining shop, took out a snake-shaped sword, a scimitar, and a snake bone, and handed them over. There are 8 spirit stones in total. Do you want to take them? Hei Huang said in a low voice. After the shop owner took it, he was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, "Deal." After collecting the spirit stones, Hei Huang continued to move forward. After twists and turns, he came to a shop that sold medicinal herbs. He took out a pile of medicinal herbs and asked, "A total of 15 spirit stones, do you want to take them?" After some bargaining, he obtained 13 spirit stones. After that, he visited all kinds of shops, such as medicine shops and animal supplies shops, and sold many treasures in exchange for spirit stones. Xu Hei had been following behind, watching in amazement. It turns out that this old dog is out to sell the stolen goods. He embezzled so many treasures. Xu Hei cursed in his heart. How could he not see that this old dog had clearly taken a large amount of treasures from the storage bag and secretly sold them? No wonder there were no valuable treasures in the storage bag of the Jindan clone. It turned out that they had been stolen long ago. Xu Hei forced himself not to rush out and bite anyone, but followed quietly behind, waiting to see how many spirit stones this old dog could sell, and then make him spit them out. Two monks in white robes with cloud patterns came galloping from a distance and landed in the market town. After seeing the robes of the two men, many stall owners showed awe on their faces and quickly stood up to greet them. This is the robe of the disciples of Tiangui sect. Tiangui sect, the #1 sect in Qin state, is the overlord of Qin state. Any city is under the jurisdiction of Tiangui sect. Damn it. I was sent to such a remote place and have to stay there for 3 years before I can go back. How could I be so unlucky, said one of the monks with a hoarse face with a gloomy expression. There's nothing we can do. We have been unable to build the foundation and can only obey the arrangements. Although Linjiang City is in chaos, there are still some benefits if we handle it well. Another handsome young man said calmly. Both of them were outer disciples of the Tiangui sect. Due to their poor qualifications, they were sent to garrison outside and became the managers of Linjiang City. If it were any other city, it would be fine, but Linjiang City is the place that all disciples least want to come to. It is remote, chaotic, and barren, and sometimes there are evil cultivators causing trouble. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. The two of them first walked around the market and collected stall fees. Then, he walked towards Wanbao Pavilion. The horse-faced young man narrowed his eyes, pulled his companion beside him, pointed at a short masked man in front of him, and said, "Did you notice that man just now?" "I noticed. He must have committed murder and stolen treasure, and is here to sell the stolen goods." The handsome young man said calmly that this kind of thing was too common in Linjiang City and he didn't even bother to pay attention to it. The horse-faced young man said nothing, and disappeared in a flash. Wanbao Pavilion. This is the largest chain chamber of commerce in the Qin state, and only monks can enter. Hei Huang walked into the hall, took out a spirit stone and shook it, saying, "Ask your steward to come over, I want to sell some things." The receptionist immediately realized that a distinguished guest had arrived and quickly called the steward to the hall. "Let's see how much it's worth in total." Hei Huang threw out a storage bag. The steward took it and looked at it, then his eyes widened immediately after his spiritual sense took in the picture. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Fellow Taoist, why don't you come in and discuss it in detail?" Hei Huang nodded and walked into the reception room. Xu Hei did not follow in, but just waited outside the gate of Wanbao Pavilion. After about an incense stick of time, black and yellow appeared. He walked out of the gate of Wanbao Pavilion, looked around, and walked into an alley. What else is he going to do? Xu Hei wondered. He was about to follow him when suddenly, a young man with a hoarse face rushed into the Wanbao Pavilion and asked the manager hastily, "What did that dwarf in black come in for?" Next to the horse-faced young man was a handsome young man, and both of them were wearing the same cloud-patterned robe. When the steward saw that it was someone from the Tiangui sect, he immediately trembled with fear and quickly clasped his fists and said, "He sold many jade slips and magic weapons from the snake-catching sect and exchanged them for a large amount of body-tempering pills and the meat of demon beasts in the late stage of spiritual communication." The steward did not hide anything and told him everything. "What is the approximate value of those treasures?" the horse-faced young man asked again. "Approximately, it is worth more than 100 spirit stones." The steward answered truthfully. The horse-faced young man's eyes suddenly flashed, and he immediately chased in the direction where Hei Huang disappeared. "Junior brother Yu, wait a minute." Suddenly, the handsome young man behind him stepped forward and said seriously, "We are new here, so we should be cautious before we know the other party's background. Since that person is blatantly selling stolen goods everywhere and not hiding his whereabouts, and leaving in a swagger, it means he is not afraid of being targeted." Hearing this, Yu Chang sneered and said, "I just saw that he was acting suspiciously, so I went up to question him. I won't do anything to him." The handsome young man frowned slightly. Interrogation. In Linjiang City, who can stand the test of interrogation? Interrogation is equivalent to fighting, killing, and stealing treasures. He shook his head and sighed, "I'll go with you." The two of them chased into the alley where Hei Huang disappeared. Xu Hei stopped nearby and witnessed the whole process, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It actually attracted the attention of the disciples of Tiangui sect. This damn dog is too unlucky. Xu Hei didn't want to get involved, but Hei Huang just now seemed to have exchanged a lot of body-hardening pills and monster meat. This shows that Hei Huang didn't just embezzle everything but also bought him some things. It doesn't matter whether the old dog dies or not, but don't ruin his elixir. Follow and see. Xu Hei suddenly accelerated and followed. He vaguely felt that this old man's brazen sale of stolen goods might be a case of fishing. It's okay to catch 2 small fish and shrimps, but this is a disciple of the Tiangui sect, a big shark, so there is no need to worry about being swallowed by the fish. What a hassle! Xu Hei cursed in his heart and greeted the old dog's family 1,000 times. Hei and Huang were in front, the 2 people from the Tiangui sect were in the middle, and Xu Hei was behind. Before they knew it, the group had chased to the most desolate place in the east of the city. The houses here are dilapidated, 9 out of 10 are empty, and there are almost no people to be seen. This was once the stronghold of a certain gang, but was later destroyed by their enemies. Several streets were wiped out and it has been abandoned ever since. Today, it has become a home for homeless people and stray dogs. Where are the people? Yu Chang saw Hei Huang rushing into a dilapidated house, but when he walked over and looked, he didn't see any figure, only a big black dog peeing in the corner. Yu Chang spread out his spiritual sense, but he still couldn't find the other party's figure. However, the other party's breath did not disappear and was nearby. The other handsome young man's face darkened and he became extremely alert. The other party obviously discovered that someone was following them and deliberately lured them here. This place is remote and deserted, and it is a good place to kill people and destroy bodies. He clasped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist, we are 2 disciples sent by the Tiangui sect to manage the order of Linjiang City. We have no ill intentions. Please show yourself." No one answered. Yu Chang showed disdain and sneered, "Brother Zhao, your words are too formal. Others may not understand. Let me put it another way." He took a step forward and shouted to the house in front of him, "You shorty just now, you have 3 breaths to get out and be questioned, otherwise, you will end up like this dog." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and a sharp beam of light hit the black dog that had just urinated. Ouch! The black dog howled miserably, and its body split into 2 pieces, with blood flowing all over the ground. "1 breath," Yu Chang said coldly. The black dog's body twitched, and it lay motionless, without any breath. The surprise in Yu Chang's eyes flashed away, and he took 2 steps forward and said, 2 breaths. Suddenly, the front half of the black dog's body flew out, opened its mouth wide, and bit towards Yu Chang. Yu Chang raised a sarcastic look at his face, "Do you think I don't know it's you?" He slapped the storage bag, and a large number of lizard puppets flew out of it, spitting out fireballs, shooting towards the black dog's body, and at the same time retreating violently. As early as when he was tracking him, he felt that the dwarf's height was suspicious. He suddenly disappeared and a big black dog appeared. Without a doubt, he almost immediately guessed that the black dog was the short monk. Just now he seemed to be venting his anger on the black dog, but in fact he was also testing it. The only thing that surprised him was that the dog did not dodge and was directly dismembered. But now it makes sense, the dog is not dead at all. Boom. 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 The fireball spewed out by the lizard exploded near the old black dog, creating a large area of blood. Houses collapsed, smoke and dust rose, and pieces of flesh and bones mixed with blood flew everywhere, filling the sky. But what was strange was that the corpses and pieces of flesh did not die, but instead flew into the air and chased after Yu Chang. What a weird martial art. Yu Chang narrowed his eyes. Xu Hei hid in the dark, looking at the scattered corpses in the sky, thinking to himself, so this is what Sanren means. Pa pa pa. Some of the minced meat splashed onto the lizard puppets, and all of them stopped moving and lost their spirit. These lizards are the unique secret skill of the Tiangui sect, they are mechanical puppet beasts. Almost every disciple of the Tiangui sect has at least hundreds of mechanical puppets in their hands. At this moment, all puppets will become ineffective as long as they are stained with black and yellow blood. Seeing this scene, the horse-faced young man Yu Chang's eyes were full of solemnity. He took out a giant frog puppet, opened his mouth, and swallowed the flying flesh and blood into his stomach. But in the next second, the giant frog puppet lost its spirit, its whole body disintegrated and shattered, and the flesh and blood inside it drilled out and shot towards him. What? Yu Chang was horrified. This giant frog puppet was one of his trump cards. No one could defeat it before he established his foundation. How could it be defeated in just one breath? Without hesitation, he turned around and tried to flee, but a sea of blood-red fog appeared on the street ahead. It was extremely sticky, like a man-eating mouth, emitting a bloody color. It was the flying flesh and blood, blocking all his retreat routes. I am a disciple of the Tiankui sect. How dare you kill me? Yu Chang said angrily. The handsome young man Zhao Du came up to Yu Chang, holding the sail and shaking it hard. A strong wind suddenly blew up, blowing away a large amount of blood mist. Junior brother Yu, there's no need to waste time talking to him. Let's work together to kill this thief. Zhao Du shouted. Good. Yu Chang gritted his teeth and took out a large number of puppets and threw them out again. Zhao Du also cast a spell and started to fight back. As time went by, the blood mist became more and more, and the two men gradually showed injuries. Their true energy became chaotic, and their defeat was only a matter of time. Xu Hei took a look at the situation, sighed, turned and left. The outcome is decided, these two are dead, there is no chance of winning. This old dog is so powerful, without making any noise. How abominable. Xu Hei gritted his teeth. Hei Huang's strength made him feel a sense of urgency. He couldn't fall behind others. He had to be stronger than Lao Go. The invisibility talisman had expired, so Xu Hei exited the invisibility mode. He left Dongqing Street and planned to go back and wait. After crossing 2 streets, we are about to leave Dongqing District. Suddenly, Xu Hei stopped. His eyes were fixed on a figure in the corner ahead, motionless. He was a beggar, with unkempt hair and dirty face, and his features could not be seen clearly. He looked ordinary. However, the beggar's fingers were twitching. Just like playing the guzheng, his hands moved rhythmically, as if there were invisible threads in the air being plucked by him. Xu Hei crawled a little closer, but the beggar remained motionless, completely unaware that the big snake Xu Hei was approaching. This person is wrong. Xu Hei did not rashly send out his spiritual sense, but just observed quietly. The beggar's attention was completely focused, and he was oblivious to everything around him, as if all his mind was somewhere else. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Xu Hei's mind, and the figure of the handsome young man appeared. At first, when the horse-faced man wanted to chase him, the handsome young man tried to dissuade him, and it was obvious that he was not a reckless person. In the end, Horse Lien was defeated and planned to give up, and threatened with the reputation of Tiankui sect. However, the handsome young man advised him to fight to the death, which was obviously a bit unreasonable. This only shows one thing, that handsome young man is fearless. Why is he so confident? Xu Hei's mind buzzed and he thought of a possibility. That handsome young man, could it be that he's fake? It is said that the puppetry of the Tiankui sect can create puppets that are exactly like humans, making them indistinguishable from the real ones. If this is true, then it makes sense. The beggar in front of me is my true self. What if this beggar is also fake? Xu Hei did not act rashly, so as not to alert the enemy and let the real person behind the scenes escape. He immediately took action, spreading his spiritual sense and searching the nearby area. The distance between the real body and the puppet cannot be too far. After searching for a while, Xu Hei confirmed that there were no other suspicious people nearby, only this beggar. This person might have a way to save his life. I will kill you as soon as I strike. I won't give you any chance to survive. Xu Hei immediately set off, reluctantly pulling out 3 of his own scales, and set traps around him. At the same time, all the offensive talismans obtained before, such as the Fire Explosion Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, and Lightning Strike Talisman, were arranged. Xu Hei still felt unsafe, so he took out 2 magic weapons, the Thunder Seal and the Beast-Repelling Circle. Finally, he climbed to the wall behind the men, his throat bulged, and the true energy quickly compressed in his mouth. This is his most powerful attack, the ultimate deluxe version of Fireball. The fireball, which had been condensed to the extreme, had turned into a deep black color. The temperature had distorted the air and melted the ground. Xu Hei, no matter how many defensive means this guy has, this one blow will make him lose all his strength. Die. Xu Hei opened his mouth and sprayed out black flames, sweeping out and shooting towards the wall in front of him. At the same time, the gravity spell was activated through the air, firmly controlling the opponent's body and preventing him from moving. The beggar behind the wall immediately opened his eyes wide. When he realized that an attack was coming, his body was restrained by an invisible force. This was a basic technique, gravity. With this level of gravity magic, he could easily break free from it with his cultivation level in the late Qi refining stage, and was only slightly delayed. Drink. The beggar let out a low shout and stepped forward. A fireball burst out behind him and hit his back. Behind him, there were bursts of light circles, which were the protective light of the magic weapon. But the power of this fireball was beyond imagination, and the protective light was covered with cracks before long. The jade pendant on his chest broke, forming a water ball that enveloped him, and the flames could no longer reach him. Before the beggar could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the ground next to him explode, and a large number of talismans were activated at the same time, smashing towards him like a violent storm. What is this? The beggar's face changed wildly, and as spells such as lightning, fire, and wind blades were shot at him, he almost did not hesitate to put a bronze bell in front of him, but it was only 3 black and gold scales that instantly cut his bronze bell. No. The beggar screamed as various attacks descended upon him, completely submerging his figure. Boom. 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 The earth shook and the houses on the entire street collapsed completely, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. All this, although said to be slow, actually happened in a flash. Until his death, Zhao Yidu could not understand why a demon beast in the middle stage of the spiritual communication period would launch such an outrageous attack. His original plan was to abandon one of his puppet clones and join forces with Yu Chang to kill the black dog. Even if he failed, he could take the opportunity to get rid of Yu Chang and get rid of this burden. But he never expected that his real self would be caught. Fireball. Fireball. Thunder seal. Xu Hei bombarded the ruins in front of him continuously. His spiritual sense could sense that the other party's aura had not yet dissipated, and there was still a trace of it, although it was very weak. Thunder. Xu Hei held the thunder seal in his mouth and sent out bolts of lightning that struck where the aura was. The ground was lifted up as if the sky was about to fall. The horrible vibration could be heard clearly outside Dongqing district. Although tragic fights often occur in Linjiang City, it is rare to see such a commotion that causes nearby residents to flee in panic to avoid being affected. Which gang is fighting this? From this noise, I'm afraid there are 20 late Qi refining cultivators fighting each other. The crowd in the distance looked towards the east, their hearts shaken. It took a full stick of incense time for the situation to subside. Xu Hei took a breath, exhausted all over. The faint breath finally dissipated completely under his continuous bombardment. After it dissipated, he continued to output for a long time before he put on an invisibility talisman, crawled forward, and came to the huge pit in front. The houses on the entire street were gone, and the holes were bumpy and dark, as if they had been hit by countless artillery shells. There was no trace of the man's body, not even any ashes, and the storage bag was blown into pieces. However, a few things have been preserved and have not been damaged. They are a broken bronze bell, a set of silver inner armor, a black jade, and a pile of unknown metal materials. And Xu Hei's 3 scales. Xu Hei put on an invisibility talisman, put away the treasure, swallowed the scales, and left quickly. These treasures have not been damaged after being attacked for such a long time, they must be very good. Xu Hei was excited. He was almost certain that the beggar was the handsome young man's real body, and that young man was just a puppet. This guy has a lot of life-saving magic weapons. Fortunately, Xu Hei had arranged them in advance, otherwise, if he had not been killed in one blow, he would have really escaped. This guy is really afraid of death. He actually made a puppet to deceive people. Haha, but I admire this method. Su Haiwen laughed. At this moment, the black and yellow dog's paws grabbed the two people's heads and fumbled around. Shit. It's actually a fake. He threw Xiaoyidu's body away and cursed loudly. However, something was found in Yu Chang's mind. After working so hard for so long, we only found out the first level of puppetry. The Tiangui sect is really stingy and doesn't even teach the complete technique. The corner of Hei Huang's mouth twitched. Since he has obtained the body of a dog, he cannot move around in the human world as a dog. He must have the identity of a human. He was unable to take over another person's body in a short period of time, so he had to do the next best thing and learn puppetry to refine a humanoid puppet. Only then did he set his sights on the disciples of the Tiangui sect. Killing someone and searching their soul is the most convenient method. However, he only found the first level of puppetry and could only refine some mechanical beasts, not dummies. There was some noise over there just now. I think it was caused by Xu Hei. After destroying the body, Hei Huang put on a black robe and mask and left. Inside the inn, the people from the Blood Wolf gang crowded into Xu Hei's guest room. There were figures everywhere inside and outside the room, and they were ambushed in 3 layers inside and outside. The leader had a pale face, cold eyes, and murderous intent. He was the owner of the restaurant, Blood Wolf. "Boss, the short monk is back. He's on the way." A subordinate in black ran over and said respectfully. Blood Wolf immediately stood up and sneered, "Great. You dared to eat my free meal, and I finally caught you. Today, I will make you spit out everything you ate, kneel down in front of me and kowtow to beg for mercy." After 1 stick of incense, the Blood Wolf was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground, kowtowed and begging for mercy. As for Xu Hei, he was hanging on the beam and didn't even look at them. "Senior, please spare my life. I am blind and have offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. You can tell me to do anything." Blood Wolf kowtowed and begged for mercy while slapping himself in the face. He regretted so much that he had provoked these 2 evil spirits. The other party ate a free meal and ran away, and he thought the other party was weak, but it turned out to be so fierce. "If you want to live, give me a reason," Hei Huang said coldly. Blood Wolf shuddered, and took out a piece of paper and a token. "This is the deed to the restaurant, the token of my Blood Wolf gang, and the incense burner for communicating with the disciples of the Tiangui sect." Blood Wolf took out various things from his storage bag and introduced them one by one. "That's right. I won't kill you, you can go away." Hei Huang nodded slightly and said, "Yes. Thank you for your kindness, senior." The Blood Wolf seemed to have been pardoned, and crawled towards the door. Xu Hei suddenly spat out a mouthful of fire, setting the Blood Wolf's entire body on fire, and it fell to the ground with a scream. "He said he wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you," Xu Hei said. After a moment, the Blood Wolf was burned to ashes. Xu Hei went up and picked up the debris. Hei Huang hesitated for a moment and said, "Did you kill Xiaoyidu's real body?" Xu Hei was stunned and asked, "What Xiaoyidu? That disciple of the Tiangui sect. What did you say?" Xu Hei pretended to be confused. Seeing that the other party denied it, Hei Huang had no choice but to come clean and tell him what had just happened. Moreover, he took the initiative to admit his mistake, saying that he had embezzled the treasure, but he also said that he helped Xu Hei exchange the elixir, making up for his mistake. "Stop talking nonsense. You killed 2 disciples of the Tiangui sect, why don't you run away?" "I'll retreat first," Xu Hei said. The snake and the dog quickly left the inn, left Linjiang City, and came to a secluded place by the river. There was no human habitation within a radius of 10 miles. Afterwards, the 2 sides had a pleasant division of the spoils, strictly implementing the 50-50 plan. Hei Huang took out a handful of elixirs and monster meat, all of which were beneficial to Xu Hei's cultivation. They were worth hundreds of spirit stones, enough for Xu Hei to eat for half a year. He also said that he would never keep secrets again. Xu Hei didn't believe a single word of this. This old dog suddenly became so powerful, who knows how many good things he might have hidden. However, Xu Hei still took out Xiaoyidu's 3 treasures. A tattered bronze bell, a set of silver soft armor, and a pile of metal materials for making puppets. These are the equipment dropped by Xiaoyidu. I burned all the storage bags and only these are left. Xu Hei said. Hei Huang picked up the bronze bell. There were 3 scratches on it, almost cutting the bell in half. It was obvious that it was caused by the scales. The silver soft armor is Xiaoyidu's close-fitting inner armor. It's actually a low-grade spiritual treasure. What a good stuff. Hei Huang picked up the soft armor with a surprised look. Lingbao is a magic weapon used by cultivators in the foundation building stage. A low-grade Lingbao means that this armor can defend against attacks in the early stages of foundation building. However, Xiaoyidu's cultivation was insufficient, so the armor was unable to cover his entire body, and he was burned to ashes by Xu Hei's all-round attack. Xu Hei thought for a moment and said, "Can you modify it so I can wear it?" Hei Huang glanced at Xu Hei and said with a smile, "When you reach the great perfection of the spiritual stage, you can barely use this item, but forget it now." As he spoke, he put it on himself. The inner armor flashed silver light and fit his body tightly, fitting perfectly. Xu Hei almost couldn't help but rush up and bite someone. Hei Huang hurriedly took out a bunch of puppets and mechanical beasts and said, "I'll give you all these puppets. Is that okay?" Xu Hei took a look and found that these mechanical beasts included lizards, toads, and birds. They were all the things used by Yu Chang. As for the effects, he could experience them for himself. "I will use this ink stone to refine an ultimate puppet for you, and strengthen all your puppets as compensation. Is that enough?" Hei Huang pointed at the pile of metal materials again and said. Xu Hei gritted his teeth and nodded reluctantly in agreement. Hei and Huang also took out the confiscated treasures. After a long arguing, Xu Hei simply cashed them all in and got 46 spirit stones. The division of the spoils was successfully completed. In fact, Xu Hei still kept one thing and didn't take it out, which was the black jade stone as big as a fingernail. Xu Hei felt that this should be the most valuable thing on Xiaoyidu, and he wanted to study it himself. This old dog is really bad. He must be hiding something. I have to learn from him and not be too honest. Xu Hei thought to himself. This time when they returned, with Xiaoyidu's sail, they didn't need to take a boat, they could just build a bamboo raft and go back. The trip to Linjiang City obtained sufficient resources for them to practice for more than half a year, which was enough for Xu Hei to break through to the late stage of the spiritual period. At this moment, far outside the Qin state, in the center of the most distant continent, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of a thatched cottage. He had an ordinary temperament, just like an ordinary person. Judging from his appearance, he was very similar to Xiaoyidu, but he looked a little older. Suddenly, his eyes froze and a strange light flashed in them. My external incarnation that I trained in the outside world has fallen again. The middle-aged man lowered his head and counted with his fingers. Scenes appeared before his eyes, flashing by like a kaleidoscope. This scene is what his incarnation saw before his death. The death of an incarnation is nothing, but he always sums up the experience and lessons before death, and will be more cautious next time so as not to make the same mistake. It's strange that I didn't even see the murderer. The middle-aged man frowned. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with the incarnation's behavior this time, but he still died. And even after death, the opponent's attacks continue until the dying consciousness completely disappears. He himself is a cautious person. In order to be more cautious, he did not hesitate to create a large number of incarnations to go out and train, summarizing his death experiences time and time again. After seeing today, he found that there were people who were more cautious than him. He actually admired the murderer behind the scenes. There is a feeling of being a fellow traveler. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes focused, and he saw 3 strange black and gold scales appear in the picture. It was this scale that pierced through the indestructible defense during the foundation building period. This is... The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. One day later, Hei Huang found a place suitable for long-term practice in the forest on the north bank of Yanluo River. This is an abandoned spiritual mineral vein that was mined out 500 years ago and no one has been here for hundreds of years. I've seen it. This is the place with the most spiritual energy within a radius of 50 miles. I'll practice here for the time being. The black and yellow dog dug a hole with its claws and found a cave that was neither too big nor too small. Xu Hei entered the cave and spread his spiritual sense. Deep underground, he vaguely found some traces left over from that time, a mine cart that was about to turn into ashes, human skeletons that were almost fossilized, and some Ho tools. Even though all the spiritual stones have been mined out, the spiritual energy here is still richer than in other places. Xu Hei took out a large jar, filled it with water, and then sprinkled in some red medicinal powder. After a while, the clear water in the large vat turned red, with signs of boiling. Shaoyang powder is a top-grade elixir used to polish the body and temper the tibia. It is an extremely rare body-tempering elixir. This little bit is worth 20 spirit stones. Xu Hei took a deep breath, jumped into the big vat. His skin immediately turned red and his muscles throbbed with pain. The pain was so intense that it was even more intense than when he was hundreds of meters underground. In order to achieve better results, Xu Hei used 10 times more than humans. The first time you temper your body, the effect will be the best. Don't faint. He Huang said with a smile. Of course Xu Hei would not faint. His willpower is 100 times stronger than that of ordinary people. Not long after, a layer of old snake skin shed off Xu Hei's body and turned into ashes in the potion. He did not shed his skin during the last breakthrough, so he made up for it this time. Xu Hei could clearly feel that his physical strength was becoming stronger and stronger, on par with his cultivation level, and was still increasing. Bones grow, meridians become strong, muscles expel impurities, and every inch of flesh and blood is rapidly strengthened. This body tempering lasted for a full week. A week later, the water in the big vat had evaporated completely, leaving only a pile of black sludge, which were all impurities discharged by Xu Hei. His body shape finally changed compared to before, becoming longer again, reaching 3.5 meters. Although his body had grown longer, Xu Hei had a feeling that he could shrink at any time if he wanted to. Small. As soon as he thought about it, a crackling sound came from the bones in his body, and his body length shrank by 1/3, returning to the original 2 meters. Continue. Xu Hei continued to shrink, and his body length decreased to 1 meter, which was his limit. He exhaled and returned to 3 meters long. He crawled around the cave twice at a very fast speed, with the sound of breaking wind constantly ringing and raising dust. I can control my body at will. My strength and speed are more than 3 times stronger than before. Xu Hei stopped and said to himself. His cultivation level has not changed, he is still at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual communication stage, but his strength is incomparable. The black and gold scales on the tail have grown to 30 and are gradually spreading towards the torso and are no longer limited to the tail. Xu Hei wondered, when his physical body reached the great perfection of the spiritual stage, would scales cover his entire body? How will his strength change? At least if someone wants to hurt him, they have to break his scales first. Xu Hei took out a mouthful of monster meat and swallowed it, then looked around and spread his spiritual sense, but did not find the old dog. His eyes flashed, and he took out the black jade and looked at it carefully. The color of the jade is so deep that it seems to swallow up the light, and the surroundings are dim. This is Zhao Yidu's relic, and intuitively, it is a treasure. Xu Hei probed his spiritual consciousness into it, and even his spiritual consciousness was sucked in. This is... Xu Hei was startled and stepped back a few meters, staring at the jade, somewhat hesitant. After a moment, Xu Hei mustered up his courage and continued to probe into his spiritual consciousness. As his spiritual consciousness continued to penetrate deeper, the jade stone became like a bottomless pit, extending infinitely and without end, which surprised Xu Hei secretly. Finally, when Xu Hei's spiritual sense penetrated 100 meters, he finally encountered an obstacle. He couldn't go any further, as Xu Hei's spiritual sense was only 100 meters long at most. Xu Hei's spiritual consciousness changed direction and found that it could not only go 100 meters forward, but also up or down. Could it be that? Xu Hei took a deep breath and made a bold guess in his mind. Is this a huge storage space that is 100 meters long, wide, and high? This speculation was soon verified. Xu Hei's spiritual sense went up, down, left and right, and touched the boundary, which was 100 meters long, 100 meters wide and 100 meters high. This is a huge storage space. 1,000 times larger than a storage bag. And in the center of this black jade space, Xu Hei finally found Zhao Yidu's relics, mountains of spirit stones. This Xu Hei took a breath. At a glance, these spirit stones weigh at least 1,000 pieces. No wonder he was not tempted at all when he heard that He Huang had treasures worth 100 spirit stones. It turned out that he had so many on him. What surprised Xu Hei even more was that next to the hill of spirit stones, there were 5 fist-sized spirit stones, neatly shaped and neatly cut as if they were artificially cut. The richness of their spiritual energy was on a different level. Obviously, this square spirit stone is of a higher level. How much monster meat can I buy with this? How many medicinal pills can I buy with this? Xu Hei's heart was beating wildly. He felt distressed at first because the man's storage bag was burned by him and the spirit stones were also burned. But when he thought carefully, even if the spirit stones were destroyed, there would be some residues left. It was impossible that there would be no ashes at all. It turns out that everything is hidden here. Because the space was so large, Xu Hei even had to fully penetrate his spiritual sense before he could see the spirit stone. This storage space is so large that it can accommodate a palace. Could it be that the jade itself is more valuable than the spirit stone? Xu Hei thought to himself. Zhao Du is an outer disciple of the Tiangui sect. He has reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage, but he is richer than some foundation-building cultivators. This person is extremely intelligent and keeps his talents hidden. If he had not met the black combination of Xu Hei and He Huang, he would have lived a long life. I'm rich, I'm rich. Xu Hei was very excited. His mind moved, and he took out a square spirit stone. Xu Hei took out another ordinary spirit stone and compared them together. The quality of this square spirit stone was more than 100 times that of an ordinary spirit stone. Don't let the old dog know about this, otherwise it will definitely be snatched away. Xu Hei was alert and was about to put the spirit stone away. Just then, something strange happened. The square spirit stone in front of him suddenly flew into Xu Hei's mouth uncontrollably, flew towards the demon god cauldron, and directly hit the surface of the demon god cauldron. To be precise, it is on the dragon statue on the surface of the demon god cauldron. This. Xu Hei was stunned as he saw the square spirit stone melting at a speed visible to the naked eye and being absorbed by the dragon statue. My spirit stone! Xu Hei shouted. He watched helplessly as the square spiritual stone was sucked dry by the dragon statue and turned into waste. It doesn't absorb ordinary spirit stones, but has to absorb these high-level ones. What's the matter with this statue? However, Xu Hei vaguely felt that after absorbing the spirit stone, the dragon statue seemed to be brighter, especially the scales. Xu Hei thought for a moment and took out another square spirit stone. Sure enough, the attraction reappeared, sucking it to the statue and turning it into waste. In just a moment, 2 spirit stones were lost. This dragon statue seems to require this kind of high-level spiritual stone. Should I continue? Xu Hei hesitated for a moment, looked at the only 3 remaining high-level spirit stones, and decided to give up. No one knew how many spirit stones this dragon statue had to swallow. Xu Hei asked himself that with only a few spirit stones left, it would definitely be a waste. He could only wait until he had more spirit stones to save before trying again. Xu Hei had a hunch that after the dragon had eaten enough spirit stones, strange changes would occur. I'll ask He Huang some other day where I can get this spirit stone. I wonder where the old dog has been these days. Xu Hei said to himself. Just as Xu Hei was thinking. Ah. Suddenly, the barking of a black dog was heard outside. Xu Hei, help! Help! He Huang's voice came from far away underground, which was extremely shrill. This surprised Xu Hei. What kind of existence did this old dog provoke? He was so scared. Haha, this old dog must have gone out to cause trouble again, he deserves it. Xu Hei laughed secretly in his heart, feeling somewhat gloating. He swept out his spiritual sense, intending to see the old dog's joke, but in an instant, his eyes widened, his scalp tingled, and the whole snake almost jumped up. Xu Hei's mind buzzed, and without hesitation, he activated the earth escape technique and drilled upwards at a high speed. What did he see? Deep underground, there are countless white ants, chasing black and yellow madly. They are so dense and endless that billions of them are not enough to describe them. This ant not only drilled into the mine, but also drilled into the soil. Everything it passed by was devoured by it. It did so at an incredibly fast speed. It even grew wings and could fly. Xu Hei didn't know what kind of creatures these were, but when he saw the number of them, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Damn it! What the hell kind of place did this stupid dog choose? Xu Hei started swearing. Xu Hei's speed was 3 times faster than a week ago. He was in the front. The old dog kept chasing him from behind and screamed, "Xu Hei, don't just watch him die. Use your fireball technique to spray him. Get out. I'll spray you instead." Xu Hei cursed. These termites flew in the air and hid in the ground as fast as lightning. Soon several of them pounced on the old dog's tail and bit off some fur. The old dog screamed in pain and its legs were smoking. Fortunately, this group of ants were only chasing Hei Huang and seemed to have no interest in Xu Hei. It might also be because he was far away. Not long after, a snake and a dog escaped from the mine. Hei Huang summoned a sail, flew into the sky, and fled towards Yanluojiang. Xu Hei ignored him and fled in another direction. After chasing out of the mine, the group of termite-like creatures spread their wings and flew, but as soon as they were exposed to the sunlight, they immediately shrank back and returned to the cave. Xu Hei watched the scene from afar and his heart trembled. This number is not enough to be described by the words storm and rain. Any living creature that passes by will be eaten to the bone. After a long time, the group of termites finally returned and disappeared from the range of spiritual consciousness. Hei Huang landed with lingering fear, gasping for breath. "How did you provoke this thing?" Xu Hei asked. "I was just curious about what was under the mine, so I explored down. Who knew these soul-eating ants would appear?" Hei Huang complained. Soul-eating ants. Xu Hei had never heard of this thing, but he knew from the name that it was not something to be trifled with. Soul-eating ants specialize in eating spiritual stones. They usually gather under the mines and are in a dormant period. As long as a spiritual stone appears, they will wake up immediately and start biting people like crazy. Anything that has spiritual energy will be their target. Hei Huang explained. After hearing this, Xu Hei suddenly understood, and then his heart skipped a beat. He had taken out spirit stones before, and they were not ordinary spirit stones, but square high-level spirit stones. Xu Hei took a deep breath and asked, "How far can this soul-eating ant sense the spirit stone?" Ordinary spirit stones are fine, they can only be smelled from a distance of about 100 meters. But if it is an extremely rare high-quality spirit stone, it can be smelled from thousands of meters away. Not to mention the top-quality spirit stones, which will cause the entire ant colony to riot. Why are you asking this? Hei Huang looked at Xu Hei suspiciously. Nothing. Xu Hei shook his head repeatedly, feeling a little guilty. He didn't know whether the square spirit stone was of the best or the best quality, but it was very likely that he was the one who caused the ant colony to riot. So, it was he who cheated Hei Huang. No. That can't be said. This place was chosen by Hei Huang. He was asking for trouble by insisting on digging underground. I said this place is full of spiritual energy, how come there is not even a single monster? It turns out there are soul-eating ants hiding underneath. Hei Huang muttered, shaking his head. Xu Hei hesitated for a moment and asked, "Hei Huang, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" "I had a friend who saw a square spirit stone." "What level was that spirit stone?" Xu Hei asked sincerely. Hei Huang narrowed his eyes immediately, looked at Xu Hei for a few times, and said with a smile, "That was artificially cut. The spiritual stone cut from the whole spiritual vein is at least of top quality." "Where can I get top-grade spirit stones?" Xu Hei asked again. "Maybe we can get it by killing a destined stage cultivator," Hei Huang said with a smile. Xu Hei's face looked grim. The dragon statue could only swallow high-quality spirit stones. It would take the killing of destined stage cultivators to feed it. It would take a long time. So it seems that he was really lucky that Zhaoidu actually had it. However, according to my guess, there should be a semi-abandoned spiritual vein deep under this abandoned mine. Maybe we can cut out 100 or 80 high-quality spiritual stones. Hei Huang seemed to be talking to himself, and looked at Xu Hei, "Is your friend interested?" Xu Hei chose to avoid it. The southern forest of Chu State. After the wildfires raged for 2 months, the rainy season finally arrived in September. This time the rain was particularly heavy, with rumbling thunder and dark clouds covering the city, pouring down like a ferocious beast that had been holding back its anger for a long time, wantonly venting its anger. In just 3 days, the widespread wildfire was completely extinguished, leaving only a scorched earth. Afterwards, a large number of monks entered the mountains to search for prey, or to find fertile soil to grow spiritual herbs. The areas burned by fire are extremely fertile and very suitable for farming. Most of the monsters in the mountains were burned to death. Sometimes, some cultivators picked up the corpses of monsters and dug out their inner elixirs. Some cultivators also picked up the remains of rare spiritual plants or found natural spiritual springs. The harvest was quite fruitful. Without the cover of wild animals and plants, everything was exposed. It was a windfall. Led by the snake-catching sect, smaller sects of the next level such as the Xiaoyao sect, the Moving Mountain sect, and the Zixia sect all sent a large number of disciples to the mountains to train and search for treasures. The Imperial Observatory also sent people to seize the opportunity to open up wasteland and expand the territory and build new cities for the state of Chu. This is a human carnival. Deep in the forest, a 2-meter-long white snake was hiding in a pool of mud, motionless and not daring to breathe. There were already many scars on her body, her snake bones were broken, and she was exhausted. 1 mile to the left and right, there was a human monk standing on a big tree, looking around, and his spiritual sense swept across the area. "Brother, I'm sure that the white snake disappeared around here. She was hit by my bone crusher and she can't get far." One of the men was as strong as a mountain. He was carrying a huge hammer, had a broad back and a face full of flesh. He is a disciple of the Banshan sect, Xu Hei, and is at the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. This monster has already devoured 5 of our Banshan sect's disciples. Today, we must skin it alive. Let it die slowly and alive. The other monk, who was slightly shorter, had a sinister look on his face. He held an iron hook in his right hand and had an iron chain hanging from his shoulder. He looked like a cruel person. This person is also a disciple of Kaoshan sect, Xu Hei, who is at the 8th level of Qi refining stage. In recent days, disciples of their Banshan sect have disappeared one after another, all of them were swallowed by the snake monster. The sect has issued an order that whoever kills the snake monster will be rewarded with a great merit. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, conducted a carpet search, their spiritual sense sweeping across areas. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the place where the white snake was hiding. Under the mud, the white snake clenched its teeth, with endless grief and anger welling up in its heart. This group of humans broke into their homes, massacred their compatriots, set fire to the mountains, and wanted to kill her completely. In the past, she had no concept of home, and didn't know what an enemy or a friend was. But since she got it, she understood everything. In order to seek revenge, she has devoured human monks one after another, but her power is too insignificant. She is far from being able to compete with humans. In the last moment of her life, the black figure emerged in her memory. It was a large snake with pale golden pupils and special scales on its tail. "I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to meet you again in this life." Suddenly, a loud wolf howl was heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, fireballs shot out from the bushes and hit the approaching human monk. "It's this mixed-haired wolf again." Xu Hei shouted angrily and quickly dodged. During the days when he was hunting the white snake, this mixed-haired wolf would appear from time to time, throw a few fireballs, and then run away, luring him to chase it. If it weren't for the wolf harassing him, he would have captured the white snake long ago. He had no choice but to ask his senior brother for help. "Is this the demon wolf that can cast fireballs? That's quite interesting." Xu Hei's eyes flashed and he smiled sinisterly. Boom. 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 3 fireballs landed nearby, burning 2 large trees and smashing into the 2 men. After the Wolf King spit out the fireballs, he turned and ran, shouting as he ran, as if asking them to chase him. "White Snake, run quickly, I will lure them here." The Wolf King sent a message from afar. The White Snake took a deep breath, crawled out of the mud, and moved forward quickly. Xu Hei glanced at the fleeing White Snake, then at the Wolf King, and said coldly, "None of you can escape." There was a heavy rainstorm in the southern forest of Chu State. It's the rainy season again. I still remember that last year, Xu Hei hid in the river to catch fish. At that time, he was a single snake, helpless and could die if he was not careful. Although it's almost the same now, at least I have a dog. Apart from other things, this dog has a very sensitive nose and can always avoid disasters in advance. In the past 2 months, most of the elixirs were consumed and the monster meat was almost eaten. He Huang then realized that he had seriously underestimated Xu Hei's appetite. It was originally estimated that it would last for half a year, but at this rate, it will be eaten up in a week at most. As a result, Xu Hei's strength improved by leaps and bounds, becoming many times stronger than he was 2 months ago. His cultivation level is still at the 6th level of the spiritual communication stage, but Xu Hei can feel that if he faces Xiao Du again, the simple gravity technique will be enough to crush him. I have mastered the art of gravity and can use it at a distance of 50 meters. This is not much different from Qin Daoling at that time. Fireball, also mastered. This low-level spell is no longer suitable for me. Fortunately, I have practiced Fire Snake as a substitute. With the Earth Escape technique, I can travel 1,000 miles a day. In addition, I have also practiced Wind Blade technique and Lightning Strike technique, which are more powerful than Fire Snake technique. Xu Hei thought to himself that these advanced spells were originally supposed to be practiced in the late Qi refining stage, but Xu Hei had already mastered them in the middle stage, and each of them was quite powerful. The strengthening of the physical body made Xu Hei's foundation extremely solid, and the quality of his true Qi also changed, which was no weaker than that of the late Qi refining period. However, what Xu Hei is best at is the Earth Escape technique. I don't know if it's because he has the best Earth spiritual roots. Xu Hei, I have finally finished refining the puppet I promised you. He Huang threw out a handful of puppet mechanical beasts and placed them on the ground. There were 100 small lizards, 10 medium-sized lizards, 2 giant frogs, and several birds, all of which were looted from Yu Chang's storage bag. In addition, there was a big snake that particularly attracted Xu Hei's attention. This snake has light gold eyes and a pitch-black body. Its scales are clearly layered, and there are black and gold scales on its tail. It looks lifelike and exactly like Xu Hei. This is the puppet made based on Xu Hei. Xu Hei hurriedly crawled closer and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. How do we control this? Xu Hei asked hurriedly. He Huang threw a jade slip and said, "This is the unique skill of the Tiangui sect, the puppet mechanism technique, but it only has the first level. Just practice it." Xu Hei's spiritual consciousness probed into it, and immediately obtained the Tiangui sect's skills, the first level of puppet mechanism technology, the human puppet technique. There are 5 levels of puppetry, namely human puppet, earth puppet, sky puppet, demon puppet, and god puppet. The first level, the human puppet, corresponds to the puppet in the Qi refining period. It is said that the Tiangui sect has only mastered the first 3 levels. Xu Hei put away the mechanical beast and tried to practice. Puppetry is controlled by spiritual consciousness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the better the control. Especially when controlling multiple puppets, one needs to multitask, which requires extremely high talent. Introduction stage, control puppets 3 levels lower than yourself. When the number you can control reaches more than 10, you can advance to a higher level. Xu Hei released a small lizard, which was 3 levels lower than him, a puppet at the 3rd level of Qi refining stage. Under the control of his mind, the little lizard crawled left and right at a very fast speed and moved freely, which meant that he could control it perfectly. Not long after, Xu Hei released another one and controlled 2 at the same time. He closed his eyes and attached his spiritual consciousness to the lizard. Whatever the little lizard could see, he could also see. He gradually released more and more little lizards, and soon there were 5, 10, and 20 of them. Xu Hei has an amazing talent in spiritual awareness. As early as 2 months ago, the range of his spiritual awareness exceeded 100 meters, and now it has reached 150 meters. Even those who have reached the great perfection of the Qi refining stage cannot match him. Xu Hei's puppetry skills improved rapidly. In just 1 day, he could control 30 little lizards. The little lizards scattered and crawled all over the mountains. Each one moved extremely agilely, and Xu Hei could clearly see the Sai T lines of each one. Xu Hei had never experienced such a broad vision before. At this time, a white snake sprang out of the grass, grabbed a small lizard and tried to swallow it. Xu Hei controlled the lizard to twist gently, break free from the white snake's mouth, and disappear. I don't know what happened to the little white snake, Xu Hei said to himself. Looking at the white snake, Xu Hei suddenly thought of the one that said goodbye to him in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. 2 months have passed, the rainy season has arrived, and the wildfires should have subsided. Xu Hei suddenly had an inexplicable urge to go back and take a look. He would feel uneasy if he didn't take a look. Strange, why do I feel this way? Xu Hei was confused. It was strange that the white snake and he had only met by chance, so why did he feel uneasy when his territory was invaded that day? As a demon cultivator, Xu Hei was very sensitive to this kind of mysterious intuition. After thinking about it, he collected all the little lizards. At this time, Hei Huang suddenly appeared and said, "The 2 little demons who followed you are in trouble." Huh? Xu Hei stared at him. "I left a golden spell on them. It will automatically activate when they are in a life-or-death crisis and can save their lives, but it can only last for an hour. It has been activated now, so you can do whatever you want." Hei Huang said calmly. He sent out a divine thought and marked the location of the golden light spell. The next second, Xu Hei disappeared instantly, using his earth escape technique to its full potential, moving forward at an unprecedented speed. There was a rumbling sound coming from underground, like a dragon passing through the earth. Wherever it passed, the wild beasts fled in fright, as if something horrible was rushing through the earth. Hei Huang followed as well, but then he was shocked to find that he couldn't catch up. "Oh my God, how come it's so fast?" Hei Huang was stunned. He activated the wind-walking technique and started the sail, chasing at high speed, but he still could not catch up with Xu Hei's speed. It's outrageous that flying can't keep up with drilling. All he could do was watch Xu Hei getting farther and farther away. Why does he have a top-grade Earth Spirit root? Hei Huang had a guess in his mind. At this moment, Xu Hei's speed reached the fastest in his life. He had already mastered the Earth Escape technique to perfection. At his full speed, even a foundation-building cultivator might not be able to catch up with him. His cultivation level is very low, but his foundation is extremely solid. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Xu Hei is willing, he can enter the late stage of the psychic period at any time and break through several levels in succession. But he didn't do it. Xu Hei didn't know why he felt uneasy, but since it was an instinctive reaction, he decided to obey. Boom. The earth dragon passed through, and under the huge impact force, a layer of soil was lifted up, and Xu Hei was getting closer and closer to his destination. During this process, the black and gold scales on his tail increased unnoticed. 500 miles away, in a deep pit, the little white snake was smashed into the pit. There was a huge hammer above it, constantly hammering down, making a rumbling sound. She was already seriously injured and unable to move, but there was a layer of hazy golden light around her that blocked all attacks. But as time went by, the golden light gradually dissipated. This snake has many secrets. Maybe it is the old snake demon that was widely circulated before, Xu Hei said excitedly. This mixed-haired wolf is the same, it also has a layer of golden light protecting its body. Another monk, Xu Hei, swung out chains and tied up the Wolf King with layer upon layer, making it unable to move. However, the Wolf King's body was also protected by a layer of golden light, which prevented the chains from getting close to his body. But as time went by, the golden light on them gradually faded. The 2 monks also noticed something and their eyes were filled with excitement. In an hour at most, the golden light will dissipate. We too will be the first to capture this evil spirit. Xu Hei laughed. Xu Hei narrowed his eyes. He always felt that the golden light seemed to be delaying time, which gave him a bad premonition. Although Xu Hei has a cruel temperament and countless monsters have died in his hands, all of them were scratched to death, but he is vigilant by nature and always keeps an eye on things. Is there any uncle from our Banshan sect around here? Xu Hei asked. Uncle Yi is in a camp 100 miles away. What happened? Xu Hei asked puzzledly. Uncle Yi, that's enough. Xu Hei nodded, took out a jade slip for communication, recorded a few words, and threw it into the sky. You are. Xu was shocked and confused. If they called a senior uncle in the Foundation establishment stage over, their contribution would be reduced by at least half. Uncle Yi will arrive in an hour. By then, we will be able to capture these two monsters, so our credit will not be taken away. Xu Hei said calmly. He was also worried about his credit being taken away, but to be on the safe side, he still sent out the Jade Talisman to send a message. The golden light on the two monsters was extremely unusual. He was worried that there was someone behind them. However, with Uncle Master Ye's ability, even if the person behind him really came, he could easily deal with it. Maybe I can get another credit. Earth Prison Technique. Xu Hei activated his magic formula, and in an instant, the ground rose up, the soil churned, and turned into a mud cage, trapping the white snake and the wolf king inside. An hour passed. Xu Hei moved forward at a very fast speed and finally arrived at his destination when the time limit was about to expire. Along the way, in order to speed up, Xu Hei had done his best and took several pills. Fortunately, he caught up. Ahead is an area of low-lying terrain. After the heavy rain, there are puddles everywhere. Crocodiles often lurk in the muddy swamp, as well as some shallow water creatures. With his spiritual sense spreading out over a distance of 150 meters, Xu Hei immediately discovered two raised earth mounds with a faint golden light, which were the white snake and the wolf king. Both monsters were seriously injured, but they still had a breath left, which made Xu Hei breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not see any human monks. Earth Prison Technique. Humph, the opponent is quite cautious. Xu Hei's eyes turned cold, and he did not rush to rescue it. He released the little lizard, scattered them and searched the ground. The other party is very cautious and must be hiding somewhere. If we use our spiritual sense to explore at will, we will alert the enemy. It is safest to use the mechanical beast. These mechanical beasts have been reforged by He Huang, and ordinary people cannot really tell the difference between them and living creatures. Xu Hei didn't know the other party's cultivation level, but he definitely hadn't reached the foundation building stage, otherwise, this golden light spell wouldn't be able to protect him. Below the foundation building stage, he is really not afraid of anything. 100 meters away, on a large rock, there were two raised human-shaped marks. The human figure kept his eyes fixed on the raised mound, observing secretly. It seems that I was worrying too much. These two monsters have no helpers. Xu Hei said to himself. He did this just to be safe, since there was nothing to lose anyway. Xu, however, despised him in his heart and secretly complained, "Brother, you have been practicing for 30 years, but your cultivation has not improved much, and your courage has become smaller and smaller. When Uncle Yi arrives later, I wonder if I will get any credit." At this moment, his eyes focused and he saw two lizards suddenly appearing on the ground in front of him, looking straight at him. Xu didn't pay much attention at first, but after observing carefully for a moment, he found that the two lizards opened their mouths at the same time, and a white light flashed in their mouths. Not only the lizard in front of him, but also the bushes in front and behind were all lit up with white light, forming a dense area. Not good. Xuehu's pupils contracted, and the next moment, white light suddenly shot out, like beams of light, bombarding towards his hiding place. In front of him, on the left, on the right, behind him, and in all directions, 50 beams of white light were emitted simultaneously, covering the entire area. Boom. 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 The boulder where he was hiding shattered in an instant and was blown into pieces. Xuehu vomited blood, his clothes were burned to ashes, and countless blood holes of various sizes appeared on his body. It was charred black and emitted a burnt smell. He was seriously injured after just one encounter. The other Xu Hei was a little better. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the qi refining stage, which was already in the late stage. He was extremely cautious. The moment the white light came on, he activated the hardening technique and cast the earth shield at the same time, blocking 80% of the bombardment. Even so, he still looked very disheveled, with tattered clothes, disheveled hair, and many black marks on his body. The puppet mechanism technique of the Tiangui sect. Damn it. Why would a cultivator from Qin come here? Xu Hei was shocked. The first thing he thought of was that the cultivators from the Tiangui sect had arrived. That sect was even stronger than the snake-catching sect and was the #1 sect in the Qin state. The little white snake and the wolf king in the dungeon were immediately awakened. They felt that familiar breath. It's him. White Snake's voice trembled a little. Xu Hei took a deep breath and calmed down. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to provoke the other party, but with Master Yi approaching, he felt more confident and clasped his fists in front of him and said, "Fellow Taoist of Tiangui sect, is there any misunderstanding between us?" What answered him was a new round of light beams. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of artillery fire came, and Xu Hei was unable to dodge. 3 rotating shields appeared around his body, and his skin turned into stone, and he withstood all the attacks. Except for the clothes that were blown to pieces, everything else was intact. Xu Hei secretly shook his head. This little lizard was still too weak. It could only injure cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining. It was powerless against cultivators in the late stage who were good at defense. Xu Hei's face was gloomy. Since the other party was unreasonable, don't blame him for being ruthless. So what about the Tiangui sect? Since they came to the territory of Chu, they could only lie down. Since you won't talk properly, I will come and meet you. Xu Hei used the earth escape technique, drilled into the ground, and rushed straight forward. Just now, he had sensed the opponent's position. Daring to hide underground is tantamount to being completely exposed to the monks of the moving mountain sect who are good at earth-based magic. Piercing. Xu Hei made a gesture of magic in the air, and immediately, the rocks underground condensed into stone needles and shot towards Xu Hei. Wind blade technique. Xu Hei spit out wind blades from his mouth, several of which were continuously released, forming a dense rain of wind blades that scattered in all directions, shattering all the stone needles and attacking Xu Hei directly in the face. This power. Xu Hei's expression finally changed. He immediately condensed a thick earth armor, but it was like paper and was easily split into 2. Puff. One of his arms flew out and fell into the mud. One encounter, an instant kill. The cultivation level displayed by the opponent's body was unexpectedly many times stronger than that of the mechanical beast. Senior Rao. Xu Hei shouted subconsciously, but the next moment, a strong sense of crisis arose, making his hair stand on end. This is a death crisis. Xu Hei rushed into the mud, picked up his arm, poked his head out of the mud, and shouted, "Uncle Master Yi, save me." In the distance, a gray monk came riding on the wind, carrying a giant sword, his eyes fixed on the muddy swamp in front of him, and shouted, "Stop." Too late. Xu Hei's eyes were vicious, and all his cultivation burst out at this moment. A bolt of lightning shot out from his mouth and hit the mud. Lightning strike. Boom. A bolt of thunder struck into the mud, causing a splash of water hundreds of feet high. Then, lightning spread throughout the entire pool. All creatures in the water died in an instant, and even Xu Hei, who was trying to escape, was struck by the lightning. Lightning flashed all over his body, inside and out, crackling and electrocuting him till he was burnt thoroughly. Xu Hei's whole body was twitching, his head was charred, and he fell into the mud. His eyes were wide open, and he died instantly without any room for maneuver. At the same time, Xue, another person who was about to escape, was also besieged by a group of lizards and was blown to death with his head blown off. Focus on 2 tasks at the same time and kill 2 people at the same time. The strength of the 2 sides is not at the same level at all, it is a complete crushing defeat. After Xu Hei killed the men, he didn't stop for a second and immediately rushed towards the 2 mounds. The evil beast is seeking death. The earth-shaking roar spread throughout the entire forest. The elder of the Banshan sect, Yi Haichuan, was so angry for the first time. His spiritual sense had already locked onto Xu Hei's figure from a kilometer away. It was a snake. A snake that spewed out wind blades and thunder from its mouth, and also controlled mechanical beasts to kill 2 disciples right under his nose. The scene before him has completely overturned his cognition. He had heard before that a snake demon and a dog demon appeared in this mountain. They were like goblins, with intelligence comparable to that of humans. They had killed disciples of the snake-catching sect, stolen the spirit-tail chicken of the Xiaoyao sect, and could fly and hide underground, and speak human language. He never took it seriously, thinking it was just a rumor. What he saw with his own eyes today opened his eyes. It was even more exaggerated than the rumors. But soon, Yi Haichuan's eyes burst out with infinite coldness. You will never leave alive today if you kill my Banshan sect disciple. Yi Haichuan clenched his hands in the air, and in an instant, the sky and the earth darkened, yellow sand filled the sky, and countless sand and stones flew up, forming layers of vast and boundless storms, carrying endless strong winds, sweeping towards Xu Hei. Earth-based magic, sandstorm magic. This is a foundation-building cultivator. Even without getting close to the enemy, he can cast spells of such a large scale from a distance of hundreds of meters. This is not at the same level as the Qi refining stage, they are like heaven and earth. Puff, puff, puff. Many black small lizards were blown up by the dust and were crushed into pieces in midair, leaving no residue at all. In an instant, most of them were lost. Xu Hei had no time to feel sorry, so he split the earth prison spell, allowing the little lizard to drag the white snake and the wolf king and quickly escape. I myself fled in another direction. Go. The flying sword under Yi Haichuan's feet flashed out. The sword was huge and felt as heavy as rock. Wherever it passed, even the gravity increased, like a huge mountain, slashing towards Xu Hei's back. Xu Hei knew that he could not avoid this attack, so he swung his tail high up, facing the giant sword, and smashed it hard with his tail, colliding with the giant sword. Choke. The deafening sound spread throughout the heaven and earth, making a buzzing sound. A scene that shocked Yi Haichuan appeared. His flying sword was smashed into a row of dense gaps and was knocked away. Xu Hei was also in bad condition. His body shook violently and he was knocked dozens of meters away, spitting out blood. Although the tail was protected by black and gold scales and was intact, the body had suffered extremely severe shock and there were signs of broken bones. Is this the foundation building? The gap in cultivation is too big. Xu Hei gritted his teeth. His cultivation level was only the 6th level of the spiritual communication stage. Xu Hei asked himself that before the foundation establishment stage, he would hardly find an opponent. Even if it was Qin Daoling who had been forcibly promoted to the foundation establishment stage by taking elixirs, he would not be afraid if he faced him again. But facing a real foundation-building cultivator, Xu Hei still felt powerless. This is not a half-baked cultivator like Qin Daoling, but a true foundation-building cultivator. His spiritual awareness, spells, perception, and combat experience are far beyond Qin Daoling. But to Yi Haichuan, this scene was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. He, a dignified foundation-building cultivator, could not even kill a spiritual stage snake demon with just one sword. His eyes were fixed on Xu Hei, as if he wanted to see through him. I am becoming more and more curious. What secrets do you have? In an instant, he chased after Xu Hei, and the huge sword full of gaps flew into the air again, killing Xu Hei. Xu Hei performed the earth escape technique and drilled into the ground. Yi Haichuan activated the magic formula through the air, and the soil below suddenly became dry and solidified, turning into rocky areas. In such a rocky area, it is impossible to use the earth escape technique to pass through, and the opponent will be trapped to death. But what shocked Yi Haichuan was that Xu Hei was not affected at all and his speed did not slow down at all. How is this possible? Yi Haichuan lost his voice. Little did people know that Xu Hei had often placed himself 800 meters underground during the countless times he tempered his body, and had long since adapted to the extremely solid underground environment. Xu Hei can even pass through rocks. In just a moment, Xu Hei widened the distance between him again and reached 500 meters. You can't escape. Yi Haichuan landed, pressed his palms on the ground, his eyes were cold, and his mind moved. At this moment, Xu Hei suddenly felt a sense of crisis and appeared from the front. As if by reflex, he deviated slightly to the left. Almost at the same time, a huge nail shot out from the ground and pierced through the place in front of Xu Hei. Boom. This nail shot up into the sky and reached a height of 10 feet, piercing the earth like a spike supporting the sky. Xu Hei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he had not deviated by that little bit, he would have been pierced by the nail in an instant. He actually dodged it. What a keen sense of smell. Yi Haichuan was awed, and pressed his palms down again, shouting in his heart, "Nail it to the ground." That sense of crisis once again emerged from Xu Hei's heart, and he hurriedly retreated dozens of feet. The next moment, a similar ground spike suddenly shot up from the ground, forming a cone and rushed into the air. Xu Hei had just stopped and had no time to catch his breath before he retreated again. Boom. Another nail pierced out. Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. Boom. 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 One after another, earth nails kept piercing out from in front of Xu Hei, gradually forcing him back. You have to retreat. If you are a little slower, you will be pierced. Damn it. The other party doesn't want me to stay underground. Xu Hei gritted his teeth, broke out of the ground, and rushed into the air. He took out a wind talisman, stuck it on his abdomen, and flew up with the wind towards the horizon. Haha, you come just in time. Sandstorm. Yi Haichuan pushed with both hands, and endless sand and dust emerged again, forming a rolling sandstorm, rushing towards the front. The trees were blown up by the roots and shattered in the air. Countless rocks were split into tiny grains of sand and merged into the storm. He knew that the other party was good at earth escape techniques, and if he forced him out, he would be dead. But at this moment, Yi Haichuan's eyes narrowed and he stared at the sky in front of him with his eyes wide open. No more. Xu Hei, who was flying just now, is gone. His pupils contracted and there was disbelief in his eyes. He thought he had seen it wrong. Why is it gone? Yi Haichuan flew forward hurriedly and came to the location of the sandstorm. The place was empty. Just when the sandstorm was about to reach Xu Hei, he suddenly disappeared, vanishing into the sky out of thin air. Because they were too far apart, he didn't know how the other person disappeared. He spread out his spiritual sense, spreading over a 500-meter radius, checking every inch, but found nothing, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. It must be some kind of invisibility talisman or magic weapon. I don't believe you can hide from it. He took out a handful of black dust and scattered it into the sky. Then, he pushed it hard and a strong wind arose. This handful of black dust was immediately blown forward, dispersing and filling the sky. The sky and the ground were all covered with this dust. This dust, called the dust of appearance, can be said to be the nemesis of all concealment techniques. No matter where you hide or what means you use, as long as you are contaminated by this dust, your figure will be immediately revealed. However, after Yi Haichuan observed for a moment, there was no figure in front of him. Then there is only one possibility: Xu Hei turned back. He actually dares to go back. Yi Haichuan immediately turned around and looked behind him. This sight made his eyes turn red. It was seen that Zhu Zai and Xuehu's storage bags had disappeared at some point. Yi Haichuan became furious instantly. Instead of running away, the little beast turned back and took away the storage bag. How crazy is this? Yi Haichuan felt like he was about to explode with anger. A little demon in the psychic stage dared to provoke him. I swear, I will find you even if I dig 300 feet into the ground today. At this moment, Xu Hei was hiding 800 meters deep underground, gasping for breath and covered in cold sweat. He took a pill and quickly recovered his energy. After several attempts, he was convinced that he was no match for this man. Even if he gave his all, his chances of winning might be less than 30%. Xu Hei knew that the bodies of human cultivators were weak. If he could get close to him, even if the cultivator was a foundation-building cultivator, Xu Hei would have a great chance of seriously injuring him or even killing him. But the opponent's attack range is too large. He can kill people from 500 meters away, and his magic is extremely powerful. It is simply wishful thinking to want to get close to him. What's more, apart from the huge flying sword, the opponent didn't even have a magic weapon. Who knows what other cards he had? From the beginning to the end, Xu Hei maintained a distance of at least 500 meters from the opponent and did not dare to get close at all. Otherwise, he might die halfway before he could get close to the opponent. What the old dog said is indeed true. Fighting against a higher level may be possible for some geniuses, but fighting against a higher level is no less than going against the will of heaven. It is simply impossible. Xu Hei sighed. In this battle, he suffered losses firstly in terms of cultivation, and secondly in terms of magic. He practiced the 5 elements magic on his own, which were numerous and diverse, but not refined. Xu Hei had an extraordinary talent and could master every magic, but he could not achieve ultimate proficiency. For example, the monks of the Banshan sect only practice earth-related cultivation and only accept disciples with earth spiritual roots, so they can bring out a certain characteristic to the extreme. Xu Hei is also good at earth-related magic, but he only knows the earth escape technique and has not learned any other earth-related magic. He doesn't even have a jade slip, which is really a pity. No matter what, Xu Hei gained a lot of experience and lessons from this battle. Fortunately, with Lao Go's invisibility talisman, Xu Hei dared to fight without restraint. Xu Hei didn't dare to stay too long. He recovered some of his true energy and planned to go back. The delay was enough, and the White Snake and the Wolf King should be safe. But at this moment, a sinister and sharp voice rang in my ears. "Haha, you little bastard, so you were hiding here." The moment he heard this ghostly voice, Xu Hei's scalp suddenly went numb, a chill rushed straight to his head, and he subconsciously turned around and ran away. But in an instant, he stopped again and refused to move. This place is 800 meters underground. If the other party discovered him, they would definitely attack immediately. Why would they waste time doing this? Xu Hei waited for a moment, but nothing happened. What a despicable old man, he is cheating me. Xu Hei gritted his teeth. I don't know what means this person used to make the sound travel so far. Xu Hei was not fooled, nor did he send out his spiritual sense. He simply remained motionless and quietly recovered his strength. The gravity here is extremely high, and Xu Hei has undergone a long period of bone and body tempering, and his body is strong, so he can stay here safely. At this moment, under the earth, Yi Haichuan was 100 meters underground, his body integrated into the rock, feeling the pulse of the underground with his whole body and mind. He would immediately notice any movement anywhere. I have captured your 2 monster companions. If they don't come out, I will skin them alive. Yi Haichuan continued to shout, his voice spreading throughout the underground, while sensing the movement. After a long time, nothing was found. Yi Haichuan was certain that the other party was hiding deep underground. With his earth-moving ability that could penetrate rocks, the other party's hideout was likely more than 500 meters away. This gave him a headache. 500 meters, with his means, he could go down and search, but he was afraid that the other party had an ambush underground. At such a depth, the pressure is extremely high and it is difficult to show your skills. If you are not careful, you may capsize. Little beast, I'll give you 1 stick of incense to come out and see me, otherwise, I will go out immediately, kill your 2 companions, and unite all the sects to hunt you down endlessly. Yi Haichuan spoke loudly, and his voice was transmitted along the rock layer. He made up his mind that if the other party didn't respond, he would have to give up, but he would never let the other 2 monsters go. Time passes by every second. Yi Haichuan was not in a hurry and waited patiently for the other party to show his true colors. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something, and his eyes opened wide. Without saying a word, he drilled underground at high speed. Humph, you finally showed up. There was a chill in Yi Haichuan's eyes, and he rushed towards a certain direction at an unprecedented speed, and the distance between them kept getting closer. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Rock pressure. Yi Haichuan clenched his fist in the air, and in an instant, the pressure on the rock doubled, squeezing madly towards somewhere in the center. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of bloody light burst out in front, and a large black snake emerged from the rocks. It had been squeezed into a bloody mess, with broken bones and tendons. It was Xu Hei. He moved his body slightly, Yi Haichuan snorted coldly, and a nail immediately pierced out from the rock, instantly piercing his neck, and blood spurted out again. A shrill scream came from the front. Xu Hei struggled hard, but to no avail, and spilled a lot of blood. Put it on me. Yi Haichuan did not dare to be careless. He used the 3 nails to pierce the ground continuously. They pierced the big snake over and over again, and completely nailed it to death in the crevice of the rock. Finally, the big black snake struggled, but could no longer move. It was not until this moment that Yi Haichuan sneered. 800 meters underground, you are really cruel, hiding so deep that even I have to be cautious. Yi Haichuan sneered, a layer of protective light shield rose from his body, and he passed through the rock layer and moved forward. Soon, they arrived next to the big black snake. The snake's body was severely deformed and it had no breath at all, which made him feel a little sorry. He thought he could catch it alive, but it was worth the trip to get rid of such a big scourge and dig out some secrets from its corpse. But at this moment, Yi Haichuan was suddenly startled and felt alert. No. Isn't this process too easy? As a foundation-building cultivator, it should be easy for Yi Haichuan to kill a snake demon in the spiritual stage, or even easier. It should be a piece of cake. But now, he felt it was abnormal. As for the reason, he didn't know. It was purely his intuition after hundreds of years of practicing Taoism. As soon as this thought came to his mind, his hair stood on end, his pupils shrank to a point, and a huge wave rose in his heart. What did he see? As his spiritual sense probed, a handful of black and gold scales suddenly appeared from behind him without any warning, penetrated the rock layer, and shot towards his back. Too close. The distance is too close, less than 5 meters. The other party is hiding nearby. What's this? It was not until this moment that Yi Haichuan saw clearly that not far away from him, there was an identical big black snake, covered in blood, with its body broken. It swung its tail towards him fiercely, breaking the rocks and coming at him on the head. This was the strongest blow. It looked exactly like the one he had just killed. Earth shield. Thick earth armor. Earth flow wall. In an instant, Yi Haichuan cast 3 defensive spells and activated the inner armor magic weapon on his body, but it was too fast and too close. As soon as a gray light appeared on his body surface, countless scales shot onto his body. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spurted out, Yi Haichuan's body was pierced, and all his defenses were shattered in an instant like paper, leaving him bleeding profusely, and his internal organs were shot into sieves. He tried his best to dodge, but it was so deep and filled with heavy rocks that it was difficult to move, and he just barely avoided the vital points. At this moment, Yi Haichuan realized that he had fallen into a trap. What he just killed was not the real snake at all, but just a puppet that looked exactly like the black snake, almost lifelike. What shocked him was that snake blood burst out of the puppet's body and the snake's skin was broken. Looking at the wounds on Xu Hei's body again, he finally understood. The blood, flesh, snake skin, and even internal organs were all formed by Xu Hei injuring himself and then merging them together. What a vicious snake! What a clever trick! In order to achieve his goal, he even took ruthless action on himself. What kind of opponent had he provoked? I have to escape, I have to escape. Yi Haichuan took out a talisman and activated it underground. A stream of air spurted out from behind, carrying Yi Haichuan and shooting upwards. Bang! Xu Hei's tail hit his lower abdomen. Half of Yi Haichuan's body was instantly smashed. His legs instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and the storage bag around his waist was also knocked off. The rolling airflow brought by the talisman, carrying half of Yi Haichuan's body, flew towards the surface of the earth. Wherever it passed, the rock layer was opened up to a path to the sky. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. This is my limit. Xu Hei looked at the other person going away, wanting to chase him but unable to do so. He heard from Hei Huang that it was extremely difficult for a cultivator to fight a higher level, but some extremely talented people could do it. However, to fight a higher level was as difficult as going against the will of heaven. It's almost impossible. Xu Hei had already done his best, but still failed to kill the other party. He was just one step away, just one step. He has never risked his life for anyone in his life. But this time, he tried his best. There was no other reason, just because the other party said that he would launch an endless hunt on him and his companions. From that moment on, Xu Hei understood that he had no way out. There were some things that he had to do even if it came at a huge risk. Xu Hei almost did it. If it weren't for the talisman that soared into the sky, Yi Haichuan would have died for sure. There was nothing unacceptable to Xu Hei. Everyone has something to save their lives. It was enough for him to snatch the other person's storage bag and force him to the brink of death. Yi Haichuan's heart was pounding and the pain in his body brought him waves of weakness, almost making him faint. He took a blood spirit pill and only then was his injury suppressed. He would never have thought that he would suffer such a great loss at the hands of a spiritual snake. He even had a psychological trauma. If it weren't for this life-saving talisman, he would have died just now. If it weren't for the life-saving blood spirit pill, he would have died with his injuries. These two things were his accumulation over 100 years, and were given to him by a senior who had reached the Jindan stage. What kind of scales are those? Why did my spiritual treasure have no effect at all and was directly penetrated? Yi Haichuan was shocked. He couldn't explain it no matter how hard he tried. He even felt a little scared. The situation just now was so terrible that he didn't want to encounter it again in his life. No matter what, we must inform the sect. If this monster is not eliminated, there will be great trouble. Yi Haichuan clenched his teeth. A moment later, he rushed out of underground and came to the surface. But just as he saw the sunlight, the shadow of a black dog appeared in front of him. This dog has a strong build, a shiny black body, a bald tail, and an evil light in its eyes. The dog turned its head and looked at him with a ghostly smile. Yi Haichuan's pupils dilated and his mouth opened wide, but before he could even scream, he accidentally bumped into a tree. Boom. The tree collapsed, Yi Haichuan vomited blood, and fell to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, his eyes went black and his body became permanently stiff. This. Hei Huang was stunned. He swore that he did nothing, he just looked at the men, and the men hit his head against the tree and died. Hei Huang took a closer look and discovered that this person was actually a foundation-building cultivator. But how come this foundation-building cultivator had only half of his body left and died by hitting a tree? What happened here? Could it be Xiao Shuzi who did it? But how could he, a 6th-level spiritualist, be so fierce? Hei Huang took a few steps closer and investigated with his spiritual sense, and found that this person's spiritual foundation was like a lake, overflowing. It was not an ordinary early stage of foundation building, but an early stage of perfection very close to the middle stage. This is an old cultivator who has stayed in the early stage of foundation building for a long time. He has accumulated a lot of experience, which is far beyond what some people who have just broken through can achieve. This surprised Hei Huang even more. How did Xu Hei do it? He watched Xu Hei grow step by step, and he knew his strength very well. Apart from the scales and the mysterious technique, which he could not see through, he knew everything else. At this moment, Xu Hei crawled out from underground. His body was covered with scars, and both his snake skin and bones and muscles were severely damaged. After he appeared, without saying a word, he spewed a breath of flame at Yi Haichuan who was lying on the ground. Fire snake technique. The agile flame turned into a long snake and rushed towards Yi Haichuan, burning his body and immediately igniting a raging fire. Yi Haichuan's body melted quickly, and he let out a faint howl. Hei Huang was about to stop it, but when he heard the wailing, he was stunned. In fact, Yi Haichuan was not dead. The moment he saw the black dog, he immediately activated the turtle breathing technique, putting his body into a state of suspended animation, and then hit a tree to pretend to be dead, trying to conceal the truth. As long as he can preserve a trace of his soul and wait for the sect's rescue, there is a possibility of resurrection. But all of this completely disappeared under the influence of the fire snake technique. No. Before Yi Haichuan died, he let out an unwilling roar. His body and consciousness turned to ashes in an instant, and his body turned into charcoal. Hei Huang hurriedly went up to absorb Yi Haichuan's true energy, but he only extracted a little bit, and the latter turned into dust. What a waste. Hei Huang sighed. However, this person actually used the turtle breathing technique and even fooled him. He really didn't expect it. At this moment, Xu Hei was exhausted. Fighting a battle with a foundation-building cultivator not only tests one's physical body and cultivation, but also tests one's spiritual will. He must stay focused at all times, try every possible means, and not underestimate the situation. If he is not careful, he will be doomed. He has only been practicing for a year, while others have been practicing for decades or even hundreds of years. Why are they weaker than him? Xu Hei never thought that he was definitely stronger than others. Even when dealing with the two chi-refining disciples, Xu Hei had given it his all. If he didn't make a move, it would be a kill. But if he did, it would be a sure kill. The reason he was able to survive was because of his strong will. Otherwise, he couldn't think of a way to deceive his opponent by using self-harm. Hei Huang glanced at Xu Hei, his face darkened, and he said, "The injuries on your body were all caused by that person." There was a rare hint of anger in his voice. "I did it myself," Xu Hei said. He Huang was stunned. "There's no time to explain. You come and clean up the scene. I'll leave first." Xu Hei didn't want to stay long, so he turned around and left. He was badly injured, with white bones exposed in many places, so he needed to find a place to heal. He Huang looked at the two corpses in front of him, threw out 2 fireballs, burned them to ashes, and rearranged the place to avoid being discovered through any clues. "Mountain moving sect, Tianma Sanren, will have some fun with you guys." There was a murderous look in his dark yellow eyes. About half an hour later, 3 figures flew in from the sky and arrived in the air. These 3 people are tall and have an aura like the vast ocean. Each one is stronger than the other, and they are also the top ones in foundation building. They are the leader and grand elder of the moving mountain sect, and a guest official from the snake-catching sect. All the elders who have established their foundation have soul lamps left in the sect. Once the soul lamp goes out, the place of their death can be immediately known. At this moment, Yi Haichuan's soul lamp went out. This was the first time such a major event had happened in the Banshan sect in 10 years. Even the people from the snake-catching sect became very interested and came to assist in the investigation. The atmosphere here is mixed. It's obvious that a great battle took place there. However, the traces have been erased manually, so it's hard to tell who did it. The Banshan sect's grand elder, Shifengzi, spoke calmly. The elder of the snake-catching sect snorted coldly, "Humph. When the 5 sects of ours entered the mountain, we had already signed a non-aggression agreement. Even if there was a conflict, it was between disciples. Now they even dare to kill the elders. They are simply courting death. Is it possible that a monster did it? Demon beast. This area of 300 miles has been explored, and there is no foundation building monster. But even if there is, with junior brother Ye's skills, it is impossible for him to escape. And how could it be possible that a monster was responsible for erasing all the traces? Could it be?" After some discussion, the snake-catching sect elder was suddenly startled, and a figure flashed through his mind like lightning. It was the shadow of a snake demon. But he immediately shook his head. Snake demon? What a joke. Yi Haichuan was also a top-notch existence in the early stage of foundation building. How could he be killed by that little snake demon? He couldn't even escape. First, find out why junior brother Yi came here, whether someone asked him for help, who was the person asking for help, and what was the content of the request. Investigate thoroughly and then draw a conclusion. Shifengzi spoke calmly. The elder of the snake-catching sect suddenly had an idea and said, "I suddenly remembered that 2 months ago, Senior Xian Yangzi's clone was killed and his storage bag was taken away. The murderer has not been found yet. It also happened in this forest." The other 2 people looked over at the same time, with a gleam in their eyes. Xu Hei knew that there is no wall in the world that is completely airtight. Wherever you walk through, there will be traces left. Since he was the one who did it, it would be impossible for him to keep it secret forever. All he could do was to hide and pray to heaven that he would not be discovered by humans. Instead, become stronger, stronger, and stronger. He is so powerful that even if he admits it openly, no one dares to touch him. If he had the cultivation level of the demon pill stage, even if he attacked the Banshan sect and wiped out the entire family, who would dare to say no? From the moment humans stepped into the mountains and set fire to them, Xu Hei knew that he could not escape. How could he escape the hatred that destroyed his family and his clan, the hatred that was irreconcilable? Otherwise, he would not have agreed to join forces with He Huang to kill the clone of the Jindan stage cultivator. Now, he personally killed another foundation establishment elder. Xu Hei does not regret it. This is cultivation, this is enlightenment. Xu Hei smiled sinisterly. They found a secret cave, put the white snake and the wolf king inside, had black and yellow guard the door, and went into seclusion to heal their wounds. Xu Hei did not open the storage bags of the 3 monks. He Huang did not feel comfortable asking for them this time. After all, he was on the journey the whole time and did not participate in the journey at all. If you have to count it, he just scared the men, forcing him to pretend to be dead, but the final murder was done by Xu Hei. Xiaoshuzi is so powerful now. I have to work harder without realizing it. He Huang said to himself. The southern forest of Chu State. The death of an elder in the foundation establishment stage is a rare event that has not been seen in many years. Xiaoyao sect, Zixia sect, and Taishuan sect all took the initiative to come forward to clarify that the matter had nothing to do with them, and provided alibis for the strong men within the sect. The snake-catching sect is high and mighty, so there is naturally no need for them to kill an elder of one of their own sects and conceal the fact. This incident has caused speculation from all sides. It must have been him, it must have been him. Chen Daoling's eyes turned red as he thought of the snake demon that almost killed him. Those strange scales could penetrate all defenses. He still remembers them vividly. Yi Haichuan must have been careless and was tricked by those scales. That snake demon is extremely smart and as cunning as a fox. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else. Chen Daoling said in a firm tone. The Xiaoyao sect believed that it was done by the chicken thief, the big black dog who could fly. Soon, the results of the investigation from Banchen sect came out. 2 inner disciples also died with Yi Haichuan. Yi Haichuan went there because he received a message from them. There is no way of knowing what the disciples said specifically, but it is easy to find out that there was a man-eating monster in that place. A week later, the snake-catching sect issued a bounty order to capture the black snake demon and the black dog demon. If you catch one, you will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. If you find a clue, you will be rewarded with 50 spirit stones. For a time, all the sects were in an uproar. Many small sects took action and mobilized their disciples to go to the mountains and forests to investigate. 50 spirit stones was a wealth that many cultivators could never obtain in their entire lives. Deep in the forest, in a hidden canyon cave, Xu Hei woke up. The broken snake skin on his body had been repaired, his flesh, blood and bones had grown back, and he was back to his prime. His muscles glowed black and had amazing toughness, and seemed even stronger than before he was injured. The scales on his tail had also grown back and now covered 1/5 of his body. What kind of martial arts did Xu Hei practice? The speed of his healing, and the scales behind him. The more you look at black and yellow, the more unpredictable it becomes. He initially thought that the opponent's martial arts was no less powerful than his heavenly demonic skill. Now it seems that he still underestimated it. This martial arts skill might be some ancient relic specially suitable for snakes to practice. The suitable one is the best, and He Huang completely gave up the plan of teaching each other the heavenly demon skill. His only worry was whether such a powerful technique was complete. If it is incomplete, you can only cultivate to a certain level and there is no follow-up, which is still not acceptable. Just like the puppetry skills he obtained, it was only the first level of human puppetry, which was merely a cultivation method for the qi refining period. No matter how powerful it was, what was the use? Boom. Suddenly, the demon god cauldron in Xu Hei's body shook violently, and began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual liquid compressed rapidly and involuntarily, showing signs of transformation. Late stage of psychic communication. His black and yellow eyes flashed, and he immediately took out the formation flags and set up the formation. At the same time, he took out a large number of pills, ready to feed them at any time. This battle turned a disaster into a blessing for Xu Hei, and gave him an opportunity for a breakthrough. All of this happened almost naturally. Although it was delayed a lot from the late stage of 1 month mentioned by He Huang, Xu Hei's foundation was extremely solid, and he had already reached the late stage before the breakthrough. 3 days passed. Inside the demon god cauldron, the droplets of spiritual energy gathered together and converged into a point, transforming into a thumb-sized spiritual water ball. In the water ball, there was a small stream of spiritual energy flowing out from it, like the branches of a big tree, spreading out and spreading throughout Xu Hei's meridians. This spiritual water ball is Xu Hei's core. When the water ball expands and fills the entire demon god cauldron, it represents the great perfection of the spiritual stage. At that time, you can try to compress the water ball and build a spiritual foundation. Xu Hei opened his eyes. His true energy was twice as strong as before. From the middle stage to the late stage, it was another transformation. The 7th level of the psychic period. Although he had made a breakthrough, Xu Hei still felt powerless when facing the foundation-building cultivators. The ultra-long range of the cultivators and the spells that could destroy the world with a wave of their hands were always out of his reach. Not enough. This level of strength is still not enough. Killing Yi Haichuan was pure luck and coincidence. Even if Xu Hei were to do it again, he would not be sure that he could replicate such a miracle. "I've fixed this big snake for you." Hei Huang threw in a big snake puppet, the same one as before, which had been repaired and was now intact. Xu Hei glanced at it and nodded, "Thank you." He put the big snake away. If it weren't for the black and yellow invisibility talisman and the giant snake puppet, he would not have been able to kill the monk. Xu Hei took out 3 storage bags and placed them on the ground. Hei Huang took a look and left honestly, "I'm going out for a walk." "No need, there's one for you," Xu Hei said. When Hei Huang heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately ran back, squatted on the ground with a frivolous look on his face. "And you, come in too," Xu Hei shouted to the outside of the cave. The white snake and the wolf king also ran in excitedly and squatted beside them, looking very honest. Both of them have recovered from their injuries long ago and their strength has greatly improved compared to before. The wolf king has already reached the 3rd level of the spiritual stage. The white snake was a little surprised that he had reached the 4th level of the psychic stage. This is the middle period, and with few resources, the progress is so rapid that Xu Hei is quite surprised. This is much faster than he was in the past. The little white snake looked at Xu Hei with her eyes fixed on him, as if there were stars twinkling in them. She hesitated for a while and asked softly, "What should I call you, king, or senior brother, or—" "Stop. Just call me Xu Hei." Xu Hei quickly interrupted her and stopped her from continuing. The black and yellow thief laughed and said, "Xiao Shuzi, let her continue. Could it be that you two have some shameful relationship?" Xu Hei said expressionlessly. "I was planning to have a share for everyone who saw it, but you better forget it." "Eh? Come on, how did I offend you? Get lost." After a quarrel, Hei Huang had no choice but to give in. Xu Hei the white snake's eyes were bright, and he asked, "Then, can I be called Xu Bai?" Xu Hei fell into deep thought. This is a serious issue. "Hey! With such a name, there must be something wrong with you." Hei Huang pointed at them. Xu Hei bit the black dog's leg, causing the dog to scream in pain and dare not say a word. "Okay, just call me Xu Bai." Xu Hei agreed. The little white snake was immediately overjoyed, his eyes sparkling, and he kept muttering to himself, "I am Xu Bai, I am Xu Bai, I also have a name, I have a name, I have a name." "Can I have a name too?" asked the Wolf King. "Just follow me and call yourself Hei Ergu." Hei Huang interrupted. "Isn't dog an insult?" "I am a wolf," the Wolf King shouted. "Woof." Hei Huang bit the Wolf King's thigh without saying a word, and the latter begged for mercy. Xu Hei was speechless. In the end, the Wolf King agreed with Ergu's name. Although he had a name, Ergu was very reluctant. He always felt that it was an insult and a degradation of his status. However, looking at his black and white fur, he is very similar to a certain breed of dog. Next, it's the exciting moment of dividing the spoils. Xu Hei opened the first 2 storage bags at once. They belonged to 2 inner disciples. The things inside were ordinary and common. The largest quantities are the corpses of monsters and their inner elixirs. "You don't have to be polite, just take whatever you like," Xu Hei said. Xu Hei was already in the late stage of spiritual communication, and these low-level items were of little use to him. Soon, Ergo and Xu Bai picked out what they needed. The highlight came later. Xu Hei took out Yi Haichuan's storage bag. The spiritual imprint on it had been broken 3 days ago. There was a flash of light, and then a dozen scattered treasures appeared on the ground. 300 spirit stones, 2 bottles of elixirs, 3 spirit talismans, and several jade slips. 2 flying swords, a soul flag, and an alchemy furnace are all spiritual treasures at the foundation building level. As for spiritual medicines, animal materials, and metal materials, they were piled up in a large bag. In addition, there is a crystal ball, which is used to test spiritual roots. That's all. Xu Hei was a little surprised. He had thought that a cultivator who had established his foundation should have enormous wealth and numerous magical treasures, but the result was far beyond his expectations. Maybe it's not as good as Xiaoyidu's thousands of spirit stones. These old immortals don't have much money, especially those who are stuck in a certain realm for many years. They can spend all their money to break through. Only the geniuses from big families have more valuable money. Hei Huang said. Xu Hei was not too disappointed. He picked up a flying sword and a soul flag, took away half of the elixirs and talismans, collected all the jade slips, and handed the rest to Hei Huang. Hei Huang grabbed the crystal ball and said with a smile, "This can test spiritual roots. Who wants to try it?" Ergu immediately ran up and said, "I want to test it. I want to test it." Xu Hei couldn't help but become interested. Ergu put his paw on it, spiritual energy blossomed, and the crystal ball lit up with a faint light, with a total of 3 colors. Hei Huang shook his head as soon as he saw it: gold, fire, water, 3 colors of mixed spiritual roots, aptitude, poor. Ergu immediately became listless. Out of curiosity, Subai moved closer. This time, the crystal ball emitted an emerald green light, which was so dazzling that it illuminated the entire cave green. "This!" Hei Huang exclaimed. Xu Hei also stared with his eyes wide open. In his impression, a color indicates extremely high talent. Single attribute, top grade with spiritual root. Hei Huang exclaimed, "This kind of talent is rare in the human world. It will be sought after by all the major sections. No wonder this snake has such a keen sense of smell." Subai had no idea about this kind of thing and was frightened by the bright light and shrank back. Xu Hei thought for a moment, took out some wood-related spell jade slips, handed them over, and told her to practice more. Subai took them seriously. Hei Huang glanced at Xu Hei and smiled meaningfully. If a single wood spiritual root appeared on a human woman, she would definitely be extremely beautiful, without exception. If she could transform, I wonder how many male cultivators she could charm. Xu Hei remained silent. Finally, it was Xu Hei's turn. Xu Hei climbed up, stuck to the crystal ball, and released spiritual energy. Suddenly, the crystal ball lit up with colorful lights, first khaki, then red, blue, gold, purple, and mixed spiritual roots. 6-color and 7-color mixed spiritual roots. Hei Huang was a little stunned. No, if it was a mixed spiritual root, how could Xu Hei's cultivation be so fast? But soon, the colorful lights became brighter and more dazzling, especially the khaki light, which was so bright that it was almost blinding. Even on the crystal ball, there was a crack, and it seemed like it was about to explode. Xu Hei quickly withdrew his spiritual energy, and the crystal ball calmed down. "What's going on?" Xu Hei asked in surprise. After Hei Huang pondered for a long time, he said, "You do have multiple spiritual roots, but the quality is extremely high. Even I have never seen such a situation. According to common sense, the more spiritual roots one has, the lower the quality. But Xu Hei has a lot of spiritual roots, and their quality is also very high. Especially the earth spiritual roots, which are so good that it is not enough to describe them as top quality. This is a bit outrageous." No wonder Xu Hei could master any spell at once and with such astonishing power. It turned out that he possessed every kind of spiritual root and the quality was not low. Xu Hei didn't worry about this. Since he had the best earth spiritual roots, it would be right for him to major in earth-related magic. After all the monsters have left. Hei Huang pressed his dog's paw on the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a black luster, like a black hole that could swallow all light. Hei Huang immediately withdrew his hand. "It's time to go to Banshan sect." Hei Huang's eyes were cold. Outside the canyon, there is a yellow-brown area. Xu Hei took out the jade slip and quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense. There are 16 types of earth magic. At the moment, I need to learn 2 types, thick earth armor and earth spikes. 1 for attack and 1 for defense. As long as I master these 2, when I face a foundation establishment cultivator, even if I can't defeat him, I should be able to escape without any problems. Xu Hei said that the 2 spells were the most advanced spells in the chi refining stage, and were also used by many foundation establishment cultivators. With Xu Hei's top-grade earth spiritual roots, the power must be even stronger. Thick earth armor. Xu Hei's mind moved. A yellow-brown layer of light immediately appeared on the surface of his body, gradually covering his body. The snake's skin seemed to be petrified, and there was a halo from head to tail. It only lasted for a moment before the halo dissipated. Xu Hei breathed a sigh of relief. He succeeded on his first try. It turned out that he had a unique talent in earth-based magic. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. Su Bai Haishan breathed in and out in the cave and went out at night to practice earth-based magic. In terms of magic, he made rapid progress. He had already mastered 2 earth-based spells, and their power was indeed much greater than other spells. But in terms of cultivation, the progress is almost zero. The Shaoyang powder for tempering the body was completely useless to him, the qi condensing pills also lost their effect, and the high-level monster meat was all eaten up. The meat of monsters can be captured, but the biggest problem is the elixir. I have no shortage of spiritual stones, but I lack medicinal pills. Ordinary medicinal pills have become ineffective. One reason is that my cultivation is too high, and the other is that I have developed a resistance to them. Only the top-level Xiaopei pill in the qi refining stage will have some effect. Xu Hei said. He only found a small half-bottle of Xiaopei pill in Yi Haichuan's storage bag, and he took it immediately, which increased his spiritual energy by about 30%. In addition, Yi Haichuan also had a bottle of Depei Dan, but it could only be taken by cultivators who had established their foundation. Xu Hei tried to lick it, and it almost caused his meridians to explode, so he didn't dare to try again. There are quite a few medicinal materials for refining Xiaopei Dan, such as the snake tree, but I don't know how to make pills. Xu Hei frowned. Alchemy, the 6 arts of cultivation, any one of them is an extremely mind-consuming task to learn. Xu Hei had already learned puppetry, so he really had no intention of learning alchemy. Besides, his wood spiritual roots were not high, so he might not have the talent for it. Suddenly, Xu Hei had an idea. Wood spiritual root. Wood spiritual root. Doesn't Xu Bai have a wood spiritual root? And a single, top-grade wood spiritual root. Xu Hei's eyes widened. If you think about it carefully, Xu Bai is simply a natural alchemy genius, born to make alchemy. Why didn't he think of it at the time? It just so happened that Xu Hei had an advanced alchemy furnace that he could give to her. Xu Hei took action immediately, carrying the alchemy furnace, and ran into Xu Bai's cave. As soon as I entered, I found that she was already tinkering with medicinal herbs. There was a medicine pounding pot in front of her, and the herbs inside were rolled into a ball shape. In the previous division of the spoils, what she took the most were various medicinal plants. Xu Hei. When Xu Bai saw Xu Hei's figure, his eyes immediately lit up and he quickly crawled forward. Are you making an elixir? Xu Hei looked at the balls in the medicine pounding pot, a little dazed. What kind of alchemy is this, a new concept in alchemy? Well, I have top grade with spiritual roots, which are most suitable for refining pills. I also asked Ergu to help me test the medicine. Ergu was so happy after eating it. Xu Bai said with a smile. When Xu Hei heard this, he realized that Ergu was also in the cave. However, Ergu's forehead was black and his eyes were dull. He stood there like a piece of wood, but his mouth was laughing foolishly. Ergu, is my pill very powerful? Xu Bai asked Ergu with a smile. Ergu just kept laughing, with saliva flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Looking at the almost demented Ergu, Xu Hei's throat rolled violently. Xu Hei really wanted to ask a question. Who asked her to make the elixir? By the way, Xu Hei, do you want to see me for something? As long as it's your order, I will insist on completing it. Xu Bai looked at Xu Hei, his eyes blinking, waiting for Xu Hei's reply. Xu Hei was stumped by the question. He remembered that he came to ask Xu Bai for help in refining the elixir, but after looking at Ergu's expression, would he dare to eat the elixir she refined? Yeah, what am I here for? I seem to have forgotten. Wait, I'll go out and think about it. Xu Hei laughed, turned around and was about to leave. Hey, is the alchemy furnace on your back a gift for me? Are you here to ask me to make the alchemy? Xu Bai's eyes lit up and he stared at the alchemy furnace behind Xu Hei. Xu Hei's body froze and his face turned pale and blue. No matter. With my body, skin of copper and bones of iron, is there any elixir that I can't eat? I can't compare myself with Ergu. Xu Hei thought to himself, just go for it. He took out the alchemy furnace and placed it carefully in front of Su Bai. He then took out the snake tree and a large number of high-grade medicinal materials and piled them next to it. At the same time, he carefully took out all the jade slips containing his experience in alchemy, talks on elixirs, recipes for elixirs, etc., and placed them in a row. These are the experiences I have confiscated regarding alchemy, including the recipe for the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan. You can try it, but don't force it. Xu Hei said very tactfully. Well, I will live up to everyone's expectations. Su Bai said happily and put the jade slip away. Xu Hei took a deep breath and quickly left the cave. Anyway, the task has been assigned. When the time comes, let Hei Huang try one first to see if it's edible, and then try yourself. This is her first time refining an elixir. She has no experience, so mistakes are inevitable. She will be fine once she becomes more skilled. Xu Hei thought optimistically. He really needed a companion who could make pills. Otherwise, it would be too risky to go to human cities to buy them every time. If Su Bai could produce pills stably and serve as a tool snake, it would be perfect. Inside the cave, Su Bai glanced at Ergo and said, Ergo, Xu Hei has given me a task and I must complete it. I will leave the drug testing work to you later. Ergo's silly smile froze for a moment, and instinctive fear appeared in his eyes. In the southern part of Chu State, there was the Banshan sect. As a one-star sect in the south, the Banshan sect is affiliated with the snake-catching sect and has a history of 500 years. The Banshan ancestor of that time was also considered a legendary figure. Humph, you dare to bully Xiao Shuzi, today is the end of your Banshan sect. Hei Huang smiled sinisterly and disappeared into the back mountain. I don't know how much time passed. At the back mountain of Banshan sect, a deacon passed by and carried out his daily patrol and repairs. Suddenly, the deacon stopped, his eyes widened, staring at a certain spot with an incredible look on his face. A moment later, a shrill cry resounded throughout the Banshan sect. Something terrible has happened. Our ancestors' graves have been dug up. When the news came out, the entire sect was in an uproar. The headmaster, the great elder, and all the high-ranking guests of the snake-catching sect all gathered in the back mountain, only to see that a large pit had been dug out of the tomb where their ancestors were buried, and the third-order formation on it was like a non-existent thing and was directly ignored. No. Great Elder Shifengzi screamed and almost fainted. Someone hurriedly said, go in and take a look at the ancestor's body. Shifengzi finally reacted and rushed into the mausoleum. The coffin inside was empty. Not only were the burial objects gone, but the corpse was gone too. The so-called formations and restrictions are all in an inactive state. In other words, this tomb robber actually ignored the formation. Who? Who on earth did this? Shifengzi roared angrily. Banshan Laozu was his most beloved master. He valued his master's reputation more than his own life. His master's body was stolen, which touched his bottom line. Ancestor Banshan was a great cultivator at the Jindan stage. The person who dared to steal his body must also be a Jindan cultivator. Impossible. If he is a Jindan cultivator, why would he do such a despicable thing? If you are not in the Jindan stage, why can you ignore the third-level formation? The senior officials watching were talking about it. The head of the sect, Shiatsi, knelt in front of the tomb, kowtowed continuously, tears streaming down his face. I am an unfilial disciple. I am an unfilial disciple. After a while, he immediately issued an order, and at all costs, he mobilized the entire clan to capture the tomb robbers, and offered a sky-high reward. The guest official of the snake-catching sect had a thoughtful look on his face. Why did nothing happen to others, but something happened to you, Banshan sect? What makes you different from others? He quickly figured out that the difference was that you lost a foundation-building elder, but the others did not die. Well. The guest elder also touched his forehead, speechless. For a time, the matter of the corpse of Banshan Patriarch being stolen caused a sensation and shocked the southern region. It frightened the other sects and they hurriedly strengthened their defenses to prevent similar incidents from happening in their own sects. The ancestor's body was stolen, which was a great humiliation, even worse than being slapped in the face. And the instigator, Hei Huang, was no longer able to steal from another family. Even this old man who had to move mountains was already exhausted enough for him. But at the same time, the harvest is also fruitful. What a pity. If I could get the third level of Tiangui sect skills and refine you into a corpse puppet, that would be interesting. Hei Huang thought secretly in his heart. He felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the Tiangui sect to ask for a copy. With his fame back then, who would dare to refuse? Not to mention the Tiangui sect, even its headquarters, the Shengui sect, must obey. Xiao Shuzi is lucky. She has a single wood spiritual root. She won't have to worry about elixirs in the future. It's just right that I can teach her some alchemy skills when I go back this time to see how talented she is. Hei Huang thought excitedly and disappeared underground. In a forest full of dense trees. A group of black-skinned, long-haired elephants were eating the plants here. The one leading them was 5 meters tall, like a giant, and could easily eat a big tree. Xu Hei was hiding in the soil, observing this group of mammoths for some time. The leader at the head is the Mammoth King, who has reached the great perfection of the psychic stage and is a quasi-great demon. Although they have not established their foundation, even cultivators who have established their foundation would not dare to provoke this kind of monster easily. This type of monster stands at the top of the food chain, travels in groups, and is extremely powerful. Injuring one will attract a whole group of them. Even if you are at the foundation building stage, you won't gain any benefit. Moreover, this monster has thick skin and flesh, and ordinary spells cannot hurt it, making it very difficult to kill. Any one of them can be eaten for several days. Xu Hei spat out his tongue, looking very greedy. He had no more elixirs and had eaten all the monster meat, so he had to hunt. He has mastered the art of earth spikes and thick earth armor, and has also mastered puppetry. He can control 50 small lizards or 20 large lizards at the same time. Xu Hei just wanted to eat the leader who was at the great perfection of the spiritual communication stage, or the second in command who was at the 8th level of the spiritual communication stage. Don't alert them yet, try to lure them away. Xu Hei's mind moved, and a small lizard crawled out. Mammoths are migratory monsters that travel in groups, eating wherever they go. When they have eaten all the trees they pass through, they will move on to the next area. This team has a total of 11 mammoths. The weakest cub is at the 3rd level of the psychic stage and has a strong bloodline. Xu Hei sent out 30 small lizards, which lurked everywhere and waited for the best opportunity. At this time, a baby elephant ran to a lizard, swung its trunk, and got close to sniff it. Xu Hei hesitated for a moment, but still did not make a move. The cub was too weak, and he was afraid that it would be killed with one shot, which would completely enrage the herd of elephants. His target was only the 2 big ones. Killing one of them would be enough. Xu Hei had some idea of his own abilities. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, there were sounds of breaking wind coming from the distance. Xu Hei was startled and controlled the lizard's gaze to look in that direction. In the distance, a large group of figures appeared, about 10 of them at least, each with a wind talisman attached to them. They flew into the sky and landed on nearby mounds and treetops. But in just a few breaths, all the people were in position and surrounded the herd of elephants. They wore identical clothing, with patterns of green mountains and white clouds on them. They were all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, with their cultivation ranging from the middle to late stages of the qi refining stage. Leading the group was a snake catcher in a python robe. This person was very young, about 16 or 17 years old, tall and thin, with a slightly immature appearance, but his cultivation had reached the foundation building stage, the highest in the venue. This person's name is Hua Yuntian. He is one of Xian Yangzi's true disciples. He has the least experience but outstanding talent. He has a rare single top-grade water spiritual root and successfully established his foundation at the age of 15. This kind of talent is quite rare in the entire Chu state. When the elephants saw humans, their eyes immediately turned red and they let out angry roars. The mother elephants hurriedly protected the baby elephants behind them. Haha, there are so many mammoths. Uncle Hua is so good at predicting things. Their ivory is extremely precious. If we carve it into precious jade and give it to the young ladies of Xixia sect, they will definitely like it. Everyone looked excited and their eyes were full of greed as they stared at the ivory. Even in the world of monks, ivory is a rare luxury item that can be used to refine jade artifacts and magical weapons, and is deeply loved by monks. Huayuntian raised a smug look at his lips and said, "Everyone, set up the formation, don't let anyone escape." Yes. Immediately, all the disciples of Xiaoyao sect took out their formation flags and inserted them in their respective positions. I saw a faint light shield gradually taking shape, covering the entire herd of elephants. The elephants became aware of the situation, and the strongest leader immediately rushed backwards, causing the earth to shake. His sharp fangs hit the light shield hard. Buzz. The light shield was shaking wildly and cracks appeared on it. The other 3 male elephants also rushed over, striking with their tusks and trampling with their huge feet, causing the light shield to crack and was about to break. Die. Huayuntian snorted coldly, took out a spear and swung it into the air. The spear instantly pierced into the leader's back and penetrated for more than a foot. The latter let out a shrill roar. The others also took out their spears and threw them out. Swords were not very effective against such large creatures. Only long and pointed weapons could cause huge damage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Spears pierced into the elephants' bodies, and sharp and high-pitched screams echoed throughout the area. All the elephants had spears stuck in their bodies, and some had several spears stuck in their bodies, like hedgehogs, and blood was gushing out. These humans are planning to become extinct. Xu Hei frowned secretly, even the baby elephant was not spared, this was too much. Xu Hei hesitated whether to lend a helping hand, but he felt that it would do him no good at all and he would surely become the target of public criticism if he did. At this moment, the injured elephants became more and more violent, their fur turned blood red, and the leader stepped on the ground, suddenly bursting out with 10 times the strength and rushed forward. Boom. The light shield trembled, and dense cracks appeared, and a crack 10 feet wide appeared on the ground. Huayuntian's face changed, and he said hurriedly, "Leader of the elephant herd, I know you are psychic and can understand human language. As long as you hand over the ivory, I can let you go. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about those cubs." But the group of giant elephants didn't listen to him at all and continued to exert force. The light shield finally collapsed with a loud bang, leaving a large gap. "Ong!" The leader let out a loud roar. 2 pregnant elephants and 3 baby elephants rushed out of the gap, covered with scars, and ran away into the distance. But the leader and the other male elephants did not run away. Instead, they turned around and faced the group of human monks, rushing towards the crowd with crazy anger in their eyes. They crashed into the light shield not to escape themselves, but to leave a glimmer of hope for their tribe. Damn it. Huayuntian's face was extremely gloomy. He was still too young and had misjudged the power of the elephant herd, resulting in the formation being insufficiently strong. He leaped forward and rushed towards several elephants fleeing in the distance, but the leader roared, and the sound waves swept over like a hurricane, forcing Huayuntian to stop. Huayuntian swung out a flying sword and slashed at the female elephant that was fleeing in the distance. A sword-shaped air stream spurted out of the leader's nose and knocked the flying sword down. "You 3, go chase the ones that are running away, and the rest of you, follow me to kill these beasts." Huayuntian shouted angrily. Yes. The 3 Xiaoyao sect monks immediately stood up from the ground, stepped on the wind, and chased after the fleeing elephants in the distance. The troops were divided into 2 groups, 3 of them chased the women and children, and the rest dealt with the main force. Xu Hei looked at this scene, his eyes flickered, and he immediately decided to kill the 3 monks first. Among these 3 Xiaoyao sect cultivators, 1 is at the 9th level of Qi refining stage, and 2 are at the 7th level of Qi refining stage. Xu Hei dived underground and shuttled away like a ground dragon. He did not underestimate his opponents just because of the low cultivation level of these 3 people. Facing anyone, he would go all out, kill them with 1 strike, and not give the opponent any hope of escape. What's more, the one who was at the 9th level of Qi refining was 2 levels higher than him. Huayuntian stayed where he was and led the rest of the people in a fierce battle with the herd of male elephants. With his cultivation level in the foundation establishment stage, he was able to handle the battle with ease. However, these monsters have thick skin and tough flesh, and it takes time to kill them. The other side. Xu Hei used his escape technique to its full potential, and soon he arrived right below the two mother elephants, with the three baby elephants protecting them in front. You little beasts still want to run away, but you can't. The cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining approached first. From a distance of 10 feet, he shot out a bolt of lightning, pointing directly at the tail of the mother elephant. Xu Hei did not protect anything out of sympathy, but the moment the other party attacked, his eyes became fierce and he activated his magic spell. Earth spikes. Just below the monk, a sharp cone suddenly rose from the soil and stabbed straight towards his anus with lightning speed. Not good. The man's face changed drastically, but he had just cast the lightning spell and had no time to use other spells to defend himself. He could only hurriedly take out a shield to block it. Puff. The shield was stabbed to pieces, and the earth nails pierced the man from bottom to top, with his butt entering and his head exiting. He was deader than dead. The cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining stage was killed instantly. The mother elephant was inevitably struck by lightning. Fortunately, this type of monster has thick blood and tough skin, so it did not die but was seriously injured. She also noticed the situation behind her and was secretly surprised, wondering who was helping them secretly. What? There are still enemies. The two Qi refining level 7 cultivators at the back all stopped moving after their expressions changed drastically. The moment the monk in front of them died, their minds raced, and without saying a word, they turned around and ran in two different directions, taking out their life-saving items and blocking behind them. He used all the talismans, elixirs, and magic weapons, and fled for his life, regardless of the consequences. Xu Hei sneered in his heart. The moment he made a move, the fate of these two people was doomed. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine. But once he made a move, no one would be spared. The two had just escaped a few meters when they were shocked to find that they had been surrounded by a large group of small lizards. Kill! Xu Hei shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The little lizards all spit out white light from their mouths, and surging beams of spiritual energy shot out from all directions and hit the two of them. As a cultivator in the late Qi refining stage, there was no way he could be defeated by this small lizard. The magic weapon on his body glowed brightly, blocking all attacks, but he looked a little embarrassed. The two men groaned secretly. They were obviously ambushed, but as long as they escaped to Hua Yuntian's side, they could be saved. But at this moment, they suddenly discovered that several small lizards flew out from the artillery fire, each with a talisman attached to their bodies, and were burning with fire, approaching them. That is, top-grade fire explosion talisman. Not good, retreat quickly. The two screamed shrilly. Want to retreat? There is no place to retreat. There are not just one or two lizards carrying talismans, but groups of them, everywhere. Boom. 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 The fire talisman exploded, completely shattering the two people's protective light shields. The white light from behind blasted up, leaving bloody holes on their bodies. The screams continued to ring out. In just a few breaths, the two men were beaten into a pulp. Xu Hei quickly collected the storage bags of the three people, and asked the little lizard to carry the fireball talisman to burn their bodies. The low-level talisman is of no help to Xu Hei, but it can still destroy a corpse or something. This little lizard's attack method is too simple. It must carry a talisman. However, there are only a limited number of high-quality talismans. It's a waste. Next time I'll have to use stronger mechanical beasts, the giant frog, the big snake. As Xu Hei returned, he was thinking about the battle that had just happened. There is no need to say anything about dealing with the 9th level Qi refining stage warrior. He can be killed instantly with just one move, Earth Nail. It was just the other two that took some effort. If those two were smarter and had more cards up their sleeves, they could learn from Yi Haichuan and use some Sky Escape talisman to escape, and Xu Hei would have been able to just stare blankly. The preparations are still not sufficient. This is just luck. Xu Hei secretly shook his head. Time passes slowly. On the other side, Hua Yuntian was already getting a little impatient. Why haven't those three idiots come back yet? Hua Yuntian's face was gloomy. With the cultivation level of Shui Yang and the other two, they can handle it in half an incense stick at most. But almost an incense stick has passed. "I'm afraid he has embezzled the money and ran away," said a female cultivator. At this moment, this group of male elephants are dying, with spears and nails piercing their bodies, as well as a large number of flying swords. The wounds are so deep that the bones can be seen, and blood is flowing all over the ground, forming a stream. 2 of them were completely dead and had no life. However, the remaining ones are still resisting and launching sonic attacks. Hold head high. The roar was deafening, and it stirred up 100 feet of dust and sand, which rushed in all directions. Many people had buzzing ears and bleeding ears. "I'll go over and take a look." The female cultivator who had just spoken leaped and flew in the direction where the 3 people were chasing. Hua Yuntian didn't stop him. Since he hadn't come back for such a long time, he really wanted to go and take a look. "Call out." Suddenly, the female cultivator flew not far when she saw a huge earth nail suddenly emerge from below and stab towards her lower body. Not good. Hua Yuntian's face changed drastically. He swung out a flying sword and it hit the ground nail at lightning speed. However, Xu Hei's attack was timed well. How could it be so easy to block? The earth nail was cut into 2 parts. The front half was still flying in the air, entering from the back and exiting from the front. The female cultivator's body was pierced through and she immediately fell from a height of 5 meters in the air, hit the ground, and died. His speed was so fast that it even exceeded her reaction. She didn't even have time to use her defensive magic weapon and died instantly. Everyone froze. Hua Yuntian was stunned for a few seconds, then his eyes bulged out, filled with extreme anger. Earth Nail. Moving Mountain Sect. Impossible. Who is it? Get out here. Hua Yuntian roared angrily, and his spiritual sense swept out, covering an area of 300 meters, but found nothing. The seriously injured male elephants also had strange expressions on their faces. After using that trick, Xu Hei immediately put on an invisibility talisman and hid underground, not moving at all. This person's consciousness doesn't seem to be as strong as Yi Haichuan's. Xu Hei was secretly confused. From previous observations, although Hua Yuntian is also in the foundation establishment stage, he is completely at 2 levels compared to Yi Haichuan. The latter is far superior to Hua Yuntian in terms of spells, magic weapons, flying swords, and spiritual perception. Even his despicable and sinister scheming was several levels beyond Hua Yuntian's. In comparison, the men in front of him seemed like a fool who had not been able to control the situation from the beginning and even let several elephants run away. It seems that there are strong and weak foundation building cultivators. I don't know if this person is really weak or just pretending. I can't be careless. Xu Hei was secretly alert in his heart, and he had to be fully prepared when facing any opponent. What's more, this person has already established his foundation at such a young age. He must be a genius and has more life-saving items. Get out. Get out. After a hysterical roar, Hua Yuntian gasped for breath, his eyes were red, and he did not continue to attack the long-haired giant elephant. Instead, he stared ahead with a gloomy face and said, "If you have any purpose, just tell me. Why hide your head and show your tail and make people laugh at you?" The rest of the people looked at each other, and were all very vigilant. They stood back to back and stared at their feet to prevent the nails from appearing again. Xu Hei thought about it and decided to trick him. He controlled the little lizard and sent a beam of light towards a certain location. Boom. A huge rock broke apart. Hua Yuntian made a move instantly, slashing with a sword, and at the same time took out a handful of developing dust and sprinkled it at that area. The sword light whistled, covering an area of 100 meters in radius, and the developing dust spread rapidly, but no invisible creatures were found. Despicable, shameless villain, let's fight head-on if you dare. Hua Yuntian realized that he had been tricked, and immediately became furious and roared to the sky. The rest of the people were also silent, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, Xu Hei fired another shot with the little lizard. Hua Yuntian rushed over again and slashed at the void. The opportunity has come. Xu Hei's mind moved, and the earth nailed. Puff. A sharp stone pillar shot up into the sky from under the buttocks of a Qi refining level 7 disciple. Even though he had been prepared, he was still pierced through, along with his armor and magic bell, which were also penetrated at the same time, making his defense as weak as paper. The body fell to the ground with a thud, and the death was miserable. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow spread in everyone's heart. Everyone involuntarily moved towards Hua Yuntian, not daring to be left alone. Hua Yuntian looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. He sucked in the air, caught the lizard that had just fired, and crushed it hard. Puppetry. Earth spikes. Who are you? Who are you? Hua Yuntian was almost going crazy. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. The other party hid in the dark and played with him like a monkey, killing 2 people in front of him. He could already imagine the man's sinister smile hidden in the dark. He looked around, his spiritual sense shooting out like a sharp arrow, sweeping across every inch of the area, and the more he looked, the gloomier it became. Boom. Suddenly, there was a thunderous vibration in the distance, which became louder and louder, and the earth and heaven shook even more violently. It's not the earth that's shaking, but the void that's shaking. A vast and terrifying evil spirit swept across the sky, turning it black. After sensing the evil spirit, the seriously injured male elephants immediately raised their trunks and made excited sounds, cheering and calling for help. A great demon who has established a foundation. Hua Yuntian's expression changed immediately. Xu Hei was also greatly shocked. He had seen many cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, but this was the first time he had seen a monster. And judging from the situation, this was obviously not an ordinary foundation establishment monster. The sky in the distance rumbled as if wheels were rolling over it, and the earth and sky were shaking. Then a huge wild elephant, carrying a rolling evil wind, came stepping into the air with a momentum as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Escape. Hua Yuntian was as if he had seen a ghost. He grabbed the 2 monks beside him and threw them towards the giant elephant in front. At the same time, he retreated violently and fled into the distance at the fastest speed. The other monks were all horrified and no longer cared about staying together. They scattered in all directions and fled for their lives. The 2 monks who were thrown out by him were crushed into powder by the terrifying momentum in midair, and their blood and flesh flew everywhere before they got close to the giant elephant. The giant elephant did not stop, and chased Hua Yuntian madly with a stride of 1,000 feet. This is at least the late stage of foundation building, or even the great perfection. Xu Hei just used the small lizard to observe for a while and made a rough judgment in his mind. He never expected that this group of ugly mammoths would get help from these wild giant elephants. This was too terrifying. Xu Hei had no idea what kind of creatures were hidden in this forest. Drag you. Of course Xu Hei would not let that man escape easily. With a thought, the earth nail opened and aimed directly in front of Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian also sensed something, his face twitched, and he quickly moved a little to the side. The moment he dodged, a sharp stone pillar pierced out almost at his face. Although it did not cause him any harm, it slowed him down. Earth spikes. Xu Hei used his skill again, imitating Yi Haichuan's method, aiming directly in front of Hua Yuntian to prevent him from escaping. Puff, puff, puff. Stone pillars rose into the sky. Whenever Hua Yuntian wanted to move, a stone pillar would appear in front of him. In just a moment, the distance between him and the giant elephant was instantly shortened. You despicable person. Hua Yuntian was almost going crazy. There was no way this spell could hit him. Under normal circumstances, he could even track the opponent's position and launch a thunderous counterattack, but now, he didn't dare to do that. He had never felt so aggrieved before, and his hatred for the person in the dark was overwhelming. Shameless villain. I will tear you into pieces one day. Seeing the giant elephant getting closer and closer, Hua Yuntian could no longer bear it. He crushed a golden jade pendant and a golden light shield rose from his body. Then, he ignored all the earth spikes and rushed forward, out of Xu Hei's casting range. The wild giant elephant also chased after it, and in a moment, both disappeared in the distance. I've helped you delay for so long, the rest depends on you. Xu Hei said in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly released the giant lizard and chased after the rest of the people who were fleeing. There were a total of 10 people in this group. 3 were killed at the beginning, and 2 more died later. 2 were thrown away by Hua Yuntian, leaving 3 people. Xu Hei was not only staring at Hua Yuntian, but also keeping an eye on these 3 people. Xu Hei chased one person, and a group of big lizards chased two people separately. As for humans, Xu Hei would naturally beat them when they're down and would not let any of them go if he could get a chance. As for whether Hua Yuntian was dead or alive, he didn't care. He had done enough, and the rest was left to the giant elephant. Call out. Xu Hei crawled out from the soil and shot out a burst of lightning through the air, instantly electrocuting the person flying high in the sky to prevent being pierced by the nails underground into charcoal. On the other side, the two people who escaped separately were caught up by a group of big lizards. They were attacked by them, one of them died and the other escaped. Xu Hei followed and chased for 10 breaths, successfully taking care of the men as well. This mechanical beast still doesn't work. Suin secretly shook his head. He had to seize the time and control his big snake and the giant frog freely. These were puppets that could rival those of the great perfection of the chi refining stage. He didn't dare to think about the corpses of mammoths, but he killed a group of human monks and picked up a bunch of storage bags, which was enough. Xu Hei returned along the same route, passed by the battlefield, and brought back the monk's storage bag with his little lizard. That group of male elephants had almost all died, most of them were seriously injured, and only 2 were still alive. Xu Hei thought about it and decided to help the men to the end. He took out 2 healing pills from his storage bag and sent them over through the little lizard. The 2 elephants were smart. They rolled up the pill with their long trunks and swallowed it. They also hissed at the little lizard to show their gratitude. Xu Hei sighed, the real person would not show up, so if anyone wanted to thank someone, he should thank the little lizard. I feel sorry for you, so I'm going to give you a hand. But please don't let your species become extinct, otherwise we won't have anything to eat in the future. Xu Heixin said. A rumbling sound was heard in the distance, and the wild giant elephant came back. Xu Hei did not stay any longer. He watched from a distance and quickly turned and left. From a distance, Xu Hei only heard a loud cry. My friend in secret, my savage elephant tribe owes you a favor. I will reward you handsomely when you show up in the future. This is the sound made by the wild giant elephant. A monster of this level already has the ability to communicate through language. Xu Hei sighed. He originally came here to hunt, but ended up saving the wounded. He was speechless. However, since he had gained the favor of the savage giant elephant, this trip was not a loss. He hoped that there would be some monster meat in the storage bag so that he could satisfy his hunger. That would be even better. At this moment, Xu Hei suddenly had an idea. The savage giant elephant came back so soon, is Hua Yuntian dead? In such a short time, the opponent must not have run far. If we go to the scene to take a look, maybe we can add a knife to his attack or find a storage bag or something. But immediately, Xu Hei shook his head and gave up the idea. Hua Yuntian was a prominent figure. If he was a disciple of the Jindan stage cultivator, he might bump into him if he went to touch the corpse at this time. He couldn't guarantee that the invisibility talisman would be effective against a Jindan stage cultivator. Everything should be stopped when it is good. Don't be too greedy. Xu Hei said. Next, Xu Hei didn't rush back to the cave. He went far away from here, found a secluded cave, and began to check these storage bags, taking out the things one by one and sorting them out. This group of people could be killed easily by him, and they didn't have any extraordinary treasures on them, just ordinary things. Xu Hei classified the items into the following categories. It was a medium to low-quality treasure, useless to him but useful to Su Bai. He can keep the top-quality treasures, the more the better. Unknown treasures require black and yellow identification, or self-research. What made him happy was that there was quite a lot of monster meat. There were 5 monsters in the late stage of spiritualism, weighing about 8,000 kilograms in total, which was barely equivalent to a small mammoth. However, it was enough for him to eat for a while. He also found some small Peiyuan pills, and put them together to make a small bottle. There are also quite a few talismans, which just make up for the losses in the battle. Xu Hei immediately ate a leopard in the late stage of psychic communication, took 2 small Peiyuan pills, and began to refine them on the spot. Monster meat plus elixir, this is the ultimate enjoyment. Xu Hei could feel that his hungry body was absorbing energy quickly and his spiritual energy was growing rapidly. This growth was particularly obvious after the battle. Inside the demon god cauldron, the spiritual water ball continued to expand until it was about the size of a fist, and the stream of spiritual energy that was emitted from it also became thicker and thicker. This retreat lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, all the small Peiyuan pills were eaten, but there was still a lot of monster meat left. The spiritual water ball has grown to its limit. Xu Hei has already reached the 7th level of spiritualism, but is still a little short of the 8th level. Xu Hei sighed. There was only half a bottle of Xiao Peiyuan Dan in the storage bags of 9 people. This pill is also extremely precious to human cultivators. Many people will take it themselves when they get it, and very little is stored in storage bags, which also leads to limited harvests. If Xu Hei were in the human world, he could still use spirit stones to purchase it, and if he joined a sect, he could also exchange it with contribution points. But as a wild monster, it has very few opportunities to obtain elixirs. There were nearly 2,000 spirit stones in the Black Jade, which was a huge sum of money, but he could not trade with humans. The last time he engaged in a black and yellow transaction, he killed a disciple of the Tiangui sect and caused a disaster. I wonder how Xu Bai's alchemy is going. Xu Hei was full of anticipation and planned to go back and take a look. In a remote place, in a forest, a corpse that had been trampled into a pulp was lying here quietly. Looking closely, it was Huayuntian. The storage bag beside him was lying quietly, and no one touched it. I don't know how much time passed. Huayuntian, who had been dead for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and started coughing violently. His deflated body gradually swelled, and the scattered flesh and blood healed towards the center. "You're awake," a calm voice said. In the sky, there was a faint shadow of a middle-aged scholar. "Master, has that despicable person appeared?" Huayuntian asked hurriedly as soon as he woke up. However, he had just finished speaking when he started coughing violently, spurting blood again, and his breath became weak. "It has been 3 days since you faked your death and you have not appeared yet," said the middle-aged scholar. When Huayuntian heard this, his seriously injured body trembled violently. He was so angry that he fainted again. The middle-aged scholar frowned, shook his head and said nothing. After crossing several mountains, Xu Hei returned to the cave. He first checked the surroundings and found no signs of human or monster activity, and the marks left behind were not triggered, so he crawled towards the cave. "In 3 days, I should be able to refine 1 or 2 batches of small Peiyuan pills," Xu Haiwen said. In the distance, he suddenly heard a muffled thunder-like explosion in front of him, which came from the cave. The noise was so violent that the entire mountain seemed to shake, and faint sounds of collapse could be heard. An enemy attack. Xu Hei's heart suddenly shook. He hurriedly accelerated over, at the same time spreading out his spiritual sense and staying alert. When they got closer, they saw billowing black smoke coming out of the cave. A big black dog, covered in dust, ran out of it, coughing as it ran, with an extremely ugly face. When he saw that it was black and yellow, Xu Haiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the cave that was full of ruins and most of it had collapsed, Xu Hei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly flashed out and asked, "What happened?" When He Huang saw Xu Hei coming back, he gritted his teeth and said with a dark face, "Who asked her to learn alchemy? Who asked her to learn alchemy?" When Xu Hei heard this, he thought to himself that something was wrong. A pitch-black white snake crawled out of the collapsed cave, carrying a cracked alchemy furnace on its back. Behind her, there was Ergu, who had fainted with his eyelids turned outward and his tongue sticking out. "I didn't ask her to make the elixir." Xu Hei quickly shook his head. "Isn't that alchemy furnace yours? You're still quibbling." He Huang was furious. Xu Hei glanced at the alchemy furnace guiltily. This was originally a spiritual treasure at the foundation building level, but now, it was filled with fine cracks. It would probably explode if it happened a few more times. Xu Hei couldn't help but open his mouth wide. "How many times has the furnace exploded?" "This is the 5th time today. If you count the past few days, I can't even count how many times it has happened." He Huang cursed. He had never met such a talent in his life. Whenever he made elixirs, the furnace would explode. It was useless to teach him step by step. Even when he made the elixirs himself, as long as the white snake was involved in even a small step, the furnace would explode with a bang. It was simply an automatic furnace explosion machine. Why don't you stop it? Why are you blaming me? Xu Hei said. Hei Huang was suddenly speechless. After he came back, he saw that Su Bai had a top grade with spiritual root, liked to make pills, and had a strong will, so he wanted to give him some pointers. However, the more pointers he gave, the more he failed, and he simply couldn't stop. He was a paranoid person by nature. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. He would even carve a rotten piece of wood into shape. But in the end, he fell flat on his face. I succeeded this time and refined the elixir. Seeing the two people arguing, Su Bai couldn't help but say aggrievedly. His black and yellow eyes lit up. It was a bit surprising that the pills could be made even after the furnace exploded. Xu Hei also looked over curiously. Su Bai rolled up the alchemy furnace, turned it face down, and shook it. A black pill fell out of it and rolled to the ground. The pill was uneven, filled with a layer of black air, and had a faint pungent smell. Hei Huang's eyes widened as he asked, "What kind of pill is this?" Xu Hei taught me how to make the Xiao Pei Yuan pill. This is the first time I have successfully made a finished product. Su Bai said. The corners of Xu Hei's mouth twitched as he stared at the black shrunken pill. He really couldn't figure out what relationship this had with the Xiao Pei Yuan pill. Hei Huang looked at it for a long while, then suddenly picked up the pill, looked at Xu Hei, and smiled. "Since you asked her to refine it, then you should eat it. Don't waste someone else's kindness." Xu Hei shook his head like a rattle and backed away repeatedly. No, I am a snake and I have always been humble. You should come first." "Hey, why are you so polite? We are all brothers. You should come, I can't afford it. Come here. Come here." Hei Huang pushed the pill over, but Xu Hei pushed it back. The two monsters pushed each other back and forth. After looking at it for a long time, Su Bai blinked and said, "You don't have to be polite. At worst, I can refine another one and everyone will have a share." "Need not." This time, the two demons spoke at the same time, and their voices were particularly loud. In the end, there was really no other way. Xu Hei and Hei Huang simultaneously cast their gazes towards Ergu, who was lying on the ground with his life or death uncertain. They looked at each other and nodded. They took the pills and walked towards Ergu. Ergu seemed to have sensed the danger. Although he was clearly in a coma, he suddenly jumped up and let out a miserable woof 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 cry, the sound of which was extremely sharp. Like a dog with its tail clamped, it retreated frantically, howling as it retreated, and retreated into a corner. Xu Hei swallowed his saliva. This was a physiological reflex. Is this pill so scary? Xu Hei regretted that if he had known earlier that group of cultivators would be killed, he would not have killed them all. He would have left one alive and captured him to test the elixir, and this would not have happened. "I'm going to catch a monster." Xu Hei turned and left. Hei Huang stared at the pill in his hand, put it close to his nose and sniffed it. A layer of black air filled his face and his hair showed signs of falling out. He quickly put it into a jade box and sealed it. Su Bai was feeling very nervous. She really hoped that she could help, but she was clumsy and always failed. This was her first success. She placed all her hopes on that pill. Not long after, Xu Hei came back. He caught a big fish and a monkey, both of whom were at the 7th level of the spiritual communication stage, and were tied up by Xu Hei with a demon binding rope. In fact, he wanted to catch a snake to try, but snake demons were not so easy to find, especially for those with the same level of cultivation as him. After searching around, he only found fish and monkeys. "Try this fish first." Hei Huang took out the pill, carefully picked out a little powder, and fed it to the big fish. After you swallowed the pill, a layer of black air spread all over his body. The true energy in his body rose rapidly, and within just one stick of incense, he broke through and reached the 8th level of the spiritual stage. It works. This is the effect of the Xiao Pei Yuan pill. Hei Huang said happily. It's really the little Pei Yuan pill. Xu Hei also discovered that this was exactly the effect of the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan. This is just a little bit of powder, but it has an effect. If you swallow it all, I'm afraid you can break through several levels in a row. As expected, He is a single top grade with spiritual root and a genius in alchemy. But before Xu Hei could finish being happy, he saw the two sides of the big fish's belly slowly bulging up. Two lumps of flesh and blood extended out from it, and in an instant, they turned into two bare feet and stepped on the ground. Well. Hei Huang was stunned and Xu Hei was dumbfounded. What's going on? A fish has legs. Squeak. Suddenly, the big fish let out a sharp roar, broke free from the rope, spread out its two legs and ran wildly, raising dust as it ran off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight. Such a scene was so horrifying that the two demons were stunned for a long time and were unable to come back to their senses. This fish has evolved, Xu Hei said in a daze. The corner of Hei Huang's mouth twitched, and he said, "What evolution? It's mutated and turned into a monster." As a demon wanderer, he had seen too many evil cultivators who had created all kinds of bizarre creatures. He had also seen cultivators of the devil's way who refined magic pills and turned themselves into neither human nor ghost. But it was still too outrageous to see a fish grow human legs and run away right under his nose. He glanced at Su Bai, who had a confused look on his face, and wondered if this was the seed of a demon. Let's try the monkey again. Monkeys are similar to humans. Maybe we can guess the effects that humans will get after taking it. Xu Hei said. Hei Huang didn't bother to pick out the powder, but directly stuffed the whole pill into the monkey's mouth. Woo woo woo. The monkey was psychic and knew that the pill was poisonous, so he didn't chew it and swallow it. But how could Hei Huang be easily provoked? A dog slapped it with its paw, and with a gurgle, the pill was swallowed. The monkey's body was immediately filled with a layer of black air, its face turned green and red, the energy of the elixir ran rampant, and its cultivation level also rose, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual communication stage. This is not the end yet, because after taking a whole pill and an hour later, the monkey broke through again and reached the 9th level of the spiritual stage. Then, all the bones in its body began to crackle, its body straightened, its legs stretched out, its tail retracted, its fur fell off, and its face changed dramatically. Evolving again. Xu Hei was stunned. Hei Huang also stared at the evolving ape without blinking. The tails of apes are getting shorter and shorter, their hair is falling off, their skin is gradually becoming smoother, their bodies are getting taller and taller, and they are transforming into hominids. This. To become a human. The two demons were stunned at the same time. During this process, the monkey sometimes screamed, sometimes cried, sometimes laughed wildly, sometimes was angry, sometimes was afraid, and all kinds of emotions appeared on its face one by one. This is a case of going astray, Hei Huang said in a deep voice. His cultivation has advanced rapidly, his bloodline has mutated, and there is no auxiliary technique. It would be strange if he didn't go astray. Ah! Following a shrill scream, the monkey suddenly became motionless, standing like a piece of wood. At this time, his evolution had stopped. He was 6 feet tall, with an upright posture. Almost all his hair had fallen out, and his tail was gone. His skin was just a little rough, and his race was between monkeys and humans. Before that it was apes. Now, it should be ape-men. Xu Hei was stunned. What kind of heaven-defying elixir is this? It can make fish grow legs and monkeys evolve into humans. However, the ape-men had dull eyes and a slightly open mouth, and stood there motionless, like a puppet. Why aren't you moving? Xu Hei used gravity magic to grab a branch and waved it in front of the ape-men, but the other party did not react at all. He went astray and is dead, said Hei Huang. Being obsessed. Xu Hei frowned, he had heard of this word before. It said that if something went wrong during cultivation, the inner demon would enter the body, and at best the person would become a fool, at worst the person would die on the spot. Su Bai was startled. She lowered her head as if she had done something wrong and said, "I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know I would eat a dead person." Hei Huang said disdainfully, "One person's death is nothing. This monkey was meant to be caught and eaten. I could easily poison one to death back then." He didn't care that the monkey died, he was just wondering why the elixir had such an effect. He witnessed the entire process of alchemy and recognized all the materials, but no matter what, he could not have imagined that this strange elixir would cause creatures to mutate. This is no longer an ordinary elixir, it is a magic elixir made by the devil. Xu Hei was also thinking about this question. It can make fish grow legs and walk on land, and it can make monkeys evolve into apes. Moreover, it seems that if the monkeys do not die in the middle of the process, they can continue to evolve. It is really outrageous. Xu Hei suddenly had an idea and asked, "Hey Huang, what is her technique?" Kung Fu. Su Bai thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be called something like heavenly demonic Kung Fu." Heavenly demonic power. He Huang was shocked suddenly, and a flash of lightning flashed through his heart. The memory inheritance he gave did include the heavenly demonic power. However, the heavenly demon art is only suitable for cultivation by a demonic body like his. There has never been anyone with a single top grade with spiritual root who can cultivate the heavenly demon art. Try to practice your technique. He Huang said hurriedly. Su Bai immediately did as she was told. She saw wisps of true energy emerging from her demon core and flowing through her meridians. This is powerful wood-type true qi, but it is also accompanied by a trace of black qi, which continuously flows out and combines together. He Huang was surprised and said, "It is indeed the heavenly demonic power, but I have never seen such true energy before. The truth is out. This should be his heavenly demonic art, combined with the wood spirit root, which produce strange changes, changes that even he, the creator, did not expect. Can I still make pills in the future?" Su Bai asked. "It's a good practice. Don't practice it again in the future," He Huang said. Finally, it was Xu Hei who persuaded her to try more if she liked it, and to capture more human monks to test the medicine in the future, and she would eventually succeed. After some encouragement, Su Bai finally regained his confidence and said that he would work hard in the future and not let everyone down. "I will try my best. I swear that I will refine a pill that will be useful to King Xu Hei," Su Bai said with a firm look. "Haha, come on." Xu Hei forced a smile of encouragement. He handed over all the herbs he had confiscated previously to Su Bai, and took out 3 brand new alchemy furnaces from his storage bag, all of which were spoils of war. Su Bai took it excitedly and immediately started a new round of research. "Xu Hei, this is the elixir you asked her to make. Don't refuse to take her elixirs in the future." He Huang took the opportunity to speak with a wicked smile on his face. Xu Hei glanced at the ape-man, subconsciously shrank his neck, and quickly changed the subject. "I suddenly remembered something, I'll leave first." "Hey, wait a minute." He Huang quickly put away the ape-man's corpse, ran over, and said with a sly smile, "Xu Hei, are you in urgent need of elixirs? I have a way to get enough Xiao Pei Yuan Dan to ensure that you can cultivate to the great perfection." Xu Hei was startled, and subconsciously felt that something bad must be going on, but he still asked, "What's the solution?" "Let's do something big and rob the alchemy room." He Huang took out a blueprint and said excitedly, "This is the layout of Xixia sect. Don't ask me how I got it. The alchemy room is right here. Don't leave. I haven't finished talking yet." Xu Hei cursed and said, "If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't stop you." Xu Hei just wanted to practice in peace, he really didn't want to make any trouble. He just fought a big battle with humans and hasn't digested it yet, and now he has to fight again. When will it end? The black and yellow eyes rolled and followed up and said, "We are going to steal, not rob. What are you afraid of?" The Xixia sect is composed entirely of female cultivators. They are all simple-minded and easy to deal with. The Xixia sect is a major alchemy sect. Not to mention the small Pei Yuan pill, even the foundation establishment pill might be able to be made in one go. When have I ever cheated you? Xu Hei, we can't just sit there and wait for humans to do such evil. We need to teach them a lesson. He Huang kept chasing and chattering, analyzing the pros and cons from every angle and guiding them step by step. The voice was like a ghost urging people to die, lingering in their ears and making Xu Hei very annoyed. Xu Hei turned around and glanced at him, gritting his teeth and said, "Just tell me, how sure are you?" He Huang was stunned for a moment, and said, "If you are included, 90%. Let's go. You can tell me about the plan slowly on the way." Xu Hei used the escape technique and rushed towards the Xixia gate. He had figured out He Huang's tricks. If he didn't agree, he would annoy him until he agreed. It would be better to agree from the beginning to save time. Hei Huang followed behind with a triumphant smile on his face. Xiao Shuzi, the old rule is to split the bill 50 to 50. I know. You talk too much bullshit. Along the way, at Xu Hei's strong request, Hei Huang refined another batch of puppets and a lot of invisibility talismans. Hei Huang naturally could not refuse these requests, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. 2 days later, the two demons Su and Hei arrived at the territory of Xixia sect. Xixia sect, one of the 4 major sects under the snake-catching sect, only accepts female disciples and is on par with the other 3 sects in strength. But the biggest characteristic of this sect is that it is too indulgent. From the disciples to the elders, all of them exude the ignorance and arrogance of ordinary mortals. The reason is simple, because all the female practitioners of Xixia sect have outstanding looks, and they have dual cultivation techniques such as Xixia Gong. As long as they practice dual cultivation with it, they can improve their cultivation, which leads to them having a large number of fans. As long as they opened their mouths, there were people who would offer them all kinds of precious magic weapons and magical beasts. Even the disciples of the snake-catching sect often try to please them. Because Xixia Gong requires both parties to be willing, it will be most effective. If the female is resentful, it may cause the male practitioner to go astray. This is the domineering nature of Xixia Gong. In addition, the leader of Xixia sect became a Taoist partner with a big shot of the snake-catching sect. That big shot was a crazy man who protected his wife. Under his authority, no one dared to provoke this sect. Haha, this is why we rarely encounter female disciples of Xixia sect along the way. As long as they open their mouths, treasures will be delivered to their door automatically. Why would they need to go into the mountains and fight for their lives? Hei Huang sneered. The creator of Xixia Gong is truly a man of extraordinary talent. He has brought benefits to the entire sect. Xu Hei exclaimed. I forgot to tell you that the creator is a man. Huh. Xu Hei was stunned. He was originally a man, but I don't know what method he used to become a female cultivator. I won't tell you what happened next, so as not to ruin your mood. Hei Huang smiled slyly. Xu Hei swallowed and subconsciously decided not to ask. Hei Huang, if the plan fails and we are discovered, how will we escape? Xu Hei asked. Before taking action, he had to prepare for the worst. This was not because he was not confident, but purely to keep a hand and be fully prepared. Don't worry, as long as I take out that thing, I guarantee that the old women from Xixia sect won't dare to do anything. Hei Huang said confidently. Xu Hei did not ask any more questions. It would not be good to reveal all the secrets. This basic trust should still be maintained. Ahead, we entered the territory of Xixia sect, Xixia Mountain. There are many spiritual beasts in this mountain. Xu Hei swept his spiritual sense and found many spiritual cats, spiritual dogs, and spiritual rabbits, all of which were furry creatures. However, there are only these 3 creatures, nothing else. Not to mention animals, even the plants were almost eaten up, leaving Xixia Mountain bare. Can you really get in with that method? Xu Hei remained skeptical. Just wait and see, I guarantee it will work. Hei Huang took out a pile of white powder and smeared it on himself, making himself look snow-white with bright fur. Then he took a pill and his body size shrank. But in just a few breaths, he transformed from a big black dog into a small white dog. Even its temperament has changed. It no longer looks ghostly like before. Now, it looks more like an ordinary puppy, with watery and pitiful eyes. Xu Hei was stunned. This is an eyesore. Xu Hei said he couldn't bear to look at it. Hei Huang ran to the front and suddenly let out a scream, ouch. A wound appeared on his hind leg, blood was flowing, and the wound was deep enough to see the bone. A whoa. Woof woof woof. Hei Huang screamed loudly, and his screams were particularly shrill, attracting the attention of many spirit beasts. The 2 civet cats thought he was dangerous and attacked him. Hei Huang did not fight back and was scratched and covered with scars. Soon, 2 female disciples from Xixia sect came over after hearing the noise. When they saw this, they immediately shouted, "Stop!" They hurriedly drove away the cats and rescued Hei Huang. Poor little dog, it was injured so badly. Take it back for treatment. After the two discussed it, without thinking, one of them took Hei Huang back. Xu Hei was underground, stunned by the scene. Is this okay? The cultivation base of these two people is not weak either, both are in the middle stage of qi refining. How could they be fooled so easily? Xu Hei couldn't figure it out, and could only admire Hei Huang's acting skills and cheekiness. He was so shameless and shameless. Then, the remaining woman gave the fighting civets a verbal lesson and then fed them food. All the spirit beasts in the mountain ran over and scrambled for food frantically. Soon, they had divided up all the food. Xu Hei also realized that these two female cultivators were specifically responsible for the lives of the spirit beasts. They were friendly people among humans and loved animals. Xu Hei actually doesn't dislike such humans. Who would hate a human being who poses no threat to them? Xu Hei thought about it, released a small snake mechanical beast, and cut a wound on the puppet's body, exposing its bones to make it look more miserable. This is a mechanical beast made by Hei Huang while on the road. It has the appearance of a snake and is only at the first level of psychic communication, but it is extremely fast and is used for reconnaissance. Xu Hei did this purely out of curiosity. If he was injured, would this woman save him? A civet cat saw it and immediately rushed over, scratching and clawing the little snake. Xu Hei also controlled the little snake to make a hissing sound and jump all over the ground. What? The female cultivator who was feeding the child saw this and looked over. When she saw it was a snake, her pretty face turned pale and she screamed. Ah! A snake demon broke in. The woman's scream was particularly sharp and her expression was terrified, as if she was frightened. Xu Hei was stunned. Go to hell. Go to hell. Without saying a word, the female cultivator took out a sword and swung it towards the little snake. Xu's face turned black. What a double standard. Black and yellow can be saved, but the snake cannot. Instead, they want to kill him. Aren't they both spiritual animals? Snakes are a threat to humans, but the little snake is only at the first level of the spiritual communication stage, while this female cultivator is at the middle stage of the qi refining stage, so she should not be a threat at all. Xu Hei finally understood. It was all because the snake had no hair and did not conform to human aesthetics. Choke. The long sword was inserted into the ground, but missed. The little snake had already hidden underground and was put into Xu Hei's storage bag. I have spent the past 2 days refining this snake, and I don't want to lose it easily. What's wrong, Sister Fang? At this time, a male cultivator flew over from a distance and quickly came to the side of the female cultivator. Judging from the man's clothes, he is actually a disciple of Xiaoyao sect. Fang Qingxue threw herself into the arms of the male cultivator, pointed at the place where the little snake was hiding, and cried, "Brother Li, there is a snake over there, I'm so scared." The young man surnamed Li's eyes flashed, and he discovered Xu Hei hiding underground. He touched his hair and comforted him, "Don't worry, this snake just scared you, so I peeled its skin and fed it to those civet cats." "Great, Brother Li is the best," Fang Qingxue said excitedly. The young man surnamed Li sneered and shot a fire talisman through the air, pointing directly at the place where Xu Hei was hiding. When the talisman came close, it exploded instantly, creating a deep pit 10 feet wide. Then, he leaped forward, a soft sword appeared in his hand, and stabbed towards the place where Xu Hei was hiding. It seemed that he mistook Xu Hei for the mechanical snake. Forget it, the overall situation is more important. Xu Hei sighed. This man was at the 8th level of the qi refining stage and he could kill him in one move, but he was acting cautiously as he didn't want to cause any trouble before Hei Huang sent him a message. He drilled into the ground, and the male cultivator stabbed with the sword continuously, leaving holes all over the ground, but he always stabbed into nothingness. Huh. Fang Qingxue frowned. It was just a small snake at the first level of the spiritual stage. Why couldn't she stab it after spending so long? Hide. Let me see how you hide this time. At this time, the young man surnamed Li became angry and took out a golden longbow, installed the arrow on it, aimed at Xu Hei, and pulled the bowstring. This is a top-grade magic weapon. Xu Hei recognized it at a glance. This was a top-grade magic weapon that could threaten the great perfection of the spiritual stage. This bow is considered to be of the most advanced level even among the cultivators in the qi refining stage. I never thought that these two people would have such a magic weapon. Xu Hei originally didn't want to kill, but this bow was already a threat to him, so he couldn't just sit there and wait to die. Die. The young man surnamedly loosened his hand and the arrow shot straight towards Xu Hei, penetrating the soil and aiming at Xu Hei underground. Thick earth armor. Xu Hei's mind moved, and the thick earth armor opened. A layer of khaki halo quickly condensed on his body surface and turned into thick armor. The arrow shot at him but only broke a small layer of mud and injured a little bit of his skin. This. Both of them were stunned at the same time, and they realized in an instant that something was wrong. Puff. Puff. Two nails protruded from the ground. And then, there was no then. Just at this moment, a voice came from the black and yellow sound transmission note, "It's done, you can come in." Xu Hei breathed a sigh of relief, he just caught up.